It's done. With a casual wave, Bert conjured a circular portal, revealing the blood god Manor's vault. He stepped inside, plucked a sleek blade from its glowing pedestal, and tossed it toward Blade. Pure vibranium, Bert said. Worth hundreds of millions. Try not to pawn it. Blade caught the sword with reverent excitement. You think I'd sell this? Bert glanced at Blade's expensive sunglasses but said nothing. Blade chuckled awkwardly. Hey, that was legal income. Speaking of which, Season 3 of Vampire Police Station is out. Any chance the sunglasses appearance fee could get bumped up? Bert groaned. Get out of here and prep. Blade shrugged and left, sword in hand. Mercury rose to follow, but paused as a call came in over the intercom. President, someone's infiltrating Asgard Tower. Bert raised an eyebrow. Seriously? Who's that dumb? He switched on the monitor and saw a familiar figure struggling up an elevator shaft. Spy movies aren't training manuals, he muttered. Mercury, bring her in. Mercury took the lift to the 5th floor and opened the shaft door. Come up, she said flatly. Sky, flushed with embarrassment, climbed in. Would you believe I'm just here for a workout? Mercury stared at her. If you'd entered naked, Blood God might have believed that. Red-faced, Sky followed her into the office. Bert leaned back in his chair, half amused, half exasperated. You know, you could have just called my secretary. If I didn't know you, you'd be dead. Sky accepted a cup of tea from the secretary and took a sip. I didn't want to wait weeks to see someone like you. It's not that hard, Bert said dryly. What do you want? First, thanks for saving me during the Battle of Manhattan, Sky said. Second, why did you convince Coulson to pull me into SHIELD when it was falling apart? Bert sighed. If I explained, you wouldn't believe me, so I won't bother. How do you know I wouldn't believe you? She challenged. Because I know people, he replied with a smirk. Anything else? Sky hesitated. Someone approached me. A man who can teleport. No eyes. He wants me to spy on you. Bert's expression hardened. Fury or Coulson? No, someone else. He claimed to have information about my parents, said he'd hand it over if I helped him keep tabs on you. Bert frowned. Teleportation. No eyes, Gordon? He narrowed his eyes, thoughts racing. Jiang's man. Why would she send Sky here? Why tell me this directly? He asked. I already told Coulson. He said to come clean, or I'd end up at the bottom of the ocean. Bert snorted. Coulson's so dramatic. I don't dump everyone into the sea. You're a superhero, Sky said, half joking. I only dumped the extremis soldiers. Completely incinerated. Environmentally responsible, even. Fun fact, I own all the crematoriums in New York. Sky blinked, horrified. Her mental image of Bert cracked slightly. Anyway, Bert continued, what's the plan? We want to expose the group behind Isla Sky, get intel on my parents, and protect you. Bert considered it. This could get complicated. It won't, Sky said quickly. Let me stay close. Coulson and I will handle the rest. Bert nodded slowly. Fine. You'll work under me, help manage my apprentices. But you'll remain formally assigned to Coulson. Why stress that part? To avoid becoming a liability, Bert thought. Aloud, he said, just protocol. Got it, Sky said, standing. No weapons, right? Correct. You're a maid, not a bodyguard. Be here at 8 a.m. sharp. Once Sky left, Bert muttered, Inhumans, what are you planning, Jiang? Meanwhile, in hell. The throne of Satan unoccupied, yet radiating infernal majesty loomed in the deepest depths of the underworld. Mephisto, host of today's gathering, gazed at the ornate seat. "You've all heard of the Ancient One's heir?" he asked. Lucifer, draped in obsidian feathers, nodded. "Yes, that arrogant vampire." "He's more than arrogant," Mephisto said. "He's powerful. If we don't act, he'll grow into the next Ancient One. We'll lose Earth for good." Another Hell Lord spoke. "Then act now, Mephisto. We'll back you." "Gladly," others echoed. Mephisto smirked. "You all think I'm an idiot, like the beast?" Lucifer raised a brow. "The Ancient One isn't dead. Who can harm her heir?" "There is someone," Mephisto said darkly. "Dracula." Gasps echoed. Mephisto explained, "Bert's strength comes from Dracula's blood. If Dracula reclaims it, the blood god dies instantly." Lucifer pondered. "Where is Dracula?" No one answered. Lucifer shook his head. "He vanished after his fallout with his daughter." Mephisto grinned. "Then let the vampires find him. Bert wants to unify them. In desperation, they'll seek out Dracula. And if they fail, we help them just enough to keep them alive until they do." The other lords agreed it was a clean plan, no blood on their hands. When the meeting ended, Lucifer lingered. "This a distraction, Mephisto? Afraid they'll back Blackheart?" "Lies," Mephisto barked. "I serve only hell." Lucifer offered an elegant middle finger and vanished. Mephisto scowled. That feather, he gave it to Blackheart. Mephisto's thoughts darkened. Is he still in league with heaven? Still, first things first, eliminate the blood god. He stared at the empty throne. "The next Satan will be me, Mephisto." Elsewhere in Brazil. "It's so hot," Mindy groaned, fanning herself. "Can I crack open my armor? It has air conditioning." "Do you want to get arrested?" Sky snapped. "We're supposed to keep a low profile." Mindy pouted. "But it's miserable." The boss said, "No trouble. You draw attention, we all suffer. And this trip isn't about crime fighting." Mindy muttered, "Feels like we're his bait to pick up girls." Sky didn't even argue. "Remove feels like. He is." Lena returned with a plate full of skewers. "Barbecue. Heaven." "You eat like that and never gain weight," Sky grumbled. "I'm just lucky." Lena winked. "Mindy, eat up." Mindy sulked. "I'm already chubby thanks to you." She chased Lena playfully while Sky laughed until little Hella, quiet as always, spoke. "This place so full of life. Is that what peace looks like? Or is it just a lie built on fear?" The girls paused and settled. Then Mindy asked, "Where's Master?" Sky rolled her eyes. "Where do you think he went?" "Girl hunting." Mindy deadpan. "Girl hunting," Sky confirmed. "Across the globe." Suddenly, chaos erupted. A cloaked figure's garment snagged on a nail, revealing a grotesque, toad-like man underneath. Screams erupted. "Monster!" Someone yelled. "Aliens! Go back to space!" Terrified, the man pleaded, "I'm human. I swear." Mindy drew her sword, but Sky raised a hand. "Bodyguards, take him down." Guns raised until crackling blue energy surged around the creature. The bullets disintegrated midair, and in a flash of light, a tall, eyeless man appeared beside him. Grabbing his arm, the pair vanished instantly. Sky's expression turned cold. "Trouble just found us." After the eyeless man and the toad-like stranger vanished, the street slowly returned to normal. But Sky's heart was anything but calm. Why was Gordon here? And that creature, what happened to him? She took a deep breath and turned to the team. "Let's get out of here before the crowd turns ugly." The bodyguards moved to form a protective circle around the others. Mindy pouted, clearly disappointed. We were just getting to the good part. Back at the hotel, Bert reviewed the security footage, his expression darkening. Wild Inhumans, that's not supposed to happen. Unlike mutants, Inhumans required Terrigen crystals for transformation. There shouldn't be any unregulated awakenings. He turned to Skye. Has Gordon contacted you again? Just once, she admitted. He said my parents are alive and promised to help me find them as long as I kept feeding him information. Honestly, I'm starting to wonder if he's playing me. He'll probably contact you again tonight, Bert said after a moment of thought. Tonight? Really? Skye asked, surprised. Bert didn't elaborate. You'll find out soon enough. Waving her off, Bert opened a call to Lilith in Oscorp. Scan for any recent anomalies like, say, a toad man in downtown Rio. Got it, Lilith replied, then added, Blood God, can someone replace me as president? I hate this job. You don't get to resign, Bert said. Mercury's busy handling the vampire mess in Europe. Lilith hesitated. Are you sure this is wise? Stirring up chaos like this might bring out Dracula. Bert leaned back, his gaze cold. That's the point. He's the only real threat to me on Earth. Better to flush him out. Lilith didn't respond immediately. Dracula is immortal. So am I. As the line went dead, Bert's eyes narrowed. She's unusually concerned about Dracula. Later that night, Gordon appeared in Skye's room, his tone sharp. Why did you let your bodyguards open fire on that man? Skye blinked. What? He looked like a monster. And what am I to you, Skye? A monster too? Gordon's frustration was palpable. He's not just anyone. He's like us. Like us? Skye asked cautiously. You're one of us, he said. You're inhuman. You haven't awakened yet, but the blood runs in you. Inhuman? The word landed like thunder in her chest. What does that even mean? I'll explain later. Just remember this: if you see someone strange again, don't attack. You might regret it. Changing topics, Gordon asked, why is the blood god traveling the world? Skye replied dryly, he's on a global girl hunting tour. Gordon froze. Seriously? She nodded. 30 women. This month alone. Gordon looked both horrified and vaguely impressed. Is his kidney forged in Uru metal? He recovered and handed Skye 2 photographs. Have you seen either of these near him? Skye studied them, a silver obelisk and a black monolith. No. What are they? Important. If you see them, tell me. Without waiting for more, Gordon vanished. Skye stared at the empty space where he'd been. Inhuman? Is that really what I am? I just wanted answers, not a whole new species. Back in the hidden Inhuman city, Afterlife, Gordon briefed Asgard, composed and brimming with quiet fury. The obelisk doesn't matter anymore, Jiang said. We have plenty of Terrigen, but the monolith that could destroy us. No one knows where Bert hid it, Gordon said. If I'd gotten there sooner. Jiang cut him off. We need Skye beside him. For now, we keep the truth from her. As they spoke, a crimson droplet of Bert's blood, unnoticed, slipped from Gordon's body and entered Jiang's. She must stay close, Jiang continued. The blood god is the final obstacle to our ascension. Learn everything. Then we strike. He's powerful, Gordon warned. But not invincible. Somewhere in the cosmos, someone exists who can end him. Gordon gave a tired smile. Another Inhuman just awakened. I'll go fetch them. Jiang nodded. Good. Every awakening brings us closer. One day soon, we'll stop hiding. No more fear. No more experiments. Her hand twitched as she recalled her time on Whitehall's table. Oh, and Maximus contacted me, Jiang added. He wants help finding Blackbolt and Medusa. If you spot them, don't engage. Just report. They're too strong. Maximus working with us? Gordon asked, surprised. Jiang smirked. His betrayal serves our cause. Unbeknownst to them, a thread-thin portal had opened behind Jiang, linked directly to Bert's private room. Through that tiny opening, his consciousness returned from the drop of blood. Lying back on his couch, Bert waved the portal away. Maximus and Jiang working together, he murmured. This world is deviating from the script. But it wasn't a concern. Both Jiang and Gordon now had his blood inside them. Every plan, every secret, they were his to observe. Know your enemy, Bert mused, and you'll never lose. He called James next. Any movement among the European vampires? Nothing demonic yet, James replied. But some plan to ambush Mercury and Blade. Fools, Bert said with disdain. Let them try. We've already infiltrated several clans, James added. Some have pledged to our side. Good. Keep the net tight. James hesitated. Why not just wipe them out? Because I want the devil to show himself, Bert said. Let's lure him out. James understood. A trap, then, to draw out the hidden threats. And maybe even Dracula, Bert said. While the Ancient One still stands, now's the time to clean house. Just then, his phone rang again. Captain America. Fury and his crew are about to leave. You coming? Steve asked. On my way. Bert opened a portal and stepped into the SWORD facility, where Fury, Hill, Bucky, and their hand-picked team were preparing to depart. Steve whistled. Must be nice. I still take the plane. At least the president doesn't freak out anymore when I travel, Bert quipped. Ellis nearly cried the first time. Fury snorted. Even in space, I'll be watching. You always say that. Bert rolled his eyes. Get some new material. Steve nodded to Bucky. Got anything to say to Tony? Yeah, Bucky said, somber. Tell him thanks for forgiving me. Oh, and I want to be your kid's godfather. Steve grinned. You got it. As they prepared to go, Bert called to the sky, Heimdall. A rainbow beam crashed down. Fury and his crew vanished to the Bifrost. Welcome, Thor greeted them on the other side. I've arranged your quarters. And brought mead. Fury grinned. Now we're talking. Later, back in the base, Bert stopped Steve before he left. Bring Carter to my manor tomorrow, he said. There's something big we need to discuss. How big? Bert paused. Worse than Hydra. We're talking potential civil war. You're serious? Bert nodded. Unfortunately. Steve groaned and looked at Coulson. Why don't you become director? Coulson paled. Captain, don't even joke about that. Images of a bald-headed Steve flashed through Coulson's mind. He blurted, I'll take care of everything. Just keep your hair, sir. Steve laughed. Thanks, Coulson. What's this about? Steve asked Bert. Alien races, superpowers, and some secrets that might blow up the planet. Wonderful, Steve muttered. See you tomorrow. Bright and early. Bert returned to the hotel where Sky was already waiting.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
In the room, Bert dispersed the portal and said to Sky, I remember that I closed the door. Not locked. Sky didn't have time to joke with Bert, so she recounted what happened before, and then asked, what are Inhumans? Am I an Inhuman? Unified explanation tomorrow. Bert said, also, you don't have to worry, even if you awaken, you won't become like a toad freak. Sky was overjoyed at first, then stunned. That means, am I really an Inhuman? Bert shrugged and said, maybe. Sky was a little dissatisfied, since you know everything, why didn't you tell me? It's called a master's demeanor. Bert waved his hand and said, okay, you can go. I have invited some celebrities over to discuss cooperation. Is it female celebrities? How many are there? Aren't you afraid of becoming a different person? Sky turned to leave the room with a look of contempt. Her heart was full of doubts. What exactly is the Inhuman race? A long time ago, a group of aliens came to Earth. They used humans as experiments and made tools of war. In Blood God manner, Bert introduced Steve, Carter, Carlson, Tony, Rhodes, and Sky. This tool of war is the Inhumans. Inhumans are tools of war made by aliens. Sky's eyes widened. Yes, from the very beginning, the Inhumans were tools of war, biological warfare tools with superpowers. Bert nodded. Later, for some unknown reason, the aliens left, and the Inhumans gained freedom. Bert, are you kidding? Tony questioned, if the Inhumans exist, why is there no record of them? With their superpowers, it is easy to rule the world. I have no idea. Bert spread his hands and said, in short, the Inhumans are now divided into two parts, one lives in seclusion on Earth, and the eyeless man should be one of their people. The other, according to the records of the vampires, left in a spaceship and should now be on the moon. On the moon. The crowd became more and more astonished, and Tony frowned. Bert, the more you talk, the more outrageous you are. It's not scientific at all. Bert said, there are a lot of unscientific things in this world. For example, Tony Stark has been arrogant for so many years, why hasn't he been beaten to death yet? Everyone couldn't help laughing, and Rhodes said with a smile, trust me, I wanted to kill him many times. Tony pretended to be sad and said, buddy, I thought you liked me very much. After laughing, Steve asked, Bert, do you have any evidence about the Inhumans? I have. Bert opened the holographic projection, and there were many photos and videos on it. In the past month or so, superpower events have occurred one after another on the Earth, such as people suddenly growing many spikes on their bodies, or suddenly becoming stronger, and even able to move a car. And these people were all taken away by the eyeless man. If I guessed correctly, they should be awakened Inhumans. When everyone heard the words, they looked at the information, and Tony asked, how did the Inhumans awaken? They have to rely on Terrigen crystals to awaken. Before awakening, they are no different from humans. Bert said, as for why so many Inhumans have awakened during this time, I don't know, it may be a conspiracy of the Inhumans. After reading the information, Carter frowned and said, the Inhumans are malicious, and we must find them as soon as possible. Sky said weakly, maybe they just want to protect themselves. Little girl, you are too naive. How could they be doing so much just to protect themselves? Tony said, if they want to protect themselves, the best way is to continue to hide, not to come out and stir the storm. Sky was speechless, her heart was chaotic. Her parents, most likely, are also Inhumans. Bert nodded. Inhumans composed of these old Inhumans can be judged as enemies. Tony said, Bert, do you have any Inhuman in your hands that I can study? Bert said, yes, Sky, she is an unawakened Inhuman, you can study her. Everyone looked at Sky in amazement. Sky was furious, how could you betray me? Also, it's not yet certain that I'm Inhuman. This is not betrayal. The sooner you clarify your identity, the better it will be for you. Bert took out the obelisk from the box next to him and threw it to Sky, saying, by the way, catch this. Obelisk. Carter's expression changed, and she hurriedly shouted, Sky, get out of the way. What? Carter shouted too late. Sky had already caught the obelisk, but she was not hurt. Ms. Carter, why did you ask me to run away? Sky asked inexplicably. At this moment, the symbols on the obelisk suddenly lit up. Sky was startled and hurriedly threw the obelisk on the table. As soon as the obelisk left Sky's hand, it dimmed immediately, and Carter asked Bert in puzzlement, Bert, what's going on? Wouldn't the obelisk kill whoever touches it? Die if touched. Sky was stunned for a moment, then glared at Bert, you threw such a dangerous thing at me. The obelisk was left behind by aliens, who made manipulations on metal, and only aliens can touch it. Bert explained, if you're a normal human, when you touch it, you will be petrified immediately. Tony understood. He looked at Sky and asked, so, she is Inhuman? Yes, there is a Terrigen crystal hidden in the obelisk, but it must be opened correctly, otherwise the crystal inside will be damaged. Bert nodded. The reason why the Inhumans are monitoring me should be for this. Sky said, eyeless man showed me pictures of the obelisk and a large black stone. Big black rock. Everyone looked at Bert. Bert shrugged and did not answer. Tony thought for a while and said, Bert, I'll take this obelisk for research. Bert said, whatever, but you have to be careful. If you are petrified, remember to cut off the location of the petrification immediately. Yes. Tony nodded. He thought for a while, and said to Sky, little girl, I want some of your blood. Sky asked cautiously, just a little blood? Will you slice me up for research? Tony said angrily, what do you think of us? We are superheroes, don't say you are one of us, even if not, we will not hurt you at will. Skye breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good, Mr. Stark, you're better than some bastard." Tony laughed, "Isn't that obvious? Tony, I'll tell Pepper about your flirting with the little girl." Bert said lightly and then said to Steve, "The matter of the Inhumans is very troublesome. The SWORD Bureau must have a plan. How should we treat the Inhumans? Although there are only more than 10 people in a month now, in the future, there will be more than 10 with Inhuman genes. If they're not handled well, the Earth may be in chaos." Steve looked at each other and felt very troubled. He asked, "Bert, what do you think we should do?" "This is your business, why are you asking me?" Bert shrugged and said, "Okay, I have told you everything that should be told, and I have given you everything that should be given. I will continue to travel, and you all work hard." Tony said angrily, "You dumped the pot on us again." Bert said confidently, "Isn't that nonsense? If I don't dump the pot on you, why am I building the S.W.O.R.D. Bureau? Why am working so hard to cultivate superheroes?" Everyone was speechless. Skye even covered her face. Why did she worship this guy in the first place? Not only is he irresponsible, changing women is like changing clothes, but also lazy and greedy for enjoyment. I believe in your wisdom and ability. Do it freely. If you need military support, come to me at any time. After finishing speaking, Bert opened the portal with one hand and strode in. Tony shouted resentfully, "Thank you for looking down on us so much. You're welcome, behave well, and don't let me down." Bert smiled and waved away the portal. Tony rolled his eyes and complained, "He is a rich man, and I am also a rich man. Why is he not doing anything? But I have to work as hard as an old scalper." "Because you are not as strong as him, nor are you rich." Carter said, "To attack the European vampires, Mercury almost collapsed the entire European market. The funds that the blood god can use now are too terrifying. The golden sign is there." As soon as he said he wanted a loan, banks all over the world knelt in front of him, giving as much as they can. Tony said, "Not to mention, he still has the full support of Wakanda." "Shit, what kind of medicine did he give the king of Wakanda to follow him so much?" Rhodes asked with contempt, "Are you jealous?" Tony snorted and said, "What do you think about the Inhumans? This is not a trivial matter and cannot be decided lightly." Steve said, "We must convene the top of the SWORD Bureau to discuss together." Coulson agreed, "It's not easy to decide, and it might affect the fate of the Earth." Rhodes asked next to him, "Do you want to report this matter to the government?" "It must be reported. SWORD is not SHIELD and will not hide things." Carter said, "Not only to the US government but also to other countries. Only in this way can they dispel their doubts about us." Tony thought of something, and suggested, "Aunt Carter, why don't we just make this public? The Inhumans are distributed all over the world. We can't be as fast as the Eyeless Man. If we make it public, we can let those Inhumans come to us by themselves." "It's a good idea, but we must first determine our attitude towards Inhumans." Steve said, "That's the key." "That's true." Tony nodded, stood up, and said, "I'll take Skye back to do some experiment first, and let me know when the meeting is on." Skye picked up the obelisk and said, "The word experiment feels so evil. How about changing it to a date?" Tony spoke frivolously, and at this moment, a smart voice suddenly sounded, "The recording is over, now send Tony Stark's speech to Miss Pepper." "Bert, high technology is not for that." Tony said angrily, "Do I have to sleep on the sofa again? Why did I say that?" In an office building in London, Mercury is sitting high above, and countless elites are watching the screen or making phone calls, busy in full swing. At this time, an assistant stepped forward and said excitedly, "President, the EU has just issued an order to freeze all the funds of Rose Bank and comprehensively investigate the illegal activities of Rose Bank's money laundering. Rose Bank is the bank of the European vampire clans, and the funds of the big clans are basically in it." Mercury nodded with satisfaction, "Very good, send a team of top accountants to help them." Soon, someone else stepped forward and said, "President, HSBC is willing to give up the cooperation with the European vampire clans, on the condition that we have to loan a large amount of money from them." Mercury nodded, "Promise them?" "President, the remaining hospitals in London have been acquired by us." "President, the government is willing to cooperate with us and list the vampires police station." The news came one by one, and it was good news. Although the European vampire clans have been operating in Europe for many years and have a lot of wealth, it is nothing compared to the banknote ability of Mercury. Behind Mercury, stood the blood god. At this time, Blade walked in with a stack of documents and said, "There are not many vampires to register, and there is not even a single pure blood. It seems that we must fight a battle." "Then fight," Blood God said. "If they don't agree, kill them all." Mercury said coldly, "Strengthen the defense of the vampires police station." The vampires police station represents the face of the blood god. Nothing can happen there. Blade said, "No problem, I stayed with you during this time. The European vampires now hate you to the bone, saying that you are a scum of pure blood. It's just a bunch of outdated old guys. Blood God is great, how can they understand?" Mercury was very disdainful. In more than 2 years, she has completely changed. At this moment, a secretary called in and said, "President, there is an envoy from the Bathory family visiting." Mercury said, "Count Bathory's family? Let him in." Soon, a middle-aged man dressed as a butler walked in. He glanced at the human beside him contemptuously and said arrogantly to Mercury, "Ms. Mercury, Countess Bathory invites you to her castle as a guest." Mercury asked disdainfully, what qualifications does she have to invite me? If she wants to see me, tell her to come over in person. The middle-aged man was very angry. Bold, do you know who Countess Bathory is? Of course, I know, one of the first vampires, created by Dracula, the founder of the Bathory family, and one of the leaders of several European vampires. Mercury sneered, but so what? I represent the blood god, who can be more honorable than the blood god. The middle-aged man scolded, damn it, you North American pure blood, you don't understand any manners, just like savages. Mercury said contemptuously, cut off his tongue and throw him out. You. The middle-aged man was startled. Just as he was about to say something, a sword stabbed into his mouth, and with a flick, a tongue fell out. Blade put the sword into the sheath and waved, throw him out. Yes. The two guards immediately dragged the screaming middle-aged man away, and Blade turned his head and said to Mercury, this time, it's impossible not to fight. Isn't that more to your liking? Mercury sneered, inform the government to clear the surrounding area. With the character of this group of old antiques, they will do it on the night of the full moon 5 days later. The moon is dark and the wind is high, just the right time for killing vampires. Blade grinned, even after all these years, he still liked to kill vampires. Bitch, how dare you be so rude? Countess Bathory, who seemed to be only 20 years old, roared angrily. As his tongue was cut off by a silver knife, the middle-aged man couldn't heal himself and whimpered, obviously accusing Mercury. Take the third butler down for treatment. Countess Bathory waved her hand to the maid to take the middle-aged man away, then shouted to the central butler with a murderous face, call other clansmen to come and discuss, I want to destroy that Mercury. Yes, Countess. The big butler immediately dispatched the clansmen to deliver the letter. Yes, delivering the letter is called the sense of ceremony of the nobles. Of course, they will still take the plane. Mercury must be eliminated. She bought the hospital. We can't buy blood now. She not only bought the hospital but also blocked our bank. We can't even pay our wages now. Not only Mercury but also Blade. That bastard kills vampires in London every day. My youngest son just sucked the blood of an ordinary person and was killed by him. Yes, they must be destroyed. The vampires were in a rage. What Mercury did was too much, and they couldn't bear it. Seeing that the vampires were furious, Countess Bathory was overjoyed, and she said, okay, since everyone has decided to go to war, then we will send troops to destroy Mercury and get back what belongs to us. Okay, let's send troops. Vampires shouted, but some vampires frowned and said, Countess Bathory, we are not afraid of Mercury and Blade, but behind them is the Blood God. Hearing the name of Blood God, all the vampires fell silent for a moment. Although they were pedantic and conservative, they still knew that the Blood God was powerful. The video of the Manhattan battle was not difficult for them to get. What about Blood God? With so many of us, can't we beat him? Countess Bathory said, even if it doesn't work, we can use the safety of humans to blackmail him. He is far better for humans than for vampires. He is indeed better for humans than for us. Vampires were full of resentment. If the Blood God stood on vampires' side, the vampires would have ruled the world long ago. Another vampire asked, Countess Bathory, why didn't the Grand Duke Damaskinos come this time? Nominally, Grand Duke Damaskinos was the head of the European vampires. Countess Bathory was a little annoyed when she heard the words. Annoyed at Damaskinos, he advised her not to provoke the Blood God, or she would die. I want to see who can kill me. Countess Bathory said coldly, he has other things to deal with. Well, don't waste any more time. Gather pure bloods and elite mixed bloods, send them on the night of the full moon, kill Mercury and Blade, and let everything return to normal. The vampires shouted one after another, kill. In a mysterious ancient castle in Romania, a man with no hair and no eyebrows, the very weird-looking Grand Duke Damaskinos can't help but shake his head when he heard the news from his subordinates. Looks like I'm gonna miss another old friend. Father, are they not Mercury's opponents? Nyssa, the daughter of Damaskinos, asked. Mercury is just a pureblood that has lived for hundreds of years, and her strength should be far less than that of Countess Bathory. Blood God dares to send her, of course, he has full confidence in her. Damaskinos said, just wait and see. Nyssa asked worriedly, Father, what should we do? Blood God is prosperous this time, and those who oppose him will perish. Blood God is in the limelight, let's avoid it first. Damaskinos said, let all our people come back, and then close the castle, no matter who comes, don't open it. Nyssa was stunned, is my father planning to be a tortoise? Nyssa persuaded, Father, you are the leader of the European vampires, and doing this will lose the vampires' support. It's just in name. As for vampires' support, I've never cared about that. Damaskinos waved his hand and said, Nyssa, no need to say more, just do as I say. Nyssa reluctantly agreed, yes, Father. After Nyssa left, Damaskinos got up and went to the basement deep in the castle, where a genetic laboratory full of technology. Those old antiques don't even know that the times have changed. Blood God and I are both opening up new paths for the vampires. However, Blood God's path is wrong, and my path is the right one. Damaskinos sneered and asked the person in charge of the laboratory, how is the progress? The person in charge said with a wry smile, Grand Duke, we're still stuck in the original place, unable to create a perfect descendant. Damaskinos said, it should be the lack of the blood of the ancestors. If you continue to study, I will find a way to get the blood of the ancestors. Yes, Grand Duke. The person in charge nodded, and Damaskinos thought for a while, then asked, How is Chad Norma? Fear flashed in the person's eyes and replied, he swallowed more than a dozen vampires, and his power has been getting stronger. Very good, he is the key for us to deal with the blood god. Damaskinos nodded with satisfaction and said, continue to feed him more vampires, just as there has been turmoil in Europe recently. No one cares about the disappearance of vampires. Yes. The person in charge nodded, but he was a little worried in his heart. A monster that feeds on vampires is scary to think about. Hell, a group of lords sneered, the European vampires are a bunch of idiots. They took the initiative to attack Mercury. If we don't do something, they will be wiped out. They have lived too long to keep up with the times. Lucifer said, give them something so that they can escape. That's fine. After this battle, they will try their best to find Dracula. Only Dracula can save them. That's right. The Hell Lords nodded one after another and sent their followers, who worshipped the demons, on Earth, to bring gifts to the elders of vampires. Speaking of which, it was rare for the Hell Lords to be so generous. At the same time, Mephisto was also contacting his collaborator, Harry Osborn, the son of the old Green Goblin Norman Osborn. Harry shouted at the glowing statue of Mephisto with a ghastly face, Mephisto, when will I get my revenge? I've been waiting for 2 years. Although he was in Europe, Harry never forgot his deep blood feud. Blood God not only swallowed the Oscorp but also killed his father Norman. If he didn't take any revenge, he is not the son of Norman. You can get your revenge in no time. The statue of Mephisto said his plan, and then said, the only one who can kill the blood god is Dracula. You have to help the vampires to find Dracula. Dracula? Isn't there a way to take revenge myself? Harry asked unwillingly. Mephisto smiled and said, do you know how strong the blood god is? In the whole earth, except Ancient One, no one is his opponent. He is already invincible in the world. Fuck. Harry gritted his teeth, and said, how can I help the vampires? Although I have injected a human body strengthening agent, that little strength is nothing in front of them. Norman had a subordinate named Nels. In the beginning, when Norman was defeated, Nels fled ahead of time and was never caught by the blood god. The formula in Kingpin's hand came from him. Later, with the help of Mephisto, Nels came to Europe and became Harry's butler. This is the reason why Harry has human strengthening potions in his hands. He has the lizard serum and the gliders. Body-enhancing potions are outdated, and now the popular thing is to transform into spiders. Mephisto said with a smile, this is the inspiration that Dr. Lizard gave me, but unfortunately he was taken away by the blood god, otherwise I will be able to get along with him. Mephisto was the next collaborator that Dr. Lizard was looking for. Unfortunately, before the two met, Dr. Lizard was caught by the blood god. Harry was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, I can give everything for revenge, what should I do? It's very simple, lure Spider-Man to Europe, and then, get his blood. Mephisto said, with the blood of Spider-Man, I can use magic to turn you into the Spider King of Hell. Wait, magic. Harry was stunned, he was just talking about science, right? I am a Hell Lord, what science do I know? Mephisto said angrily, don't worry, the effect of magic will never be worse than science, but unfortunately you are not suitable to be a Ghost Rider, otherwise it will be easy. Harry asked, magic is magic, but how do I get Spider-Man to Europe? I don't know him. Mephisto said, you know him, your childhood friend, Peter Parker. Peter is Spider-Man. Harry was stunned, the little idiot who was beaten and didn't know how to fight back was Spider-Man? This is too unbelievable. Yes, he's Spider-Man, get his blood as soon as possible, we don't have much time. After that, Mephisto went offline, and the light of the statue quickly dissipated. Peter Parker. There was a flicker of hesitation in Harry's eyes, but it was immediately overshadowed by hatred. For revenge, he would do anything, including sacrificing his friends. Besides, I just want a little blood from him. That night, Peter Parker received an invitation from his childhood friend and jumped to the ceiling excitedly. He thought about it, called Gwen, and invited her to travel to Europe together. Great, I happen to be free during this time. Gwen agreed immediately. Peter was overjoyed, and he could finally enjoy the world with just the two of them. In New York, with Mayor George watching, he didn't dare to do much. Late at night, James called Bert, blood god. Someone sent a demon amulet to the elders of European vampires. Bert asked, demon amulet? Yes, a demon amulet with the ability to teleport demons. James nodded and said, most of the elder vampires received it. Blood god, do you need me to bring one back for you to study? No, it's easy to startle snakes. Bert thought for a while, then shook his head and said, let those vampires advance and retreat together with the European vampires tomorrow. James nodded and said, yes, blood god. On the night of the full moon, Mercury evacuated the surrounding humans in advance, with Blade, 10 guards, and dozens of elite vampires waiting quietly on the street. Blade did not mobilize the people from the vampire police station to come. On the one hand, it was unnecessary, and on the other hand, he was worried that the vampires would attack the police station. At the same time, Bert, who was in Brazil, watched the situation through a holographic projection to avoid any accident. Without letting Mercury and the others wait too long, the sky suddenly turned bloody, and then, a group of vampires drove all kinds of vehicles, galloping towards there aggressively. Mercury sneered, come on, it seems that there are a lot of people. Everyone looked contemptuous, not a single one of them was afraid. Blade looked at the blood-colored sky and asked, what's the situation? This is Bathory's blood-colored cloak, which can cover the sky and form a blood-colored field. In this field, the strength of the vampire she designated will be improved to a certain extent. Mercury introduced, several famous first-generation vampires all have treasures. It is said that Dracula found someone to help them refine them. Blade asked in surprise, cover the sky, can it be used during the day? Mercury said, yes, but the consumption is so great that Countess Bathory can only hold it for a few minutes. That's it. Blade thought for a while, and then asked, are all the treasures of the vampire clans named after the owner? Mostly, like the necklace in Blood God's hands, Vlad's blood chain. Mercury nodded, and she said, this is the tradition of the vampires. Blade was stunned, the necklace of the Blood God. Mercury said, it's the necklace on the Blood God's neck. Blade said with contempt, it's really ugly, but fortunately I'm not from the vampire clan, otherwise wouldn't my sword be called Blade's sword? Mercury nodded, it should be the sword of the sunglasses. After all, the sunglasses are your body, and Blade is just the frame. Blade was speechless. At this time, the convoy stopped dozens of meters in front of Mercury and the others. Then, hundreds of fully armed vampires like special forces walked down from the convoy and looked at Mercury and the others with murderous intent. Countess Bathory was the only one wearing a gorgeous dress. Seeing that there were only so many people with Mercury, she said disdainfully, Mercury, you surrender now. For the sake of being pure blood, I can spare your life. I want to kill you all directly, but Blood God said that I must convince people with virtue, first with courtesy and then soldiers. Mercury said, I will give you one last chance to surrender, otherwise, this will be the last full moon you will see. Joke, do you think you are the Blood God? We have 10 times more people than you, and each of them is elite. Stubborn, if that's the case, go to hell. Mercury sneered, raised her hand, and 4 ultraviolet headlights lit up around her, illuminating the surrounding purple. Although the vampires suffered a bit, none of them died. Countess Bathory laughed, do you think we didn't guard against this trick? All our clothes are UV-proof. That's right. The vampires laughed, and they were fully armed, even wearing sunglasses, just to protect against UV rays. They are pedantic, but they are not stupid. Mercury looked at Countess Bathory and asked, you bought your mask from the Blood God group, right? How much did it cost? Countess Bathory was a little embarrassed, and she snorted coldly, after today, the European vampires will have a lot of UV protection masks. It's too early to dream, and I hope your clothes are bulletproof. Mercury smiled disdainfully, and 20 unmanned battle armors flew out of the surrounding buildings, each with 2 Gatling guns on it. Immediately afterward, 40 Gatling machine guns were activated at the same time, shooting at the vampires with a dense array of bullets, and half the street was covered, like a rain of bullets. These bullets, all silver-plated, were extremely lethal, and in an instant, dozens of vampires were smashed into tatters and turned into ashes. The remaining vampires hurriedly hid under the car and nearby buildings. The bullets were too dense, like a metal storm, and even elite vampires could not resist. So many unmanned armors. Only Countess Bathory didn't hide. She waved her rapier to block the bullets, and in a panic, she ordered through the Bluetooth headset, Carrie, come in quickly. Okay, Countess. Carrie immediately rushed into the blood world with 10 armed helicopters, and then fired fiercely at the unmanned combat armor with the airborne machine gun. These helicopters were outside before, and the reason why Mercury and the others didn't notice it was because of the cover of the blood-colored cloak. The unmanned armor's attack was interrupted by the helicopters, and the vampires took the opportunity to rush over, counter-attacked with rifles and bazookas, and the war officially broke out. Armed helicopter? It seems that the European vampire's head is not completely rigid. Unfortunately, your weapons are too backward. Mercury smiled disdainfully, pressed the button, and hundreds of spinning knives flew out from the surrounding buildings, attacking the vampires with a fierce spinning sound. These rotating flying knives have been upgraded and possessed extremely high intelligence. They are like living creatures. The vampires could hide from one, but couldn't hide from a group, and died tragically one after another. At the same time, 5 unmanned battle armors flew into the sky and launched missiles at the helicopters. Bang, 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 bang. All 5 helicopters were shot, fell to the ground with black smoke, and then exploded. No, our weapons and technology are far inferior to theirs. Countess Bathory gritted her teeth, held a magic rapier, and rushed toward Mercury like a phantom. It was obvious that she wanted to capture the head first. Frog at the bottom of the well, I'll let you know now how big the gap between you and us is. Mercury smiled disdainfully and greeted her with a katana. The next moment, the two met. The magic rapier and the katana collided one after another in the air at an astonishing speed. In just a few seconds, they clashed dozens of times. Isn't she just over 100 years old? She's as fast as me. Failing to take down the opponent, Countess Bathory was extremely shocked. She gritted her teeth and used a secret technique to divide her body into 10 and attacked Mercury from different directions. Mercury was not afraid. She blocked all the attacks of Countess Bathory. Countess Bathory returned without success, and her body became one. Mercury seized the opportunity and slashed at Countess Bathory's neck with her sword. She's not as fast as me, she's faster than me. Countess Bathory was shocked and hurriedly retreated. Mercury immediately chased after her. By the way, didn't I come to fight the boss? Blade sighed, pulled out the silver sword and the vibranium sword, and shouted, kill these vampires. Kill. The 10 guards and a group of elites did not talk nonsense and directly followed Blade into the battlefield. In just one round, more than a dozen vampires died in their hands. How can they be so strong? The European vampires were shocked. They could understand that Blade was strong. Why were the top 10 guards and ordinary elites so strong? The strength of the Blood God's subordinates is a full notch higher than their European vampires. Blood God has spent an unknown amount of money on us. Of course, we are better than you. The elites sneered and besieged the vampires with the unmanned battle armors and the spinning flying knives. Fuck. Seeing that the situation was one-sided, Countess Bathory was anxious. She knew that she could not delay any longer, otherwise, it would be useless even if she killed Mercury. The problem is that Mercury is too strong, let alone Countess Bathory. It is difficult to even protect herself. At this moment, with a bang, Countess Bathory's magic rapier was cut off by the Mercury katana. You know, my sword is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Mercury smiled disdainfully and slashed toward Countess Bathory with the sword incessantly. With no weapon, Countess Bathory became more unmatched and was almost slashed by Mercury several times. Little devil, don't be arrogant, I am the first generation of vampires. Countess Bathory was extremely angry, and a large number of blood arrows burst out from her whole body and shot the Mercury intensively. This is her trump card. Although every time she uses it, it will hurt her vitality, no opponent has ever been able to stop her move. Is that so? Mercury smiled disdainfully, opened her mouth wide, and a huge flame spurted out of her mouth, instantly vaporizing all the blood arrows. Not only that, but the rest of the flame slammed into Countess Bathory. Countess Bathory was burned and screamed. Taking this opportunity, Mercury's katana was cut out like cold lightning and instantly slashed Countess Bathory across the neck. Countess Bathory turned to ashes, and she shouted in disbelief. Why? Why are you so strong? Because I drink dragon blood for breakfast every day, old fossil, times have changed. Mercury said lightly. Bert is not a stingy person, and he distributed a lot of dragon blood to other vampires. Not only her but Blade's strength has also improved a lot. Flame? This crazy woman was injected with the extremis virus. When Blade saw the flames, he smacked his tongue. At this moment, Bert's 10 guards suddenly opened their mouths and breathed fire at the same time, setting a building and the vampires on fire. A bunch of lunatics. Blade couldn't help cursing. It seems that he has to work hard to improve his strength. A vampire hunter can't be weaker than other vampires. I'm not reconciled. With a last desperate roar, Countess Bathory was completely wiped out. Then, the blood in the sky disappeared, and a blood-colored cloak flew down from the sky and draped over Mercury. Mercury stood on the roof and laughed. From now on, this is Mercury's blood-colored cloak. A group of vampire elites shouted in unison, "The president is mighty? Congratulations to the president." Countess Bathory was killed by Mercury. The European vampires were in turmoil. That was Countess Bathory. The first generation of vampire was beheaded by Mercury, a vampire who was only over 100 years old. Moreover, she was beheaded in a short time, and Countess Bathory couldn't even escape. This is too amazing, right? Escape. No idea who shouted. All the vampires fled around like headless flies. Seeing this, Mercury immediately led the crowd to hunt down the vampires, and a large number of vampires were turned to ashes in the bullets. At this moment, a black light suddenly lit up on some elders of the European vampires and then disappeared. Mercury said angrily, "Demon teleportation? What is James doing? Why didn't he detect the information of the demons in advance?" Blade said, "Only the elders escaped, which means that only the elder vampires know about this matter. It's normal that James didn't detect it. Fuck." Mercury cursed and shouted, "Kill them all, leave none of them." Yes. Everyone agreed in unison, and the vampires were so frightened that their guts were torn apart. One of the patriarchs knelt and shouted in shock, "I surrender. I am willing to give all the family wealth to the Blood God, and abide by the rules of the Blood God. We surrender too." The other vampires also knelt one after another, and everyone turned to look at Mercury, waiting for her decision. Mercury hesitated. She looked at Blade. Blade shrugged, and said, "You decide, although I think they are worthless. I only need half the captives." Mercury said in a cold voice. The vampires were stunned, and a moment later, a civil war broke out, and European vampires fought each other fiercely, ignoring that they were comrades before. "It's ugly." Blade was very disdainful. He said, "I thought you would kill them all." Mercury said, "I thought about it, but this time a huge amount of money has been used, and I need to make up for the loss. These people can help us swallow the wealth of the European vampire clans." Blade said, "That's true. Let me state in advance, I will keep an eye on these people. If they break the law, I will not show mercy." Mercury said, "No need to show mercy, all are treated equally." "That's good." Blade nodded. He thought of something, and asked, "Grand Duke Damaskinos didn't send anyone to participate in this battle, what are we going to do with him?" Mercury said, "Blood God will deal with him personally." Blade said, "Then he is really unfortunate." It didn't take long for the vampires' civil war to end, and the victors fell to their knees, offering their fortunes and allegiance to Mercury. European vampire clans, basically finished. Mercury won a big victory. "Very well, Mercury did not disappoint me." Bert nodded with satisfaction. "Now, let's see what the devils want to do. Mercury alone is so terrifying, isn't the Blood God even more terrifying? What should we do?" The vampire executives who escaped gathered together and shouted in panic. A family owner suggested, let's go to Grand Duke Damaskinos for justice. Looking for him? He's a coward. Even his castle is closed. Another owner sneered, I guess he's scared of the blood god. No way. All the vampires were stunned, even Grand Duke Damaskinos was frightened like that. So what should they do? Why don't we surrender? Blood god doesn't necessarily mean to kill us, but we are not allowed to drink living blood in the future. An elder couldn't help but said, actually, the blood of hope is very drinkable. Huh. All the vampires looked at him, and said coldly, have you ever drank the blood of hope? Don't get me wrong. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, I was just curious, I'm not a spy. Better not? All the vampires snorted coldly, and a patriarch said, what kind of vampires are we if we can't suck the blood of living people? If you want to surrender, you do. I will never surrender. Us European vampires are orthodox. Many vampires nodded, and some said, if we don't surrender, we can only flee to other continents. All the vampires were silent, and they were unwilling to flee like this. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, there is another way, that is, kill the blood god. All the vampires were stunned for a moment, turned their heads in the direction of the voice, and saw a handsome young man striding in this direction. A vampire shouted, who are you and how do you know we're here? I am the representative of the Lord of Hell. Harry Osborn said, as for why I'm here, of course, it's because of the teleportation amulet given to you by the Lords of Hell. A vampire snorted coldly, I knew the devil was not so kind, what do you want to do with us? Don't make it so harsh, the Lords have the same wish as you, that is, kill the blood god. Harry said, that's why the Lords sent you the teleportation amulet. Vampires looked at each other, and one vampire asked, how to kill the blood god? We can't even fight Mercury. You can't fight, but someone can, that's your ancestor, Dracula. Harry said, as long as you find him, you can easily kill the blood god. Dracula. The eyes of all the vampires lit up, this is indeed a good method. One vampire frowned and asked, the problem is, we don't know where Dracula is. Harry said, he is your ancestor, you might have some clues, right? There are some clues. Vampires nodded, and a clan head said, according to rumors, Dracula should be sleeping in some ancient tomb. Harry smiled and said, it's enough to have clues, the Lord of Hell will help you find Dracula as soon as possible. Vampires gritted their teeth and said, okay, let's go find Dracula, let him do justice, and kill that damn blood god. Very good. Harry nodded with satisfaction, and the next step was to deal with the blood god. Harry looked up at the sky and thought to himself, my strength is far from enough. Fortunately, Peter is coming to Europe soon. After listening to James' report, Bert sneered, that is to say, those devils want to use Dracula to kill me? It's not creative. James said worriedly, blood god, Dracula is a great threat to you. Bert asked, why do you all think Dracula can kill me, am I so weak? James reminded, blood god, your blood comes from Dracula. Dracula's blood is only part of my power. Bert said lightly, I have other powers in me. Besides, my blood is my blood, not Dracula's blood. After a pause, Bert said, don't talk about this, let that patriarch continues to be an undercover agent. If Dracula is born, I want to know as soon as possible. Yes, blood god. James nodded, and he went on to report, blood god, during this time, Grand Duke Damaskinos has been secretly catching vampires. Secretly arresting vampires? It should be to improve the strength of the Reapers. That's good. It can be handy. Bert's eyes flickered slightly, and he said to James, I see, James, next, I will let Mercury send people to hunt down those escaped vampires, and the demons will definitely send reinforcements to keep them. At that time, you track down those reinforcements, find out the forces behind them, and then, when the net is closed, catch them all. James nodded and said, blood god, I will investigate everything. Very good. Bert nodded and ended the call. Then, he called Mercury and explained his arrangement again. I see. No wonder James didn't inform me about the demon amulet in advance. Mercury suddenly realized, she said, blood god, I know what to do. Next, I will pretend to hunt them down so that they can find Dracula. It's not pretending, you have to send people to hunt them down with all your strength. Only in this way can the power of the demons be forced out. Bert said, you don't have to worry about anything, the demons are not that weak, they will keep those vampires. To avoid too much loss for our people, you put a bounty on the black market, and ask the mercenaries to help, anyway, they want money, not life. Mercury nodded, understood. In addition to chasing down the fugitives, you and Blade have to spread the new order to Europe as quickly as possible. Bert ordered, this is very important. Once it is completed, Europe will be included in our sphere of influence. I know. Mercury said, with the cooperation of those vampire clans who surrendered, it will be completed soon. Very good. Bert thought of something and said, by the way, let the 10 guards go to Romania to wait for me, and I will go deal with Damaskinos. Summoning the 10 guards is not to let them fight, but to put on a show. The dignified blood god can't go alone, although he alone is enough to slaughter the Grand Duke. Mercury said, blood god, Blade, and I can do this for you. I have to exercise once in a while. Bert said, in addition, I am very interested in the genetic research of the Grand Duke. So there is no need to say more, you just do it. Yes, blood god. Mercury nodded. She thought of one thing and said, by the way, blood god, excluding losses, this time we can at least earn. Tell me when the statistics are over. For me now, money is just a number. Bert said indifferently. Since he became the richest man on Earth, he has not been so keen on money. Anyway, he will never use it up in this life. Making money now is just a habit. Okay. Mercury didn't say much and ended the holographic projection. She has a lot of things to do. Late at night, in Romania, at Grand Duke Damaskino's castle, Nyssa stood on the tower, looking at the bright moon, and couldn't help sighing. Nyssa knew that the blood god was strong, but she didn't expect that even the blood god's subordinates were so strong. The European vampires were as weak as a child in front of them. Nyssa doesn't care about European vampires, but if the nest is overwhelmed, how can there be any eggs? European vampires were defeated. Can the Grand Duke survive alone? At this moment, a guard rushed over and told Nyssa, "Your Highness, a private plane has landed nearby." According to the comparison, it seems to be the private plane of the blood god. What? The blood god's private jet? Did blood god come in person? Or did his subordinates come to make trouble? Nyssa was shocked, and she hurriedly said, "Everyone, raise the alert, I will notify father immediately." "It's not necessary, I'm here, whether you raise your guard or not, it's the same." At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the castle. Nyssa turned her head and saw an evil-looking young man walking slowly from a distance leading 10 sturdy men. Although the young man looked no different from an ordinary human on the surface, as he advanced, Nyssa felt that he was getting bigger and bigger, almost as high as the sky, making her almost breathless. Even Nyssa was like this, let alone the other vampires, who collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Bert waved his hand, and the castle gate burst open with a bang. Then, with a gesture of his hand, Nyssa flew down and landed beside him. Nyssa was horrified. Blood god's power was completely beyond her imagination, and she was afraid that all the vampires in the castle would not be enough for him to fight with one hand. Nyssa reluctantly stopped and asked angrily, "Blood god, we didn't offend you, why do you want to kill us all?" "I only want to kill Grand Duke Damaskinos. As for you, I won't kill you," Bert said with a smile. Having said that, Nyssa is indeed the heroine of Blade 2, she is really beautiful. However, in this world, Blade is not so lucky. After all, the heroine of the first part is not dead yet. Bert secretly complained, "By the way, does Blade have the ability to keep a woman alive? Both movies' heroines died." Nyssa gritted her teeth, "I will not betray my father." "No, you will." Bert smiled slightly and walked into the castle with Nyssa in his arms. Everywhere he passed, all the guards fell to their knees, as if welcoming their god. This is not a spell, purely because these vampires can't bear Bert's aura. For them, Bert is a higher level creature than them. Blood god is getting stronger. The 10 guards were amazed. The current blood god looked like a god. At the main hall, Grand Duke Damaskinos hurriedly rushed out with a group of vampires. When he saw Bert, who was holding Nyssa in his arms, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Blood god, what do you mean by this? I have already given in. You still want to kill us all? Not bad. You know that I pay attention to reputation, and you want to use morality to oppress me." Bert smiled and said, "Since you want a reason, then I'll give you a reason, come out." Hearing Bert's order, a Chinese vampire came out from behind Grand Duke and saluted Bert, "Blood god." Damaskinos' face changed and shouted, "Han Bing, you are the undercover agent of the blood god." Han Bing did not deny it. He smiled and said, "Yes, under the orders of the blood god and my cousin Snowman." Han Bing was Snowman's cousin, and Bert arranged for him to be under the command of Grand Duke Damaskinos more than a year ago to monitor him. Since Bert knew the plot of Blade 2, how could he ignore Damaskinos? Han Bing is the subordinate of the blood god. Nyssa, who was leaning against Bert's arms, looked shocked. It seemed that blood god had started plotting against her father a long time ago. Traitor. Damaskinos looked quite ugly, and he winked behind him, and several vampires rushed toward Han Bing at the same time. "Kill them?" Bert waved his hand, and 3 of the 10 guards rushed out. With just a few moves, they beheaded all the so-called vampires under Grand Duke Damaskinos. Bert said lightly, "Grand Duke Damaskinos, you sent someone to secretly capture vampires. I discovered this by accident, so I came to the door to ask about the crime. Are you satisfied with this reason?" Nyssa shouted, "How could my father secretly capture vampires? Blood god, you are slandering." "I never slander, be good, and keep watching. It won't take long for you to know that your father is completely different from what you imagined." Bert smiled slightly. Damaskinos knew that he was not the opponent of blood god, so he turned and ran away. "It's not over yet, Grand Duke, where do you want to go?" Bert grabbed the air, and directly pulled the Grand Duke back. Then, the nails on his fingers turned into a bloody light and flew into the Grand Duke. Damaskinos immediately felt most of his strength has disappeared. Damaskinos gritted his teeth and knelt on one knee, and said to Bert, "Blood god, I surrender." Nyssa shouted in shock, "Father, no hurry." Bert smiled and asked "Han Bing, where is the research room?" Han Bing said, "It's underground, but I haven't gone in. This old guy is very cautious. I only know the location." Damaskinos' complexion changed dramatically. "Blood god knew about the laboratory? How is that possible? I didn't even tell my daughter." Nyssa asked in confusion, "What laboratory?" Bert smiled and said, "You will know when you go. Han Bing, lead the way. You too, take Grand Duke with you." "Blood god, this way?" Han Bing immediately stepped forward to lead the way, and the group quickly came to the door of the underground research room. Bert said to the Grand Duke, "You don't need me to open the door, do you?" Nyssa couldn't help asking, Father, what exactly is this place? Damaskinos ignored Nissa. He hesitated, and put his palm on the door. The door opened with a bang, and an advanced genetic research laboratory appeared in front of everyone. Grand Duke. The person in charge of the laboratory was just about to come to greet the Grand Duke, but when he saw Bert and others, he was stunned for a moment. What's the situation? Bert smiled and said, don't worry, you are a talent, I will keep you, and the same goes for the other people in this lab. The person in charge breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words, and immediately said, I'd be happy to work for you, Blood God. Damaskinos looked at the person in charge with cold eyes, and the person in charge was embarrassed and didn't dare to look at him. Bert asked, what is your research laboratory doing? The person in charge hesitated for a while and replied, we're researching the perfect vampire, who is not afraid of the sun, not afraid of garlic, and not afraid of silver products. Perfect vampire. Bert said, Grand Duke, you have a great idea. Of course, I have, Blood God, your path to peaceful coexistence with humans is wrong. Damaskinos said, when humans have enough strength, they will find a way to destroy us. We must act first and turn them all into food. Bert asked with great interest, how to change? Don't you know the strength of human beings? As long as the perfect vampire is successfully researched, none of this is a problem. Damaskinos said, the high-level human beings are extremely greedy, and they will be happy to become immortal, a perfect vampire with no weaknesses. With their help, turning humans into food couldn't be easier. Blood God, this is the correct path for the vampire. So that's what you thought. Bert laughed dumbly. Damaskinos' thinking was a bit similar to his, but their goals were completely different. He shook his head and said, it's boring. His lifelong belief was despised by him, and Damaskinos was furious. He shouted, Blood God, what are you talking about? I am saving the vampires. If I don't do this, the vampires will be destroyed by human hands. There are many villains who want to destroy human beings, but they have never succeeded. If you do this, the only result is to be destroyed by human beings. Bert said, the future of the vampire is under my control. Not only will they not be destroyed, but they will become stronger. Blood God, you are wrong, I am right. Damaskinos roared, and the next moment, the door of the research room slammed shut. Immediately afterward, the screen on the wall of the research room showed a picture of a secret laboratory. A middle-aged man with no hair and eyebrows, who looked somewhat similar to Damaskinos, was sitting on the ground with a dull face, covered in blood, gnawing on vampires. Seeing this middle-aged man who was eating vampires, all the other vampires except Bert felt a chill in their hearts, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. The person in charge hurriedly shouted, Blood God, this is a failed experiment. We call him the Reaper. He can devour and infect vampires. Swallow and infect vampires. Everyone was stunned, and Damaskinos shouted, yes, he is the nemesis of all vampires. If he can devour enough vampires, even you, Blood God, is not his opponent. Damaskinos felt a great hatred in his heart, but unfortunately, Blood God came too early. Bert asked, if that is to say, he is not my opponent now, then what are you doing with so many things? He is indeed not your opponent now. Grand Duke did not deny it, he said, but he is full of viruses. As long as he explodes, the virus will spread throughout the laboratory. Even you, Blood God, if you are eroded by the virus, it will not end well. The people in the research room changed their expressions when they heard the words, but Hanbing and the top 10 guards sneered. Hanbing even complained, that's it. With the strength of the Blood God, how could he be threatened by this means? That is the invincible Blood God. Bert looked at the Reaper in the surveillance camera with great interest and asked, will he listen to you like that? Of course, I put an electronic chip in his head. Damaskinos said, he will do whatever I ask him to do, otherwise why would I keep him? It turned out to be my fault. Bert was speechless. Since he used the electronic biological brain to control the war abomination, others have imitated this idea wildly, the military has imitated it, and Dr. Lizard has imitated it. This is why the Black Spider will listen to Pierce's orders, and now it is the turn of Grand Duke Damaskinos. At this time, Damaskinos added, don't think about killing me to stop all this, even if I die, I can still control the Reaper's explosion. Yes. Hearing the words of Damaskinos, Bert smiled slightly and asked with great interest, the one in the general control room is your clone. Damaskinos' expression changed slightly and asked, how did you find out? That's my father's treasure, clone puppet of Damaskinos. Nissa looked at Damaskinos with a complicated look and took the initiative to say that she couldn't understand why her father hid everything from her. It looks like there will be an extra trophy tonight. Bert's eyes lit up, he was always interested in avatars. Blood God, you can't stop the Reaper virus. Damaskinos shouted, even if you can stop it, your men can't stop it. Old guy, don't provoke discord. With Blood God here, we won't suffer any harm at all. Hanbing said disdainfully, and the other guards nodded. Bert asked, Damaskinos, your daughter is also in this research room. What's the problem? I know you won't let us father and daughter go. Damaskinos said to Nissa, Nissa, today we, father and daughter, will live and die together. Nissa was greatly moved. Father. Wow, I was so moved by what you said. Bert said mockingly, Damaskinos, if you care so much about your children, why did you use your son as an experiment? What? Nissa was shocked, and then shook her head, that is impossible. My father is not that kind of person, and I have no brothers at all. Bert pointed at the screen and sneered, that Reaper is the elder brother you have never met, Damaskinos, am I right? Damaskinos looked at Bert in disbelief and asked, Blood God, how did you know about this? Because I'm the Blood God. Bert smiled, and Nissa angrily asked Damaskinos, Father, how can you do this? Damaskinos shouted, why not? Everything I do is for the sake of vampires. What a high-sounding excuse. I've seen people like you a lot, you keep saying everything is for the sake of the country, for the race, and in fact, it's all for yourself. Bert sneered, the last person who said this in front of me was General Ross. Do you know what happened to him? Life imprisonment for treason. Damaskinos roared, Blood God, stop talking nonsense, let me go, or we will die together. Today, I will let you know what despair is. Bert raised his hand, and the Reaper in the secret laboratory disappeared directly. He was taken into the mirror space. That's right, in the mirror space, Bert can do it too. Seeing the Reaper suddenly disappear, Damaskinos was shocked, and he asked in a rage, Blood God, what did you do? You don't even know what I did, how dare you threaten me? Bert looked disdainful, and his figure suddenly disappeared. The next second, he reappeared along with the clone of Damaskinos. The intellect of this clone is quite ordinary. To be honest, I am very disappointed. Bert squeezed the clone's head with a big hand, the clone screamed and disappeared into blood, leaving only a blood-colored puppet in its place. You are so powerful. Damaskinos was completely shocked. He knew that the Blood God was very strong, but he never thought that the Blood God would be so strong, that he had no power to resist him. Blood God, let me go, I can surrender to you, yes, I can dedicate Nissa to you, she is my best daughter, excellent in every aspect. Damaskinos knelt and begged in a low voice, he did not want to die, he had lived for countless years, and he would continue to live. Father. Nissa was extremely disappointed. Was this the father she had adored since she was a child? To survive, he sacrificed his daughter to the Blood God. Damaskinos asked angrily, do you want to watch me die? In desperate, Nissa knelt to Bert and said, Blood God, I am willing to trade myself for my father's life. Father, from now on, I will no longer be your daughter. Bert smiled and said, a ruthless father has raised a loving and righteous daughter. Blood God, let me go. Damaskinos shouted, I can tell you a critical piece of information. I know what you want to say. Bert glanced at Damaskinos, then turned to Nissa and said, I like filial children. Since that's the case, I will give Damaskinos a chance. Damaskinos was overjoyed, thank you Blood God. Nissa smiled bitterly, thank you Blood God, I will be yours from now on. Don't rush to thank you, it's just an opportunity. Bert waved his hand gently, and Damaskinos disappeared. Nissa was stunned, Blood God, where is my father? Here. Bert swiped his hand, and the situation in the mirror space appeared in everyone's sight. The great Duke Damaskinos and the Reaper were standing face to face. Reaper Ched Norma grinned and said to Damaskinos with a smile, Father, I dreamed of this day, and today, I finally got my wish. Damaskinos exclaimed, how could this be? Why did you regain your senses? Of course, I helped him recover. Bert said, I will give you a chance, as long as you can leave this space alive, I will let you go. Damaskinos shouted in rage, no, Blood God, you can't do this. Bert sneered, I'm sorry, I can, maybe, you can try to empathize with the Reaper with the emotion of father and son. Han Bing and the others laughed, and Nissa frowned, Blood God. You have nothing to do with him. From now on, you are mine. Bert said without doubt, as for the Damaskinos, leave it to your brother. Nissa was silent and then sighed. Father, accept your son's gift. Reaper smiled grimly and rushed towards Damaskinos, who growled, do you think I will lose to you? I am the first generation of vampire. The battle between the father and son broke out in an instant. Damaskinos was not as old as he appeared to be, and he fought with Reaper. Reaper was very angry about it and attacked desperately. I said earlier, you were playing with fire. Looking at the battle in the mirror space, the person in charge sighed. If Damaskinos hadn't fed so many vampires to the Reaper, he would have easily passed this level. While watching the battle, Bert asked the person in charge, how far has the study of the perfect vampire reached? About half of it. Now it's stuck at a level and can't break through. The person in charge said, Grand Duke said that the blood of the ancestors is needed. The blood of the ancestors. Bert's eyes flashed and said, collect all the information and prepare to transfer. I have arranged a new laboratory for you in the Oscorp. I am also researching the perfect vampires. The difference is that I am a regular researcher. So, unlike you, it is legal. The person in charge was a little embarrassed. He asked curiously, Blood God, how far have you researched? Bert said, let Dr. Connors tell you. Dr. Connors, who developed the lizard serum. The person in charge was a little shocked, and he said excitedly, working with him, I will be able to break through the level and create a perfect vampire. You will see him in a moment. Bert nodded and ordered, let's clean up, Han Bing, help. Okay. Han Bing and the others nodded. The person in charge asked in surprise, in a moment? Dr. Connors is also in Europe. Bert didn't answer and concentrated on watching the battle in the mirror space. It didn't take long for Damaskinos and Reaper to decide the winner. Perish together. Father, let's die together. Reaper, who bit the neck of Damaskinos, laughed. Damaskinos covered the blood-spurting wound and fell in disbelief. Virus infection. How could I die here? I have to create the perfect vampire. I have to surpass Dracula. I have to conquer the world. With endless unwillingness, Damaskinos closed his eyes forever, and Reaper's laughter stopped abruptly, declaring his death. Nissa couldn't help falling into Bert's arms and began to cry. Bert hugged her and threw out dragon fire, which burned Damaskinos and Reaper to ashes. After all, Nissa was not an ordinary woman, and she quickly returned to normal. She left Bert's embrace, wiped away her tears, and saluted with determination. Grand Duke Nissa greets Blood God. Very well, you stay in Europe to help Mercury. Bert nodded with satisfaction. Nissa's ability is very good. If there is no problem with loyalty, she will be in charge of the European branch of the vampire in the future. In the future, not now, there must be a few years of inspection period. This position Bert was originally reserved for Lilith, but Lilith did not want to be the president, and she cared too much about Dracula. Bert was a little worried. It's not that Bert has not investigated Lilith's information, but if there is no problem, Mercury would not have recommended her to him. There are only too few talents in the vampires who can stand on their own. Bert shook his head. Long life had corrupted many vampires. After a while, the research room was cleaned up, and Bert drew a circle with one hand and opened a portal to the Oscorp. The person in charge's eyes almost fell. This is unscientific. This is quantum teleportation technology. Unscientific? Quantum mechanics? Go in. Dr. Connors is waiting for you. Bert smiled. The person in charge smiled awkwardly, and couldn't wait to go to the Oscorp. With the experimental results of Damaskinos, the progress of the perfect vampire will be greatly improved. Bert thought to himself. Most of the reason he came here this time was for these research results, and the other half was for Nissa. European vampires are done, and the rest is the chase. Blood God came to Romania in person, and the news of the killing of Damaskinos quickly spread throughout Europe. Vampires were trembling with fear. Countless vampires ran to the vampire police station overnight to line up for registration, lest they would be killed by the Blood God if they were too late. Those fleeing vampires were also frightened, but instead of giving up looking for Dracula, they were more active, because they only had this road left to go, and Blood God would not let them go. Of course, Blood God would not let these fugitives go. He kept sending people to hunt them down, including vampires and human mercenaries. In just a few days, half of the fugitives died. This is all thanks to the help of the Hell Lords, otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Hell Lords rushed to send more reinforcements. These fugitives could not die until Dracula was found. Harry also tried his best to hire mercenaries directly with Norman's heritage to protect the fugitives. However, the effect was not good. After all, his money was completely incomparable with that of Blood God. I must become the Spider King of Hell as soon as possible, otherwise, I can't keep these vampires at all. Damn, where is Dracula? After looking for several places in a row, he's not there at all. Harry gritted his teeth secretly. At this time, his butler Nels came over and reminded him, Master, don't forget about Peter Parker's flight tomorrow morning. How could I forget? He is my only friend. Harry laughed and said. The next morning, he drove his sports car to pick up Peter in person. The two of them were a little awkward at first. After all, they hadn't seen each other for many years, but they were always good friends. In just a few words, they found past feelings. Harry looked at Gwen and smiled at Peter. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that you, a nerd, could have such a good girlfriend. Also, you would never have guessed that her father was the mayor. Peter said smugly. Gwen said angrily, aren't you afraid of him the most? Now you're showing him off. Peter was a little embarrassed. He hurriedly changed the subject and said to Harry, Harry, thank you for inviting me to Europe. You are very welcome. Harry said, by the way, I heard that you are working at the Oscorp now. Yes, as an assistant researcher. Peter smiled and said, Harry, you don't have to worry about Oscorp. Mr. Wong has developed it to a great extent. Uncle Norman will be very happy. Harry's face twitched, and he said stiffly, that's good. Gwen noticed Harry's gaffe, but didn't take it to heart. Oscorp was Harry's family business after all. Harry quickly returned to normal and said with a smile, let's go back and talk about it. I bought a big house in London and I'll show you around. Peter said happily, okay, let me see if your taste has changed, right? Do you still like teddy bears the most? That's my 5-year-old hobby, okay. Harry said speechlessly, and soon, the group got into Harry's sports car and headed to Harry's big house. Seeing Peter suddenly stop, Harry was startled and asked casually, Gwen seems to want to study in London. Harry's question distracted Peter. He sighed and said, yes, there is a university in London that can provide her with a full scholarship. She wants to come here to study. Harry asked, you don't want her to come? Who wants to be separated from his girlfriend? Peter smiled wryly. He took a sip of Coke and said, although Mr. Wong said that he can help her find a university in New York, she wants to rely on herself. She has a strong personality, and she is very eager for knowledge, and even often researches. Harry asked curiously, research what? Nothing. Peter smiled awkwardly. Gwen often studied his blood and hair. Peter sometimes wondered if she was his girlfriend for the sake of researching him. Otherwise, how can a nerd become the school beauty's boyfriend? Seeing Peter drinking Coke one after another, Harry breathed a sigh of relief and said, you look a little lacking in confidence, brother. It's not that I'm low on confidence, it's that Gwen is so good, she's beautiful, she's in good shape, and more importantly, she's smart, and her academic performance is almost on par with me, not to mention she's the mayor's daughter. Peter drank Coke as if he was suffocating wine. He had buried these words in his heart for a long time, and he had long wanted to find someone to tell them. Harry said, "You're not bad, you're the superhero Spider-Man. Spider-Man who is late for appointments every day is not a bonus." Peter shook his head first, then reacted and asked in surprise, "Wait, Harry, you know I'm Spider-Man." Harry laughed without saying a word, when Peter suddenly found himself out of strength, couldn't even hold the cup, and fell to the ground with a snap. Peter collapsed on the sofa and exclaimed, "Harry, you poisoned the Coke." "Yes, a special poison that not even Spider-Man is immune to." Harry got up and took out a large needle from the drawer next to him, and said, "Peter, don't worry, I won't hurt you, I just want to draw some of your blood." "Draw my blood?" Peter instantly remembered the black spider, and hurriedly shouted, "No, Harry, no. I'm sorry, Peter, I'll make it up to you in the future." Harry didn't talk nonsense. He walked past the sofa to draw Peter's blood. Although Peter didn't have the strength, he still tried his best to resist. He didn't want another tragedy like the black spider. Harry stabbed the needle into Peter's arm. Peter cried out in despair and pain, "No. Peter, why are you giving such a big reaction? I just want to draw your blood, I'm not gonna kill you." Harry was a little speechless. Peter prayed, "Harry, no. I have a reason to do this." Harry started to draw blood while suppressing Peter. At this moment, the door was suddenly opened, and then Gwen rushed in with a large bag. "Peter, I bought you something." Gwen was about to show it off but found Harry on top of Peter. The bag in her hand fell to the ground with a snap. Harry was startled. Just as he was about to do something, Gwen shouted angrily, "You guys are in this kind of relationship? You're going too far. This kind of relationship." Harry was stunned for a moment and then realized that the posture between himself and Peter was quite indecent, especially since Peter was now weak, his eyes were blurred, his face was flushed, and his clothes were scattered. Anyone who sees this will feel that their relationship is not normal. Gwen didn't see the needle, because of the angle. Peter was also taken aback for a moment, and hurriedly said, "Gwen, listen to me. No need to explain, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You asked me to be your girlfriend to hide your sexuality, right?" Gwen said angrily, "No wonder you are so happy to come to London. It turns out that Harry is your true love. Peter, let me tell you, we are done, I'm breaking up." After finishing speaking, Gwen turned and left angrily. Peter wanted to stop her, but Harry covered his mouth. When Gwen left, Harry let go of his hand covering Peter's mouth and said awkwardly, "Dude, I owe you this time." Peter glared at Harry, "Can you still afford it? My girlfriend ran away. Also, if she tells this to others, will my reputation still be worth it?" Harry was getting embarrassed. He was about to say something when the door slammed open, and 3 burly men rushed in and aimed their guns at Harry. "Damn." Harry hurriedly took the needle and fled to the back. His speed was quite astonishing. The burly man had not yet decided whether to shoot or not, but Harry had already disappeared. "You go after him, be careful, his speed is not right." The big man signaled his men to go after Harry, while he walked to Peter's side to check Peter's situation. Peter asked in astonishment, "Who are you?" "We are the bodyguards of the Watchman Company, and we are specially responsible for protecting you." Gwen trotted in from the door and asked Peter nervously, "Peter, are you all right?" Peter asked in surprise, "I'm fine, just poisoned." "Gwen, you didn't misunderstand me. I admit that I was a little bit wrong at first, but I soon found out that I was wrong." Gwen said proudly, "Your posture was obviously wrong. So many comics of Spider-Man and Electro, I don't read them for nothing." "Huh." Peter was stunned for a moment, and then said angrily, "You read cartoons of me and Electro? You are my girlfriend." Gwen was a little embarrassed and hurriedly changed the subject, "So I pretended to be angry and went outside to call the bodyguards. They were following us all the time." Peter was stunned. "They have been following us? Why didn't I know?" "Because they are not hostile to you. You are a superhero of the Watchman Company, and it's just normal. When you go out, the Watchman Company will send someone to protect you." Gwen said, "By the way, the Watchman Company also sent someone to secretly protect your Aunt May." "Really?" Peter became astonished. He thought of something and asked inexplicably, "How do you know everything?" "Because I'm going to be your part-time agent." Gwen laughed, "I want to spend more time with my boyfriend so that I don't have to see others all day long." Peter was a little embarrassed, but more moved. Gwen was so kind to him. The head bodyguard interrupted, "I have already called, and the ambulance will be here soon." Peter hurriedly said, "No, I can't go to the hospital, it will reveal my identity." "Don't worry, that's the hospital opened by Mr. Wong." The head bodyguard smiled and said, "In fact, most of the hospitals in London were bought by Mr. Wong. Mr. Wong's financial ability is getting stronger." Peter breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the 2 bodyguards returned without success. They said, "Harry ran away, he is a reinforced human." The head bodyguard asked, "Mr. Parker, besides poisoning you, what else did he do to you?" "He drew my blood." Peter said painfully, "The tragedy of the Black Spider will be staged again. This is troublesome, I'll report it to the top right away and see if I can find Harry." The head bodyguard hurriedly said. Peter nodded and said, "I'm sorry for your trouble. It didn't take long for the ambulance to arrive, and 2 paramedics carried Peter onto a stretcher, with Gwen closely following him. In the ambulance, Peter was silent for a while, and said to Gwen, "Gwen, can you stop reading that kind of cartoon in the future? I'm embarrassed." Gwen said with flickering eyes, "Don't worry, I won't read it again." Peter asked, "Really? Really?" Gwen nodded. Peter believed, and he sighed, "Today is unlucky. I was betrayed by my childhood friend, and then I found out that my girlfriend likes to read special cartoons of myself and others." Peter thought worriedly, "Harry, why did you steal my blood? What are you trying to do?" In a mysterious place, Harry screamed with his upper body naked. Mephisto's projection stabbed the blood-stained needle on him and said, "If you want to gain strength, you must first bear the pain. This is an eternal truth." Harry gritted his teeth and retorted, "When the blood god got power, he didn't bear this pain. He only got a wealth that could rival the country. I don't think the pain you got is enough." Mephisto increased his strength. Harry screamed again, "You dignified Hell Lord, why are you so small-minded?" After a while, Mephisto stopped. He looked at the blood spider tattoo on Harry's back and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that his craftsmanship has not regressed, except for the 8 spider legs of different lengths. Very perfect. Harry almost collapsed from the pain. He fell to the ground and asked with red eyes, "What about the power? Why don't I feel the power? How can it be so fast? This is just the beginning. Do you think I was deliberately torturing you before?" Mephisto said, "No, I'm letting you get used to the pain first, and then, it will be 10 times more painful than before." Harry asked suspiciously, "Really? Of course it's false. I'm torturing you on purpose." Mephisto laughed, "Boy, what else did you expect when making a deal with the devil?" Harry was speechless. He gritted his teeth and said, "Even if it doesn't end well, I will avenge my father. I like your determination, so let's get started." Mephisto pressed his hands down, a huge magic circle lit up, and then he shouted to Hell, "What are you waiting for? Mephisto, this time it's cheap for you." All the Hell Lords snorted coldly, projecting their power into the magic circle to maintain its existence. This magic circle has 2 functions, one is to hide the breath, and the other is to summon the Spider King of Hell. If Mephisto is the only one who presides over it, it will be discovered by Camartage, so the lords must join forces. Everything is to kill the blood god. As the Hell Lords projected their power, a dark space crack opened, exuding magical energy, only a palm-sized, deliberately smaller, Hell Spider King crawled out of the crack, and it looked at Mephisto in fear and crawled towards Harry. "Harry, next, you have to fight the will of the Spider King in Hell. If you lose, your soul will be eaten by it." Mephisto said. "Conversely, if you win, then you will get all its power. The Spider King of Hell, even in Hell, is not a common thing. If you get it, your strength will exceed most people on Earth. I will win. I want revenge. I want to kill the blood god." Harry shouted with a ferocious look on his face, and the lords nodded in satisfaction. That's what they wanted. The next moment, the Spider King of Hell bit Harry's neck and injected his soul and strength into the other's body. Harry screamed in pain, but his fists were clenched tightly, his eyes full of hatred and determination. A contest of will has officially begun. An hour later, the Spider King of Hell disappeared. Harry stood up staggeringly with violent demonic energy. He clenched his fist full of power, and shouted excitedly, "Is this power? Great, it's worth the pain I've suffered. Very good." The lords were also very satisfied. Mephisto said, "Harry, whether you can kill the blood god is up to you. Don't worry, the blood god will surely die." Harry gritted his teeth and said, "The Osborn family pays blood for blood." Mephisto nodded and said to the void, "Birdman, feather." A black fallen angel feather slowly floated down from the sky, and Lucifer said lightly, "Because of you, there will be 10,000 fallen angels joining the Black Heart." Harry was speechless. These Hell Lords, how come their heart is smaller than the others? Is it a hell feature? Mephisto pointed his middle finger to the sky, handed the feather to Harry, and said, "Keep this. You are too demonic right now. You must hide it with the feather, or Camartage will come to the door as soon as possible." Harry said arrogantly, "What about Camartage? I feel like I'm invincible now. Mephisto, why don't I just kill the blood god?" Mephisto sighed. "This is a common sequela of fusion with monsters, because the power grows too fast, it gloats. Fortunately, this sequelae was easy to treat." Mephisto picked up a stick and slammed it on Harry's head. A beating would be enough. The harder the beating, the faster it would be. "Mephisto, why did you hit me? It hurts. Hey, why can't I use my power?" "Mephisto, don't. Mephisto, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't be so arrogant." Inside the villa, Spider-Man Peter Parker is staring at the screen, which is a picture of a teenager slaughtering mercenaries. That's right, slaughter. The boy was full of demonic energy. His hands were like sharp knives, and he chopped off the heads of each mercenary. What's even more amazing is that his face was full of excitement. He even licked the blood on his fingers like a murderous maniac. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar face, Peter was full of pain. How could Harry become like this? Judging from the demonic energy in him, he should have merged with the demons in hell. Bert said, "This is not a good thing. The soul of the monster will affect his mind, making him gradually become a real monster." Peter hurriedly asked, "Mr. Wong, is there a way to save Harry?" Bert asked, "You don't hate him?" Peter said, "I am very furious at him, but I don't hate him. Harry is not bad by nature. He must have been deceived." "You are nice to him." Bert shook his head and said, unfortunately, he no longer can be saved. The fusion of monsters is irreversible. It's all my fault. If I'd been more vigilant and prevented him from getting my blood, he wouldn't be like this. Peter said regretfully, I made a mistake again, just like the black spider. Why am I so stupid and never learn my lesson? Hearing Peter's words, Bert turned to Gwen and asked, Gwen, I think Peter may have a mental problem. Take him to a mental hospital. Mr. Wong. Gwen sighed helplessly and said, Peter is such a person. He will always find problems for himself. He is good in everything, but he is too kind. Kindness is good, but being too kind is not. Bert shook his head and said to Peter, if Harry is not dealt with as soon as possible, many people will die. Peter, I believe you know this. I know. Peter gritted his teeth and asked Bert, Mr. Wong, I want to go after Harry. Bert had no objection. You can, but it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I will send Electro to go with you. Electro Man. Gwen's eyes lit up. Electro and Spider-Man going on a mission together, which must be very interesting. Gwen. Peter glanced at Gwen helplessly. How could there be such a girlfriend who likes to read the books of her boyfriend and another man? Gwen smiled a little embarrassedly, and Bert gave her a puzzled look, then got up and said, okay, Peter, I'll leave this matter to you and Electro. I still have something to do, so I'm leaving first. Mr. Wong, thank you for coming to see me. Peter and Gwen hurried to get up. Gwen hesitated for a moment, and asked, Mr. Wong, why don't you take care of those fugitives yourself? With your strength, it's easy to solve them, right? Peter hurriedly said, Gwen, Mr. Wong has to deal with big things. We can handle such small things by ourselves. If Mr. Wong took action, would Harry be still alive? Bert shrugged and said, because I have more important things to do, which is to keep the next Guardian of the Earth happy. Keep the next Guardian of the Earth in a good mood. Gwen was stunned for a moment, then asked in amazement, wait, Mr. Wong, isn't the next Guardian of the Earth yourself? That's right, this is a very important thing. The happier I am, the more I will love the Earth, and the more I love the Earth, the more I will try to protect it. Bert said solemnly, on the contrary, if I am busy every day and in a bad mood, maybe one day, I will leave the Earth with my vampires and never come back. Peter and Gwen are both stunned. Does this sound like it makes sense? Bert smiled and opened the portal to leave. Peter glanced at Gwen and asked, have we been fooled? Probably. Gwen nodded and said, however, it's not completely unreasonable. If a person has been helping the Earth unconditionally and is busy every day, in the end, even if he is a saint, he will have the idea of giving up. At Camartage, Ancient One touched her nose, who is talking about me behind my back. Shaking her head, Ancient One looked at Doom and Strange who were practicing outside, and sighed secretly, when will I be able to retire? A few days later, Bert, who was basking in the sun on the beach and looking at beauties in bikinis, received a call from Steve. Bert, I feel like my brain will explode when I hold meetings with those countries these days. Those who are capable work hard. Bert said lazily, have you set the rules for the Inhumans? Steve said, it's settled, Inhumans are also humans and enjoy all the rights of human beings. The SWORD Bureau will guide and shelter them. Bert asked in surprise, so smooth. Steve sighed, it didn't go well at all. Several countries were arguing and almost fought. In the end, I used your name to subdue those opponents. Bert asked, my name? Yes, I told them that the SWORD Bureau is inclusive, and tolerance is the main theme that you personally set. Steve laughed. After listening to that, they reluctantly agreed to let us try it, but they reserved their opinions. Ms. Carter must have given you the idea. Bert smiled and said, however, I am very satisfied with your regulations. Steve asked, that's good. By the way, when will Trish come back? I plan to go on her show to talk about SWORD Bureau and the Inhumans. Publicly promote the Inhumans? You guys are really brave. Bert said, okay, I will let her come back as soon as possible. Steve, I have to say, you gave me a surprise. I read you right. Steve laughed, it's a good thing Tony isn't here, otherwise he'll beat you up. Haha, he just can't stand being under me. Bert laughed, by the way, is there any progress in the search for the Inhumans? There is no progress at all. In the past few days, although the eyeless man has appeared several times, he was too far away each time. When Tony and the others rush over, they can't find any clues. Steve sighed. Tony also tried other methods but to no avail. Hey, if we can't find them any sooner, the more troublesome the Inhumans will be. Even if you find them, it may not prevent the awakening of the Inhumans. Bert and Steve chatted for a while and put down the phone. At this moment, two young and beautiful ladies came over and said with a smile, handsome guy, can you help us put on the sunscreen? It's my pleasure. Bert smiled slightly. He came to the beach. Isn't it for this? Today, what is the most sensational thing in New York? It's Trish Talk that's back on the air again, and Trish has come back after going to Asgard for more than a month. However, the content of Trish Talk this time is not about Asgard, but an interview with the director of the SWORD Bureau, superhero Steve Rogers aka Captain America. New Yorkers have a vague feeling that this time, there will be big news. After all, Trish is the most popular host in the world. Since meeting Bert, Trish's fate has been completely changed. Captain, I have always been your fan, remember to sign for me later. After some courtesies, Trish went straight to the topic. Captain, I should call you director. The audience is very interested in the SWORD Bureau. I wonder if you can tell us about it. Of course, there is a big difference between SWORD and SHIELD. SHIELD treats everyone as a potential threat, and we treat everyone as potential allies. Steve talked eloquently, and after he finished his introduction, Trish asked, Director, you said that the SWORD Bureau will try to disclose information to the public. Is this true or false? Steve nodded. Yes, for example, SWORD Bureau is going to disclose the matter of the Inhumans to the public. Trish asked knowingly, Inhumans? What is that? Inhumans have a long history. Steve introduced it in detail and hardly concealed anything. Even the videos and pictures that Bert showed them at the time were also made public. The audience was greatly shocked, not only shocked by the existence of the Inhumans but also shocked that the SWORD Bureau made the information about Inhumans public. It seems that the SWORD and the SHIELD are different. Director, is it really okay for you to tell me all this? Trish pretended to be shocked and asked, will someone rush in immediately and take you away for the crime of leaking secrets? The audience laughed, and Steve also laughed. No, don't worry, because I am the director. In short, if it can be made public in the future, the SWORD Bureau will try to make it public. Trish asked, just try. Some information really cannot be disclosed, and it will cause world turmoil. Steve said, for example, if the vampires and demons in Vampire Police series exist in the real world, then not only will we not disclose their information, but we will try our best to keep the public from knowing their existence. After a pause, Steve added, if I forcefully disclose it, maybe I will be taken away. Trish and the audience laughed, and the audience became more and more fond of Steve. Captain America was frank. If Steve said he would make everything public, the audience would just sneer and will say that it was impossible. Trish asked in surprise, Director, do you also watch dramas? Although I have been frozen for 70 years, I am not an old antique. I not only watch dramas, but also tweet. If you are interested, you can follow my private account and the official account of SWORD Bureau, both of which are certified. Steve said. At the same time, 2 QR codes appeared on the TV screen, and the audience picked up their mobile phones to scan the codes. Twitter's record for the fastest increase in followers will be refreshed soon. Then I need to pay attention. Trish said, Director, I believe the audience is very curious to know how the SWORD Bureau is going to treat these Inhumans. Different people, different treatment methods. Steve said, the leader of Inhumans has awakened a large number of Inhumans by unknown means, and kidnapped new Inhumans. They are all criminals. I will do my best to bring them to justice. At this moment, a photo of the eyeless man appeared on the screen, and Steve said, this is the kidnapper, codenamed the eyeless man. If you see him, please report to the SWORD Bureau immediately. Trish asked again, the eyeless man? This code name is accurate. What about the other Inhumans? Steve said, as long as they don't commit a crime, we won't do anything to them, and even help them reintegrate into society, provided they pass our test, of course. Trish asked again, what about the new Inhumans? According to what you said, anyone can be awakened into Inhumans. Steve said, for new Inhumans, our strategy is to train and help. Training and helping. That's right, training and helping. Not only will we teach them how to control their abilities, but we'll also give them psychological coaching to make them accept their changes. Steve said, this is not imprisonment. All the new Inhumans can use their mobile phones to contact the outside world, or send tweets, and so on. What about after the training? After the training is completed, and it is confirmed that they can control their abilities and will not hurt others, we will send them away. Steve said, of course, they can also choose to join the SWORD Bureau and organizations of various countries. We will not restrict this, and Inhumans have the right to choose freely. It sounds like the conditions are very relaxed. The Inhumans are also human beings and enjoy all the rights that human beings should have. Mistreating them is a crime and SWORD Bureau will pursue it to the end. Steve said, of course, Inhumans have no extra privileges, and the laws that humans have to abide by, they also have to abide by. In addition, after the awakening of the Inhumans, if they do not come to the SWORD Bureau for training, then all the problems that arise, such as uncontrollable superpowers and accidental injuries to others, will be the responsibility of the Inhumans themselves. I like this. I always think that even superheroes have to obey the law. Trish said with a smile, Director, if Inhumans can't return to their previous life, what should we do? For example, the Toad Freak from before, I think it is difficult for the public to accept him. Steve said, then he can choose to work for the special department, or immigrate to New York. Immigrating to New York. Yes, we talked to Mayor George. He is willing to accept Inhuman immigrants, but there is one condition, that is when New York encounters a crisis, the Inhumans must help, Steve said. Trish couldn't help but sigh and said, there are too many disasters in New York. Mayor George has a good heart. The audience in New York sighed one after another. The disasters in New York are not many, but super many. It is like being cursed. Then, Trish asked many more questions, and Steve answered them one by one in detail. After an hour, the interview ended successfully. This interview has undoubtedly caused a sensation all over the world. Whether it is in real or online, there are countless people discussing things about aliens. Some are curious, some are disgusted and jealous, but in general, it is not much malice. After all, this is just the beginning. It is worth mentioning that Steve's frankness has gained a lot of goodwill for the SWORD Bureau, and the public think that the SWORD Bureau is 10,000 times better than the SHIELD. In a small town in Mexico, one day, a young man danced excitedly on the street and shouted, "I'm awakened, I'm an Inhuman, ha ha ha, I can finally immigrate to New York." The neighbors next to him were very surprised. A woman asked, "Juan, is it true? You are not dreaming, are you?" "Of course not, I have already contacted the SWORD Bureau. Hey, let me show you my superpower." Juan smiled, motioned everyone to back away, and then pointed his hand at the trash can in front of him. The next moment, a shock wave emanated from his palm, slamming the trash can out several meters away, and rolling on the ground. "Wow!" everyone around exclaimed in unison, looking at Juan with shock and envy that he could immigrate to New York. "That's New York." At this moment, a lot of energy lightning appeared around, and then, an eyeless man appeared beside Juan, grabbed Juan's shoulder, and said, "Kin, I'm here to pick you up." "Who is your kin?" Just when the eyeless man was about to activate his ability, Juan sent shockwaves from his palm and sent the eyeless man flying. He said excitedly, "I am a future American, haha, I want to catch you, the wanted man." "Catch him, his bounty is high." The people around reacted and took out weapons and aimed at the eyeless man. The eyeless man was shocked and angry and quickly disappeared in an instant. Damn. Everyone was disappointed. At this moment, a steel battle armor in the sky landed on the ground with a bang, scanning the surroundings at the fastest speed and recording data. "Finally got it." Tony Stark was excited. This is the closest he has ever come to the eyeless man. Seeing Iron Man, everyone was excited. Juan shouted happily, "Iron Man, are you here to pick me up?" Tony said, "The person who picks you up is behind. Boy, help me maintain order. I have a business to do." "No problem." Juan immediately helped to clear the crowd. He looked at Iron Man with envy and longing in his heart. "I want to be a superhero too." Soon, a Quinjet landed from the sky, and everyone hurriedly avoided it. Then, Coulson led someone out, and he shook hands with Juan. "Hello, I'm Phil Coulson, Deputy Director of the SWORD Bureau. Are you Mr. Juan?" "Deputy Director? Yes, I am the one who called you." Juan was flattered, and he asked a little nervously, "I want to ask, is what Director Steve said on TV true?" Coulson laughed, "Yes, we are just training you, not imprisonment." Juan shook his head and said, "I'm not asking about that, I'm asking about immigrating to New York." Coulson said, "Of course it's true. In addition, you can also choose to join the SWORD Bureau, or join your Mexican government department." Juan said, "I'm going to America, that's heaven." Coulson smiled and didn't say much. Heaven? Of course, the United States is not a paradise. The security is far inferior to some countries in the East. It is also invaded by aliens every day. However, compared with Mexico, the United States is much better. As long as you are truly an Inhuman, New York will welcome you. Coulson said, "Now, please get on the plane with our staff." "Okay." Juan excitedly followed the SWORD agent to leave. Coulson walked to Tony and asked, "How is it? Have you found any clues?" "Some quantum fluctuations have been found and need to be analyzed." Tony said excitedly, "As long as the analysis is completed, I can make a quantum jammer and even track the location of his teleportation." Coulson was overjoyed. "Really?" Tony said dissatisfiedly, "Are you questioning me? Is there anything in the world that I, Tony Stark, can't do?" Coulson smiled and said, "Yes, being richer than the blood god." Tony shut up. He was not as rich as Bert, and recently that bastard has swallowed the property of the European vampires. Now, the gap is even bigger. Tony cursed, "That guy has fun every day, sooner or later he will go bankrupt." "No, all countries support him to have fun." Coulson stopped, and he asked, "How long will it take to finish the analysis?" "About the Inhumans, the sooner the matter is solved, the better. If I do it by myself, it may take several days." Tony hesitated for a moment and said, "I know there is an expert in the quantum field. If you can find him, it may only take a day or two." Coulson said happily, "Who is he? Let's find him quickly. That guy has a grudge against SHIELD and the Stark family." Tony sighed, called Carter, and asked, "Aunt Carter, do you have Hank Pym's contact information?" Carter said, "Yes, but he hates people of the Stark family. If there is anything, I should find him. With your character and his character, you both will fight." Tony asked dissatisfiedly, "Aunt Carter, are you hurting me?" "No, I'm hurting you and Pym." Carter smiled and said, "Send the information, and I'll go to his company to find him. He took back his own company 2 years ago. I heard that the business is not very good." "Okay." Tony nodded, and while sending information to Carter, he said to Coulson, "I'll go back to the laboratory in New York first, and you bring that Inhuman back. By the way, give me a sample of his blood. Sky's blood is no different from a normal person. If it wasn't for that obelisk, I would have wondered if Bert was fooling me." Coulson first nodded, and then asked, "No problem. By the way, has the obelisk research yielded any results?" "No, violently opening is not impossible, but I'm afraid of damaging the things inside." Tony's eyes flickered slightly. With the obelisk, he has developed a big killer move, but it is not very humane. Inhuman settlement, afterlife. Gordon fell to the ground with a bang. Jiaying was startled, hurried over to help him, and asked, "What happened?" Gordon said angrily, "The new Inhuman attacked me. Damn, he was bewitched by humans." It seems that the speech of the SWORD worked. Jiuying helped Gordon up and said, Gordon, don't go out to pick up new awakeners during this time. Jiuying, if I don't pick up newcomers, those newcomers will be brainwashed by the SWORD and become our enemies. Gordon said, I think we should forcefully bring those newcomers back to teach. You don't have to worry. Jiuying smiled and said, I understand the nature of human beings better. They will never sincerely accept Inhumans. They are recruiting Inhumans now, just to deal with us and study the abilities of Inhumans. After some time, they will research them using any means. We'll get the evidence and make it public. Then the Inhumans will know that the afterlife is their real home. Gordon was overjoyed and said, this is fine. Jiuying warned, by the way, during this time, you should pay attention. Don't let those newcomers come into contact with outside information. No problem, there is no network in the afterlife, no signal, and they can't get in touch even if they want. Gordon was talking when he suddenly sensed something, and his face changed slightly. Jiuying, I found a very powerful Inhuman. If I guessed correctly, he should be Blackbolt. Jiuying hurriedly asked, Blackbolt? Where is he? Gordon said, Manhattan Park. He's in Manhattan. Jiuying was completely shocked. Manhattan is the territory of the blood god, and she hurriedly said, hurry up and gather people. We have to bring back Blackbolt, and we must not let him join forces with humans, otherwise neither we nor King Maximus will end well. Okay. Gordon immediately went out to call up people regardless of his injury. In New York, Tony, who was flying to his laboratory, suddenly received a call from the police station for help. Iron Man, there are 2 weirdos in Manhattan Park who are stealing clothes and food. We need your help. Tony asked stunned, wait, did I hear it right? You New York police can't even deal with 2 thieves. One of the thieves just stole clothes and food at first. The police station smiled bitterly, but later, the man drank a bottle of soda and burped. Tony complained, then what? The world destroyed. It's not that exaggerated, just a small half of the forest is gone. Police said, it's more terrifying than a typhoon passing through. It's like ruins. Tony turned around and flew towards the place where the incident happened, and asked, are you sure he just hiccuped? Yes, he didn't seem to mean to hurt anyone. He deliberately burped at the deserted forest, but everyone around was terrified, including our police officers. The policeman sighed and said, in addition, after he hiccuped, he didn't leave, and stayed where he was with his companions, probably waiting for us to negotiate. Fortunately, he didn't mean to hurt anyone, otherwise many people would die. Tony said with a headache, evacuate the surrounding area, I'll come over immediately. Police said, okay, other superheroes are also rushing over there. After a while, Tony arrived at the park. He fell in front of the man and the woman, opened his visor, and said, hello, I'm Iron Man Tony Stark, and I'm here to negotiate with you on behalf of New York. Hello, I'm Medusa, Queen of the Inhuman Kingdom on the moon, and this is my husband, Blackbolt. Medusa said to Tony, I'm sorry just now, my husband burped because of being stimulated by the food on the Earth. You are Inhumans on the moon. Tony was surprised that people were living on the moon. How do they solve the problem of air, gravity, and food? This is unscientific. Yes, we are the Inhumans on the moon. Medusa was talking, and Jarvis suddenly reminded, sir, be careful, I found the fluctuations detected in Mexico before. Eyeless man? Jarvis, record the quantum fluctuations immediately. Tony immediately raised his vigilance. The next moment, accompanied by energy lightning, a group of people appeared beside Medusa and Blackbolt. It was Gordon, Jiuying, and others. As soon as Gordon appeared, he immediately put the dagger across Medusa's neck. Blackbolt wanted to attack, but he didn't open his mouth for fear of hurting Medusa. After successfully holding Medusa, Jiuying immediately took the Inhumans to the side, and then she said to Blackbolt, Blackbolt, I am Jiuying, the leader of the Inhumans on Earth, and King Maximus asked me to take you with me. Blackbolt kept gesturing with both hands. Medusa translated, Blackbolt asks you to let me go, otherwise don't blame him for being rude. That won't work. Jiuying smiled, then looked sharp, and shouted, Blackbolt, kill Tony Stark, or I'll kill Medusa immediately. Tony snorted and said to Jiuying, hey lady, if you want to kill me, you can do it yourself. Jiuying glanced at the flying TV helicopter and shouted, I will not only kill you and other superheroes, but I will also use your blood to declare to the world that we Inhumans will not suffer from you again in the future. Righteous, the question is, when have we humans ever bullied you? Tony sneered. At the same time, Human Torch, Wind Demon, Black Widow, and the Thing, in a glider, were flying towards this side. Do you know where the scars on my face came from? You humans left me after slicing and researching me. Jiuying said coldly, fellow compatriots, humans are not trustworthy. SWORD is lying to you. When you enter the SWORD, they will find an excuse to study your body and use you as experimental materials. Everything Jiuying said was broadcast by the cameras in the sky, and the TV station didn't care what was true or false, the ratings were the most important. Tony said, aren't you doing well now? Also, SWORD Bureau provides network services, so it is clear at a glance whether the Inhumans have been deceived. Jiuying wanted to say, but Blackbolt suddenly gave a soft sound to the stone mountain next to him. Boom, the stone mountain burst open, and the broken stones fell with a crackle. Tony couldn't help swallowing. Is this a sound wave? No sir, this is an onomatopoeia that can travel even without air. Jarvis finished his analysis and said, "Sir, please note that the opponent's onomatopoeia is very powerful, and your battle armor is relatively fragile and may not be able to withstand it. Remove the word fragile." Tony said angrily. At this time, Human Torch fell next to him, and said solemnly, "Wow, it seems that our opponent this time is not easy." Tony said on the communication channel, "Be careful, when you see him open his mouth, run away immediately, he is the strongest mouth gunner I have ever seen." Blackbolt waved his hands expressionlessly. Medusa sneered, "He told you to let me go immediately. I know he's strong, that's why I caught you." Jiuying put her hand on Medusa's face and activated her ability. Medusa lost a lot of vitality, her face was in pain, and her complexion became grey. Blackbolt was furious, he took a step forward, waving his hands constantly. Jiuying shouted, "I don't know what you are talking about, Blackbolt, I will say it one last time, kill Tony Stark, otherwise, your queen, she will die soon." Blackbolt was furious, he gritted his teeth, turned to look at Tony and the others, and said a word softly, "I'm sorry." Accompanied by this sound, a powerful wave attacked the 5 people in a ripple-like shape. Tony and the 4 were already prepared. Seeing him turn their heads, they immediately fled to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. But the thing's response was a little slow, and he was hit by the attack. The glider fell apart on the spot, and the thing also flew out, and fell heavily on the ground with a bang, causing a lot of dust. Ben. Human Torch hurriedly flew over to check and found that Ben was in a coma, and he was horrified. How strong is this Blackbolt? And he knocked Ben unconscious with a single blow. Ben is a meat shield for superheroes? Blackbolt thought that the thing was killed by him and felt guilty for a while. Jiuying laughed, she put down Medusa and said, "Very well, Blackbolt, kill them, especially Tony Stark, he must die." "Why me again?" Tony fired a miniature missile at Blackbolt while complaining. Blackbolt opened his mouth and let out an AHH sound. The missile shattered directly in the air, and the remaining power continued to blast at Iron Man. Iron Man was prepared and fled in time. At the same time, a figure appeared behind Blackbolt out of thin air, and a dagger stabbed at Blackbolt's back. It was the invisible Black Widow. Blackbolt seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, flexibly avoided it sideways, and then made a sound at the Black Widow, and the Black Widow flew upside down. Black Widow opened the damaged armor and got up. Somewhat frantically shouted, "Who is this guy? Isn't he too scary? No matter who he is, I will kill him for revenge." Johnny turned into Human Torch and flew into the sky, moving quickly while throwing fireballs one after another at Blackbolt. "Don't say that Ben is already dead," Wind Demon complained while rolling up the gravel next to him and smashing it toward Blackbolt like rain. "Jiuying, are we going to take action?" Gordon asked Jiuying. Jiuying shook her head, "No, Blackbolt hasn't shown his true skills yet." Blackbolt turned his head and let out 2 consecutive soft sounds, 2 waves blasted out one after another, and all the gravel and flames were destroyed. The Human Torch and Wind Demon also screamed and flew backward, falling to the ground and vomiting blood. Tony and Black Widow had solemn expressions on their faces. This Blackbolt is too strong. At this moment, the Sinbuster battle armor fell from the sky and said, "I'm sorry, I'm late. Sinbuster, be careful, this guy is strong." Seeing Damon coming, Tony breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly shouted, "I saw the previous battle, the TV station has been broadcasting it live. Don't worry, I know it." Damon nodded and threw the burning chain at Blackbolt. Blackbolt let out another sound, ripples flashed, and the magic chain was directly got hit, slamming back into Sinbuster. Sinbuster blazes hellfire with both hands to block the chain. With a bang, Sinbuster slid back quickly, leaving 2 deep marks on the ground. Sure enough, Damon was a little excited. He smashed the chain of fire into the ground, and the chain quickly shuttled on the ground, towards Blackbolt's feet. Blackbolt realized the intention of the Sinbuster, lowered his head, and made a sound to the ground. The ground shattered and sunk into a large ripple pit, and the surrounding was full of cracks. Johnny on the ground side, the chain was suppressed, and it would not be able to sneak attack again. Blackbolt thought so too. Who knows, the next second, the burning chain flew out from behind Blackbolt's feet and was firmly bound. Holding on to his feet, the chains quickly twisted up. Damon smiled slightly, "Sorry, my chains can keep growing." Blackbolt opened his mouth and whistled at the magic chain on the ground. The waves condensed into a straight line, instantly breaking the magic chain, and a small hole appeared on the ground. "He can even break the magic chain." Damon was shocked, and hurriedly retracted the chain and repaired it with hellfire. The magic chain was broken, and the chains trapped on Blackbolt's body immediately turned into flames and dissipated. Blackbolt's feet were burnt to black, which made his complexion a bit ugly, and he raised his head and wanted to attack Damon directly. Damon was not to be outdone, all the missiles bounced out of his body, and he planned to give Blackbolt a hard time. He wouldn't die anyway. Just when Blackbolt and Damon were about to fight, Blackbolt suddenly sensed the danger from the sky and behind, and hurriedly raised his head to see Tony Stark flying in the air, and pointed his red right hand at him. At the same time, Natasha, who was not wearing battle armor, appeared behind Blackbolt, and the flame energy gun in her hand was aimed directly at the back of Blackbolt. Besieged from 3 sides, even Blackbolt frowned. He opened his mouth and waved his hands. Medusa translated, Blackbolt said, "Stop all, otherwise everyone else will die except him." After a pause, Medusa shouted, "His Majesty is not threatening you. With his strength, he will use all his strength and the entire park will be reduced to ashes." Tony and Natasha both frowned, feeling extremely troublesome. Damon snorted. "I don't believe you can survive my penance stare." Iron Man communicated to Damon, "Damon, there is no need to make a killing move. He is not an enemy, he has been merciful. There are not many sins in him." The flames in Damon's eyes dissipated, but he, Tony, and Black Widow did not put down their weapons, and the scene suddenly fell into a stalemate. Being forced to use such a method, Blackbolt sighed secretly in his heart, which is a shame for the king. Blackbolt's attack power is very powerful, even destroying battleships, but his defense power is quite average. Originally, this was nothing. After all, Blackbolt was the king, with a large number of guards around him, and Queen Medusa. He didn't have to defend himself at all, but now, when he was on Earth, defense became his weakness. "Do it." Seeing the situation, Jiaying ordered coldly. The Inhuman Lincoln immediately raised his hand and sent 2 electromagnetic energy toward the Black Widow. At the same time, another Inhuman's hand turned into a gun and kept shooting energy bullets at Iron Man in the sky. Tony evaded and fired at Jiaying. Another Inhuman turned on the ability, and a protective cover appeared around Jiaying and others, blocking all the bullets and flames. Just when Jiaying and others were attracted by the battle, a pair of hands suddenly appeared under Medusa's feet, leading her to sink quickly, but it was the Earth Demon. Earth Demon is not a superhero, but superheroes often call him for help. After all, his abilities are really useful, and this guy is greedy for money. As long as he gets money, he is willing to come. "No way, I was too poor before," is what he always says. Just when Earth Demon was about to take Medusa away, an Inhuman stomped his foot hard, a ripple flashed across, and the ground became as hard as steel. Immediately afterward, another Inhuman with particularly strong arms grabbed Medusa's hands and forcibly pulled her and Earth Demon out. Lincoln immediately fired energy at Earth Demon. Earth Demon snorted coldly, formed an earthen shield to protect himself, and then kicked it out, turning the soil around his feet into spears and shooting at the Inhuman who made the ground hard. Inhuman hurriedly dodged. As soon as he dodged, the ground immediately returned to normal, and the Earth Demon fell to the ground and quickly sank. "Blackbolt, keep attacking, we will protect you," Jiaying shouted. Blackbolt was helpless and sighed towards Tony in the sky. Tony flew in response, but because of Blackbolt's mercy, his battle armor was not completely damaged like Black Widow, and it was still usable. At this time, no one has time to complain that Tony was sent flying again. Damon fired a missile at Blackbolt while waving the chain again to entangle him. "Sorry." Blackbolt raised the volume, and all the missiles shattered in the air. Damon was hit by a huge force and flew backward with the chain. The battle armor was full of cracks. "Have you seen it? My compatriots, we are invincible. Whether it is Iron Man or the Sin Buster, they are not the opponents of us Inhumans. We Inhumans should unite and become the rulers of this world. As for humans, compared to us, they're just gorillas that haven't evolved." Jiaying shouted in high spirits. Just at this moment, a blue circle suddenly appeared in front of her, getting bigger and bigger. Seeing this light, Jiaying's complexion changed dramatically, and she hurriedly shouted to Gordon, "Go." Gordon was also terrified, and immediately left here with everyone, including Blackbolt. At this moment, a hand stretched out from the blue circle, and with a slight tap, Gordon's teleportation was disturbed. He gritted his teeth, desperately activated his ability, and the light flashed. Except for Blackbolt in the distance, all the other Inhumans disappeared. "Huh? What's the situation?" The viewers watching TV are stunned. Didn't they say that they're invincible? Isn't it that humans are just gorillas? Why was she suddenly so frightened, and even ran away in fright? Invincible. Those who knew it, all snorted coldly. Blood God didn't say anything. "How dare you claim to be invincible just because you're Inhuman? Blackbolt is indeed very strong, but what is it compared to the Blood God?" It is worth mentioning that the audience did not see the blue portal, because the camera did not capture it, and when the camera moved over, the TV station's screen went black. Bert didn't plan to appear in public. It wasn't that he was shy, but because it affected him to pick up girls, and public figures, too many restrictions. For example, Human Torch, that guy used his superhero status to pick up girls everywhere, but now every newspaper is scolding him, and even the sales of peripheral products were greatly affected. Leaving that aside, for the time being, Bert walked out of the portal. He looked at the ruined park and said, "Tony, it looks like you're going to lose money again. Why should I pay? The king over there will pay." Tony got up angrily and said, "Why didn't you come earlier?" Bert shrugged and said, "Is there a difference? As soon as I appeared, they immediately fled, and we couldn't catch them at all. What you said makes sense." Tony was speechless. He said, "I have completely recorded the teleportation fluctuations of the eyeless man. Next time, I will definitely be able to catch him." "Hope so." Bert raised his head, saw the helicopter leaving, and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he opened the portal and said to Wind Demon and Human Torch, "You guys and the Thing go to the hospital for treatment first. Earth Demon, you accompany them." "Okay." Earth Demon, Wind Demon, and Human Torch responded and carried Ben into the portal. As for Damon, his injury has recovered, and he is repairing his battle armor with Hellfire, so he does not need to go to the hospital at all. Have to say, Ghost Rider's ability is really useful. Natasha came over and said familiarly, "Boss, my battle armor is scrapped, give me a new one, I have to add some functions myself. I miss this title." Bert smiled and said, "Okay, tell Steve, I approve of it." "Thank you, boss. You are much more reliable than a certain guy." Natasha looked at Tony, who flew over and said dissatisfiedly, "It has been said that the antidote can be researched, and it has been more than a month. What about the antidote? I can't even touch a man now, or in other words, a man can't touch me at all. How do I know that the perfect version of the extremis virus is so complicated? Haven't I already researched the antidote for the ordinary version?" Tony said unhappily. Natasha snorted and said, "I decided to move to your house. When you find out the antidote, I will leave. Live at my house." Tony's eyes widened. Bert was too lazy to pay attention to Tony and Natasha. He walked to Blackbolt and introduced himself. "Hello, I am the next guardian of the Earth, the vampire's chief, the richest man on Earth, Bert." Blackbolt gestured with his hands. "The problem is that no one except Medusa can understand his gestures. This is not sign language." Bert asked, "You also use English on the moon, right?" Blackbolt nodded. Bert circled his fingers, took out a mobile phone and threw it to Blackbolt, and said, "Type." After typing, it will automatically make a sound. Blackbolt can still type, and a mechanical voice soon came out of the phone. "Hello, I am the king of Inhumans, you can call me Blackbolt." Bert asked, "Blackbolt, I'm taking the liberty to ask, has something changed in the Inhuman kingdom on the moon?" Hearing the business, Tony Stark came over immediately. Blackbolt nodded and typed quickly, "A coup d'état happened in the kingdom. My brother Maximus united with the Kree Empire and robbed me of the throne. / coup d'état, a sudden, violent, and unlawful seizure of power / the Kree Empire." Tony exclaimed, "This incident involves alien empires?" "Yes, the Kree Empire. They sent a fleet to sneak into the moon." Blackbolt nodded. He typed on his mobile phone, "Then, we found them. I wanted to destroy them, but Maximus suddenly rebelled at a critical time and brought the Kree's fleet into Italan, which is our Inhuman city. To protect the people, I can only choose to surrender. After that, Maximus became the king. The reason why the Inhumans are constantly awakening on your Earth is because of him and Kree. This is a bit of a hassle." Bert frowned. He isn't afraid of the Kree Empire, but he didn't want the Earth to fall into an interstellar war so early. The strength of the Earth is far from enough. Tony was also deeply troubled. He glanced at Blackbolt and asked, "Is your Inhuman kingdom so powerful that you can actually destroy an alien fleet?" Blackbolt typed succinctly on the phone, "Yes." Thinking of something, Blackbolt added on the phone, "Don't worry, I represent more than half of the strength of the Inhuman kingdom, and Maximus' strength is not too much." Tony complained, "Your tone is not arrogant at all." Natasha snorted, "Isn't it the same as you?" Bert said, "Let's leave here first and go back to my manor to talk in detail. Natasha, inform Steve and Rhodes to come." Natasha nodded, "Okay." Tony said, "You guys discuss, I'll go to Aunt Carter and Dr. Pym." After finishing speaking, Tony flew away directly. Bert thought of something, and said to Blackbolt, "Blackbolt, you caused most of the damage in the park. According to the rules of our Earth, you have to compensate." Natasha complained, "Do you think he looks rich? He even stole his clothes." Blackbolt looked embarrassed. He typed, "You help me first, when I get back to the kingdom, I will pay you back double." "You don't need to double it sounds like a scam text message." Bert waved his hand indifferently, then he opened the portal and stretched out his hand to Blackbolt. "Your Majesty, please." "Pym Technologies," Hank Pym sneered when he saw Carter. "You are Carter's granddaughter, right? You and your grandma are carved out of the same mold. Pym, are you sure you want to talk to your only friend like that?" Carter sighed. Pym was silent, and after a moment he asked, "What do you want from me?" Carter handed the information to Pym and said, "I want you to analyze this quantum fluctuation." Pym said in amazement after reading the information, "Quantum teleportation? Inhumans have such an ability." Carter said, "The Inhumans have all types of abilities, Pym. Time is urgent, I need you to complete the analysis in the shortest possible time. For your sake, I'll take this job." Pym did not refuse, he said, "However, you have to pay. Anyway, you are not short of money." Carter asked tentatively, "I'm not short of money, but you seem to be short of money recently. The company is just not doing well." Pym didn't say anything about himself because he couldn't trust Carter, even though she was his only friend. Carter didn't ask any further, just said, "If you need investment, you can come to me. My boss is so poor that he only has money left." The arrogant Pym wanted to refuse, but remembering the current situation of the company, he said, "I will consider it." At this moment, Tony suddenly flew out of the window and knocked on the window. "Howard wouldn't be so rude." Pym snorted, opened the movable window next to him, and Tony flew in, mocking, "A guy who beats people in the lab is not qualified to call me rude." Pym said, "That's because they're stealing my Pym particles, and your father is behind it." Carter explained, "Pym, that was a misunderstanding. It was Hydra who wanted your Pym particle." Pym sneered. Howard also agreed, using the reason, "It is for the safety of the world. Fortunately, I didn't hand it over. Otherwise, the world would have been ruled by Hydra." Tony was about to refute when Carter sighed and said, "Okay, stop arguing. Tony, why did you come all of a sudden? Still wearing damaged armor." "Came here to give new data. I just recorded the transmission fluctuation of the eyeless man completely." Tony said, Aunt Carter, this matter is more troublesome than we thought. The Inhumans not only want to subvert the world, but also collude with aliens. Collaborate with aliens. Carter was stunned. She said to Pym, Pym, I will double the money for analysis and analyze the fluctuations immediately. In addition, I hope you can help make quantum jammers and trackers. I will give you the money. You weren't so arrogant before. Pym said to Tony, bring the data, I'll start analyzing it right away. Okay. Tony didn't waste time and let Jarvis pass the data to Dr. Pym. Pym glanced at the data, and took Tony to the laboratory. The aliens are here again, the Earth is really in trouble. Carter shook her head and turned to go to the Blood God Manor. After listening to Bert's introduction, Steve thought for a while, and asked Blackbolt, are the Kree people coming for you, or for Earth? They came for the Earth, they didn't know about our existence before. Blackbolt typed on the phone, otherwise, I wouldn't find them so easily. Their hidden technology is very strong. Your satellites and instruments have not found them so far. For us. Steve frowned, turned to Bert, and asked, Bert, do you know why the Kree came? You think I know everything. Bert spread his hands and said, the only thing I know is that they didn't come to say hello. I wish they only just came to say hello. Steve said, Bert, can you go to the moon? I can fly over from the space station, but I think the Inhumans on Earth should be dealt with first. Bert said, otherwise, if they suddenly attack when we go to the moon, the Earth may lose a lot, and no one knows what kind of Inhumans they have. What you said makes sense, but we don't know where the Inhumans are now, and we have no way to start. Steve said with a headache. At this time, Blackbolt typed, I can deal with the Kree along with you, but you must help me save the Queen first. You can't. Bert shook his head. Your people are all in the hands of the Krees. If you go, you will only be threatened by them. Blackbolt was silent, and Bert continued, Blackbolt, during this time, you will be a guest on Earth, but please don't drink soda anymore. Blackbolt was a little embarrassed. He typed, there is no soda on the moon. The resources on the moon are very low, and there are no resources to make such a drink. Carter took the opportunity to ask, can you tell us about the situation in the Inhuman Kingdom? Blackbolt hesitated, nodded, and typed, about 10,000 Inhumans are living on the moon, but not everyone can awaken superpowers. Those who don't have superpowers will be sent to mine. The more everyone listened, the deeper their frowns became. The situation in the Inhuman Kingdom could be explained clearly in one sentence, Inhumans with superpowers were superior like nobles, and Inhumans without superpowers, dig mines every day. Steve said unceremoniously, to be honest, your system is disgusting. Blackbolt emphasized, there are only so many resources, we can't do anything about it. Only in this way can we ensure that everyone survives. I don't think it's impossible. Bert said, Blackbolt, if I'm not mistaken, this time your brother, why do you kings always have a rebellious brother? You have it, Thor has it, and so does Black Panther. Everyone couldn't help but laugh, what a coincidence. Bert continued, Blackbolt, this time your younger brother rebels, there should be many people supporting him, right? Yes. Blackbolt was silent for a while, then typed, most of the miners are on his side, and some of the Inhumans follow him, but this has nothing to do with our system, it's purely because he came up with a slogan. Carter asked, what slogan? Blackbolt typed, occupy the Earth and get inexhaustible resources. Everyone snorted coldly, and Rhodes said, you can let them try, we Earthlings are not easy to mess with. They are already trying. The frequent Inhumans awakening is a part of it, that is, they are recruiting. Bert said, as long as there have enough troops, they will attack and capture the Earth. Rhodes said, then we will destroy them first. You are not to be messed with, and the kingdom of Inhumans is also not to be messed with. Once a war begins, it will only hurt both sides. Blackbolt typed, most Inhumans don't want war, as long as you help me regain the throne, I can restore peace to the Inhuman kingdom and the Earth. In addition, we can also ally together to fight against the Kree Empire. The Kree Empire is many times stronger than the Earth. Rhodes sneered, you have no idea how strong our Earth is. Blackbolt typed, you can't even get out of the Earth, how strong can you be? Your technology is not even as good as our Inhuman kingdom, and the technology of our kingdom is the technology of the Kree Empire thousands of years ago. Rhodes said, our technology is indeed not strong, but we have superpowers. I have never seen someone stronger than me. Blackbolt typed proudly, this is not because he is arrogant, but because he is so strong. Frog at the bottom of the well. Rhodes wanted to say something, and Bert raised his hand and said, okay, let's do it. Blackbolt, I'll fight you first, and we'll talk about other things after you understand how strong the Earth is. After a pause, Bert added, your Inhuman kingdom can't remain hidden like before. Blackbolt was silent for a while, then typed, then let's fight. Okay. Bert nodded. He said to Carter, Carter, arrange the superheroes weekend to Blackbolt. Blackbolt, I allow you to choose 3 helpers. After all, your defense is a bit weak. If you don't have a helper, you will be killed instantly. Blackbolt typing, arrogant. Sorry, it's true. Bert suddenly appeared behind Blackbolt, pressed his hand on Blackbolt's shoulder, and said slowly. Blackbolt was startled. He sensed Bert's movement, but he had no time to stop him. He was silent for a while and typed, I will choose 3 helpers. Okay. Bert nodded with satisfaction. Carter smiled and handed a tablet that recorded most of the superhero information to Blackbolt, and even Captain Marvel was in it. However, there was only a brief introduction, no detailed explanation. Blackbolt looked at the information on the tablet, frowning slightly. There are so many powerful superheroes on Earth. Bert and Carter looked at each other and both smiled. It was obvious that the two of them wanted the same thing. Annex the Inhuman Kingdom, to act as a lunar fortress for mankind. Steve looked at Bert and Carter, who were making eye contact, and touched his nose. He didn't doubt Carter. Inhumans' gathering place, in the afterlife. As soon as Gordon teleported back, he vomited blood and fell to the ground. Jiaying hurriedly asked Lincoln to take him to the hospital for treatment. Medusa couldn't help but ask, "What just happened? Why did you suddenly flee?" "It's none of your business." Jiaying snorted with a stern face, and ordered, "Take her down under strict supervision. With her here, we don't have to worry about Blackbolt becoming our enemy." "Yes, Jiaying." The crowd took Medusa to retreat. Jiaying opened the drawer and took out a communicator that could contact Italan, the Inhuman city. "You mean, Blackbolt fell into the hands of humans?" After hearing what Jiaying said, Maximus said dissatisfiedly, "Why did you run away in such a hurry? With the strength of my brother Blackbolt, who do you need to be afraid of on Earth?" "I'm afraid of the Blood God, Your Majesty. I told you a long time ago that the Blood God is invincible, even your brother is not his opponent." Jiaying said, "If I didn't escape, we would have been wiped out by now. I don't believe there is such a strong man at all." Maxim snorted coldly. He said, "I will send a team to help you, no matter what. You must capture Blackbolt back. With all due respect, with the Blood God around, your people will die no matter how many you send." Jiaying shook her head. "This matter needs to be discussed in the long run." Maximus said arrogantly, "Do you think that the nobles of Italan are as weak as you?" Jiaying frowned. "It used to be okay. Since ascending the throne, Maximus has become more arrogant. The typical villain gets his ambition." A cold light flashed in Jiaying's eyes, and she said, "I will try my best to help. By the way, bring more Turigen crystals. I need more people." Maximus nodded. "Okay, you try to develop as many people as possible. When my side is ready, we will launch together to conquer the Earth and turn all human beings into our slaves." It was their destiny. Jiaying nodded enthusiastically. The best way to protect the Inhumans is to turn all human beings into slaves. In the training ground behind the Blood God Manor, Bert, Blackbolt, Iron Man, Earth Demon, and Susan the Invisible Woman faced each other across hundreds of meters. Bert asked speechlessly, "Tony, why are you here? Shouldn't you be studying quantum fluctuations?" Tony controlled the newly developed heavy armor and said, "Blackbolt chose me. I'd be happy to help him. He asked me to choose him." Blackbolt typed, "He said he would try his best to help me save Medusa, so I agreed." Tony said dissatisfiedly, "Isn't it okay to say just yes?" Blackbolt looked innocent. "I didn't say it, I typed." Everyone laughed. Bert shook his head and said, "You bastard, you deserve to be beaten." Tony said arrogantly, "You can try. This set of Veronica is my favorite work. The Madman's Conqueror armor, Hulk Buster armor, Ivan's version, is a toy in front of it." Bert looked around. Tony asked inexplicably, "What are you looking at?" Bert said, "Looking where is suitable for you to land. Anyway, you will be thrown into the air sooner or later." Everyone laughed again, and Earth Demon said, "Boss, you are farsighted. Even if you flatter that guy won't give you a raise." Tony said angrily, "Bert, let's talk about this first. You can't use magic, that thing is too unscientific." Bert smiled and said, "Okay, that's good." Tony said excitedly, "Bert, come on, let me see how strong you are." Bert said to the others, "Get ready, I'm coming." Everyone took a deep breath and nodded at the same time, ready. Bert stopped talking, and rushed towards the four of them like lightning, so fast that they could hardly see clearly. Tony raised his hands to activate the sonic cannon for the first time, and visible air ripples appeared in front of him, and Bert's speed dropped suddenly, like an ordinary person running. Blackbolt seized the opportunity, opened his mouth, and produced a light sound toward Bert. With the ripples flashing, the turf on the road shattered. Bert immediately turned into blood and penetrated the ground, and Earth Demon hurriedly shouted, "Be careful, he is approaching us from the ground. That guy can escape through the earth? It's not scientific at all." Tony was a little crazy, pointed the sonic cannon at the ground, and a lot of grass and dirt flew up. Susan laughed, "It's very scientific. That is grass, not concrete." "Iron Man, be careful." Earth Demon was about to give a reminder when a powerful force erupted from under Tony's feet, and Tony was blasted directly into the sky. Immediately afterward, blood emerged from the ground and reassembled into Bert. He was about to move at a high speed when an energy shield suddenly appeared around him, blocking him firmly. This was the invisible female Susan. During this time, she awakened her second ability, the energy shield. That's why Tony was looking for her. Blackbolt, who had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, let out a loud shout, the void shook, and an indestructible wave attacked Bert. Before the sound wave arrived, the ground had already sunk a layer. Tony was also waiting for this opportunity. He raised his right hand, and a finger-thick laser shot at Bert. "Boss, I'm sorry." Earth Demon pressed down with both hands, and the ground solidified. This time, Bert won't be able to use the previous trick again. Aren't these people really afraid of killing Bert? Blackbolt was quite puzzled. In the next breath, the laser and the ripples simultaneously broke the energy shield and hit Bert, but Bert disappeared like a ripple. Tony shouted incredulously, "Fake?" How is this possible? Jarvis has been scanning your various data. Why is it impossible? Bert's voice sounded from behind Blackbolt. Imitate body temperature and various external manifestations with chi, and I can easily hide from the scanning of the instrument. Everyone turned their heads and saw Bert standing behind Blackbolt. Blackbolt said with a wry smile, I lost? I also admit defeat. Tony fell from the sky. He was not angry or disappointed, but very happy. Bert, I'm not far from you. You even need to use tricks to win me. Boss, why do I feel you are getting weaker? Earth Demon asked with a frown. Although Bert just now was still very strong, he didn't have the feeling of crushing everything before. Steve and others who were watching the battle also nodded, and something was wrong with Bert. At this moment, a lazy voice sounded from the balcony. Tony, you can't even fight against a clone of me, yet you dare to say that you're not far from me. You have thick skin. Everyone turned their heads in shock and saw Bert leisurely eating oranges on the balcony. Susan was stunned. Why are there two Mr. Wong? Tony pointed to the avatar that suddenly became sluggish behind, and asked Bert in shock, Clone? Is this just your avatar? Yes, the spoils I grabbed from Romania some time ago can make clones. Bert beckoned, and the clone turned into a ray of blood and flew back to his body. He smiled and said, Tony, guess how much strength he has from me. Let's fight again. You use your real body. Tony shouted unwillingly. He has worked so hard for so long, but he can't even beat a clone of Bert. How can he, who has always been proud, accept it? Blackbolt typed, Mr. Wong, I also want to fight you again. Bert smiled and said, okay, but Tony, if you lose, you will be responsible for tidying up my lawn. Sure. Tony nodded, and Blackbolt and the others lined up again. Bert threw the orange peel down and said, look, I'll take action when the orange peels hit the ground. Okay. Tony nodded. When the orange peel fell, he immediately activated the sonic cannon, but at this moment, Bert's voice sounded from behind him, I'm sorry, you lost. Tony turned his head in disbelief and saw Bert grabbing Blackbolt's neck with one hand and holding him up high. Tony shouted incomprehensibly, how could it be so fast? Not only Tony couldn't understand, but everyone watching the game was stunned. This is too exaggerated, isn't it? Blackbolt was a little suspicious of life. Am I not the strongest? Bert put down Blackbolt and said lightly, Tony, it's not only you who are getting stronger, I am also advancing by leaps and bounds. The last time the demons invaded, Bert got the blood of Dimension Demon Beast. Is there any reason for this? Shouldn't a boss like you stop in place and wait for us warriors to level up to challenge? Tony complained, why is your level rising faster than ours? Because the protagonist of this game is not a warrior, but a devil. Bert laughed, warriors are no longer popular. Tony scolded, I hate this subject. I quite like it, because I am the devil. Bert laughed. Earth Demon on the side said with a smile, this is the real boss, the previous clone is much worse. That's true, the two are not the same level at all. Susan nodded, Bert's clone is at a normal level, it is also very strong but if they spare no effort, there is still a chance to defeat it. And the real Bert gives the impression of only despair, no matter how hard they try, they can't beat the opponent. Blackbolt typed, I didn't expect that the Earth has a strong person like you. Bert said, I am not the strongest on Earth, I am just the next guardian, not the current one. Blackbolt was stunned, is there anyone on Earth stronger than you? Yes, the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Bert nodded. He said to Blackbolt, Blackbolt, no matter how things develop this time, your Inhuman Kingdom will never return to what it used to be. Blackbolt typed, you want to annex the Inhuman Kingdom? Of course not. Bert smiled and said, I would like to invite your Inhuman Kingdom to join the Earth Federation and become a part of the Earth. Blackbolt fell into contemplation, Earth Federation. Tony walked out of his armor and asked Steve in a low voice, hey, when was the Earth Federation established? Why don't I know? Steve replied, if nothing else, in a few years. Tony complained, a few years later? He invited others to join the organization that's gonna form a few years later. If Blackbolt knew the truth, would he beat him? Wait, no, there's no way the Earth Federation will be formed in a few years. Thinking of something, Tony shook his head and said, in fact, let alone a few years, it may not be possible in decades. Which country is willing to give up power? It depends on human effort. Steve laughed. Bert is persuading President Ellis to take the lead in forming the Earth Federation. How could he possibly agree? America is the most powerful country. Tony sneered. Bert is a little too naive. If the Earth Federation is completed, President Ellis will become the first speaker of the Earth Federation. Steve said, at that time, his evaluation in history will even surpass that of Washington. Do you think he is not interested? Tony rubbed his chin and said, can't blame him, even I'm a little excited. Why don't I run for the next president? Steve shook his head. Bert is standing behind President Ellis. I was just kidding. Tony thought for a while and said, the Stark Industries will help Bert to persuade them that if they want to step into the interstellar age, the Earth must be unified, even if it's just federalism. On the other hand, Bert continued to persuade Blackbolt. Blackbolt, the Earth will soon enter the interstellar age, and then there are only 3 ways for your kingdom. One is to go far away, the other is to fight against us, and the third is to join us. Atalan can't travel far again. Blackbolt smiled wryly. Atalan was not only the city of the Inhuman Kingdom but also their air fortress. Cooperation with Earth can easily solve the biggest problem of your kingdom, which is the lack of resources. Bert said, at that time, all your people will be able to live a good life, and they will no longer need to mine every day. By the way, your system is really bad. I believe that Atalan will have many uprisings. Blackbolt was silent for a while, then typed, if there are enough resources, I will find a way to improve the system. If you have time, you can look at the history of our Earth. I believe that will help you. Bert smiled and said, also, you don't have to worry about the Earth annexing you. I can give you a promise that I will protect Atalan, just like protecting the Earth. Blackbolt's face was solemn, and with Bert's strength, this promise was extraordinary. Blackbolt typed, Mr. Wong, I need to discuss such a big matter with Medusa and the courtiers. Bert smiled, don't worry, I will help you rescue Queen Medusa. Thanks. Blackbolt typed, by the way, I have a few courtiers on Earth, I hope Mr. Wong can help find them. Small things. Bert laughed. Steve came over and said, it's a small matter, our SWORD bureau is best at finding people. Thanks. Blackbolt nodded, asked Bert for a drawing board, and drew all the appearances of several of his subordinates. Steve immediately sent the portrait to the SWORD bureau and used the technology of the SWORD bureau to find those people. Blackbolt took the initiative to name those people. It seems that he was persuaded by Bert. Tony knew it well, and he sighed secretly in his heart, this guy Bert is as reliable as ever, but unfortunately, he is too lazy and needs others to do everything. SWORD Bureau, Steve explained in detail what happened 2 days ago to the representatives of the 5 permanent members. There are aliens involved? As I said earlier, Inhumans are unreliable. The representative of Russia snorted coldly. He is the one who opposes the Inhumans the most. If it wasn't for the blood god, he would not agree with the previous decision at all. Steve said, those Inhumans are different from the new Inhumans that were just born, and we can't push the new Inhumans to them. Russian representative wanted to say something, but Congressman Malik interrupted. The attitude towards Inhumans has been decided at the last meeting, and there is no need to discuss it again. Steve, how are your SWORD Bureau going to deal with this crisis? We plan to take 2 steps. The first step is to solve the Inhumans on Earth and pacify internal troubles. Steve said, in the second step, Blood God leads the superheroes to the moon to face the alien fleet, and at the same time helps Blackbolt to suppress the rebellion and regain the throne. Unlike the rebels on Moon, Blackbolt is willing to live in peace with Earth and even establish diplomatic relations. Blood God is indeed powerful, and can even go to the moon. Malik and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It would be good to have Blood God. Even an alien invasion could be easily dealt with. No wonder President Ellis shouts go to New York and invite the Blood God every day. I don't doubt Blood God's ability, and I also believe that he can solve the aliens. Russian representative suddenly said, but for such a big thing, don't our 5 countries do nothing, just cheer at the back? Congressman Malik didn't see any problems at all. He said, America's war abomination and war machine will join the fight, plus we can provide funding. The representative of Russia gave Malik a scornful look and said, I think that our 5 countries should directly participate in the war. This is our responsibility. If everything is solved by superheroes, what else do we have to do? Also, we will enter the interstellar era sooner or later, and it is not a bad thing for us to participate in an interstellar war in advance. Everyone was stunned, and the representatives of Britain and France all nodded secretly. Superheroes have begun to influence the authority of the government and cannot be ignored. Congressman Malik said, it's not that I have a problem with this, but may I ask, how is our army going to the moon? This sentence silenced everyone, and the British representative said, doesn't the blood god can open the portal? He can open a portal, but if he can go to the moon, what's the point of us sending troops to fight? Congressman Malik said, isn't it up to him? The Russian representative thought about it and said, I remember that Wakanda's spacecraft can go to the moon, and we can ask them to help transport troops. Several countries were very excited, and Congressman Malik asked Steve, what do you think? Steve said, if you are willing to join the war, I will naturally welcome you, but on the Wakanda side, you need to discuss it yourself. The SWORD Bureau has no such face. Congressman Malik nodded, no problem, I believe Wakanda will give us face, after all, this is a matter of the whole Earth. Steve nodded, got up, and left the conference room. Immediately afterward, the holographic projection of King Eric of Wakanda appeared. Eric said indifferently, what is the matter? Congressman Malik asked straight to the point, Your Majesty, can your spacecraft carry people to the moon? Eric replied, yes, very simple. Simple. Everyone was speechless. To be honest, they couldn't understand Wakanda's idea at all. It had such strong technology, but they were in a corner, and even pretended to be a poor country to receive relief from the United Nations. Aren't you embarrassed? Congressman Malik said the matter again, and then continued, we hope to borrow Wakanda's spaceship and go to the moon to participate in the war to defend the Earth. Eric said happily, no problem, I can lend the spaceship, but I have one condition. Congressman Malik said, please speak. Eric said, I want to become a permanent member. America agrees? Congressman Malik nodded immediately, and the other 3 agreed. Only the Russian representative frowned and said, I'll think about it. This time, the 4 of you agree, Russia opposes, next time Russia agrees, America opposes, and again, England opposes. Eric laughed sarcastically, do you think that our Wakanda is a third world country that has been plucked by you to become permanent? The 5 representatives were suddenly a little embarrassed, they did think so. Eric said, other third world countries might beg you, but for Wakanda, we don't need to beg you. After a pause, Eric continued, actually, it is not difficult for Wakanda to enter the world, as long as the African countries are unified, but I don't want to do that. Wakanda does not have such big ambition. The expressions of the 5 representatives were a bit ugly, and the Russian representative asked, since Wakanda doesn't have such great ambitions, why do you still want to become a permanent member? For self-preservation. Eric said, Wakanda needs the ability to protect itself, both now and in the future Earth Federation. Hearing the Earth Federation, the expressions of the 5 representatives did not change. They had known about this matter for a long time. This matter is currently being discussed within each country, some are in favor and some are against it. The situation is quite complicated. Eric thought of something and said, speaking of which, this battle on the moon may be a rehearsal for the war of the Earth Federation. The 5 representatives looked at each other, and Congressman Malik said, we have to go back and discuss it. We can't decide on such a big issue. Okay, I'll get the spaceship ready. Eric nodded, the holographic projection disappeared, and the 5 representatives sighed. These days, it's getting harder and harder to fool around. T is a good thing for the 5 major powers to join the war. Hearing Steve's report, Bert's holographic projection smiled and said, on the one hand, it can make them realize the cruelty of interstellar warfare so that they will be more active in forming a federation. On the other hand, it can inspire them to develop new technology faster. Steve asked, it's a good thing, but, Bert, I always feel like you're in a hurry. My master, she is about to retire, and Odin's life is about to come to an end. Bert said, once I take over the position unless there is a super important event, the Earth can only be guarded by you. I see. Steve understood, and he said, Thor, forget it, he's not reliable at all. It's better to count on Tony who is beaten up every day. Bert smiled. Speaking of Thor, Trish inquired about something in Asgard, and the convergence may be about to start. Steve asked, convergence? Bert said, all 9 realms are placed into alignment, anything can happen. For example, a frost giant might suddenly appear on the streets of New York. Steve said with a headache, sounds like another super trouble. It will take some time for the convergence, so let's solve the Inhuman thing first. Bert was talking when Sky suddenly ran in and shouted, not good, Mr. Wong, there are a lot of articles about Inhumans on the internet. Huh? Steve, we'll talk later. Bert put down the phone and asked Sky, what's going on? Yesterday was fine, everyone was just shocked by the destructive power of Blackbolt, and people were discussing who is stronger, Blackbolt and War Abomination. Sky said, starting in the morning, a large number of Inhumans posts and tweets suddenly appeared, not only vigorously promoting the danger of Inhumans but also slandering Inhumans as spies sent by aliens, demanding the government should arrest all Inhumans. Sky angrily added, the most hateful thing is that many people are supporting them because Inhumans like Blackbolt and Jiaying are too dangerous. Bert was not surprised, he said, it's normal. What's normal? It was fine a few days ago, but because Blackbolt and Jiaying were on TV, everything changed. Sky said angrily, humans are too fickle. You are also human, and you are also very fickle. Bert looked at Sky and said, a while ago, you worshipped me so much, but now you see me with contempt on your face. Sky complained, I think you should find the problem for yourself. Let's not talk about this. Everyone didn't care about Inhumans before because their interests were not affected, but now, the power of Blackbolt has made them uneasy. Bert said, this unease has caused some people to be incited by the mastermind behind the scenes, worried and even hostile to Inhumans. For now, it's no big deal, just planting a seed, but if we don't pay attention when someone dies because of Inhumans in the future, or some disasters happen to Inhumans, this seed will sprout and grow, turning into disgust, or even hatred. Sky asked, hate? Yes, hatred. Bert nodded and continued, this hatred will cause Inhumans to be isolated and treated as monsters. The problem is, Inhumans are not ordinary people, they have superpowers. At that time, some Inhumans will fight back. Once the Inhumans fight back, ordinary people will hate them even more. This is a vicious circle. In the end, humans and Inhumans will be completely split and become 2 groups. So exaggerated. Sky was stunned. She came to Bert, in fact, just to ask him to help delete the post. She never thought that this matter was related to the life and death of the Inhumans. Exaggerate. Bert smiled and said, do you think it's that simple to let humans accept a new race? There will be more troubles in the future. Sky said indifferently, then what should we do? Don't worry, I've been prepared. Bert turned on the holographic projection, and a middle-aged woman who knew at first glance that she was an elite in the workplace appeared in front of him, and respectfully shouted, Mr. Wong. Kylan, have you noticed the Inhumans material on the internet? Bert said, if you don't notice, I will be very disappointed. To please you and your public relations team, I have bought your company. Kaylin, the top PR expert, even the government asked her to help with the PR crisis. Don't worry, Mr. Wong, I am absolutely worthy of your salary, but to be honest, this task you gave me is challenging. Kylan smiled and said, I have noticed the hate material on the internet, and I am contacting Twitter and Facebook to delete the post. In addition, I will contact major TV stations and newspapers to ask them not to report the news. That's not enough. Bert thought for a while, and said, post gossips on the internet, such as disaster caused by a glass of soda, how poor are the Inhuman kingdom. The king can't drink soda, and the queen can't afford to wash her hair with water, and can only shave her head like this. Anyway, turn the whole thing into a gossip event, and I'll give you the material. Kylan smiled and said, this is a good idea, Mr. Wong. It seems that you are also very suitable for public relations. Maybe. Bert smiled. Sky was stunned. How could he do this? In addition, I will let the SWORD Bureau digs out the culprits behind the scenes. At that time, no matter what their purpose is, we will publicize that they want to destroy the world. Bert continued. In this way, when similar incidents occur in the future, everyone will be more vigilant, and the sailors will be able to make excuses. Mr. Wong, I admire you. Kylan was amazed. She said, Mr. Wong, I need to expand the staff. The PR agency will have a lot of work to do in the future, and the current staff is far from enough. I will inject 200 million into the company. In addition, I will find some real experts to help you. Bert said, Ms. Kylan, please remember that you are facing a war. Mr. Wong, I'm very glad to fight for you. Kylan said excitedly. She likes challenges, and more importantly, the salary Bert gave her was far beyond her imagination. Very good, let's get started. Bert nodded and turned off the holographic projection. Sky, whose mouth was wide open, asked a PR agency. Yes, after knowing the existence of Inhumans, I set up this public relations company for the first time. Bert said, it's still small now, but I will keep pouring money into it, and it won't be long before it will become the best and most powerful PR firm in the world. This public relations company can also be used by the vampires in the future. Should I say you are farsighted or are you scheming? Sky clicked her tongue, hesitated, and then asked, Mr. Wong, are you manipulating public opinion? Bullshit, of course. Bert said, I want to put out the fire of human hatred for Inhumans. Bert didn't want the Inhumans to become like mutants in X-Men, that everyone hates and beats, even their biological parents hate them. Sky frowned. This is not good. The public has the right to know. Sky, you are too naive. The United States has been a capital-controlled country since its founding. Bert smiled disdainfully, and said, why do you think I developed Twitter so much? Is it really to block someone for fun? No, I want to control the right to speak. Sky looked at Bert with complicated eyes. You are not like a superhero, you are more like a big capitalist. Nonsense, I am the richest man on earth. Bert gave Sky a meaningful look and said, Sky, if you have time, learn more from me. Your future responsibilities will be very heavy. Sky blinked and looked puzzled. Responsibility? What responsibility do I have? I'm just a little agent who hasn't become a regular yet. Bert smiled and didn't say much. He went outside to bask in the sun. Sky was going crazy. Why do these big hots always like to keep secrets? Sky gritted her teeth. When one day, I become an expert, I will try my best to fool those younger generations every day. In a city in the Middle East, war is breaking out. Spider-Man avoided Harry's venom spray, and persuaded bitterly, Harry, turn back, if you continue to kill, you will become a monster. Half human, half spider Harry slashed at Electro with his spider legs like sharp knives, and shouted, what if I become a monster? As long as I can take revenge, even if I have to go to hell, I am willing. Spider-Man, stop talking nonsense with him. During this time, he has killed at least hundreds of people, and he is no different from a monster. Electro gave a displeased look, raised his hand, and blasted a ball of lightning at Harry. Harry screamed with pain at the electric shock, but he recovered immediately and opened his mouth to shoot a cloud of venom at Electro. Electro hurriedly avoided. Spider-Man stuck Harry's leg with the web, pulled him back hard, and shouted at the same time, no, Harry is not a monster, he still has humanity. Harry cut off the web and laughed, I still have humanity? It's ridiculous, Spider-Man, do you want me to kill 100 innocent people now to show you? Why are you angry if you have no humanity? Spider-Man begged, Harry, turn around, I beg you. Harry was silent, and he said, I can't go back, and, besides, I must get revenge. In addition to these three, there are also a large number of mercenaries and vampires shooting each other around. The battle is very fierce, and it is no different from a battlefield. The original well-dressed vampires, after fleeing for some time, are now embarrassed like refugees. To be honest, many vampires regret it, but unfortunately, they have no way back. Vengeance. Electro snorted coldly and said, Mr. Wong's annexation of the Oscorp was a commercial act, what revenge do you have? Harry roared, Blood God not only swallowed the Oscorp but also killed my father, of course, I want revenge. Mr. Wong killed Uncle Norman. Spider-Man was shocked. Electro sneered, nonsense, Norman Osborn was killed by Nick Fury. As soon as these words came out, Harry was stunned. My father was killed by Nick Fury? Electro, are you lying to me? Why do I need to lie to you? Electro was very disdainful. He said, this is what he told me when I was drinking with Snowman. He was there at the time, and he knew it perfectly. Harry asked, why did Nick Fury kill my father? To get rid of Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, of course. Electro said, your father did all kinds of evil, so what's so strange about SHIELD killing him? Uncle Norman is the Green Goblin. Spider-Man exclaimed innocently. He didn't know this before. Harry was furious. How dare you say that about my father? Why can't I say? Norman Osborn pushed me into the electric eel pond. Let me be bitten to death by the electric eels, and if he is still alive, I will cut him to pieces. Electro shouted angrily, Harry Osborn, I tell you, Norman Osborn has a lot to die for, and so do you. I don't care so much, I must take revenge, whether it's the Blood God or Nick Fury, all will die. Harry was so angry that he almost went crazy. He roared, and the demonic energy on his body turned into little spiders and flew toward Electro and Spider-Man. Why do you all have so many skills? I have none. Spider-Man sighed and quickly ducked to the side. Electro snorted coldly, and a large amount of electricity appeared from all over his body. Then, he pushed his hands forward, dozens of lightning bolts blasted out at the same time, and the surroundings were bright. The light disappeared, and all the SPID-erlings were destroyed. It's this trick again. Harry gritted his teeth. He used the communication magic talisman to ask the vampire behind, how long will it take? Vampire shouted, hold on a little longer, and it will start immediately. Okay. Harry cheered up and sprayed poisonous webs toward Electro and Spider-Man. Electro and Spider-Man immediately avoided them. Harry was about to attack again when a taxi suddenly drove wildly from a distance. Again. Whether it was Electro, Spider-Man, or Harry, there were speechless expressions on their faces. Soon, the taxi stopped not far away, and then, a mercenary in a red and black uniform walked down and shouted to everyone happily, I'm here again, did you miss me? Harry sprayed out a cloud of venom at the mercenary with an expressionless face, but neither Electro nor Spider-Man stopped him. You guys are so ruthless. Spider-Man, you and I are wearing matching couples costumes. The mercenary looked sad. The next moment, the lower part of his body was corroded by the venom and disappeared, and the upper part fell to the ground with a bang. The mercenary raised his hand in great pain, and while writing on the ground with blood, he said, Mercenary Wade, died because of Spider-Man's helplessness. Spider-Man, if you want me to erase this line of writing, you must give me $1 million. After, the mercenary stuck out his tongue and fell to the ground, looking like he was dead. Spider-Man covered his face. Why did Mr. Wong invite such a weirdo? The other mercenaries on the battlefield also had expressions of wanting to die. That guy, what a shame for a mercenary. At this moment, the Asian driver in the taxi came down, dragged Wade to the back of the car, and shouted, Mr. Wade, there is so much left this time, will they pay the bill? Don't worry, vampires are super rich and won't renege on their bills, we will receive the 4th death compensation right away. The dead Wade laughed and said, ha ha ha, this money is so easy to earn, I just have to die. Dopinder, remember to go to mission points that you haven't been to before. Don't worry, I know. Hearing Wade's words, the driver Dopinder nodded, and then complained, why is it so difficult to get married? Not only do I have to kill her cousin, but also come to the Middle East to make money to prepare for the wedding. Did we hear about a murder? Spider-Man asked Electro in amazement. Electro nodded and said, there is also a fraud case. Wade said slyly, it's all worth it. When you marry her, you can have sex with her every day. Dopinder threw Wade into the trunk and said, Mr. Wade, change your posture a little bit, don't let the blood flow all over the trunk. What does it matter? Anyway, it's already stained red by my blood. Wade said indifferently, speaking of which, besides the name of Wade, I seem to have a special title, but I can't remember it no matter how much I think about it. Dopinder closed the door of the trunk, Wade shrugged, lay down, and began to play dead. After a while, accompanied by the loud Asian music, the taxi rushed out like a sharp arrow from the string and soon disappeared. Finally gone. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief, the existence of that guy simply challenged their endurance limit. Then, everyone went to war again. Electro and Spider-Man teamed up to face Harry, the Spider King of Hell. The three of them fought endlessly, but no one could do anything. At this moment, a vampire in the back shouted excitedly, done. The next moment, European vampires all turned into black lights and disappeared, using the teleportation amulet. Electro scolded unwillingly, damn, they ran away again. The mercenaries also yelled, yeah, I thought we could solve them today. It's okay, there will be another time. Spider-Man was in a good mood. He walked to the Electro and said gratefully, Max, thank you for always being merciful. Electro snorted coldly, when did I show mercy? You've never used the railgun. Spider-Man said, I know you're worried about me, Max, my friend, thank you so much. First, I'm not your friend, and second, please don't be sentimental, it's disgusting. Electro snorted and turned to leave. The reason why he didn't use the railgun was very simple, Harry shouldn't die for the time being. It's up to these people to find Dracula. You are hard-mouthed and soft-hearted. Spider-Man laughed and said, he thought of something and murmured to himself with a firm expression, Harry, I will definitely bring you back to the right path. Harry, who changed back into human form, grabbed the collar of a vampire and asked angrily, when will you find Dracula? From Europe to the Middle East, we have searched dozens of places, but not even a single hair of Dracula has been found. If Dracula was so easy to find, someone would have found it long ago. Vampire said with a wry smile, Mr. Osborn, instead of wasting time getting angry, it's better to set off immediately. The next location is the Egyptian desert, and Dracula is likely to be there. Harry let go of the vampire's collar and scolded unhappily, Desert? Are you out of your mind? You, vampires, are most afraid of sunlight, how could Dracula hide in the desert? What's so weird about that? Dracula isn't afraid of the sun. A vampire next to him said, vampires who are not afraid of the sun, like to stay in places with plenty of sunlight, such as the blood god, who likes to watch bikini beauties on the beach. Harry was speechless. Did you misunderstand something? The key word is not the beach, but bikini beauties? Go, let's go. I hope to find Dracula this time. We're running out of time. Harry said bitterly. Everyone nodded and set off again. Blood God is not my father's enemy, so why am I doing all this? A look of confusion flashed in Harry's eyes, but it quickly turned back to hatred and bloodthirsty. By now, he had no way back, only one way to go to the dark. First, kill the Blood God, then kill Nick Fury. In short, kill everyone. SWORD Bureau successfully destroyed a den of Hydra and captured a large number of Hydra's agents. According to the agents of the SWORD Bureau, the reason why this den was founded is because the Hydra secretly posted that false information on the internet to alienate Inhumans and humans. They followed the clues and came to the Hydra's door. On TV, a host was reporting, "Here, we solemnly remind netizens and friends not to be used by criminals. It's made by Hydra. This is even better. Hydra has a very bad reputation. If someone posts scolding Inhumans in the future, we will directly accuse him of being a Hydra." Bert said with a smile. Sky asked suspiciously, "Mr. Wong, those who were caught are Hydra?" Bert said angrily, "Of course, I am Blood God, why would I still cheat? Are you cheating less often?" Sky looked contemptuous. "Tell your apprentices that you're dealing with national affairs all day, but every time you go to pick up girls." Bert said, "Why is that a lie? It is a national event for me to pick up girls." When those presidents heard that I was picking up girls, they immediately smiled. Those presidents got kicked in the head by donkeys. Sky complained. At this moment, strange energy suddenly blocked the surroundings. Then, the door was slammed open, and 6 men and a woman in strange uniforms strode in. These 6 people, headed by a woman who looks very capable, asked Bert coldly, "You are the Blood God? Where is Blackbolt?" Bert asked Sky, "Sky, tell me, do I kill them directly, or kill them after they finish repairing the gate? Let's hand them over to the SWORD Bureau." Sky smiled wryly, looking at the 6 people as if they were fools. To come to the door so rashly to find the Blood God to ask for someone, have they never been kicked in the head by a donkey? Arrogant, human, we are not those weak Inhumans on Earth. The woman sneered, "Inhumans of Italan are the real Inhumans." Bert thought for a while and said, "Forget it, let them repair the door first, Electra." Human. Arin was furious. She was about to say something when a black light flashed and all 6 of them disappeared. Sky was stunned. "Mr. Wong, who is Electra?" "My subordinate, this kind of thing is not worthy of my action." Bert said, "I will go to study, wait for them to come out, let them repair the door, and after the repairs, notify the SWORD Bureau to take them away." After finishing speaking, Bert turned and walked upstairs. Sky complained, "Studying? You're just gonna sleep, right? Fortunately, Hay and Lena were not damaged by you." Sky didn't mention Mindy because Mindy had been brought down by Bert. That girl was thinking about skipping class every day, so she couldn't calm down at all. Sky shook her head and called Carlson to pick them up. After about 10 minutes, a black light flashed. Arin and the 6 appeared again. Although there was no difference in appearance, their mental state was completely different from before. Before, these 6 people were high-spirited, with the appearance of aristocrats coming to a small place in the countryside. Now, they are trembling and their faces are full of fear, like flowers that have been destroyed and withered. "We'll fix the door right away, right away." There was no need for Sky to speak, Arin immediately said tremblingly, and then the 6 of them turned around and ran to the door, looking like they would die if they were too slow. "Oops, they're going to escape." Sky was startled and was about to pursue them, but found that Arin and the 6 obediently stood at the door to repair it, and no one escaped. Who is Electra? She can repair 6 Inhumans with upturned nostrils like this. Sky was stunned. At this time, Carlson and the others rushed over. As soon as they saw the 6 people, they immediately drew their guns and aimed at them. Defensive cover. Arin immediately ordered, and a layer of defense immediately appeared to protect them. Carlson and the others suddenly became nervous, but to their surprise, after the 6 people opened the protective cover, they did not prepare to fight but continued to repair the door. They opened the protective cover, not to stop the enemy, but to avoid being attacked. They have to fix the door as quickly as possible, otherwise, that demon won't let them go. Thinking of that demon, Arin and the others shivered. How could there be such a terrifying creature on Earth? They are going back to the moon. Carlson walked in through another door and asked in surprise, "Sky, what's the situation? Didn't they say they were all caught? Also, why are they repairing the door? Did these Inhumans come to Earth to be a carpenter?" Mr. Wong asked them to repair the door. Sky said, "They seem to be frightened." Carlson looked at Arin and others who were constantly busy, and nodded, "I can see, Sky, how exactly did Mr. Wong scare them? I am not sure as well." Sky shook her head and didn't talk about Electra. This was Ms. Carter's order, not to reveal any information related to Bert. Sky can understand this order. After all, the Blood God is very important to the Earth, although he is a local tyrant who is lazy and enjoys every day. A few minutes later, Arin and the others reluctantly repaired the door. Arin breathed a sigh of relief and let people lift the defensive cover. Then she said to the void with sincerity, "We have repaired the door. Next, we will follow them to leave." There was no response around. Sky said, "Carlson, take them away, be careful, the other Inhumans may come to snatch them." Hearing this sentence, Erin reacted greatly. She said loudly, "We will not run away. If someone comes to grab us, we will help you fight them, no matter what. We must spend 1 year in prison, not less than a day." Others also shouted, "Yes, we must serve a year in prison, not less than a day." Coulson and everyone looked at each other. They had never seen such an honest prisoner. Sky made up her mind that she would not provoke Elektra no matter what. That woman was so terrifying. The 6 powerful warriors were so frightened that even their personalities were about to collapse. "All right then, you come back to the SWORD Bureau with us." Coulson didn't believe in Erin, but he trusted Bert, nodded, and took Erin and the others out of the villa. Soon, Coulson and the others returned to the Quinjet. At this moment, the surrounding light flashed, and a group of Inhumans appeared in front of them. "Miss Erin, hurry up and escape to our side." The Inhuman Lincoln shouted while firing electricity at Coulson and the others, but to his shock, Erin and the others not only did not move but also used a defensive cover to help Coulson and the others block this attack. Erin shouted, "You guys leave quickly, don't stop us from going to jail, we have to go to jail." The Inhumans had question marks all over their heads. Is this something normal people can say? "Let's go." Gordon, who was recovering from a serious injury, saw this and left with everyone immediately. "This place is too close to the blood god, so there can be no delay. They come and go in a hurry." Coulson shook his head. He signaled the others to be optimistic about Erin and her people. He stepped into the Quinjet and asked Fitz impatiently, "Have you started tracking?" "It's started, the quantum tracker made by Mr. Stark works well," Fitz said with admiration, as expected of Mr. Stark. "In terms of intelligence, Mr. Stark is still very trustworthy." Coulson smiled, and soon, a prompt appeared on the screen, "Canada. I didn't expect Inhumans to be our neighbors." Coulson immediately called Tony, and Tony said, "I'll bring the unmanned battle armor to investigate." Coulson nodded and took Erin and the others back to the headquarters of the SWORD Bureau. After a while, Tony called back and said unhappily, "They are not there, this is just a transit." The eyeless man made a second teleportation. Coulson frowned. "Second teleportation? If that's the case, we'll have to manipulate them to find their lair." "Not necessarily, my quantum jammer is almost ready, and they won't be able to escape next time, even if they want to." Tony snorted and asked, "I heard you caught some Inhumans." Coulson said, "Mr. Wong caught them, and they were so scared that they desperately wanted to go to jail." Tony was speechless. Desperately wanting to go to jail? I've never heard of that. It's also the first time I've heard it. You won't believe this. Coulson laughed. "I scared them by telling them I won't let them go to jail if they don't tell me all the information. As a result, they said everything." "What exactly did Bert do to them?" Tony was horrified. He asked, "Do they know where the Inhumans are?" "Unfortunately, they don't know." Coulson shook his head. Although they have been to the gathering place of the Inhumans, they don't know the specific location. According to them, it is a small village in the mountains that is indifferent to the world. Indifferent to the world? This sentence is as ridiculous as America's love for peace. Tony sneered. "Send me a copy of the information later. I'll go back to study the quantum jammer." "Okay." Coulson nodded. He was also curious. What exactly did Bert do to those 6 people? "In the afterlife," Gordon said, "Jiaying, Raina's prophecy is right. They can really track my teleportation location, but fortunately I took a detour." "Thank you for your hard work. Your injury is just getting better. Go back to rest first," Jiaying said. Gordon nodded and left with everyone. Then, Jiaying called Raina and said happily, "It seems that you are a prophet." Raina, who had many spikes on her face and head, said, "I've been searching for the meaning of existence all my life, and now, I've found it." Jiaying smiled and said, "I'm glad you found it. You were in pain and wanted to commit suicide a few days ago. Who wouldn't be in pain after becoming like this?" Raina smiled and said, "However, it's worth it. I will use this ability given to me by God to assist the king of the Inhumans and let the Inhumans continue to exist." Hearing Raina's words, Jiaying smiled and said, "Maximus would like to have your assistance." "No, Maximus is not the king of the Inhumans." Raina shook her head. Jiaying was stunned, and she asked, "Could it be that you want to assist Blackbolt?" "No, Blackbolt is also not the king of the Inhumans." Raina shook her head and said enthusiastically, "There is only one king of Inhumans. Although she is not yet an Inhuman, she will eventually become the king. She is not an Inhuman now." Jiaying frowned and asked, "Raina, who is the real king of Inhumans?" Raina made a joke, "You'll know soon. We'll talk about it then." Jiaying glanced at Raina and asked again, "Raina, what are humans going to do next?" "They want to catch Gordon." Raina said, "Tony Stark's quantum jammer will be completed in 3 days." "Quantum jammers? These scientists are troublesome." Jiaying thought for a while and said, "Raina, you go back to rest first. If you sense any new future, tell me immediately." "Yes." Raina nodded. She thought of something, and said with a smile, "By the way, your daughter's ability is very powerful." Jiaying asked happily, "Really?" "Yes, and she won't turn into a monster like me." Raina smiled and turned to leave. Jiaying stood there, looking a little dazed, but after a while, she turned back to her original indifference. In the past, her daughter was the treasure she cared about most, but unfortunately, it is no longer the case. Jiaying let out a sigh of relief and took out the communicator to contact Maximus. After hearing what she said, Maximus shouted in disbelief, "That is impossible, Eren and the others are the best Inhuman nobles, how could it be possible? Failed? Surrendered to the other side? The fact is right in front of you, your majesty, as I said, the blood god is very powerful, even stronger than Blackbolt." Jiuying said, "Don't act rashly, I will find a way to solve him." Maxim snorted coldly, "If I can't do it, what can you do? This may not be the case. There is an old saying in the East that if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. Jiuying said, "Blood god is very strong, but he has a fatal weakness, he likes women too much, we can use beautiful women to assassinate him. The only problem is that I lack the means to kill with one blow. Blood god is not that easy to kill. You don't have me." Maximus was overjoyed, he said, "There is an Inhuman in Italand that can secrete deadly venom. Seeing blood seals his throat, there is no cure." Jiuying was overjoyed, "Really? Blood god is not an ordinary powerhouse." "Of course it's true. If you're worried, we can purify that venom." Maximus said, "However, that Inhuman is very ugly." Jiuying's eyes flashed and she said, "No problem, we already have someone besides the blood god." "That's good, I'll get the venom and hidden weapons and pass them on to you as soon as possible. After you receive them, do it right away." Maximus said, "Blood god must die, otherwise our plan will never succeed." "I know." Jiuying nodded, she thought of something, and asked, "By the way, does Eren know your plan?" "Don't worry, she doesn't know. The details of this plan are known only to me and the Kree fleet." Maximus said, "That's good." Jiuying nodded, and when Maximus cut off contact, she called Gordon and said, "It's time for me to meet Sky." Gordon said, "Jiuying, isn't it too dangerous to meet at this time? Let's use video chat. The video doesn't show sincerity. Their quantum jammer has not been completed, so there should be no problem." Jiuying said, "When Sky is out, take her to Australia to meet me." "Okay, then I will transfer a few more times." Gordon nodded, hesitated, and said, "Jiuying, why don't we change it to someone else? Assassinating the blood god, whether she fails or not, Sky may die. She is the best candidate, blood god will not doubt her, other people, the blood god will be vigilant." Jiuying said, "This is her responsibility. Every Inhuman should devote their life to the Inhumans." "Okay." Gordon sighed and turned away. In the villa, Sky, who had just returned, asked angrily, "Did you already know that the world's most wanted criminal is my mother?" The most wanted criminal in the world in Sky's mouth is Jiuying. She wants to enslave all human beings, and she also calls human beings gorillas that have not evolved. Bert asked lazily, "Have you met her?" "When I was out to buy crabs, the eyeless man suddenly appeared and took me to an unknown place." Sky nodded, then, "The world's most wanted criminal came out and said she was my mother. To be honest, I didn't believe it at first, and I didn't want to consider it. Later, she told me a lot about how we got separated, how humans treated her, and my real name, Daisy Johnson. Although I don't want to admit it, she should be my mother, Mr. Wong, my heart is in a mess right now." Bert poured Sky a glass of wine, shook his head, and said, "At least, from now on, you are not an orphan. Finding my loved ones was my biggest dream, but I'm not happy at all right now." Sky took a sip of wine and said, "Mr. Wong, can you help me find someone?" Bert asked, "Whitehall. How do you know?" Sky gritted her teeth, "It was he who dissected Jiuying. If it wasn't for him, our family would never have been separated, and Jiuying would not have become what she is now. Ghost Rider has killed Whitehall." Bert briefly said the original incident, and Sky said bitterly, "He deserves it, it's cheap for him. He deserves it." Bert asked, "Jiuying is looking for you at this time, surely there is something for you to do, right?" Sky said depressedly, "Yes, she wants me to seduce you." Bert smiled and said, "Seduce me? Am I that hungry? What did you say?" Sky glared at him. Bert waved his hand and said, "You didn't agree." "Of course, I didn't say yes." Sky snorted coldly, "I also had a big fight with her because of her behavior, and finally broke up." Thinking of something, Sky said a little disappointedly, "This is not the family reunion I imagined." Bert touched his chin and said, "I think you should promise Jiuying." "What?" Sky was stunned for a moment, then hugged the pillow, and said vigilantly, "Are you finally going to lay a spell on me?" Bert asked suspiciously, "Why do I feel that you are a little excited? Where is it?" Sky looked away with a guilty conscience. She didn't like Bert, but Bert picked up girls every day, and he didn't care about her at all. "I'm not excited." Bert said, "I'm not interested in playing tricks on you, and I asked you to agree to Jiuying because of business." Sky was disappointed. "What's the matter? You said you weren't excited just now." Bert complained, "If you are really interested in me, I will suffer a little and satisfy you. With my current physique, I should be able to handle it." "Fuck off." Sky threw the pillow at Bert. Bert caught it, and then said, "Speaking of business, I don't want you to agree to Jiuying all at once, but to soften slowly, so that Jiuying will keep persuading you." "Keep persuading me?" Sky blinked and asked, "You want to lure her out?" "That's right." Bert nodded. In addition, although Tony can develop a quantum jammer, this guy is born with the property of being slapped in the face. I think his plan may not be successful, so we need a backup plan. Mr. Stark will kill you when he hears this." Sky complained, and Bert said, "You will know in the future, that guy is destined to be beaten in the face, just like his battle armor." "Really?" Sky looked suspicious. She asked, "What do you want me to do?" Bert said, if I guessed correctly, Jia Ying's purpose for you to seduce me should be to kill me. Sky frowned, kill you, how can I kill you? Of course, you can't kill me. Bert smiled and said, but I will pretend to be killed by you. When the time comes, the eyeless man will save you and return to the place where the Inhumans gather. Sky's eyes lit up, in this way, we only need to do something with me, and we can know where the gathering place is. Exactly. Bert said, if Tony fails, we will use this plan. Okay. Sky didn't object. She hesitated for a while and asked, Mr. Wang, can you not kill Jia Ying? She is quite pitiful. Bert said, I won't kill her, but she will go to jail. That's enough. Sky breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Bert's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the text on it and said excitedly, finally found it. Sky asked, Mr. Wang, what did you find? Found a fatal hazard. Bert didn't say much, got up, and opened the portal to leave. Sky leaned over and saw that the opposite was a desert. We finally found Dracula. In a desert in Egypt, a group of tattered vampires cried with joy in a mausoleum. They spent so much effort and so many people died. But they finally found Dracula, the ancestor of vampires. Harry looked at the quaint sarcophagus in front of him and asked suspiciously, it's here? You're not mistaken, right? Vampires always likes luxury, but this place is so simple that it doesn't seem like a burial ground. A vampire said, yes, we sensed that Dracula was in the sarcophagus, and we don't know why it is so simple. Harry said, it's fine if it's Dracula, wake him up quickly, the pursuers might be coming soon. Yes. Vampires did not waste time, they cut their wrists one after another and sprinkled blood on the sarcophagus. As soon as the blood fell on the sarcophagus, it disappeared immediately, leaving no trace. The vampires knew that it was Dracula who was sucking their blood to wake up, and they became more excited and could finally take revenge. At this moment, the vampire who was looking out for the wind suddenly shouted, the pursuers are here, it's the Electro. Damn, I'll stop them, you wake up Dracula quickly. Harry scolded, and took the reinforcements sent by Hell to go out to intercept Electro and the others. Under the moonlight, Spider-Man shouted to Harry tirelessly, Harry, if you don't turn back, it's too late. Aren't you tired of saying this whenever you find me? Harry said impatiently, Spider-Man, I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise, you won't have a chance to run after a while. Who are you scaring? Harry Osborn, die for me. Electro snorted coldly, raised his hand, and blasted electricity toward Harry. Harry jumped high and turned into an 8-legged humanoid Spider King in the air. Then, he opened his mouth and sprayed a mouthful of venom at Electro and Spider-Man. Harry, you didn't spit before. Spider-Man sighed and started fighting with Harry again. When the mercenaries saw this, they carried their guns and fired at the reinforcements from Hell. The reinforcements from Hell immediately hid behind the dunes to fight back, and the fierce battle broke out again. Hurry up, hurry up. In the mausoleum, the vampires kept praying. At this moment, their blood suddenly stopped flowing. The vampires were overjoyed and knelt at the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus suddenly stood up, and then, the coffin board opened, and an ancient, decayed, low voice sounded, why did you wake me up? Vampires paid their respects, the great ancestor of vampires, Dracula, please save your people. Save you. Dracula was stunned for a moment, then scolded angrily, didn't Ancient One promise that she would not kill vampires? Could it be that the old woman who couldn't marry broke her promise? All the vampires were stunned. What does this have to do with Ancient One? The ancestor is still very powerful, and he dares to scold Ancient One for not marrying. A vampire was very determined, and said to Dracula, Ancestor, this has nothing to do with the Sorcerer Supreme, it is a vampire who betrayed us, and he helped humans slaughter us. It turned out to be just a traitor of the vampires. The middle-aged Dracula dressed as a classic vampire floated out of the coffin and said with a proud face, small thing, tell me his information. A vampire said, yes, his name is Blood God. Dracula asked dissatisfiedly, God of blood? He is bold, he dares to call himself a god, does he think I don't exist? Vampires nodded, that's right. That guy doesn't understand dignity at all, Ancestor, you must destroy him. Dracula snorted coldly, it's still up to you, continue to introduce. Yes, Ancestor. The vampires explained Bert's information in detail and showed his video to Dracula. Damn, is this guy still a vampire? How did he become so fierce? Dracula, who didn't care much before, saw the video of Bert slaughtering monsters, and his eyeballs almost fell. This junior is too cruel, right? The vampires didn't notice Dracula's expression was wrong, and one of them added, by the way, I heard that the blood god has something to do with camartage, and he knows some magic. Are you kidding me? Dracula secretly swallowed his saliva, and then said with a look of disdain, I can even enter and exit camartage freely, what is mere magic? You wait here, I'll go to the back to pee. Yes, Ancestor. A vampire asked curiously, does the Ancestor also want to pee? It might be necessary, whether it's the Ancestor or the blood god. A group of vampires chatted in a low voice, and they were in a good mood, but as time went by, they gradually realized that something was wrong. The Ancestor has been urinating for too long, right? A vampire speculated, could it be because he has been holding back for hundreds of years? He hasn't had anything to drink for hundreds of years, something happened. Vampires quickly got up and went to the back to check, but they couldn't find Dracula at all, only found a path leading to the outside. The vampires looked at each other in dismay. They followed the path to leave the mausoleum and found a few footprints on the sand. 2 of them were very deep. Someone must have jumped up forcefully, or flown up. The vampires were stunned, and one vampire couldn't help but ask, "The ancestor ran away. It doesn't make sense. Didn't the ancestor say that he can easily kill the blood god in seconds? Why did he run?" The vampires were confused and a little crazy at the same time. They spent so much effort and cost to find Dracula, they thought he could help them solve the blood god, but he ran away. What the hell is this? The vampires expressed that they were very devastated. At this time, Harry, who flew into the sky, found the vampires and asked in astonishment, "What's the situation? Where is Dracula?" A vampire pointed to the footprints ahead and said, "Dracula ran away." What? Harry almost fell from the sky. Dracula, who he had high hopes for, actually ran away? What kind of joke is this? Didn't Mephisto say that Dracula could kill the blood god in seconds? Chase after him, we must find Dracula. Harry gritted his teeth and quickly chased in the direction of the footprints. The vampires looked at each other and followed. No matter what, they had to find Dracula and ask for clarification. Chase them? Electro saw this and immediately chased after him with Spider-Man and others. After a while, everyone found Dracula and also the blood god. Looking at the blood god who stood there quietly, but gave off an incomparably heavy feeling, the vampires' legs were weak, and they collapsed to the ground weakly, their hearts filled with panic. Bert ignored those vampires. He asked Dracula, the ancestor of the vampire, Dracula. Dracula also asked, "Blood god, Bert Wong?" Bert said with a smile on his face, "It's me, I finally found you. After swallowing your blood, I will have no more flaws. You deliberately let those idiots find me." Dracula instantly understood, and he cursed in his heart. This group of grandchildren came to pit him. Bert nodded and said, "Yes, Dracula, your blood has made me a blood god. If I absorb all your blood, I don't know what will happen." Dracula said, "It's not very good. The reason why you can become a blood god is not because of my blood, but because of the concept I put in the blood god altar." Bert was stunned. Concept? What is that? At this moment, Harry shouted, "Dracula, hurry up and take back the blood on the blood god, so you can kill him instantly. If that method works, do you think I won't use it?" Dracula turned his head and said with a look of contempt, "That bastard has been in the mirror space from the very beginning. Take back the blood, my ass." Mirror space. Harry was confused and didn't know what it was, but Bert asked curiously, "You know about the mirror space?" "Of course, I know." Dracula snorted coldly, "I had lived in Camartage for about 100 years. What spell is there in Camartage have I never seen?" "You lived in Camartage for 100 years. Bert was stunned. He asked, "What is your relationship with Master Ancient One?" "The relationship of cannon fodder." Dracula said, "Hundreds of years ago, Ancient One swept the world, and the demons either got out of the way or killed by her. For the survival of the vampires, I bravely went to Camartage and begged her, hoping that she would open up. Let go of the vampire." Bert was a little surprised. "Is that why you went to Camartage?" "Yes, that woman Ancient One was so ruthless. She slapped me to death as soon as we met, but she didn't expect that I would be immortal and would be resurrected right away, and then she killed me again." Dracula said, "The cycle went on and on. She killed me over 100 times in various ways, and didn't stop until she was sure she couldn't kill me. Then, I explained my purpose, and she promised to let the vampires go, but on the condition that I would serve Camartage for 100 years. I agreed. I thought it was just fighting and killing, but who knows, Ancient One is super cruel and directly used me as cannon fodder. The curse of life, I carry it. The big dissociation ray, I carry it. The finger of death, I carry it. The doomsday forbidden curse, I carry it as well. The devil explodes. There is no doubt that I still carry it. Do you know how many times I died in the 100 years of Camartage? Let me tell you, at least 10,000 times. I have tried every way of dying, and when I died, I became numb, dug a hole, and buried myself. But Ancient One dug me out the next day and made me continue to be cannon fodder." Dracula sighed. His whole body was extremely depressed, and he was a little grey. All the people present were silent. This Dracula is sad. He has died tens of thousands of times. If it were them, they would have collapsed long ago. Bert touched the cold sweat on his forehead. Was Master so cruel back then? Bert sighed secretly. It seems that the Blood River's ability is not safe. If I meet someone stronger than me, even if I don't die, I will only be as sad as Dracula. You think this is the end? Let me tell you, it only got worse. Dracula sighed again and continued, "After 100 years, Ancient One kept her promise and let me go down the mountain, but my daughter said that I didn't care about the vampires and wanted to break away from the father-daughter relationship with me. I don't care about vampires. I don't care about the vampire? The vampire has long been wiped out by Ancient One, okay? I paid so much, but I was misunderstood by my daughter. In desperation, I went to the Egyptian desert and found a tomb at random to fall asleep to make up for my wounded heart. I didn't expect that just after I slept for a few hundred years, a group of grandchildren came to dig my tomb and asked me to deal with the blood god. Please, is that blood god someone I can deal with? I can't keep up with his speed at all, okay? Not to mention, he also has dragon fire and learned magic. What can I do? Of course, run. But it turns out that everything was a game to hunt and kill me." Speaking of this, Dracula laughed, but it was extremely desolate, and the people who watched it were sad. The group of vampires who were sad and angry before has all calmed down. Compared to Dracula, what happened to them is a fart. Bert pinched his eyebrows. He found himself a little embarrassed to attack Dracula. This old guy is so unlucky. Harry thought of something, took out a dagger from his arms, and shouted to Dracula, Dracula, don't worry, I have a void-breaking dagger given by Mephisto, which can break through the space, let's work together. Kill the blood god. Kill your head, get out of the way, I want to surrender, and kill you myself. Dracula yelled, I managed to create a tragic atmosphere, making the blood god feel embarrassed to kill me. What are you yelling at? If you angered the blood god, can you stop him? Harry was stunned. He never thought that things would turn out like this, let alone him. Those Hell Lords who were secretly paying attention were also dumbfounded. A group of Hell Lords roared, Mephisto, is this your plan? I didn't expect Dracula to be so cowardly. He should have been frightened by Ancient One. Mephisto was also very depressed. He said, don't worry, I still have another trick. After saying that, Mephisto's mind moved, and the short-legged spider behind Harry suddenly came to life, absorbing the power from Harry crazily. Harry let out a shrill scream, turned back into a human form in the air, and fell to the ground. Then his body became shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even his hair quickly turned white. Harry. Spider-Man was shocked and wanted to check Harry's condition, but was pulled back by Electro. Now the situation is unknown, and he should not move lightly. Soon, Harry became like a mummified corpse, and the short-legged spider, full of magic, looked very terrifying. Immediately afterward, the spider picked up the dagger, turned into a black light, and flew toward Dracula, and at the same time, Mephisto's voice sounded in its mouth. Ha ha ha, blood god, did you think I wouldn't count this situation? I told you, all I want is Dracula to show up. Hey, what? Mirror space. Mephisto was so arrogant, but he found that he couldn't fly to Dracula's side no matter how he tries. In the eyes of outsiders, he has been circling beside Dracula. Bert said with contempt, Mephisto, did you think I wouldn't count this situation? Mephisto gritted his teeth. Blood god. Silly lord, the blood god has set up a space labyrinth beside me from the very beginning. Why do you think I dare not resist? Dracula said disdainfully, this guy's space magic is quite brilliant. Shut up, blood god, do you think this can stop me? Mephisto roared and swung the void-breaking dagger to tear apart the space, but to his astonishment, behind the space labyrinth, there was still another space labyrinth, and he was trapped again. As for the void-breaking dagger, after using it once, it has dissipated in the air. Dracula became more and more contemptuous. I said that you are a fool. That guy has set up 18 space labyrinths around me. Unless he wants to, no one can come near me. Blood god. Mephisto was going crazy. The blood god is not only getting stronger but his wisdom and experience are also rapidly improving. If this goes on like this, he will really become the next Ancient One. At the same time, Spider-Man ran to Harry desperately. Harry was weak and only had his last breath. He smiled miserably at Spider-Man. The deal with the devil really didn't end well. Peter, I'm sorry. Harry, don't say that. Maybe, my blood might be of use to you. Spider-Man was anxious. At this time, he thought of something, and hurriedly cut his wrist and fed the blood to Harry. Harry was both grateful and guilty. He knew how much Peter valued his blood. Leaving aside the good friends, Spider-Man, and Harry. Looking at the spider in the space labyrinth, Bert gently squeezed his right hand. The space labyrinth squeezed wildly towards the spider. The spider let out a shrill scream and was almost squeezed into meat sauce. Dracula, I know you still have cards, come and join me. Mephisto shouted, if you and I join forces, killing the blood god is easy. Bert snorted and increased his strength. Instant killing is easy now. This time if Mephisto is not taught a big lesson, how can he be called the blood god? Dracula said with a look of contempt, Mephisto, do you think I'm as stupid as you? How can the blood god be as easy to kill as you said? Mephisto shouted while resisting the pressure of the space, his blood comes from you, I can use your blood to curse, no matter how strong the blood god is, he will be dead. Dracula snorted, don't think I don't understand the curse, this curse will definitely cost my life. Mephisto said angrily, what are you afraid of? You won't die. I won't die, but that doesn't mean I want to die. I've died more than 10,000 times, and I don't want to die again. Dracula said, Mephisto, be cool, and don't affect my surrender, the atmosphere just now is gone. Everyone present was speechless. How cowardly is this Dracula? Bert frowned a little. He was embarrassed to kill Dracula like this, especially since he had made great contributions to the vampires. Bert said, well, Dracula, why don't you try, maybe you can really kill me. Everyone became more speechless, this is too weird, right? To persuade others to harm you? No, absolutely no, I surrender unconditionally. Dracula shook his head again, do you think I don't know your mind? Humph, I'm not that stupid. Today, even if God himself came, I would only surrender. Mephisto was going crazy, why are you vampires so weird? Aren't there more weirdos in your hell? When did vampires become weird? Bert snorted, and then he tried hard. The spider exploded directly, leaving only a cloud of blood and a black crystal floating in the air. And then, Mephisto's voice came out of the blood. Blood god, this time, you won, but I'll be back. You think you are the Terminator, coming back every day. Bert sneered, Mephisto, today, I will leave you with some unforgettable memories. Mephisto disdain, just you. No, there's me too. A phantom appeared out of thin air, but it was the Hell Prince Blackheart. He looked at the blood and said excitedly, Mephisto, we meet again. Blackheart. Mephisto was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, you cheating son, are you colluding with them again? What's wrong with that? It's only right and proper for your son to cheat. Blackheart snorted coldly. He opened his mouth, and a cloud of original blood mixed with spells blurted out, merging with Mephisto's blood. You want to curse me with blood? Mephisto was angry. He shouted to the sky, Ancient One, your apprentice colluded with hell monsters, you won't come out and take care of it. Ancient One's voice sounded faint. I also colluded before, what's the problem? Everyone was silent. This answer is very good and powerful. You are really shameless. Mephisto almost vomited blood from Ancient One's words, and he shouted, do you think this cheating son can pit me? Keep dreaming. His curse will at most, makes me stumble. The gap between us is too big. I know. Bert smiled lightly and said, however, someone will help him, Hell Lords, am I right? Who do you think we are? We in Hell have always been in the same spirit, advancing and retreating together. Lucifer said solemnly, and then, a black fallen angel feather fell from the sky and fell into the blood. Yes, we will never be provoked by you. Who doesn't know that our Hell is the most united? Accompanied by this sound, a ruby composed of flames appeared out of thin air and merged with the blood of the Black Heart demon. Blood God, we will never help you deal with Mephisto. That's right, absolutely no help. We are a family. Lords of Hell are like brothers. The Hell Lords made a righteous statement while sending their power into the blood of Blackheart. With their help, the power of the curse expanded wildly. Everyone was stunned. Why are these Hell Lords saying and doing completely different things? Bert was moved, and he said, I underestimated you. You Hell Lords are united. That is right. Who do you think we are? The Hell Lords said shamelessly. Mephisto almost exploded, and he roared, you bastards, actually stabbed me at this time? Do you know that without me, he will become the next Ancient One in the future? Mephisto, don't think we don't know your plan. Lucifer sneered, whether Blood God becomes the next Ancient One doesn't matter, the important thing is that you can't become Satan. Yes, you are not qualified to sit in that position. The other Hell Lords also shouted, and Mephisto roared, I will settle this account with you bastards. Let's talk about it when you survive. Lucifer shouted, Blackheart, your uncle will fully support you to become the new Hell Lord. The other lords also shouted, yes, we will fully support you in killing that shameless bastard, Mephisto. Electro complained, didn't they just say that Hell Lords are the most united? Ha ha ha, Mephisto, your time of death has come. Blackheart laughed. He took out a piece of parchment from his pocket and read, Blackheart, curse Mephisto with my blood. From now on, his IQ will become the same as mine. Reading this, Blackheart was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and roared at Bert, Blood God, what do you mean? What kind of curse is this? Well, this piece of paper is the content of the curse that Bert gave to the Blackheart. Bert spread his hands and said, no problem, bring his IQ to the same level as yours, so that you can use your rich experience to defeat him. Blackheart, I'm optimistic about you. Everyone, including the Hell Lords, couldn't help laughing. This Blood God is bad enough. Blackheart gritted his teeth, are you despising my IQ? Mephisto, who had always been stubborn before, shouted in horror, no, Blood God, I will make a contract with you, not to invade the earth for 100 years. Don't lower my intelligence to the same level as him, then I will become stupid. Mephisto, what did you say? How can I be stupid? If you are not stupid, why would you scheme against your father with outsiders? Mephisto, you find it yourself, curse, complete. With the angry voice of the Blackheart, the blood quickly turned into ashes, which means that the curse officially took effect. No. Mephisto shouted desperately, making him stupid was worse than killing him. Ha ha ha, Mephisto, congratulations on being a fool. The other Hell Lords laughed and sent troops to Mephisto's Hell. The Lords of Hell are the most united. Now that Mephisto is in trouble, how can they not help? Lords of Hell, as close as a brother, what's yours is mine. Blood God, I will settle this account with you. Blackheart left angrily. Although he was hacked, his goal was accomplished. He wanted to seize the opportunity to completely defeat Mephisto. This time, Mephisto should be quiet for a while, plotting against me every day, and say I will come back every time. Bert snorted coldly. He put away the black crystal left by Mephisto and turned his eyes to Dracula. Dracula knelt instantly. He shouted, Blood God, I surrender. You can do whatever you want. I will never resist. Can't you do it without kneeling? Blood God is so terrifying. Even an existence like Mephisto can be beaten to death. In Bert, Dracula seemed to see the Ancient One. Blood God, we surrender too. The vampires were also frightened and begged for mercy one after another. Bert snorted coldly and grabbed them with a big hand. Then, Bert pushed his hand and let all the blood fly into Harry's body. Obtaining the blood of the vampires, Harry's body became full at a speed visible to the naked eye. Spider-Man was overjoyed, raised his head, and shouted gratefully to Bert, thank you, Mr. Wong. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Most of his soul and vitality were taken away by the Spider King. Even if he becomes a vampire, he can only linger on. Bert said, in addition, he must be responsible for the crimes he committed before, and SWORD Bureau will judge him. Spider-Man said, it's okay, as long as he survives. The luckiest thing in his life is to have you as a friend. Bert shook his head and said to the undercover agents, get up, and I will reward you well. The undercover agents shouted excitedly, "Thank you, Blood God. Are these guys undercover?" Everyone was stunned. The Blood God was too far-sighted, right? After dealing with these trivial matters, Bert turned his eyes to Dracula again, and he said, "Dracula, since you are sensible, I will not make it difficult for you. I want your blood. Blood God, it's useless for you to swallow my blood." Dracula said, "I can't die because I have a conceptual ability." Bert frowned. "Conceptual ability? Dracula, get up and talk. I don't like others kneeling. As long as there are vampires in the world, as long as there are people who remember my name, I will not die. This is my conceptual ability." Dracula stood up and said, "Later, I wanted my daughter to be immortal like me, so I separated a little concept through the dark hold. Who knew? My daughter couldn't absorb this concept." Bert asked, "Why can't it be absorbed?" "Because she is pure blood. The blood on pure blood vampires comes from me. In a sense, they are part of me, and the concept cannot be taken back after separation." Dracula sighed and said, "In fact, only mixed blood can inherit that concept. After I discovered this, I put that concept on the Blood God altar and waited for someone to get it. There is such an inside story at the Blood God altar." Bert was very surprised. He asked, "Then, can you separate a little more concepts?" "No, I can only separate once." Dracula said, "I'm not lying to you, you can ask the Ancient One." Bert thought for a while and said, "If that's the case, Dracula, I can only seal you up, because I can't allow anyone to threaten me. Maybe." Dracula thought for a while and said, "I have a way for you to get more concepts." Bert asked with great interest, "Oh, what can you do?" "It's easy." Dracula knelt again to Bert and shouted, "In the name of the ancestor of the vampires, I recognize that Bert is the god of the vampires." As soon as Dracula said this, all the vampires in the world looked in the direction of the Egyptian desert, and then praised in unison, "Congratulations on the birth of my god." Lilith said the same sentence, and immediately reacted, shocked. That old bastard Dracula woke up and admitted the blood god. "You admit that I am the god of vampires? What's the use of that?" Bert was puzzled. At this moment, his consciousness suddenly fell into a strange place. This place was full of blood and the mysteries of space. Bert just glanced at it and was completely addicted. He completely forgot where he was and what was going on outside. He just wanted to explore more mysteries. In the Egyptian desert, Bert suddenly turned into a rushing river of blood. The mirror space couldn't bear his power and shattered like glass. Then, the river of blood rose into the sky and floated in the air, blocking even the moonlight. "What's going on?" Everyone was stunned for a moment. Electro appeared in front of Dracula and asked angrily, "Dracula, what's going on here? What did you do?" In the shadows, Electra clenched the sword, ready to slash at any time. "How could this be? There's no reason." Dracula stood up, his brows were full of doubts. At this moment, a cloud of blood suddenly floated out of the blood river, turned into a beast in the air, and then exploded with a bang, falling into the blood river like raindrops. Absorbing the divine blood of the beast, the blood river swelled wildly, almost covering the sky. "God of blood? Does that guy have complete divine blood? Or is it purified?" Dracula was dumbfounded. Could that guy be a powerful illegitimate child? Otherwise, why would there even be purified divine blood? Thinking of this, Dracula, the ancestor of vampires, also drank a few mouthfuls of divine blood when he was with Ancient One, but it was not purified, and every time he drank it, he felt uncomfortable to death. Dracula didn't know that in addition to the purified divine blood, there was another treasure in Bert's body. That is the Tesseract. At this moment, under the influence of cosmic rules, the power of the Tesseract gradually penetrated Bert's body. "Dracula, give me an answer, or die," Electro said with a murderous look on his face. Spider-Man and others also gathered around. "Don't be so murderous, he is transforming into a real god." Dracula said angrily, "This is a good thing, a super good thing, you know." Electro asked, "Transforming into a god? What do you mean?" "That is, he is going to become the true god of the vampires." Dracula said, "If he doesn't have divine blood, then at most he gets a little concept of a true god, but he happens to have divine blood and has been purified, so he has the opportunity to become a god. True god of the vampire." Electro couldn't understand. He thought for a while, letting Spider-Man look over Dracula, called Mercury himself, and explained the matter again. "What? The blood god wants to become the true god of the vampire?" Mercury was overjoyed when she heard the words. She said, "I'll bring our people there right away. You protect blood god, and monitor Dracula, don't let him run away." Electro nodded, "I understand. God blessed us, vampires." Mercury was very excited. She thought about it, called Lilith, and asked her to go to the Egyptian desert with over 100 battle armors. Lilith had originally planned to go to see Dracula and immediately did so upon hearing the words. Then, Mercury called Carter and said, "Something is going on with the blood god, let the president of Egypt block the desert. No one can enter or leave." Carter asked in amazement, "Block the entire desert? What happened to the blood god?" "You don't have to know, just do it." Mercury said, "If the Egyptian president does not cooperate, let President Ellis come forward to put pressure on him." Carter was silent for a while, and said, "I can do this, but afterward, you must give me an explanation. Mercury, my authority is no lower than yours." "I know." Mercury snorted and hung up the phone. Then, she brought 10 guards and rushed to the desert at the fastest speed. At Camartage, Doom asked Ancient One, "Master, why didn't you stop the blood god? If this goes on, he will become the true god of the vampire. Mordo nodded in agreement. Master, you can't let that vampire become the true god. Strange asked inexplicably, isn't it a good thing for the blood god to become a true god? Why stop it? Although the blood god is a vampire, his stance has always been on the side of humans. The reason why Master has always helped him is because of this. Doom looked at Strange and explained, but once he becomes the true god of the vampire, his position will be deflected to the side of the vampire, and at that time, he will become the biggest enemy of mankind. Strange was stunned. Will becoming a god also change his personality? Of course, if you want to become a god, you must merge with concepts and rules. Ancient One introduced, once you merge, you are no longer yourself, but the embodiment of concepts and rules. A typical example is the Dormammu. After he became the ruler of the dark dimension, he lost most of his feelings and only cared about one thing in his heart, which was to annex more universes for the dark dimension. Doom said, it is not so much that Dormammu is the ruler of that dimension, it is better to say that he is the puppet of the dark dimension, contributing to the dark dimension 24 hours a day without any salary. Strange complained, why do I feel that the Dormammu is a little pitiful? This is why Master is not a god, although she can do it if she wants to. Doom said respectfully, Master, I will learn from you, I will never be a god in this life. Ancient One smiled and said, I'm very happy to have a disciple like you. Caecilius on the side snorted coldly. Do you think it is easy to become a god? Do you want to achieve it? I have been planning for decades, but I haven't even touched the fur. Caecilius' heart was full of jealousy. Why can the blood god become a god, but he can't? Mordo couldn't help but ask, Master, if that's the case, why haven't you killed the blood god? He's right, why should I kill him? Ancient One shook her head and said, I won't stop him, it's up to him to choose. Mordo and Doom both wanted to say something, and at this moment, the Kimoyo bead in the style of Buddhist beads in Ancient One's hand suddenly lit up. Why did Ancient One have Kimoyo beads? Of course, it was given to her by Bert. After Ancient One was connected, the image of Eric of Wakanda appeared. He glanced at Doom and the others but did not speak. You leave first. Ancient One signaled to everyone, and everyone nodded to leave. Then, Ancient One asked Eric, want to ask about your body? Yes. Hearing Ancient One's question, Eric nodded and asked, Master, have I been tricked by Dracula? The main body is completely out of contact now. He didn't cheat you, he just didn't expect you to have divine blood. Ancient One explained the matter again, and then said, whether you become a god or not, it is up to you to choose, I will not interfere. Eric touched his chin and asked, Master, after I become a god, will you slap me to death? Ancient One said with a smile, don't worry, I can drive you away at most because I can't kill you. After you become the true god of the vampires, unless all the vampires die, you will never die. It's no different from now. Eric didn't care, he said, I'll wake up the main body in a while, there are still so many beautiful women out there, becoming a god is just a waste. Can't you pursue a little higher? Ancient One was speechless, she asked, have you thought about it? There is only one chance to become a god. If you give up this time, you will never become a god again. God is not only immortal but also has great authority and power. Master, it's not the first day you know me. How could I abandon myself for power? Eric smiled and said, that's not the way I want to go. From start to finish. I read you right. Ancient One laughed, and she said, if you don't stop it, after 10 days, you will become a god. During this process, your body will keep changing, and your consciousness will learn a lot of rules. When to wake up, you decide for yourself, but you have to pay attention. The later you wake up, the more difficult it is to wake up. Eric immediately said, is that so? It must be the 10th day to wake up. Ancient One asked, aren't you afraid that you won't wake up? Eric said, why can't I wake up? On the 10th day, I called a group of beauties to come to the desert to sing and dance to ensure the body wakes up. Ancient One was speechless again, is it really good for you to say that about your body? Seeing Ancient One's expression, Eric said a little embarrassedly, Master, I'm sorry. I don't care about that, I just didn't expect you to be so creative. Ancient One shook her head, you figure it out yourself, your life is your own. Eric said, Master, don't worry, if it's not possible, I'll sacrifice myself to forcibly wake him up. Ancient One said, you can know what you have in mind. Eric remembered one thing and said to Ancient One, by the way, Master, help me contact Mercury, tell her my decision, and let her not make any big fuss, it's unnecessary. Mercury doesn't know about Eric. In fact, in the entire world, only a few know about this, Ancient One, Panther Goddess, and the former kings of Wakanda. Eric's clone, there is no need to have a connection with the vampires. Okay. Ancient One nodded and said, in addition, I will help you cover up the vision of the desert. As for the rest, you can do it yourself. Thank you, Master. Eric nodded and ended the communication. Ancient One looked at the beads and couldn't help but smile. This is indeed more suitable for her than a mobile phone. Bert deliberately made it look like Buddha beads. Ancient One shook her head, waved her hand, and the sky over the Egyptian desert returned to normal, no longer as bloody as before. Then, Ancient One called Mercury and told her about Blood God's situation. Master Ancient One, I know, I will follow the instructions of Blood God and will not let anyone go there. Mercury replied respectfully. Ancient One nodded and ended the communication. I should have guessed that, with the character of Bert, how could he be willing to give up himself to become a god? Forget it. Anyway, with the blood god here, vampires will prosper, and it doesn't matter whether he becomes true god or not. Mercury shook her head, called Lilith, and asked her to send back most of the unmanned battle armors to the New York base. Mercury said, tell others that the Oscorp is experimenting with the unmanned combat armors. In addition, sell the unmanned armors that are about to be eliminated, to the military at a high price. Okay. Lilith didn't ask any further questions, just nodded in agreement. Then, Mercury called Carter again. If anyone asks what the Blood God is doing, tell them that the Blood God is dealing with Dracula. In addition, within 10 days, the Blood God has no time to intervene. If there is anything, let the SWORD Bureau takes care of it. Carter asked, dealing with Dracula? Need help from superheroes? Mercury said, no need, Blood God can deal with it by himself. No one is allowed to enter the Egyptian desert unless they have my consent. The Order of Blood God. Yes, the Order of Blood God. Okay, I'll obey. Carter nodded, and at the same time secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Blood God is fine. Since Blood God is fine, then the world will be fine. A few hours later, Mercury and Lilith reached the desert at the same time, which has been blocked by the Egyptian army, and only the vampires can enter. Yes, the president of Egypt agreed to the request of the vampires. On the one hand, he could not offend the Blood God, and on the other hand, Carter promised to provide a lot of investment. Lilith, who was always expressionless, cursed as soon as she saw Dracula. Why do you want to wake up? Can't you let the vampires live for a few years? You think I want to wake up? I slept well, and a bunch of grandchildren came to pit me. I'm also very depressed. Okay. Dracula's voice was louder than Lilith's. Do you think it's easy for me? I have kneeled twice today to survive. When did you ever care about that? Lilith sneered. Don't you kneel whenever you see a strong being? Dracula said angrily. Hey, save me some face. I'm your father. What? Everyone was stunned. Lilith was actually Dracula's daughter? Mercury immediately checked Lilith's information, and then asked, Lilith, what's going on? That's not what's written in your information. That information was falsified. Lilith sighed and said, although I am very reluctant to have such a father, unfortunately, he is my father. Dracula said angrily, Lilith, what are you talking about? Am I embarrassing you? Lilith snorted coldly, very, very much. Miss Lilith, you misunderstood Mr. Dracula. He didn't turn blind eye to the vampire. Spider-Man saw this and wanted to tell the truth, but Lilith interrupted him and said, did he tell you that in order to save the vampires, he took the initiative to go to Camartage to be cannon fodder for 100 years? Spider-Man was stunned. Yeah, hey, Miss Lilith, do you know about this? Of course I know, little spider, I tell you, he made it up. Lilith scolded. Back then, when Ancient One swept the world, this old guy wanted to escape to other dimensions, but before he left, Ancient One came to the door. He was so frightened that he knelt down on the spot and begged her to let him go. After begging, he also said that the vampires were at the disposal of Ancient One. What? Everyone was stunned. This was completely different from what Dracula said before. Dracula defended, I didn't lie. I did go to Camartage to be cannon fodder for 100 years. It is because of my sacrifice that the vampires can continue to survive on Earth. You really put gold on your face. Ancient One never planned to destroy the vampires. You will always be the only one she wants to destroy. Lilith sneered. Later when Ancient One found out that she couldn't kill you, she brought you back to Camartage to serve for 100 years. As a result, you deserted one after another. In a rage, Ancient One directly used you as cannon fodder. The reason why you have died more than 10,000 times is because of you. Dracula became angry, exposing your father's secrets like this. Are you my daughter? Are you like a father? Lilith sneered. Afterwards, you not only brazenly boasted that you saved the vampires but also scolded Ancient One for not being able to marry, causing Camartage to come down the mountain to trouble you again. When you received the news, you were so scared that you hid and fell into a long slumber, and left me alone at Camartage. If it weren't for the kindness of Ancient One, I would have died countless times. I knew early on that Ancient One would not kill you. Dracula defended. Lilith sneered, and everyone looked at Dracula silently. They all thought he was a big hero, but he turned out to be a scum, or rather, a vampire scum. I'm so naive. Spider-Man broke down a bit. He admired Dracula before, but he didn't expect him to be such a person. Electro wanted to spit on his face, and so did the vampires. Eric, who was far away in Wakanda, couldn't help but pat his forehead. He was deceived by that old guy? What kind of good things can be created by the Darkhold? Dracula's face was flushed, and he wanted to leave. But Mercury blocked, and sneered, I don't care what happens to you father and daughter, neither of you is allowed to leave until the Blood God wakes up. I didn't plan to leave. Dracula shrugged. He asked Lilith in a low voice, daughter, have you ever had an affair with the Blood God? If so, am I not the Blood God's father-in-law? Lilith was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She sneered, if I say no, are you going to pack me up and give me to Blood God? Am I that kind of person? Dracula called out, and he said, I can introduce you at most. Lilith drew her sword and chased Dracula through the desert. Mercury frowned and motioned for Electro to follow them. The ancestor of the vampire is this kind of thing? What a shame for the vampires. After the Blood God wakes up, he will dig a hole and bury him. Mercury was speechless, then shook her head and controlled the unmanned battle armor to block the surrounding area to protect the safety of the Blood God. As for the other people in the desert, none of them are allowed to leave, so as not to leak the news. In the next few days, there will be drones to detect and even sneak into the desert. Mercury will not be merciful. Whether it is drones or infiltrators, they will all be destroyed, even the corpses will not be left. Although the governments of various countries are very annoyed, they do not dare to confront the vampires head-on, they can only pretend that it never happened. After several years of development of the blood god, the vampires are no longer the vampires of before. 7 days later, in a villa, Sky asked in amazement, "Do you want to use Mr. Wong's backup plan? Is there any way? The previous plans have all failed." Tony said unhappily, "I wanted to lure Jiaying out, but they just threw an alien communicator over." "Are you too embarrassed to say that?" Natasha said with contempt, "You kept saying that the signal of the communicator can be tracked, but after 3 days of research, you didn't even find a fart, and almost broke the alien communicator. That's an alien technology, do you think it is so easy to study?" Tony was a little embarrassed, he said, "Besides, didn't I successfully develop a quantum jammer? The quantum jammer has indeed been researched. The problem is that the eyeless man has not appeared." Coulson sighed, "Even if he appears, he will disappear at once, and we have no chance to block him at all." Tony became more unhappy when he heard the words. At that time, he promised to catch the eyeless man, but he couldn't even catch a single hair of his. Tony said, "Anyway, now I can only try Bert's bad idea." Sky asked, "The question is, Mr. Wong is not here, who am I going to kill?" Tony said, "This is easy, just find the water demon to disguise." Coulson asked, "Will he be willing to help? I heard that he is an otaku who guards the base all day and does not go out." "Yes, just add money. Those 3 demons are all open to money. I heard that they were afraid of being poor before." Speaking of this, Tony felt unhappy for a while. Why wasn't he the one who encountered the 3 demons? He also can make money, although not as much as Bert. Sky asked again, "Mr. Wong is not here, aren't you afraid that something will go wrong?" "What could go wrong?" Tony snorted coldly, "We will get rid of the Inhumans problem, so that some people can't say that we rely on Blood God for everything all day long." "What's the problem with relying on Blood God? He is super reliable." Natasha didn't care. Tony said, "If we depend on him, what else do we need to do?" Sky, "It's not too late, we'll take action in the 2 days, is there any problem?" Sky hesitated, then gritted her teeth, "No problem." 2 days later, Bert, whose body quickly turned green, roared at Sky, "You put poison needles on the ring. How could this happen?" Sky shouted in panic, "Mr. Wong, I just wanted to put you to sleep. I didn't want to kill you. Jiaying lied to me. I'll kill you." Bert shouted, but just as he took a step forward, the green venom spread all over his body. He let out a shrill scream, and the whole person turned into a ball of green water, corroding the ground into a big pit. Sky was horrified and shouted, "Gordon." Energy lightning appeared. Gordon looked at the green water and the big pit on the ground, overjoyed, took Sky's hand, and disappeared. After the two disappeared, Mindy, who heard the movement, rushed over. Seeing that the situation was not right, she immediately picked up the phone and called someone in panic, "Aunt Mercury, something happened. The little girl's acting is good. Compared to that, Sky's acting is a bit exaggerated." Tony stood in front of the screen and said with a smile, and Natasha said proudly, "Mindy's acting skills were learned from me, of course, it's not bad. Speaking of which, thanks to the effect of the poison we simulated in advance, otherwise it would have been impossible to hide from the Inhumans. This poison is so poisonous that even Bert may not be able to stop it." Tony shook his head, switched the screen, and saw a red dot stop in a certain area in Southeast Asia. Finally found it. Tony was overjoyed, turned his head to Steve, and said, "Director, it's your turn." "Okay." SWORD Bureau Chief, Steve nodded and shouted to everyone, "Everyone, get ready to go." "Yes, Chief." Hawkeye Barton, Black Widow Natasha, Daredevil, Human Torch, Invisible Woman, Dr. Reed, The Thing, Absorbing Man, Wind Demon, Earth Demon, Black Panther, and Coulson and other agents all nodded. To deal with the Inhumans, the SWORD Bureau went all out this time. Not only did the director personally go into battle, but he also invited a lot of foreign aid. "Excuse me, please rescue Medusa." Blackbolt typed, "With Medusa around, he could not take part in the action, otherwise, he would only be used by Jiaying. Don't worry, leave it to us." Steve nodded and set off with everyone. Inhuman Kingdom think tank Karnak said solemnly to Blackbolt, "Your Majesty, the strength of human beings is stronger than I imagined. You don't need to worry about this, because worrying is useless." Blackbolt typed, "Blood God alone is enough to easily destroy the entire Inhuman Kingdom." The general of the Inhuman Kingdom, Gorgon with a pair of hooves, asked in disbelief, "Is that Blood God really that strong? Stronger than you think?" Blackbolt typed, "By the way, you still haven't found Crystal and Lockjaw. Crystal is Medusa's younger sister and can control the 4 elements of earth, air, fire, and water, while Lockjaw is a massive dog weighing more than 200 kilograms, and has an ability similar to Gordon's, teleportation. The reason why Blackbolt and Medusa were able to escape from the moon was because of Crystal and Lockjaw, but after that, they lost contact and could not be found. SWORD has never found any trace of them." Karnak said, "I suspect that when Lockjaw went back to pick up Crystal, he was caught by Maximus." Blackbolt typed, "That would be troublesome. Let's save Medusa first." Karnak nodded, "Hope them all the best." Egyptian desert. Dracula looked at bikini beauties everywhere, drooling all over his beard. Dracula wiped his saliva and sighed, women in this era are well developed, right? Lilith scolded angrily and reminded, don't leave this temporary house, or I won't be able to keep you. Don't worry, I don't want to kill myself. There is an assassin staring at me under the house all the time. Her killing intent is very serious. Dracula shrugged and said, speaking of which, what are you guys doing? Why did you invite so many beautiful women here? Also, holding a desert bikini contest. Blood God likes it. Lilith said, in this way, he can wake up. What, you want to wake him up? Dracula was stunned, and he hurriedly said, how can this work? Once he wakes up, he will not be a true god. This is his order, he doesn't want to be a god. Lilith said, Dracula, will this method work? Can he perceive what's going outside now? Don't want to be a god? This guy didn't get kicked by a donkey in the head, right? Dracula muttered. Lilith glared at him and shouted, haven't you had enough? You never change. It's been thousands of years, and it can't be changed. Dracula shrugged and said, Bert can sense the situation outside, but he will ignore it instinctively because he is immersed in the mystery of the rules. Theoretically, as long as the outside stimulus is strong enough, Bert will be awakened. Dracula looked at the bikini beauties below and said, now let's see how much this guy likes bikini beauties. As much as you like it. The reason why he wanted to become a blood god was to go to the beach to see bikini beauties. Lilith said, what's more, there are thousands of bikini beauties here. It's depraved. Dracula shook his head. He thought of something, and said slyly, daughter, maybe you should also go to the beauty pageant. Maybe you will be favored by the blood god, then I will be the father-in-law of the blood god. Lilith roared, go away. Lots of beauties. Peter Parker peeked around, covered his nose, and said, don't look, I shouldn't do this to Gwen. Electro sneered, you don't like women, so why pretend? Who doesn't know, Harry is your true love. Peter glared at Electro, nonsense, Harry and I are just good friends. Electro sneered, are you sure? When Harry was about to die, you were so sad that you almost fainted. Peter was about to answer when a cold voice suddenly came from beside him, are you jealous of us? A guy without friends. Harry, why did you come out? You are still very weak. Peter hurried over to support the frail white-haired Harry. Harry said, don't worry, I can't die, I have to atone for myself. You still want atonement? Electro snorted, turned to leave, and Peter said to Harry, Harry, I will plead with Mr. Wong. It doesn't matter, being able to survive is already enough for me. Harry waved his hand. He looked at the bikini beauties around him and said, Peter, I'll teach you to pick up girls. Don't you want to be a chick magnet? What nonsense are you talking about? Peter was shy and angry, said, I already have Gwen, she treats me very well, and I can't betray her. Don't worry, no one will know. Harry laughed and said, although he is weak now, his temperament is much brighter. After walking on the edge of life and death, Harry completely looked away. Now, he just wants to make up for Peter, a close friend. Peter said, even if no one knows, I can't do it. Besides, these beauties belong to Mr. Wong. Harry said, how can he handle so much by himself? Inside Wonderful World, Bert felt a little annoyed. He wanted to study the rules seriously, but for some reason, there were always voices around him, but he couldn't hear the specific voice. What are you doing? Don't you know that this knowledge is precious? Bert cursed irritably. At this moment, the surrounding voices suddenly became louder, and he could vaguely hear what the voice was saying. Bikini beauties, bikini beauties. What happened to the bikini beauties? Well, bikini beauties, thousands of bikini beauties? Where? Bert cursed at first, then reacted and asked with bright eyes. The next moment, his consciousness was awakened and he was about to leave the wonderful world. The rules of the vampires in the wonderful world are transformed into a throne to call Bert. As long as he sits on it, he will become the true god of the vampires, with eternal life and stalwart power. The reason why I want power is for better enjoyment. Bert shook his head and said to the throne, if I give up myself and my pleasure for the sake of power, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? Thank you for your hospitality, I'm leaving. After finishing speaking, Bert's consciousness left the wonderful world directly, and immediately, his body stopped transforming. Becoming a true god, failed. Bert sighed softly, this kind of opportunity will only happen once in a lifetime, and it will never happen again. However, Bert didn't regret it, he wanted to be a warm person rather than a cold god. Before the divinity completely disappears, hurry up and get some treasure. In the river of blood, the treasure-cloned puppet floated up, and then the puppet melted away, leaving only a red dot floating in the air. Bert injected a lot of blood and the power of space into the red dot, and the red dot quickly swelled and turned into a small Bert. After a while, little Bert opened his eyes, nodded to Bert's soul, and disappeared into the river of blood. The cloned puppet was successfully refined into a projection by Bert. Only gods can have projections, not all gods. Even if they are as strong as Ancient One, there will be no projections. The reason why Bert can refine it is that he still has undissipated divinity. In addition, during this transformation, Bert absorbed the power of Space Stone, which is one of the reasons why the projection can be successfully refined. This projection is connected to Bert, which can ignore a large distance. At the same time, Bert can transmit his power to the clone at any time, but it can only be up to half. With this projection, many things will be convenient in the future, for example, interstellar travel. Bert thought to himself, after coming to Marvel, how can you not go to Interstellar? I don't know if I can handle those alien beauties. Although he did not become a god, this time Bert's harvest was huge. First of all, he obtained part of the concept of the true god of the vampires, and the ability of the blood god has been greatly improved. From now on, as long as there are vampires in the world, he will not die. Secondly, he completely absorbed the divine blood of the beast, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. Third, successfully absorbed the power of Space Stone and became another Captain Marvel. With this, Bert can always absorb the power of Space Stone in the future, that is to say, he will keep getting stronger until the Space Stone is completely absorbed by him. Fourth, Bert mastered the rules of a lot of space and blood. In the past, Bert could only be regarded as a good mage, but now, he is a magic master second only to Ancient One. After Bert has completely digested the income this time, he can even create space magic and blood magic by himself. Now, even if I meet a real god or demon, I will have the power to fight. Bert smiled slightly. In addition to the above 4 significant gains, this time there are 2 special gains, projection and self-sublimation. Self-sublimation refers to the transformation of the nature of life. The current Bert is a half vampire and half god, with a certain amount of divine power, but it is only effective against vampires. In addition, after sublimation, Dracula can no longer control his blood, because his life quality is higher than that of the opponent. The harvest is not small, I have to retreat for a while when I go back. Bert slowly gathered the river of blood and said to Mercury with his mind, Mercury, I'm awake. Blood god. Mercury breathed a sigh of relief. She thought of something and asked, Blood god, don't you regret it? With so many bikini beauties gathered, how can I regret it? Bert laughed. Bert shook his head and turned back into a human form. Then, he appeared in Dracula's room out of thin air and asked Dracula, who was drooling outside, aren't they pretty? Pretty, very pretty. In my time, women would not dare to dress like this. Dracula nodded, and Bert smiled. It's useless to drool because they are all mine. Ha ha ha. You're not afraid of dying. Dracula turned his head angrily, then he was taken aback. Are you awake? Bert walked to the window, admired the beauty, and said, yes, thank you. You don't blame me, I was going to give you a photo of Lilith's swimsuit to apologize to you. Dracula said with a smile. Bert was speechless. Are you Lilith's father? Lilith came over while gritting her teeth and said, if you dare to take pictures, I'll kill you. Anyway, it's not like I haven't killed you before. Bert smiled and said, I've known you for so long, but this is the first time I've seen you so expressive. Lilith bowed her head and apologized. Blood god, I'm sorry, I concealed my identity before. It's okay, I know that you have no ill will towards me. Bert waved his hand and asked, Lilith, why did you approach me disguised as an assistant? On the one hand, it is for the vampires, and on the other hand, it is because of the concept in you. Lilith said frankly, your concept should have belonged to me. I wanted to know what abilities I will gain after I get the concept. Blood River ability. Bert smiled and said, you are still willing to continue to be my assistant. Lilith was stunned, you will still let me continue to be your assistant. What's the problem? You didn't make any mistakes. Bert said, I am very satisfied with your working ability. Happy to serve you, Blood God. Lilith nodded without any hesitation. However, I'm only an assistant, not a president. I can't be a president, I'm too tired. Bert thought for a while and said, is that so? Let Felicia, Black Cat, take over that position, and I will find time to turn her into a vampire. Dracula's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and he rubbed his hands together and said excitedly, don't bother, I can help you with the president. I have thousands of years of experience in ruling the vampires. Lilith snorted coldly, are you not ashamed? If you become the president, the group will go bankrupt sooner or later. Dracula, you should study for a while first. The modern world is completely different from hundreds of years ago. Bert said, go to a university, I will help you get your identity and student status. Go to school? Okay, you are the blood god, if you say go to school, I'll go to school. Dracula said weakly. He has already lived for a long time, does he still has to go to school? If it spreads out, people will laugh to death. Dracula's eyes rolled, I still have to find a way to become Blood God's father-in-law, otherwise how can I enjoy life? Lilith kicked Dracula hard, although I don't know what this old bastard was thinking, but it was not a good thing. Dracula jumped and glared at Lilith, is there a daughter like you? Lilith turned to stare at Dracula, is there a father like you? Bert laughed dumbly and said, Lilith, give me the schedule and list of this conference. Lilith smiled, the blood god was still the same blood god, he didn't change at all. Bert smiled and said, Lilith, I didn't expect you to smile so beautifully. You should smile more in the future. My job doesn't include smiling. Lilith's face turned cold, and she turned to go out to get the documents. Bert shrugged, still the same, but Dracula's eyes lit up as if there was a show. While Bert tried his best to ensure the fairness of the game, beauty contest, Sky was taken to Afterlife by Gordon, the gathering place of the Inhumans. As soon as Sky saw Jiuying, she immediately shouted angrily, you lied to me, you clearly said that the poison needle will only make the blood god fall asleep. It's all for the Inhumans. Jiuying didn't care about Sky's accusations, she couldn't wait to ask Gordon, is the blood god really dead? Gordon nodded excitedly, really dead, turned into a pool of green water. Jiuying was overjoyed, that's great, since the blood god died, no one can stop our Inhumans. Raina smiled and said, I said earlier, we will succeed. Jiuying smiled and said, the prophecy of the prophet is naturally not wrong. The prophet. Sky glanced at Raina and didn't take it too seriously. If the other party was a prophet, she would never have come here, and she was probably a liar. Raina said, Jiuying, I will take Daisy to familiarize herself with afterlife. Don't worry, when she becomes an Inhuman, she will understand your good intentions. Jiuying nodded, all right, in a few days, I'll help her become an Inhuman. Sky shouted angrily, I don't want to be an Inhuman, you are a liar. Jiuying is doing this for the good of Inhumans. Raina shook her head and pulled Sky out of the room. Jiuying smiled and took out the communicator to report the good news to Maximus. Sky strolled around the afterlife for a while, and couldn't help sighing, this is a quiet and peaceful little village. Raina said, unfortunately, your mother doesn't want to keep this place peaceful. Sky was taken aback, she asked tentatively, you don't agree with Jiuying? Raina smiled and didn't answer right away. She took Sky to a remote place and said, if I agreed with Jiuying, I would have told her your plan long ago. Sky was startled, put her hand quietly on her waist, and asked, our plan? What plan? Blood God's plan to play dead. Raina smiled and said, don't be nervous, and don't use the stun gun. I'm not your enemy, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to come here at all, let alone send our location to the SWORD Bureau. Sky asked in surprise, are you really a prophet? Of course, the reason why you couldn't catch Gordon is because I predicted your actions in advance. Raina took out a notebook from her pocket and said, this is the topographic map of the afterlife and some information about the Inhumans. You can send it to the SWORD. Sky took the notebook and asked in amazement, is this true or false? Of course it's true, Jiuying's plan is doomed to fail, and the entire Inhuman race combined is not enough to fight the Blood God. Raina said, I can't let Jiuying destroy the Inhumans. Jiuying's idea is indeed wrong. Sky no longer pretended, took out an instrument from her arms to scan the notebook, and asked at the same time, do you know where Medusa is? We need to rescue her. Raina nodded, I know, Medusa is locked up with your father Calvin Johnson. I have already informed Calvin, and he will help us rescue Medusa. My father. Sky was stunned, she asked, why did Jiuying lock him up? Because he failed to protect both of you, mother and daughter. Calvin has been in great pain. To increase his strength, he used himself as an experimental material to study strengthening serums. Raina sighed and said, in the end, he succeeded and he failed. Success and failure. Yes, his physique has indeed become stronger, but his spirit has become very violent. Many times, he will not be able to control himself, like a lunatic. Raina said, actually, I have been following your father all these years, you can call me sister. Lunatic. Sky said bitterly, my mother is a super wanted criminal and my father is a lunatic. My family is really beautiful. Raina said, Sky, you are different. Your life is destined to be extraordinary. Sky didn't understand Raina's deep meaning, shook her head, and said, with such parents, can anyone be ordinary? Don't blame your father, he will do anything for you, that's why I envy you the most. Raina said, let's not talk about that, you inform the SWORD Bureau, there is no need to engage in any tactics, just fly in, the Inhumans have a lot of abilities, and strangers can sneak into the afterlife. Okay. Sky chose to trust Raina, and after a few hours, when the sun was shining, the Quinjet of SWORD arrived. Jiuying, an enemy is coming. Gordon was the first to sense it, and he immediately appeared in Jiuying's room and shouted, it's the SWORD Bureau, along with a lot of superheroes. What? How did the SWORD Bureau find this place? Jiuying was shocked, she asked, Gordon, can you still teleport? They have quantum jammers, I can only teleport over short distances now, but cannot teleport over long distances. Gordon smiled bitterly, this is the result of my non-stop training. Damn. Jiuying gritted her teeth and said, Gordon, lead someone to protect the crystals. I will ask Maximus to send someone to rescue us. Okay. Gordon didn't talk nonsense, he immediately sounded the alarm, and then took a group of Inhumans to protect the crystals. Susan, Natasha, Earth Demon, Follow Sky, and Raina to rescue Medusa. Others, let's deal with Jiuying. Steve, director of the SWORD, said to everyone, I solemnly remind you that, you are not allowed to indiscriminately kill innocent people. SWORD Bureau is not SHIELD. Tony said, don't worry, we are all superheroes, not the executioners of SHIELD. Very well, let's get started. Steve asked Carlson to open the hatch and everyone flew in the direction of Jiuying. Natasha, Susan, and Earth Demon didn't follow the main force. They went quietly to meet with Sky and Raina. On the way, Steve shouted through a loudspeaker, I'm Steve Rogers, director of SWORD Bureau. I'm here to arrest the wanted criminal, Jiuying. All Inhumans, hiding at home don't come out. When the matter is over, we will help you get back into society. What? SWORD Bureau, Captain America. There was an uproar throughout the afterlife, and many people were puzzled. Why did the captain come to catch Jiuying? In afterlife, there is no network, no signal, and the Inhumans don't know what's going on outside. Don't be deceived by the SWORD. They came to catch us as experimental subjects. Then, we will be dissected and sliced for research like Jiuying. Gordon immediately shouted, brothers and sisters, take up your weapons, defeat the SWORD Bureau, protect your family, protect your homeland. Kill the SWORD Bureau, protect our family, protect our homeland. Many Inhumans were incited. One Inhuman looked at the sky, and his eyes seemed to have flashes of light. Then, a shock wave swept across the sky, and all the unmanned battle armors lost control and fell toward the ground. This should be the EMP Inhuman that Reyna mentioned, Tony said. Fortunately we prepared in advance. At the same time as Tony spoke, all the unmanned battle armors restarted and flew into the sky again. My name is Electromagnetic Inhuman, okay. Dr. Reed looked at the Inhuman below and said, if we can study his abilities carefully, maybe we can make an ultra-small EMP. Steve hurriedly said, Doctor, you can study them only with their consent. Dr. Reed was a little embarrassed. Occupational disease, occupational disease. Seeing that the EMP failed, the Inhumans were a little surprised, but immediately other Inhumans attacked. An Inhuman spread his hands, and the surrounding wind was raging. Then, another Inhuman opened his mouth and spit out a lot of bubbles, and quickly floated to Tony and the others along the wind. Be careful, those are poisonous bubbles. Steve immediately reminded, we should thank Reyna. Without her, I'm afraid that we would have lost by now. Leave these two Inhumans to me. Wind Demon smiled and controlled the gust of wind to blow the bubbles back. The Inhumans were frightened and hurried to avoid them, obviously knowing the power of the bubbles. Steve and others took the opportunity to rush forward, and soon, they arrived at the central area and confronted Gordon and other Inhumans. Eyeless man, we finally meet. Tony said, if you have the ability, you can try teleporting now. Gordon sneered and instantly appeared 1 meter ahead. Then, he provoked Tony, I teleported, is there a problem? That is impossible. Tony, who was beaten in the face, roared, how could my quantum jammer fail? Absorbing Man secretly said to the Thing, the boss said that Iron Man is always either being slapped in the face, or he is on the way to being slapped in the face, and he is right. I can hear it. Tony said angrily. Steve shook his head and shouted to Jiuying, surrender, you have no chance of winning, don't force the Blood God to take action, otherwise, you will all die. Jiuying and Gordon were both shocked, Blood God is not dead. Of course, he is not dead. Tony sneered. Damn, Sky betrayed me. Jiuying gritted her teeth, she said, block them, reinforcements from Maximus will arrive soon. Okay. Gordon nodded and led a group of Inhumans to fight the superheroes. Although they are few, the Inhumans in the afterlife were coming in an endless stream, and they might not lose. Steve smashed his shield at a rough-handed Inhuman, and shouted, take them, don't kill innocent people, but don't keep your hands. You still need to say this. Tony snorted coldly and fired a miniature missile at an Inhuman covered in scales. At this moment, a laser shot from the side, blasting the missile. Laser eyes? I seem to have seen this trick before. Tony rushed to the laser Inhuman, and at the same time ordered the unmanned armor to attack the elders. At this moment, an elder raised a defensive mask, and the unmanned armor immediately swept toward the mask. The mask was shaken and vibrated like water ripples. Get the chief first. Gordon's eyes flashed, and he instantly appeared behind Steve and stabbed the green dagger toward Steve's back fiercely. Steve noticed it immediately, flipped forward to avoid the backstab, and then smashed the shield at Gordon with his backhand, and Gordon disappeared instantly. Steve hurriedly reminded, be careful, the dagger in Gordon's hand is highly poisonous. I'll deal with him. Black Panther shouted and rushed towards the reappearing Gordon. Gordon snorted and disappeared again. Black Panther changed direction sharply and ran to the right. The next moment, Gordon appeared in front of him. When he saw the Black Panther, Gordon was taken aback and hurriedly teleported. But he just flashed and stood in the same place without teleporting away. Black Panther didn't waste time and punched Gordon hard in the face. Gordon flew out, and fell unconscious on the ground. Everyone was very surprised and didn't know how the Black Panther did it. Tony scanned him and asked in shock, the beads in your hand have the functions of quantum interference and quantum positioning. Yes, Shuri miniaturized your quantum jammer and quantum locator. Black Panther said proudly. In addition, she also added a directional interference function, which is why the eyeless man couldn't teleport before. Tony's complexion was rather unsightly. Shuri is not even 20 years old. I won't lose to you guys, I'm Tony Stark. Tony became ruthless and chased after the laser Inhuman. At this moment, a little girl's cry suddenly came from behind a house. Tony was stunned and hurried around to see a little girl sitting on the ground and crying. Tony controlled the steel armor and flew over while shouting, little girl, get out of here quickly. The little girl seemed to be frightened by Iron Man, cried even more, and kept calling her mother. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. Tony thought for a while, opened the steel armor, walked out, and commanded, alert mode. The steel battle armor was folded, and its right hand was raised, vigilantly scanning around him like a bodyguard. Come on, I'll take you out of here. Tony walked over to the little girl and reached out his hand gently toward her. The little girl raised her head and looked at Tony, her eyes full of surprise and fear, like a frightened little girl. Do not be afraid. Tony showed a charming smile, and at this moment, the little girl suddenly grabbed his hand and said with a smile, gotcha. The next moment, Tony's eyes became dull. The little girl stood up and ordered, let your unmanned armor kill those superheroes. Change the attack target and attack the superheroes. Tony immediately gave the order, and the unmanned battle armors in the sky immediately turned their guns. Steve sighed, took out a remote control from his arms, and shouted, everyone, Tony Stark is controlled again. Everyone burst into laughter, seeing that the unmanned armors were about to attack. Steve pressed the button, and all the unmanned armors entered the restart state. This remote control was given to Steve by Tony himself just in case. After all, Inhumans have all abilities. He just didn't expect it really came in handy. Seeing that the unmanned battle armors all stopped, the little girl was very dissatisfied, and told Tony, "Go and kill them." "Kill them?" Tony nodded sluggishly. When everyone saw this, not only were they not afraid, but they were gearing up one by one. Absorbing Man shouted, "Tony Stark is under control. If you want to beat him, hurry up, there won't be another chance after this village. Coming right away." Everyone shouted. Dr. Reed was speechless. He looked at the Human Torch flying towards Tony, and shouted, "Tony is your boss. Which employee doesn't want to beat up their boss?" Human Torch laughed. Just when everyone was about to start, Tony's wristband suddenly lit up with electricity. Tony twitched all over and smoke came out of his head. Tony woke up and scolded, "Friday, lower the current next time." Having learned the lesson from last time, Tony specially installed a smart system in the wristband. As long as he is controlled for more than 1 minute, the wristband will perform electric shock therapy on him. Friday said, "I couldn't wake you up if the current is too low. This was your instruction." Tony turned to look at the little girl. "Do you want to control me?" Just when Tony was about to bully the little girl, a very fast woman rushed out of the room and threw a fist at Tony. Seeing this, the steel armor immediately fired a repulsor cannon at the woman. Boom! Tony and the woman were knocked out at the same time. Iron Man was sent flying again. Everyone laughed. Tony gritted his teeth angrily. "How do these bastards look like comrades in arms?" Steve explained, "Just kidding. Everyone be careful, don't be careless with any Inhuman, Tony is an example." Clear. Everyone nodded and concentrated on dealing with these Inhumans. At the same time, the unmanned battle armor restarted and continued to shoot at the defensive cover. The situation is not good. If this continues, it won't be long before we lose the battle. Jia Ying's face was quite ugly. What made her depressed was that many Inhumans chose to watch instead of fighting, otherwise, the situation would not be so bad. At the same time, Reina was taking Sky, Natasha, and the others to the prison. On the way, Earth Demon kept peeking at Reina. Reina asked dissatisfiedly, "I know my appearance is ugly, but can't you be more polite?" "No, you misunderstood. I received a call from the boss before, and he asked me to protect you." Earth Demon hurriedly explained, "The boss said that you are very important. You are the key to whether Inhumans can integrate into human society." Reina suddenly realized. She said, "That's it. Thank your boss for me. Don't worry, I won't die. My mission hasn't been completed yet." Natasha asked in surprise, "How important is she?" "Blood God made a phone call?" "Hey, wait, isn't the Blood God dealing with Dracula?" "She is very important. When Inhumans awaken, their abilities are uncontrollable. If they are not careful, they will cause a catastrophe. At that time, humans will become repulsive and even hate Inhumans." Earth Demon explained, "Reina can prevent this from happening." That's true. Everyone suddenly realized that, and they made up their minds to protect Reina. Reina likes this feeling of being valued. Grandma is right, she is different, and her existence is of great significance to the world. Soon, everyone arrived at the prison. There were more than 10 guards here. One guard looked at Susan and Natasha who were invisible, and sneered, "Come out, I have already discovered you. I hate your abilities." Natasha and Susan appeared, and the demon was still hiding in the ground. A tall female Inhuman shouted at Reina, "Reina, you betrayed the Inhumans." Reina said, "I'm saving the Inhumans, Alicia, you have to help me. Don't even think about it." Alicia's eyes turned white, and 3 of her own came out one after another behind her. This was her ability, cloning herself. Natasha praised, "With this ability, it must be easy for you to find a boyfriend." Susan also praised, "This ability is really good. If I have this ability, I will set up a clone to go to work and play games at home every day. Let's do it, finish them." Alicia shouted, and a group of Inhumans stepped forward to prepare for battle. At this moment, 4 Alicia suddenly attacked the Inhumans around them at the same time, knocking them to the ground. Reina shouted, "Alicia is one of us, let's take care of them." Natasha and Susan immediately started shooting. Sky also drew a gun and shot. She asked curiously, "You instigated her?" "No, this is her destiny, she will become a superhero in the future." Reina said, "Blood God will inject her with the Extremis virus, and she will become the guardian of New York and Inhumans." Extremis virus. Natasha knocked out an Inhuman and asked curiously, "Will her clone inherit her abilities?" "Yes, she alone is equal to 4 people." Reina said, "Also, if the clone dies, she will not die, but it will be a little painful. That is to say, her clones can explode freely." Natasha was quite surprised. This Alicia and the Extremis virus are a perfect match. Yes, she will be the pride of Inhumans. Reina nodded, and everyone was amazed. The Inhumans with technology can make a difference. Soon, all the Inhuman guards outside were knocked down. Everyone rushed into the prison, and saw 3 Inhumans holding Medusa and hiding in the prison. Seeing Natasha and the others, the Inhuman Lincoln pointed his hand at Medusa and shouted, "Don't come here, or I will kill her." It is worth mentioning that there was another person in the cell, a slovenly man who looked crazy. He was very excited when he saw Sky come in. This man was Sky's father, Calvin Johnson, also known as Lunatic. Reina said, Lincoln, you are not a bad person, stop doing bad things with Jiaying. I don't know if Jiaying did the right thing. Lincoln said resolutely, but when I was at the lowest point in my life, it was Jiaying who helped me get back on my feet. No matter what she did, I would support her. Everyone winked at each other, and at this moment, Jiaying's voice suddenly sounded from the radio, Blackbolt, I know you can hear me, I don't care where you are. Immediately destroy everything around you, otherwise, I will kill Medusa, you only have 10 seconds. In the SWORD Bureau base, Blackbolt frowned, not knowing what to do. In the cell, while Lincoln and the others were attracted by Jiaying's voice, Calvin suddenly rushed out and knocked Lincoln away. Earth Demon took the opportunity to emerge from the ground and sank with Medusa. Another Inhuman was about to stomp when he was shot by Natasha's stun gun and fell with convulsions all over his body. The last Inhuman was blocked by Susan's defensive cover, unable to stop Earth Demon. Jiaying shouted in shock and anger, Calvin, even you betrayed me? You said that you will protect me for the rest of your life. Calvin roared while beating Lincoln, I did say it, but you are no longer who you used to be. You used our baby to assassinate the blood god. Sky was a little embarrassed, the baby in Calvin's mouth was her. Nothing would have happened to her, Gordon has been protecting her. Jiaying said angrily, do you know that by doing this, our daughter will become another human experiment? Calvin opened his hands and shouted a little frantically, no, our daughter, Daisy, will become the king of Inhumans in the future. The king of Inhumans. Everyone present was shocked except Reina. Jiaying was taken aback for a moment, and then she asked, Reina, the king of Inhumans you mentioned earlier is Daisy. Sky pointed at herself dumbfounded, I am the king of Inhumans? This joke is not funny at all. Reina nodded and said excitedly, that's right, Daisy is the future king of Inhumans, she will lead Inhumans to completely integrate into human society and become a part of humanity. My daughter is the king of Inhumans. Jiaying was a little shaken, but quickly calmed down and shouted, humans are not trustworthy. The current human beings are indeed not trustworthy, but human beings will soon enter the Interstellar era. At that time, the Inhumans will not only not be rejected, but will also be favored and supported by the federal government. Reina said, Jiaying, you are wrong, admit defeat. No, I am right, I won't admit defeat, even if the enemy is my daughter. Jiaying shouted, and then she turned off the communication and slammed her fist on the table, full of resentment. Why don't even my husband and daughter understand me? While Jiaying and the others were talking, Natasha and Susan took down all 3 Inhumans. Natasha smiled at Sky and teased, Your Majesty, do you want me to bow to you? Sky said angrily, Natasha, stop kidding, I'm not the king of Inhumans. Daughter, that is your destiny. Calvin came over and said, I'll do my best to help you, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet, I'm your father, Calvin Johnson, I used to be a doctor. Calvin looked very nervous and somewhat at a loss, Sky couldn't help laughing, she knew that this man loved her very much. The rescued Medusa said to Reina, I am very grateful that you saved me, but Blackbolt is the king of the Inhumans. I checked Jiaying's family tree, and Jiaying has royal blood, which means that she and Sky are both members of the royal family. Reina said without giving up, according to the rules of the Inhuman royal family, the strongest is the king, and Sky's power will be stronger than that of Blackbolt. Medusa sneered, absurd, how could someone be stronger than Blackbolt? Blackbolt is invincible. Natasha sneered, your invincible Blackbolt was defeated by the blood god some time ago, and that too in a second. Medusa was shocked, Blackbolt was instantly defeated by blood god? How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. After Sky becomes an Inhuman, her superpower can even destroy the Earth. Reina said enthusiastically, she is the natural king of Inhumans. Destroy the Earth. The crowd exclaimed. Sky looked confused. Sky, can destroy the Earth? Sky, fortunately, SHIELD is gone, otherwise, that braised egg will monitor you 24 hours a day, even if you go to the toilet. Natasha smiled and said, as for now, you don't have to worry, the blood god can solve anything. Sky was stunned for a moment, then heaved a sigh of relief and said, with Mr. Wong here, I don't have to worry about anything. Medusa blinked, who exactly is that blood god, and why are Sky and the others so convinced of him? Leaving aside the discussion here, Jiaying looked at the battle outside, her heart sank, and if this goes on, it won't be long before they will be defeated. The Inhuman Eli, who released the protective shield said with difficulty, Jiaying, I can't hold it anymore. Damn it, now, I can only use that. Jiaying gritted her teeth, took out a bunch of Turigen crystals from the drawer, and then poured these crystals into a special apparatus. When the instrument indicated that the preparation was complete, Jiaying started the instrument. The instrument vibrated violently, and a large amount of gas emerged from it, spreading in all directions. Eli put away the shield. Jiaying ordered. Eli breathed a sigh of relief, immediately retracted her ability, and hid under a specially made table with Jiaying. Without the shield, Turigen mist spreads to the battlefield immediately. Once those superheroes come into contact with Turigen mist, they will be petrified and will die. I hope there are Inhumans among you. Jiaying sneered while holding the monitor. At this moment, accompanied by gusts of wind, all the Turigen mist rose into the sky and gathered into a big ball in the air. Jiaying looked at the tablet and shouted incredulously, how could this happen? Jiaying, do you think we didn't guess you would use this trick? Tony controlled the steel armor and flew into the place, sneering, "The wind demon has been waiting for you to release the treachery crystal." Jiuying crawled out from under the table and shouted angrily, "Damn, you damn humans, we Inhumans will never give in. It's as if we are villains, Jiuying, you are the villain." Tony sneered. He raised his weapons to subdue Jiuying. Just at this moment, several figures and a big dog appeared out of thin air. Tony was startled and hurriedly aimed his weapons at the person who came. Seeing this, the female crystal immediately pushed Tony into the air. With the push, the air turned into cannonballs and bombarded Tony heavily. Tony was blasted out directly, and he slid several meters on the ground before stopping. Dr. Reed said with a smile, "Tony, you were shot for the second time today." Tony didn't have time to joke. He flew up and shouted, "Be careful, their reinforcements are here." Reinforcement. Everyone was stunned for a moment and hurriedly looked at the place, just in time to see Jiuying and a group of people walking out of there. Jiuying shouted, "Everyone, fall back." When the Inhumans heard the words, they gave up fighting their opponents and stepped back. Steve hurriedly shouted, "Stop them, they want to escape." Okay. The superheroes immediately intercepted. Seeing this, Crystal pushed forward with both hands, and several flames appeared out of thin air, blasting toward the superheroes. The superheroes hurriedly avoided it. Human Torch stepped forward to block the flame, and then laughed at Crystal. "What a hot little beauty, I like it." Crystal gave Human Torch a cold look, raised her right hand, and several water balls appeared out of nowhere, shooting at Human Torch one after another. Human Torch was startled and hurriedly fled back. At the same time, other Inhumans also started shooting, and the superheroes were intercepted, unable to prevent those Inhumans from returning to Jiuying. Jiuying glanced at the unconscious Gordon and said to Steve Rogers, "We will be back." Steve said, "Ma'am, you don't need to come back, I will take the initiative to find you." Jiuying snorted, and turned her head to look at the big dog Lockjaw. Lockjaw nodded humanely, activated the teleportation ability, and brought everyone back to the moon. Failed. Tony sighed, but Steve didn't care. He said, "It's okay, our next stop is the moon anyway." "That's true." Hearing Steve's words, Tony nodded. He thought of something and said, "I don't know if that guy Bert has figured it out. Without him, let alone attacking the Inhuman kingdom, we can't even go to the moon." Steve laughed. "That's not something that Tony Stark would say." "Did I just say something?" "I didn't say anything." Tony shrugged and said, "Steve, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go back and prepare for the battle on the moon." Steve nodded. "Well, I'll have Coulson come over immediately to register the information and deal with the prisoners." Tony flew up and complained, "Are you the director or Coulson the director? Coulson only has a few hairs left on his head. When he loses all his hair, I will promote him to director." Steve laughed, and Coulson's helpless voice came from the communicator, "Director, I can hear it." Everyone laughed. The battle at the afterlife came to an end, and SWORD had a complete victory. Except for Jiuying and the others who escaped, all the other Inhumans were captured. Egyptian desert. After listening to the report from Earth Demon and the others, Bert frowned slightly. Why did Lockjaw and Crystal help Maximus? Could it be? Thinking of that possibility, Bert snorted, called Stephanie, and said, "Your god, maybe he's back." "I only have one god now, and that is you, Blood God." Stephanie replied. She had already told Bert everything long ago. Bert laughed, "I like that." After explaining to Stephanie, Bert summoned his projection, new clone, and instructed, "Go to the space station, it is good to have a clone, I don't have to fly there by myself." The clone gave Bert a middle finger, and he disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky. Then, he turned into blood and rose into the sky. The current Bert can teleport directly at a short distance. The moon, at Inhuman Kingdom Atalan, Jiuying couldn't wait to ask Maximus, "Your Majesty, have your plans been completed?" Maximus sighed and said, "Unfortunately, it's not finished yet." Jiuying frowned and asked, "It's not finished yet? Your Majesty, what exactly is your plan?" Maximus hesitated for a moment and said, "It's very simple, fix Atalan, drive it to Earth to drop Turigen bomb, forcing humans to surrender." Jiuying thought for a while, then nodded and said, "The method is good, but Your Majesty, why don't you just borrow a spaceship from the Kree?" Maximus was depressed. "You think I don't want to, they won't let me borrow it." Jiuying puzzled, "Why?" At this moment, a partially mechanized Kree walked in and said, "Because there is a strong man on Earth that we can't afford to offend." Maximus introduced, "This is the general under Ronan the Accuser, Korath the Pursuer." Jiuying turned to Korath, and then asked, "Are you talking about the Blood God?" "I don't know who the Blood God is. I'm talking about Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Back then, Ronan led a fleet to attack the Earth and was defeated by her alone." Korath said, "So, I can't take action, otherwise, that crazy woman will come after us to avenge the Earth. There is still such a strong person on Earth." Jiuying was very shocked. She thought about it and persuaded, "When we conquer the Earth, there will be a lot of strong people. At that time, there is no need to be afraid of that Carol Danvers." Maximus also said, "Yes, I can assure you that Blackbolt is enough to fight that Captain Marvel." Korath hesitated, shook his head, and said, "I'm sorry, before coming, Ronan gave me clear instructions that I was not allowed to fight. This time the main force can only be your Inhumans, and my mission is to monitor the Earth." Jiuying puzzled, "Monitor? You don't need to know about this. In short, the Krees will not take action." Korath shook his head and turned to leave. Jiaying's eyes flashed, and she said to Maximus, Your Majesty, superheroes are terrifying in terms of strength and wisdom. Don't worry, I'm not completely unprepared, come with me. Maximus smiled and took Jiaying to the secret room, where a man with an octopus face was locked. When he saw Jiaying, he said happily, Hello, my compatriot. Seeing this man, Jiaying was stunned for a moment, then she backed away in fright, and shouted in shock, Hive? Your Majesty, why is he here? This man is impressively the first generation of Inhuman, Hive, which is the god that Hydra has always believed in. Thousands of years ago, Hive was first transformed by the Kree and became the first of Inhumans. Later, humans and Inhumans could not stand his brutal rule and used Kree monolith to banish him to Maveth. Hive has been there for thousands of years, and now, he is finally back. Maximus said, Of course, I brought him back. With him, we don't need to worry about Blackbolt. Jiaying shouted, Are you crazy? Hive is the mortal enemy of all Inhumans, and he can control Inhumans. I know, Crystal and Lockjaw are under his control, otherwise they wouldn't follow my orders to save you. Maximus said with a smile, Don't worry, his body is densely packed with liquid bombs. As long as I give it a thought, those bombs will explode. At that time, even he will die. Hive said coldly, Despicable humans. Maximus was instantly furious, and he shouted, I'm an Inhuman, not a human. Although Maximus is Blackbolt's younger brother and a member of the royal family, he does not have superpowers. Terrigen's mutation failed. In Italan, these kinds of non-superhuman beings are called inferior Inhumans. This is also the reason why Maximus has always hated Blackbolt. Two brothers, one has the strongest superpower, and the other has nothing. Is that fair? Jiaying was a little surprised. She thought that Maximus had a powerful superpower. Is it fun to deceive yourself? No matter how many times you pass through the mist of Terrigen, you won't become an Inhuman. Hive sneered, Maximus, you are just a lowly human. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right away. You bunch of parasite. Maximus scolded through gritted teeth. The Hive is composed of a group of parasites, and he needs to live on human corpses to survive. You won't kill me. If you kill me, who will help you control Blackbolt? Hive sneered, Human, don't give me a chance, otherwise, I will let you know what will happen to the enslaved king of Inhumans. Don't worry, I will never give you a chance, stay honest, and I will let you out when needed. Maximus snorted and turned to leave. Jiaying hurriedly followed. She didn't want to stay there for another second. Outside, Maximus turned his head and asked Jiaying coldly, Do you think I am a human or an Inhuman? Of course, you are an Inhuman. As long as there is an Inhuman gene, it is an Inhuman. Jiaying said with certainty, Your Majesty, with your wisdom, it doesn't matter whether you have superpowers or not. It would be great if everyone else in Italan was as wise as you. Maximus sighed and said, Because I don't have superpowers, I've been scorned a lot. Many people are calling me the shame of the royal family behind my back, and people keep trying to drive me to the mine. The reason why I grabbed Blackbolt's throne is not that I was greedy for power, I just want to tell everyone that even without superpowers, I can be a king, even better than Blackbolt. I agree with that. Jiaying said, However, Your Majesty, it is still too dangerous to bring the Hive back. He is the mortal enemy of the Inhumans. We need him. Maximus said, Without him, we can't fight Blackbolt and the others. Don't worry, I will kill him immediately when the overall situation is settled. That's the only way to go. Jiaying sighed, and she asked curiously, Your Majesty, why is the Hive still alive? Because an organization has been sending people to Maveth. Maximus sneered, That organization is called Hydra. They worship the Hive as a god, but they don't know that it is just a group of disgusting parasites. Hydra. Jiaying was stunned and immediately said, Your Majesty, Hydra is very powerful among humans. We can use the Hive to make them usable for us. That's good. Maximus nodded. It didn't take long for Hive to contact Gideon Malik. After Hive parasitized others, it would obtain the memory of the other party, so he could contact Hydra. Malik paid homage to the Hive on the screen. My god, welcome back. Hive said coldly, Get up, and tell me the information about the Earth in detail. Okay. Malik nodded, introduced the situation on Earth in detail, and then said, My god, your biggest enemy is the Blood God. Fortunately, he is dealing with Dracula at this time, and he can't be away right now. No wonder I didn't see the Blood God this time. Jiaying suddenly realized, if the Blood God was there at that time, it would be impossible for them to escape from the Earth. Blood God? I don't know what it means. Only I am worthy of being called a god. Hive said coldly, Activate the power of your Hydra and wait for my order. Yes, my god. Malik responded, and then the communication ended. Malik struggled to get up, and Stephanie beside him smiled. Father, if you believe in the Blood God, at least you don't have to kneel. Blood God hates when others kneel. Malik scolded, Hydra has believed in Hive for thousands of years, and it is impossible to just give up. The Hive is just a bunch of disgusting parasites. Stephanie came over and helped Malik sit down and said, Father, he is not worthy of our worship. He and the Inhumans will never succeed. Malik waved his hand and said, No hurry, look again. Stephanie was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized that her father was not a devout believer of the Hive, he was just betting on both sides. If the Hive wins, then with this credit, Malik will be able to rise to the top and become the ruler of the new world. If the Blood God wins and Stephanie is there, Malik can switch sides at any time. Stephanie exclaimed, "Father, you are really cunning. I always thought you were very religious." Malik said with a smile, "The Malik family is only devoted to the strong." Stephanie said frantically, "Father, Blood God is the real powerhouse, and the hive can't even match his finger." Malik said, "Blood God is indeed strong, but Inhumans are also not weak. Wait and see, daughter, as the head of the family, we can't bet easily. Then let's wait and see." Stephanie sneered secretly, "Blood God has returned, whether it is the hive or the Inhumans, as many come and will many die." On the moon, Jiuying couldn't wait to say to Maximus, "Your Majesty, we should start the plan while the Blood God is busy." Maximus said helplessly, "I think so too. The problem is that Atalan has not been repaired." Jiuying said, "We don't need Atalan, we can directly use the fleet of the Kree Empire." Korath won't agree. Maximus reacted and asked in shock, Jiuying, you're not going to attack Korath, are you?" "Your Majesty, we can't miss this opportunity. When the Blood God returns, even if there is a hive, we may not be his opponent." Jiuying said coldly, "As long as we win this battle, Korath and Ronan behind him will forgive us." Maximus asked, "What if they don't forgive?" Jiuying said, "Then destroy them and take control of the earth. Do we still need to be afraid of the Kree Empire? We Inhumans are the strongest." Maximus hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth, "Okay, let's fight. Everything is for the Inhumans." In the study, Korath, who was unable to move under the control of the Inhuman, roared, "Maximus, you dare to attack me? Ronan will not let you go. He will reward me for capturing the earth for him." Maximus shrugged and said, "Korath, I forced you, you don't need to take any responsibility." Korath was stunned for a moment, then he understood what Maximus meant. He thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "Carol won't believe it. With her character, she will definitely retaliate wildly. It doesn't matter whether she believes it or not. The important thing is that you have no choice, don't you?" Jiuying said, "Korath, don't force us to control your brain, it will cause permanent damage to you." Korath gave Jiuying a cold look and said, "I will obey your orders." "Very well, let's load the ships with Turigen bombs and head to Earth." Maximus nodded and said, "In addition, hijack the communication on the Earth, I want to talk to my future Inhumans." "Okay, I hope you can succeed, otherwise, Ronan will not let you go." Korath picked up the communicator and began to give orders. Maximus said confidently, "I will not fail. Unless human beings want to be exterminated. Let's do it, we have the initiative on this battle." Jiuying said with a grim look, "If it's really impossible, the big deal is to exterminate the human race. Destroy the human race." Korath was stunned for a moment, then shook his head, "These two guys are both lunatics. President, it's not good. 6 100-meter-long spaceships are flying from the moon to the Earth. They are coming over so openly. It's obvious that the visitors are not good." In the White House, a military general reported anxiously, and President Ellis said lightly, "Don't worry, I'll make a call first." After that, President Ellis picked up the phone and started dialing. Everyone looked at him nervously. The safety of the Earth was all tied to this call. "Mr. Wong. Then I can rest assured. Well, I will inform other countries, Kree, and Inhumans, then they must pay the price." President Ellis nodded again and again. After a while, he put down the phone and said to everyone, "Blood God said that he will take care of those 6 spaceships." "Very good." The crowd cheered, and they breathed a sigh of relief. With the Blood God present, everything is not a problem. "Okay, contact Wakanda and the other 4 major countries. When the Blood God finishes the spaceship, we will attack the moon." President Ellis clapped his hands and said, "General, are our troops ready?" The military representative immediately said loudly, "War lizards, 5 battle armors, 30 unmanned battle armors, and 200 weaker abominations, all ready to go." President Ellis nodded and said, "Very good, let the TV broadcast the expedition ceremony for a while." A staff member asked, "President, where is the expedition ceremony held?" "In the square in front of the White House. Blood God will send the troops from other countries and Wakanda ships." President Ellis said, "This is the first time humans have engaged in space warfare, and there must be no mistakes." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." At this moment, the TV in front of President Ellis suddenly became blurry, and everyone was stunned. "Isn't the scene too familiar?" The next moment, the picture was restored, and a sullen face appeared on the TV and said to everyone, "Hello, people on Earth, I am your neighbor, Maximus, the king of the Inhuman kingdom on the moon. I am here, officially declaring war on the Earth. The Earth has an hour to surrender, if not, I will launch Turigen bombs and destroy all human beings." "What?" The audience in front of the TV was dumbfounded. "What's the situation? Is this a prank, or real?" At this moment, the picture changed, and 600-meter-long spaceships appeared on the screen, and below the spaceships was the Earth. Immediately afterward, the description of the obelisk began to appear on the TV. "Ordinary people will petrify when they touch it, and only Inhumans can be safe. To show you what you're dealing with, I decided to drop a Turigen bomb at a city on Earth. At that time, all human beings except the Inhumans will be petrified." Maximus appeared again, and he said coldly, "Governments of all countries, keep your eyes open, and then surrender obediently." Damn. The people of New York cursed in unison. Needless to say, if something bad happens, it must be in New York. People in other cities were calm because they thought the target of the missile was definitely gonna be New York. Maximus continued, "I choose Los Angeles, missile, launch." Accompanied by the voice of Maximus, a special missile was launched from the spacecraft, with a long tail blasting toward Los Angeles. Sure enough, it's our New York again. Wait, Los Angeles. The people of New York and Los Angeles were shocked. Why not New York, but Los Angeles? This is unscientific. Los Angeles? Fuck, Pepper's still in the villa. Tony was shocked and quickly controlled the unmanned armor to escape with Pepper. At the same time, the citizens of Los Angeles fled the city frantically. How could it be possible to escape in time? Just wait for this to be recorded in the annals of history. At that time, I will deeply mourn you, Onatalan, Maximus said with a smile while holding a glass of wine. Just when Maximus was proud, 100-meter-long fiery red dragon rose into the sky along with a roar that shook the whole city, opened its mouth, and swallowed the falling missile. The citizens of Los Angeles were stunned for a moment and then cheered loudly. The Dragon of New York came to protect them in Los Angeles. It is conceivable that in the future, many Los Angeles people will join the Dragon God cult. Dragon. Maximus shouted in disbelief. How is this possible? Didn't the dragon appear only in New York and Washington? That's why Maximus didn't choose New York. Jiuying shouted, Your Majesty, the blood god may have returned. Wipe out the human race. Maximus gritted his teeth and shouted to Korath next to him, Korath, let those spaceships launch all Turigen bombs. Korath frowned, and just as he was about to give an order, the captain of the spaceship suddenly shouted, Someone appeared in front of us. Everyone turned their heads in astonishment and saw a man with blood all over his body, floating in front of the 6 spaceships. Compared to the spaceships, this person was very small, but when she saw this person, Jiaying shouted in despair, No, the blood god is back. Fire the cannon and kill him. Maximus shouted frantically, and Korath was shocked. What happened to these 2 people, to give such a big reaction? Korath didn't think much about it, and gave the order directly, Fire. Yes. The 6 spaceships were about to fire when Bert stretched out his hand and lifted it gently. At the same time, all the Kree people in the spaceships felt that the blood in their bodies became uncontrollable and flowed in their bodies at an astonishing speed. Immediately afterward, the violent blood rushed out of Kree's mouth and gathered into a blue blood sphere in the air. Bang bang bang, all the Kree people in the 6 ships fell to the ground and died. Blood God's special magic, blood control? Boring. Bert smiled disdainfully, waved his hand, and all the 6 spaceships disappeared. Looking at the screen that suddenly went black, whether it was Maximus, Jiaying, or Korath, they all felt like falling into an ice cellar. Jiaying and Maximus knew that the blood god was very strong, but they never thought that it would be so strong. Saying, he solved 6 spaceships easily was an understatement. This was more like crushing 6 ants. There are still humans as powerful as Carol on Earth. Korath swallowed and said, Maximus, we will leave the solar system immediately and come back in the future. I'm not going. I'm the king of the Inhuman kingdom, and I'm going to defend it, Elan. Maximus said grimly, What about the blood god? I don't believe he can fight the Inhumans in the city. Jiaying also shouted, That's right, I'll fight him. Korath sighed helplessly, and said, Okay, I'll start the main ship and fight to the death. Maximus glanced at Korath and said, I'll send someone with you. Korath snorted and turned to leave. Maximus took a deep breath and said slowly, Jiaying, gather the people and prepare for a decisive battle. Jiaying nodded and said, Yes, King. Very good. Seeing that the 6 spaceships were all resolved by the blood god, the governments of various countries cheered, and sure enough, the blood god was as reliable as ever. The staff reminded, President, you should prepare your speech. Okay. President Ellis nodded. At this moment, a military general came over and said, President, those spaceships. The president gave the general a speechless look. You tell me to be on guard against the blood god every day, but as soon as it was beneficial, you immediately jumped out to ask for it. How thick-skinned are you? When I meet the blood god, I will ask. President Ellis said, and then he got up and went to the press conference. I want to tell everyone a piece of good news. The 6 spaceships of the Kree Empire and the Inhuman Kingdom have all been resolved. President Ellis said with a smile, that is, the planet is safe. Very good. The reporters cheered, and one reporter asked suspiciously, Mr. President, have you really solved it? That's a spaceship. I can tell you with certainty that it has been resolved. President Ellis didn't say much, and moved directly to the next topic. The Kree Empire and the Inhuman Kingdom invaded the Earth for no reason and intended to destroy human beings. It is an unforgivable sin. Here, on behalf of the United Nations, I officially declare war on the Inhuman Kingdom. The reporters were stunned when they heard this, and one reporter asked inexplicably, Mr. President, what's the point of declaring war on the Inhuman Kingdom? We can't beat them. President Ellis said, Who said we can't beat them? Our superheroes and troops are preparing to land on the moon to attack the kingdom of Inhumans. The reporters and the audience in front of the TV were in an uproar. The reporters kept asking, Mr. President, is what you said true? Are we going to land on the moon to attack the kingdom of Inhumans? Impossible. How can we have such technology? Wakanda has such technology. President Ellis said, half an hour later, the expedition ceremony will be held in the White House Square. Wakanda and the 5 major countries will send their troops. After finishing speaking, President Ellis turned and left, and the White House spokesperson came out and said, If you are interested, you can wait at the gate of the White House. The expedition ceremony will begin soon. Although the White House spokesperson often lied, this time, he did not. Half an hour later, the military of the 5 major countries and the superheroes all appeared in the White House square. The 5 major countries sent not many troops this time, only more than 1,000 people in total, but each of them was a real elite: enhanced soldiers, little abominations, power armors, mechanical exoskeletons, Inhumans, and so on. This coalition is the core strength of the 5 major countries. So many high-techs, so many enhanced people, so many superheroes. The reporters and the audience were in an uproar. The 5 major countries were playing for real this time. In other words, are they really going to land on the moon to attack the Inhuman kingdom? A reporter said excitedly. At this historic moment, mankind is about to engage in the first space war. Different from other reporters, a host appeared directly in the middle of the expedition ceremony. She took the microphone and said to the audience, "Hello everyone, I'm Trish Walker. This time, I will go to the moon with the army to conduct interviews and filming." It's Trish Walker again. Countless media cursed. How strong is this woman's backing? She can even get in on this occasion. Trish thought, what about that? Even the president has to smile at me. Okay. A reporter shouted outside, "Mr. President, where's Wakanda? Haven't they come yet?" "They've already arrived." President Ellis pointed to the top. Everyone looked up, but only saw a blue sky and white clouds. At this moment, a huge spaceship appeared out of thin air and slowly landed on the White House square. The crowd exclaimed, "Wow, isn't this stealth ability too strong?" Then, the spaceship opened, and King Iriko of Wakanda walked out with Dora Milajes and said to President Ellis and the 4 holographic projections, "Wakanda is here to join the alliance. Welcome." President Ellis nodded and said, "I am here to nominate Wakanda for the 6th permanent seat." The 4 holographic projections said at the same time, "We agree." Wow. The audience was in an uproar. This is shocking news. The 5 major countries are about to become the 6 major countries. "Thank you," Eric said. "Wakanda will guard the Earth with you. Down with invaders and defend the Earth." All the soldiers shouted in unison, and President Ellis and others nodded in satisfaction and began to deliver speeches. Inside the spaceship, Jessica yawned and said, "Why do they have to give a speech before going to battle? Aren't they tired?" Electro asked, "Did you drink again last night?" Jessica said, "How do I know that I'm going to hit the moon today? I hope I won't spit it out in a while." Everyone was speechless. Spider-Man walked up to Bert, who was reading a book, and asked nervously, "Mr. Wong, I wanted to ask you, can Harry recover?" Bert stared at the book and said without raising his head, "Yes, it's easy, but only if the SWORD Bureau agrees. I will help him recover." Spider-Man said happily, "No problem. Harry killed all mercenaries, so he intends to disperse his family's wealth to compensate them. At that time, the SWORD Bureau will treat him lightly. We'll discuss it later," Bert said. Spider-Man did not dare to disturb him. After thanking him, he turned around and left. Spider-Man thought to himself, "I feel that Mr. Wong is a lot more indifferent." At this moment, Steve walked in with a group of superheroes. He glanced around, walked to Bert, and said with a smile, "Bert, long time no see." Bert still didn't look up, and said lightly, "It won't be long." Steve was a little surprised. Why was Bert so indifferent? Tony, who came over, took a few glances at Bert and said dissatisfiedly, "Bert, at such an important time, you actually sent a clone over." "Clone?" Everyone was stunned. Bert finally raised his head and asked curiously, "How do you know that I'm just a clone?" "Because you don't have much popularity," Tony said. "Hurry up and call your body, this is not the time to joke." "Tony." Steve motioned to Tony to take it easy, and he asked, "Bert, is Dracula's matter still unfinished?" "No, Dracula has already been solved." Bert shook his head, and stretched out his hand to open a space portal. Everyone looked inside and found that someone was wearing floral pants and playing volleyball with a group of bikini beauties. He was so happy. Clone Bert said blankly, "That's why he didn't come." At this moment, the main body Bert sensed something, glanced at the sky, and then pointed his middle finger to close the space portal. Everyone was speechless. The first space war was about to break out. As the main force, the blood god is still picking up girls in bikinis. This Earth is about to end. It's enough to have me, he doesn't need to make a move. Clone Bert said, "You don't have to worry about anything. If something goes wrong, he will come over immediately." "That's good." Steve thought for a while and asked, "Bert, do you want to call Yvonne, Hulk, and the others back?" "Unnecessary." Bert said, "By the way, after defeating the boss Dracula, my level has increased twice, not 2 levels, but twice. Fuck. Upgrade again." Tony was speechless. He complained, "Is that Dracula boss especially here to give you experience?" A middle-aged man dressed as a vampire noble said, "Not only experience but also the opportunity to become a god and his daughter." "Daughter?" Tony was surprised. He looked at the vampire and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Dracula, future father-in-law of the blood god." Dracula introduced himself, and everyone was stunned. At this moment, a sheath came flying towards his side, and directly smashed Dracula. "If there is any danger, you can directly use Dracula as a shield." Lilith retracted the sword expressionlessly and said, "Don't worry, he is very durable, even Ancient One said it is easy to use." Everyone was stunned. Tony blinked, and asked, "Lilith, may I ask, are you Dracula's daughter?" Lilith walked behind Bert and asked, "Yes, what's the problem?" Everyone was speechless. This is his daughter? At this moment, Raina brought Sky and Alicia over, and she respectfully said to Bert, "Blood God, Thank you for letting Earth Demon protect me. Bert raised his head and said, You're welcome, Reyna, you are very important. I know, it is my honor. Reyna was delighted. She pointed at Alicia and said, Blood God, her name is Alicia, and she wants to join your Watchman company. Blood God. Alicia greeted a little nervously, this is a legendary figure. Bert glanced at Alicia, opened a space portal with one hand, took out a perfect version of the Extremis virus, and said, Alicia, you are very good. Tony, you bring her to inject the Extremis virus. Alicia was overjoyed, thank you Blood God. Leave it to me, I want to collect more data. If I can't find an antidote, Natasha will continue to live in my house. Tony took the potion and took Alicia to the laboratory. Bert turned to look at Sky and asked, Your Majesty, how are you feeling? Sky looked at Blackbolt and the others who came over, and smiled bitterly, Mr. Wong, stop kidding, I never intended to be a queen, and the Inhumans already have a king. Blackbolt typed, Sky, I talked to Reyna, and I will follow the rules of the Inhuman royal family. Sky shook her head, I don't want to be a king. Being king is not about power, but responsibility. Maximus has never understood this. Blackbolt typed, if you are more suitable than me to be the king of Inhumans, then I will give you the position. Compared to Blackbolt, Medusa, and others are somewhat hostile to Sky. Sky was feeling bitter. Can you not be so reasonable? I don't want to be king. Reyna said, Sky, this war is the beginning of your becoming the king of Inhumans. Sky was stunned. Aren't I in charge of soy sauce in this war? No, you are the main force. Reyna said. Sky pointed at herself and asked incredulously, I am the main force? Reyna, this joke is not funny at all. Reyna smiled without saying a word. Sky rolled her eyes. Another person who likes to pretend, knows what's gonna happen, but remains silent and smiles. Blackbolt shook his head and typed, Mr. Wong, I hope you can show mercy. Most of the people in Italan are innocent. Bert said, in war, there are no innocents, and I will not show mercy unless they surrender. Blackbolt typed, I will make them surrender. In addition, Crystal and Lockjaw should be controlled by Maximus in some way, they're not enemies. Bert said, Blackbolt, we can talk about everyone else later, but Maximus must die. Mr. Wong. Blackbolt was stunned. Bert said, he intends to destroy all mankind, it is unforgivable. I agree. Steve said, Blackbolt, it's not that we are cruel, but he crossed the line. This matter, we must explain to humans. Blackbolt was silent. Although Medusa and the others did not speak, their expressions were all in agreement, Maximus must die. Bert didn't say much and continued to read the book silently. The main body is having fun, so it is only reasonable for the clone to read and learn. After a while, the expedition ceremony was officially completed, and all the troops boarded the spaceship. Eric handed the control of the spaceship to the Black Panther, as he set out on his behalf. Everyone, the ship has taken off. Accompanied by the sound of the Black Panther, the Avengers spaceship slowly lifted off. When it reached a certain height, it suddenly accelerated and shot straight into the sky like a rocket. Avengers. The people below and the audience cheered, and the first human space war officially started. At Elan, after Maximus's upside-down speech, all Inhumans, whether noble or minors, took up arms and prepared to defend their homeland. Defend our homeland, we will never be slaves or experimental materials. The soldiers and miners roared angrily, and the atmosphere was extremely heroic and exciting. It's the last stand. Maximus, who was standing at the highest point of the palace, looked rather solemn. This battle was not optimistic at all, because the opponent was Blood God. Maximus gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe that the Blood God is really that strong. Jiaying said, Don't worry, Your Majesty, the Blood God is strong, but we are not weak. Today, we will not lose. The Inhumans didn't have to wait long, the spaceships descended slowly outside Italan. Immediately afterward, the hatch of the ship opened, and Blackbolt took Medusa in a small space capsule and flew to the front of Italan's protective dome. Medusa shouted, I am Queen Medusa, Maximus is a despicable usurper, and Blackbolt is the real king. I order you to immediately open your defenses and surrender. Looking at the holographic projection of Blackbolt, the Inhumans were both startled and panicked. Maximus was already prepared for this. He clapped his hands, and the holographic projection of the crystal appeared in front of the defense dome. Don't be deceived by Blackbolt, he has become the lackey of mankind, helping mankind to enslave us together. Crystal shouted. Everyone was in an uproar, and they all glared at Blackbolt and Medusa. Crystal is Medusa's sister, what she said must be true. Medusa retorted, Crystal, what nonsense are you talking about? Crystal shouted, I'm not talking nonsense, all Inhumans, unite and fight against Blackbolt and humans together. Kill traitors, kill. All Inhumans shouted. Blackbolt and Medusa sighed, it seems that war is inevitable. Blackbolt shook his head and drove the small capsule back to the main ship. Seeing this, Steve said, in that case, prepare to fight. Yes. Everyone nodded. At this moment, Reyna stood up and said loudly, Sky, please, destroy Italan's defensive dome. Huh. Sky looked stunned, seeing everyone looking over, she waved her hands in fright. I don't have the ability, Reyna, don't talk nonsense. You have. Reyna said, Director Rogers, please trust me, I won't joke about this kind of thing. Sky wanted to say something else, and Bert waved, go, Steve, you protect her. Then let Sky try. Steve nodded, and he was also curious about what kind of superpower Sky had. Then, a group of superheroes left the Avengers. Skye stood in the middle of the crowd with an oxygen mask on, and her face was dumbfounded. How did I become the main force? Skye was about to speak when Reyna sprinkled Turigen mist on her, and she immediately petrified and turned into a black stone statue. Tony quickly scanned. You already gave me permission, I just happened to do some research. I'm also doing research. Dr. Reed also started scanning. Everyone was speechless, scientists, always so frenetic. Maximus looked at the scene outside the defensive dome and asked inexplicably, what are they doing? Creating a new Inhuman at this time. Maybe her abilities are special. Jiaying said with complicated eyes, can her daughter really become the king of Inhumans? Maximus wanted to stop the actions of humans, but looking at Blackbolt and the others, he sighed helplessly and chose to stand still. Can this work? It feels unreliable. Human Torch asked. The thing glanced at him and said, you are the biggest unreliable hero here. Without oxygen, you won't be able to burn. Human Torch said dissatisfiedly, humans' first space war, how can I not come? How else am I gonna leave my name in history? Don't worry, even if you can't get into the official history, the unofficial history will definitely leave your name. Tony said, Steve's illegitimate child. Everyone laughed. Human Torch and Steve looked depressed. The two looked at each other, and both sighed helplessly. The blame was set. Who made them look so similar? At this moment, the black shell on Skye's body suddenly cracked, and then, the surroundings began to vibrate. Earthquake. Tony was stunned for a moment. At this moment, the vibration became more and more severe. Medusa and Reyna were even a little unsteady, and everyone hurried to help them. Dr. Reed exclaimed, Skye can create earthquakes. Accurately speaking, a shock wave. Reyna said excitedly, she just woke up, she can't control her power, it will cause an earthquake, and it is just right for her to come to the moon. Looks like Italan is going to be unlucky. Tony shouted, everyone, prepare for an earthquake. Okay. Everyone responded. Blackbolt and the others looked up at Italan, which was shaking, and couldn't help sighing. This time, Italan will suffer heavy losses. How is that possible? Earthquake. Maximus grabbed the railing and shouted in disbelief. At this moment, a building in disrepair collapsed in the earthquake, and several people were buried below. And this was just the beginning. Many buildings shook violently. The miners were frightened, screamed, and ran around like headless flies. My daughter can create earthquakes? No wonder Reyna said she could be the king of Inhumans. Jiaying was very surprised. Although Skye's ability was not good for them, she couldn't help but feel a little pride in her heart. This is my daughter. Fuck, Defense Center. Maximus was shocked by what he thought, and at this moment, the instruments in the underground defense center exploded violently due to vibration and collision, and the defense dome quickly disappeared. There was no air on the moon, and as soon as the protective dome disappeared, Italan's air immediately drifted outside. Eli. Jiaying immediately shouted, release the defensive dome at the maximum range. Eli shouted, Jiaying, such a big protective dome will have no defensive ability. Jiaying shouted, no problem, just block the air. If humans want to come in, don't block them. Okay. Eli stopped talking nonsense and tried her best to release the defensive dome to wrap the entire Italan. It's not bad. Blackbolt was overjoyed and immediately typed, don't destroy the defensive cover for a while, just go in. Clear. Everyone nodded, looking at Skye with surprise. This little girl's ability is too powerful, right? After a while, the earthquake finally stopped. Skye woke up, and all the black shells on her body disappeared. She looked at the ruined Italan and asked in disbelief, I did this all? Bert suddenly appeared, nodded, and said, yes, in the future your title will be Quake Girl. Quake Girl? So ugly. Skye was about to object, but suddenly her eyes darkened and she fell to the ground. Bert helped Skye and said to Reyna and Lilith, take her back to rest, her mission has been completed. Yes, Blood God. Reyna and Lilith respectfully took Skye away, and then Bert turned to look at Steve, signaling that he could start. Steve nodded and ordered loudly, soldiers, get off the spaceship and prepare for battle. Yes, Captain. Thousands of coalition troops came down from the spaceship in a neat queue. Trish hurriedly took pictures and was very busy. Maximus also hurriedly regrouped, and he shouted, we haven't lost yet, we still have Hive. Yes, we still have Hive. Jiaying nodded, that was their last straw. Soon, the human side was rectified, and no one was able to block the way. Superheroes and coalition forces followed, and thousands of people rushed toward Italan. The defense cover opened a gate to let in the human army, and Maximus led a group of Inhumans to stand guard on the ruins. Italan has no city walls, and at this moment the defensive cover is broken, and they can only face it head-on. Blackbolt typed, Maximus, surrender. What's the use of surrendering? Will you let me go? Maximus sneered, besides, do I need to surrender? Do you think you will win? Of course, we will win, it's better if you don't surrender, so as not to waste taxpayer money. Tony sneered in his oversized armor, Director, let's go to war, my Veronica can't wait. Then start. Steve didn't mean to waste time, he was about to give an order. At this moment, an isolation chamber fell from the sky with a bang. Maximus laughed, Blackbolt, your greatest mistake was you came back to Italan. Blackbolt looked at the isolation chamber and asked inexplicably, Maximus, what do you mean? Maximus sneered, don't you think the one in the isolation chamber looks familiar? After hearing the words, everyone looked towards the isolation chamber and saw an octopus-faced man looking at them with a sneer. His gaze was like a hunter watching his prey. Hive. Bert looked at the former Inhuman king in the isolation chamber, couldn't help but sneer, and moved his fingers lightly, projecting the scene here to the house of Gideon Malik. Gideon Malik and a group of Hydra leaders saw the picture and immediately watched with attention. Whether the Hydra god is powerful or the blood god is more powerful, will be determined soon. Tony sneered. Maximus, are you going to scare us to death with his ugly face? I don't know why, but I kinda want to beat him up. Steve frowned, and Bert smiled. This one is the first-generation king of the Inhumans, and the first human being transformed by the Kree. Steve was a little surprised, the first king of the Inhumans. Seeing the Hive, Blackbolt, and others were terrified. Blackbolt typed frantically, Maximus, are you crazy? You brought Hive back. Medusa shouted in shock, flee, hurry up, the Hive can control the Inhumans. What? Hive can control the Inhumans? Everyone was stunned, and Maximus grinned, I'm sorry, you can't escape. The next moment, the isolation chamber opened, and Hive came out. Then, he opened his hands and released a large number of parasites, which looked like dust, while shouting arrogantly, meet your god. No. Medusa and the others fled back frantically. Even the Inhumans of Italan were terrified as they stepped back. Maximus hurriedly shouted, don't worry, he will only control those traitors, not us. Trouble. Steve and the others looked a little ugly. Tony blinked and shouted, where's the cannon fodder? We need cannon fodder now. Dracula gave Tony a hard middle finger. At this moment, everyone discovered a situation. The parasites of the Hive seemed to be circling him. What's the situation? Everyone was puzzled. Spider-Man blinked and shouted, this is Mr. Wong's space maze. That's right, the 18th-floor kind, the same as he used against me. Dracula picked his nostrils and said, why are you guys so worried? With my son-in-law here, what is the king of Inhumans? Isn't it just a slap in the face? Lilith drew her sword silently, and everyone looked at Bert. Bert said, speaking of which, I'm annoyed that someone compares me to these parasites. Is he worthy? Said Bert while clenching his fists. The space maze quickly squeezed toward the Hive, and the Hive was pressed into a ball of meat sauce. Hive wanted to ask for mercy, but couldn't make a sound at all. Maximus, Jiuying, Malik, and all HYDRA's leaders were dumbfounded at the same time. This is completely crushing. In front of the blood god, the Hive is no different from an ant. Bert waved his hand, and the space inside started to burn. After a second, there was nothing in the space. The Hive was not completely burned to death. Bert deliberately left a small part, and he was very interested in the way the Hive controlled the Inhumans. The Inhumans controlled by the Hive will feel very happy and then follow the Hive resolutely, which is much stronger than the Purple Man virus. If he can master this method and spread it to other races, then Bert will be happy. Bert's eyes flashed slightly. According to the principle of parasites, I should be able to create a special blood magic, blood god puppet technique, or blood god pleasure technique. Leaving aside Bert's thoughts for a while, seeing the Hive being completely wiped out, Maximus and Jiuying were desperate. That was their biggest trump card. On Earth, Malik sighed, I always thought I was very smart, but I didn't expect that I was so stupid, that I compared the Hive to the blood god. I decided to lead the ancient Hydra line to join the blood god. Ancient Hydra is the Hydra that believes in the Hive. As for the Red Skull, Pierce, and the others are of different factions. The power of the blood god is beyond doubt. A Hydra leader said, the problem is that the rules of the blood god are too strict. After taking refuge in the blood god, we can no longer do bad things. That's better than being dead. Malik said, everyone, this is our last chance. If we miss it, we will be eliminated from this world like other HYDRAs. Remember, it is we who need the blood god, not the blood god who needs us. Everyone looked at each other and nodded in unison. We are willing to rely on the blood god. On Moon, Steve raised his right hand and shouted, those who surrender will not be killed. The Inhumans were terrified, and Maximus roared, we won't surrender. The Inhumans will not be slaves of you humans. Fight them. Even if we surrender, we will only become their experiments. Jiuying shouted. The Inhumans looked at each other, clenched their weapons, and roared at the humans, Inhumans will never be slaves. Do it. You don't need to keep your hand. Steve took the shield and ordered loudly. The army shouted in unison and charged forward with momentum. The outbreak of war. The number of Inhumans was several times larger than the humans, but as soon as they met, the Inhumans fell into a disadvantage and were completely suppressed and beaten. This is normal. The Inhumans have never fought, not to mention, most of them are just minors. Surrender. Blackbolt said lightly at the building beside them. Sound waves roared out. A building was destroyed in an instant, and many Inhumans were frightened, and knelt with sincerity and fear. Medusa shouted to Gorgon, Gorgon, force them to surrender. Too many people must not die. Okay. Gorgon's hoof stepped on the ground with force, the ground shook, and dozens of Inhumans all fell to the ground. I like the battlefield. Dracula grabbed an Inhuman and was about to suck blood when a scabbard slammed on him and threw him out. Lilith said coldly, blood god has orders not to suck blood. Dracula said angrily, why didn't you tell me before? Lilith said, I forgot. Dracula shouted, you didn't say anything because you wanted an excuse to hit me. So what? Lilith sneered, can't I? You are my daughter, you can do as you want. Dracula confessed, got up, and attacked other Inhumans. Steve, Tony, Reed, and other superheroes were also fighting, and those Inhumans with superpowers are not their opponents at all, and they are defeated one after another. After many disasters, the superheroes have grown up. Looking at the one-sided battlefield in the field, Maximus gritted his teeth and shouted, "Korath, start the main ship and bombard the humans." Korath said, "Maximus, I think it's better to run away. Let that big dog bring you to the main ship. We will leave immediately. These humans are too ferocious. I must pass the news to Ronan." Maximus roared, "I am the king. I will not run away. Korath, start the main ship." "Okay, you have the final say." Korath snorted, and the hundreds of meters-long main ship slowly rose from the rear of it, and then, the energy cannon quickly adjusted its position, ready to bombard. At this moment, the Avengers ship suddenly fired an energy cannon at the Kree ship. Although it failed to break through the main ship's defense, the violent vibration still shocked the Kree people on the main ship. "Blow up that spaceship first," Korath shouted, and Avengers ship dodged the bomb. While dodging, it collided with the Kree ship and was not at a disadvantage at all. Although the Avengers ship is not as powerful as the Kree ship, it is more flexible, and its defense power is much higher than that of the Kree ship. Vibranium shell and energy shield, do you think it's a joke? Jiaying gritted her teeth, grabbed the neck of Crystal next to her, and said angrily, "Blackbolt, turn back immediately, or I will kill Crystal immediately." Lockjaw immediately yelled at Jiaying. Maximus' eyes flashed, but he didn't stop it. "It's this trick again, isn't it annoying?" Natasha shouted, "Blackbolt, don't turn against the water, or I will kill all the Inhumans who surrendered immediately. Don't think I'm scaring you. I am Black Widow. I will do what I say. It's a great thing to go to court-martial. Anyway, there are a group of men standing behind the old lady. So brutal." Everyone was stunned. Blackbolt was at a loss, and Medusa shouted, "Maximus, surrender. Don't cause any more trouble." Maximus said angrily, "The king will not surrender." Blackbolt. Jiaying was about to say something when Crystal suddenly disappeared. It was Bert who did it. Seeing that Crystal was safe, Blackbolt, who had been unhappy with Jiaying, immediately shouted at Jiaying, "Jiaying, Lockjaw." Maximus shouted. Lockjaw immediately took him, and Jiaying disappeared. At the same time, Crystal, who was rescued by Bert, stabbed Bert in the chest with a dagger. Bert teleported behind Crystal and knocked her unconscious with a chop. Medusa hurriedly said, "Blood God, please let Crystal go, she's just being controlled." Human Torch asked inexplicably, "Isn't that parasite dead? Why is she still being controlled?" "The control of the hive will always be there, even if he dies." Bert's eyes flashed, and he opened the portal to send Crystal over. Medusa hurriedly asked, "Blood God, where are you sending her?" Bert said frankly, "My laboratory. I want to know, what exactly is the control of the hive?" Medusa was stunned. "Blood God, do you want to use Crystal as an experiment?" "So to speak, but I assure you she'll be fine," Bert said. Medusa want to say something. Bert pointed his hand at the Kree main ship in the sky, and all the Kree people felt their blood become uncontrollable at the same time. Blood control. Korath was out of his mind, and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Blood God, we surrender. Surrender." Bert's eyes flashed, and he put down his hand and said, "Land the spaceship. Come out without weapons. To surrender, you only have one chance." "Okay." Korath sighed and directed the spaceship to land. The Inhumans, who were sent by Maximus to supervise him, watched all this in silence and said nothing. Soon, the main ship fell to the ground, and then the hatch opened, and Korath and others filed out. Korath said respectfully, "Respected hero, I am Ronan's subordinate, and I demand reasonable prisoner treatment. Yes, you will be locked on Earth until the Kree Empire sends someone to redeem you." Bert said, "In addition, this time your Kree Empire invaded the Earth for no reason and must pay a large number of war reparations." Korath asked in anger, "You want to blackmail our Kree Empire? Are you not afraid that our Kree Empire will declare war on your Earth?" Bert glanced at Korath, waved his hand, and the huge main ship disappeared. Then he asked, "I didn't understand what you just said. Please say it again." Korath swallowed his saliva and said righteously, "This time it is indeed our Kree Empire that is wrong. When the Empire sends envoys, I will make them pay a lot of money." "Well said." Bert nodded in satisfaction, motioning for Lilith to lead someone to guard Korath and the others. "It's over." Crystal's sneak attack failed, and Korath was captured. "We're completely over." In the palace, Maximus laughed miserably. 2 words can describe their current situation: complete defeat. Jiaying said, "Your Majesty, if we escape to Earth, there must be a chance to make a comeback." Maximus turned his head to look at Lockjaw. Lockjaw shook his head, and Maximus sighed and said, "The moon is blocked, and we can't teleport to Earth." Blocked. Jiaying was stunned for a moment, then smiled wryly. "It seems that this time she really has no way to survive. You surrender." Maximus said, "Your daughter is the one around the blood god. They will not kill you? Even without my daughter, they wouldn't kill me because they would definitely keep me for experiments." Jiaying sneered, "Immortal life, rejuvenation, who doesn't want it?" Maximus was stunned. He said, "It seems that not having powers is not necessarily a bad thing. Jiaying, Lockjaw, you can do it yourself." After finishing speaking, Maximus turned around and went to the secret room, and then he opened the trap, and a raging fire was burning around the palace. This was specially prepared by Maximus before, and he was ready to die with the city early in the morning. Maximus went to the highest part of the palace and shouted, "In the name of the king, I command you to surrender." The Inhumans who were still stubbornly resisting were shocked. They turned their heads and saw Maximus standing in the burning palace. Maximus. Blackbolt was shocked and immediately wanted to save Maximus, but Medusa stopped him. Blackbolt, Maximus is dead. Humans will not let him go. Rather than let him be executed, let him die like a king. In the fire, Maximus raised his hands and shouted, Blackbolt, I'm no worse than you, just a little bit. I've completed the great cause of the Inhuman. Blackbolt was silent. He typed, you know, I never cared about the throne. This is what I hate most about you. Maximus shouted, if there is a next life, I Maximus will be an Inhuman. Long live the Inhuman. Well said. Jiaying came out and said, Gordon, Lincoln, Ellie, and all the Inhumans who are loyal to me. After I die, you will all be loyal to my daughter Daisy Johnson. After finishing speaking, Jiaying strode towards the fire. She smiled at Maximus. The king returns to the sky. How can there be no one to accompany him? Ha ha ha. Maximus was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. In this world, there are still people who recognized him after all. The next moment, the flames flew into the air, and the figures of Jiaying and Maximus were all covered up. The Inhuman king, the Inhuman elder, died at the same time. Your Majesty. Jiaying. Inhumans threw away their weapons and knelt in the direction of the palace, and many even cried. Tony fell to Bert's side, opened his visor, and said unhappily, we're not making a movie, why did they die so tragically? Everyone is dead, why care so much? Bert shook his head and said, let's end it, enough people died in this war. Tony looked around and shook his head, I hope there will be no more wars between humans and Inhumans in the future. If we want to keep humans and Inhumans at peace, it's not enough to just talk about it. Bert said, in addition to the public relations company for Inhumans, Reina, and Sky, there is still a lot of work to be done. Tony was silent. Although he was very upset with Bert, he had to admit that Bert contributed far more to the world than he did. Tony asked, do you intend to make Sky the king of Inhumans? It's not me, but she was destined to be the king of Inhumans. Bert said, besides, she is from Earth. Tony understood. Seeing that Maximus was dead, Steve commanded loudly, soldiers, tie up all the prisoners, medics come and treat. Human Torch, go put out the fire. Yes, Captain, Director. Everyone agreed. Blackbolt and Medusa came over, and Medusa said, Director, many people are innocent. I know, I will not bring civilians back to Earth. Steve thought of something and asked, can you guys fix it, Elan? Karnak said, I'm going to check the defense center, it shouldn't be a problem. Steve said, okay, you go to check. Blackbolt, don't worry, the SWORD is not an executioner. Blackbolt typed, I believe you. By the way, I want to formally talk with the administrator of your Earth Federation. The Inhuman Kingdom is willing to join the Earth Federation and become a part of the Earth Federation. Steve and Tony were suddenly embarrassed. Bert looked up at the sky and pretended that he didn't hear anything. No problem, we have confiscated a lot of Inhuman communicators. When we are done, we will contact you as soon as possible. Tony said with a smile, let's throw this pot to the 5 permanent members. Blackbolt nodded, okay. Then, everyone started to clean up, and when it was all over, Steve shouted, we won. Yeah. The soldiers cheered loudly, the first space war of mankind, a great victory. Each of them will be recorded in history. Very good. The news was sent back to the Earth, and whether it was governments or the general public, all cheered. This is an important milestone for human beings. The first step of the interstellar age thus began. Through the interstellar communicator, Medusa said to President Ellis and the others, our Inhuman Kingdom is willing to join the Earth Federation. Earth Federation. Everyone was stunned. Has the Earth Federation been established? How could they not know? Please, the Earth Federation is just an intention, and the 5 major countries have not even discussed this matter together. Seeing that President Ellis and their faces were a bit wrong, Medusa asked, is there any problem? Our Inhuman Kingdom is very sincere, and we originally came from the Earth. President Ellis didn't know how to answer. At this moment, the Phantom of the Blood God appeared, and he said, to celebrate the Earth Federation's victory in the First Space War, I decided to send each of you a special spacecraft. Everyone's eyes brightened, the 6 ships that fired missiles before. Bert nodded, yes, for the Earth Federation. On behalf of the Earth Federation, I thank Mr. Wong for your kindness. In addition, Queen Medusa, the Earth Federation welcomes you to join us. President Ellis said immediately, the big deal is to change the name of the United Nations to the Earth Federation. In any case, he had to order a spaceship. The other 4 representatives also had the same idea and nodded in agreement. Bert nodded with satisfaction and disappeared. This hole was finally filled. 3 days later, the Lunar Expeditionary Force returned to Washington, and the people warmly welcomed them. President Ellis personally presented medals to everyone. As the captive, the Kree were surrounded by appalling crowds at the ceremony. They had a chance to see aliens for the first time. Thor and Loki are not counted. What is the difference between those 2 guys and the people on Earth? In contrast, the Kree are more in line with their perception of aliens. At the same time, Bert officially accepted the allegiance of Senator Malik in the manner. Very well, I won't let you down, and I hope you won't let me down either. Bert nodded with satisfaction. With the Malik family, the American side is completely stable, and there will be no more troubles. How powerful is the Malik family? In the series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., even after he revealed his identity, President Ellis still dared not arrest him. Blood God, don't worry, the ancient Hydra lineage has begun to be cleansed, and it will no longer commit crimes like before. Malik said, in addition, we will cut off our relationship with Hydra. In the future, we will no longer be Hydra, but the elders of the Dragon God cult. Looks like you already have a plan. Bert laughed and said, okay, you guys can help me develop the Dragon God cult. By the way, what about the monolith? Blood God, here. Stephanie came out pushing a large stone, which was the other monolith. Very good. Bert waved his hand, and the monolith disappeared. Both monoliths are in hand, I can proceed to the next step. On Maveth. Maveth, Hebrew for death, is a planet light years from Earth. Thousands of years ago, it was home to an advanced, utopian civilization that was destroyed by the exiled Inhuman hive. Bert said to the vampires, this is Maveth. Although it is a little desolate, the biggest advantage is that there is no Sunday. Carter asked, is there really no sun? And this planet has oxygen. Yes, sun is blocked by its satellites. On this planet, the sunlight only comes every 18 years, and it lasts for 1 minute each time. Bert laughed. At that time, the vampires can line up to watch the sunrise together. This joke is so cold. Blade lifted his sunglasses and asked, was there no civilization on this planet before? Yes, there used to be 9 cities on this planet, but they were all destroyed by the hive, and now there is no life. Bert said, this planet is very suitable for our vampire immigrants. The vampires looked at each other, and Mercury asked, Blood God, this planet is indeed suitable for us vampires. The question is, with the current situation and your power and prestige on Earth, do vampires still need immigration? It's always right to leave a way back, maybe one day, even the Earth will be gone. Bert shrugged. He didn't forget that the big boss of Fantastic Four 2 is a star-devouring being. This back path is not only reserved for vampires, but also for humans. Even the Earth might be gone. Everyone was stunned. Bert didn't say much. He said, take this place as a resort to develop. Nissa, you are in charge. The vampire group and the Oscorp group will allocate a lot of funds to you. Me. Princess Nissa was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, yes, Blood God. Bert smiled and said, okay, let's go sightseeing. We'll go back when we're done. Okay. Everyone nodded their heads. For the first time they set foot on another planet, they were all quite excited for the first half an hour. It's so desolate. What a fart. Let's go back. Blade said impatiently. Everyone agreed. Bert smiled, opened the portal, and took everyone back. That's right, it's not surprising that Bert can open portals in this world. Even Doctor Strange can open portals across planets, not to mention Bert who has a space stone. Maveth is just one of Bert's backhands. Whether it can come in handy depends on future development. Leaving these aside, in the SWORD Bureau, Gordon was introduced on the stage with a cold face. That's right, it was Gordon, the eyeless man. After he knew what happened to Jiaying, he chose to obey Jiaying's will, that is, follow Sky. In the eyes of humans, Jiaying is undoubtedly a heinous sin, but in the eyes of Inhumans, Jiaying is an elder worthy of their respect. Gordon said, the reason why people keep turning into Inhumans is because Jiaying grinds Turigen crystals into powder and adds them to healthcare products. Everyone was stunned. Health products. Yes, I will teleport to the production base and mix the powder into it. Gordon said, a single Turigen crystal is enough to affect the healthcare products in several cargo compartments. Humans with Inhuman genes will gradually wake up once they eat these healthcare products. Steve had a headache. He asked, this is troublesome. How many supplements did you get in total? A lot. Gordon had a happy expression on his face, and he said, there are so many that I don't even remember. Steve sighed and said, it seems that the awakening of Inhumans is gonna be the general trend. Let's try to recover it. Gordon sneered, don't you keep saying that you want to live in peace with Inhumans, why do you want to recover those healthcare products? Because not everyone wants to be an Inhuman. Steve projected some photos with his mobile phone and said, these people are crying and shouting to change back to their original form, but unfortunately, we can't do it. It is their honor to become an Inhuman. Gordon snorted, then turned to Sky and said, Daisy, they are your responsibility. Sky puzzled, my responsibility? What do you mean? In the afterlife, after each Inhuman awakens, Jiaying will accompany them and help them through the initial difficulties. Gordon said with a gentle face, Lincoln and I are the same. Now Jiaying is gone, you are the elder, it is up to you to accompany them. I never said I would take over as an elder. Sky shouted, also, I'm a new Inhuman, okay? I need to be taken care of now, not to take care of others. Reyna, Carl, and our old courtiers will take care of you. Gordon said, but those newcomers, they are not taken care of. Sky, I said, they are your responsibility, and you have to prove to us that Jiaying chose you right. I also said, I never thought about being an elder at all. Sky said angrily. The next moment, the surrounding vibrated violently, and the teacup on the table fell to the ground with a bang, shattering into pieces. Steve hurriedly said, Sky, calm down, calm down. If the building collapsed, you are going to work for Bert for the rest of your life. Sky calmed down instantly. She said awkwardly, I don't want to. I know. Steve thought for a while and said, Sky, the SWORD Bureau will set up an Inhumans Management Center, and I hope you will be in charge of the new Inhumans. Sky said dissatisfiedly, Director, why did you also let me take care of the Inhumans? Steve said, because you're a newcomer, you can understand them. Sky gritted her teeth and said, I'll try it. Steve said, very good, Sky, take your time, don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you don't want to be a leader, no one can force you. This is what Bert asked me to tell you. Thank Mr. Wong for me. Sky relaxed. Gordon was silent. No matter how daring the Inhumans were, they would not dare to disobey the Blood God. In the battle on the moon, Bert just sent a clone to crush the Hive and the main spaceship. At the same time, Reyna was meeting with Queen Medusa. Hearing Medusa's request, Reyna shook her head and said, I know who the whip is, but I won't let him become inhuman. Why? Medusa said, only he can restore Lockjaw and Crystal to normal. Because Whip is specially responsible for cleaning up Inhumans, if he appears, many Inhumans will die, and he himself doesn't want to become Whip. Reyna said, Queen, you don't have to worry, Crystal and Lockjaw will be fine, and Blood God will help them return to normal. Medusa frowned and asked, can the Blood God really do it? Reyna said with deep meaning, of course, Queen, the Blood God will help. It is a good thing for Crystal and your Inhuman kingdom. You mean? Medusa was stunned, then nodded, and said, I'll go back and discuss with Blackbolt. After a pause, Medusa invited Reyna, Reyna, would you like to come to the moon to assist Blackbolt? We need manpower right now. The Inhumans on Earth need me more. Reyna shook her head, Queen, you can rest assured that the handover of the royal power in the future will be peaceful, and Blackbolt will not be unwilling. Medusa snorted coldly, I don't deny Sky's power, but can she really be a good king? Of course. Reyna said with certainty, even Mr. Wong recognizes her. Medusa's pupils shrink, and she understands what Reyna means. Behind Sky stands Blood God. Medusa was silent for a while, and said, I will observe her. Reyna smiled, you won't be disappointed. On Camartage, someone who had said many times that he would come to visit finally set foot on this land. Bert looked at Wong who came to greet him, and said with a smile, there won't be many people waiting to teach me a lesson, right? Don't worry, Mr. Wong, they won't make fun of themselves, and you have proved yourself. Wong smiled and said, please, Ancient One is waiting for you. Okay. Bert followed Wong into Camartage. Ancient One and others were waiting for him in the quaint hall. Seeing Ancient One, Bert bowed like a disciple of Camartage. The disciple has seen Master. Good. Ancient One nodded with satisfaction, and Bert officially became a part of Camartage. The mages have different ideas about Bert becoming a member of Camartage. Generally speaking, most of them support it. After all, Blood God is rich and powerful and has guarded the world many times. Of course, some people are dissatisfied, such as Caecilius, who is full of hatred for Bert. Bert has everything he wanted. Mordo was also a bit dissatisfied. He always had a grudge against the identity of Bert as vampire, which was the reason why he didn't come this time. Next, accompanied by Ancient One, Bert visited Camartage, with Doom and Wong following behind. Is Strange not here? I even brought him the Extremis virus. Bert said, I think this one is more suitable for him than a mechanical hand. Dr. Extremis, it sounds strong. I think the mechanical hand is good. It can contain a lot of lethal weapons, such as laser fingers, arm missiles, and the like. Doom said, I have a lot of ideas, but unfortunately there is no workshop here. You just want Strange to be like you, right? Wong sneered beside him. He never had a good impression of Doom. Doom said disdainfully, what's wrong with being like me? You're a loser. Wong growled, you sneak attacked me last time. Bert was a little surprised. Wong, you lost to Doom? He has only just started, hasn't he? Wong was embarrassed and angry. Doom said arrogantly, no way, who made me a genius? If I practice for a month, it is equivalent to others practicing for 4 or 5 years. Bert complained, you are so arrogant, why haven't you been beaten to death yet? Doom said, of course, they can't kill me. Bert smiled, it seems that your life in Camartage is very exciting. It's okay, I'm quite satisfied, but I don't know if they are satisfied. Doom said. Wong snorted, satisfied, satisfied, I want to throw you off the mountain. All right. Ancient One shook her head, and she said, Strange is not suitable for transformation, let him be a pure mage. You have the final say. Bert shrugged. Exercise hall, library, equipment hall, perception room, dormitory area. After walking around, everyone came to the center of Camartage, which is the core of the Earth's guardian array. Ancient One signaled, Doom and Wong retreated at the same time, and then Ancient One said, the precursors of the convergence of celestial bodies have begun to appear. Bert was stunned, Omen. Yay, a precursor, like a hurricane before a strong wind blows. Ancient One said, if it weren't for the Guardian formation, life from other worlds would have appeared on the Earth. Bert, I will sit in Camartage to minimize the impact of celestial bodies. On the other side of the Earth, you need be more careful. It's my job. Bert nodded and asked, Master, when the celestial bodies gather, will the demons take action? The convergence of celestial bodies will cause loopholes in the defense network of the Earth. Of course, they will, otherwise why would I have to sit in charge myself? Ancient One said, when the convergence happens, those demons will definitely attack. Bert snorted coldly, no wonder Camartage never appeared in Thor 2, it turned out they were fighting against demons. Earth is very important to the demons. Ancient One smiled as she thought of something. Fortunately, Mephisto, the most troublesome opponent, has been half dead by you. Bert asked in amazement, is Mephisto not dead yet? With half IQ and so many Hell Lords besieged, I thought he had already fallen. Mephisto is not so easy to die, he is now trying to get rid of the curse. Ancient One said, once he regains his IQ, Blackheart will never be his opponent. As for those Hell Lords, they will only take advantage of the fire and won't really fight with Mephisto. Bert said, alright, I will deal with him in the future. It's still early. Ancient One smiled and said, at the very least, you have to devour all the Space Stone's power first, this is your chance. I know. Bert hesitated for a moment, and asked, Master, you must first settle the inside before you fight against the outside world. Shouldn't Camartaj's internal troubles be dealt with in advance? Ancient One asked, you mean Caecilius and Mordo? Yes. Bert did not deny it. He said, I have specially designed 2 plans for them, which should be able to turn them back into good people. Ancient One asked with great interest, tell me about your plan for Caecilius first. It's easy. Bert said, what Caecilius wants is immortality, then I will give him immortality. Ancient One shook her head, Caecilius doesn't like vampires, vampires have too many weaknesses. I'm not talking about turning him into a vampire. Bert said, what I said is, when the soul goes out of the body, take away the body. Ancient One said, no, after the soul leaves the body, it can only return to its own body, and cannot be taken away by others. Master, have you heard of human clones? Bert laughed, with the same genes, souls should be able to match. Clone plus soul. Ancient One's eyes lit up and said, you can try it, but this method is useless for Caecilius. Bert was puzzled, why is it useless? This method will allow him to obtain eternal life without flaws. Because he wants too much. Ancient One said, eternal life, resurrecting relatives, sorcerer supreme, invincible in the world, he will sink into darkness sooner or later. Is that so? Bert said, then just kill him now. He's not doing anything wrong now. Ancient One shook her head, she thought for a while, and said, Bert, create a clone with my genes, it will be useful. Bert asked, Master, do you want to get rid of the dark power? Well, the dark power is only in my body, it didn't erode my soul, I should be able to get rid of it by changing my body. Ancient One took out a bottle full of peculiar runes from the void and said, when the cloning is completed, you will integrate the blood inside into my new body. An ordinary body cannot bear my soul. Bert took the bottle and asked curiously, Master, what kind of blood is this? Ancient One didn't answer, just said, don't drink it secretly. Am I that kind of person? Bert was very dissatisfied. He looked at Ancient One's shiny bald head and asked, Master, do you want to get more hair for yourself? Huh. Ancient One looked at Bert expressionlessly. Bert smiled awkwardly, and changed the subject, what about Mordo? He should be saved, right? There is, but he will go to extremes if he is not careful. For example, if humans are so ugly, they will simply destroy them. Ancient One sighed, that's why I never let him go down the mountain to practice. Bert said, it's not a big problem, just find a person of the highest kind to follow him. The person of the highest good. Ancient One's eyes lit up with a mysterious light, and after a while, she nodded and said, you can give it a try. Okay, I'll make arrangements. Bert nodded, he thought of something, and said, Master, I'll leave the projection here to help you. By the way, I'll learn more from you, I still have a lot of magic skills to learn. Let the projection learn and you go out for fun. Ancient One looked at Bert with a half smile, and said, fortunately, you are only my named disciple, otherwise, hee. Bert, frightened by the word hee, was horrified. He said, I still have other things to do. By the way, Master, leave those alien beings to the superheroes to solve them. They are idle anyway. It will take the pressure off Camartaj. Ancient One asked, you mean, open up a space battlefield on Earth? Yes, anyway, human beings will soon enter the interstellar age. Okay, I'll teach you, teach your projection how to control the Guardian formation. Ancient One said, this great formation will be presided over by you in the future. It's still the same sentence, it's my duty. Bert said with a smile, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Africa, on a fast-moving truck, Spider-Man Peter Parker said to the black man beside him, hello, my name is Peter Parker. I was commissioned by the Oscorp to investigate the intelligence of African warlords. You must be wondering why Oscorp did such an investigation. I tell you, they are not there to sell arms, but to quell wars. Mr. Wong said that before human beings step out of the interstellar age, all wars must be quelled and poverty should be eliminated. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what's your name? Also, what is your relationship with Mr. Wong? Mordo finally couldn't bear it anymore, and shouted, can you shut up? You have been talking for more than 20 minutes since the beginning. Sorry, it's my first time in Africa and I'm a little excited. Peter smiled awkwardly, and Harry looked at Mordo coldly and asked, are you a mage? Mordo turned his head and cursed with disgust, monster, stay away from me. Harry's eyes flashed fiercely. Peter hurriedly stopped him and said, Harry, calm down, this gentleman is not a bad person. Harry snorted coldly, don't worry, I won't waste the chance of redemption you finally won. That's good. Peter breathed a sigh of relief. Mordo gritted his teeth for a while. If it wasn't for the master who sealed his power, he would have purified the monster long ago. Bert returned the power of the Hell Spider King to Harry. Now Harry is both a vampire and a hell monster. An evil that can no longer be evil. Master, what exactly do you want me to experience? Mordo was extremely confused. Before, Ancient One suddenly called him to the main hall, then sealed his power, gave him a staff, and let him go to Africa to practice. Ancient One said, Mordo, the power of a demon is in this staff. You can restore your strength as long as you use it. Mordo asked inexplicably, Master, what do you mean? How can we use the power of demons? Mordo, will never use this staff to regain strength even if I die. Ancient One didn't say much and waved Mordo to Africa, where a monster and a super chatterbox were waiting for him. Spider-Man and Harry are both Blood God's people. In this matter, shouldn't that Blood God be tricking me? Mordo gritted his teeth for a while, that Blood God is not good. Mordo was thinking, and Peter's voice suddenly sounded in his ears, Sir, I have something to say just now. I came here without even knowing why this time. Mr. Wong opened an unscientific portal in front of me. By the way, have you noticed that there seems to be a sound behind us? Shouldn't it be an animal? Mordo wants to hit the wall. God, give me a break. A few hours later, the driver stopped, pointed to the front, and said, Welcome to the poorest and most chaotic place in the world. Mr. Wong said that you will stay here for half a year. Peter was about to say something when suddenly a group of people rushed out from the front and aimed their guns at them. Although he couldn't understand what they were shouting, it was obvious that they were robbing. Peter was stunned. These are children. What's weird about this? Children also need to eat. Do you know how many children starve to death here every year? The driver shrugged and said to the three, Welcome to hell. Hell. The three of them frowned together. They had hardly ever been hungry, so they couldn't understand what it was like to starve to death. Thinking of something, the driver opened the trunk and said, You still have 2 companions. The three turned their heads and saw that 2 people were locked in the iron cage in the back compartment. One of them was an Asian who was unconscious, and the other was a mercenary in a red and black uniform. His mouth was sealed. Several layers of cloth were tied together, and when they saw Peter and the others, they immediately screamed. Peter and Harry covered their faces at the same time. God, why is he here? The driver said, These 2 guys are so daring, they even dare to deceive the vampires. President Mercury asked me to bring them to be cannon fodder for you. Mordo blinked, and for some reason, he suddenly had a sense of hopelessness. Time has come to 2011. In the past year, many major events have happened in the world, including Inhumans, the first space war, Wakanda becoming the 6th permanent member, the proposal of the Earth Federation of the United States, and so on. People have a feeling that the world has changed, it has become completely different from before, and a big era is slowly kicking off. In the underground laboratory, Bert received a call from Tony. Bert, there are more monsters on the battlefield. It seems that the convergence is not far away. Last year, Bert opened a space battlefield in Africa, and all the alien life that was sent to the Earth due to the convergence will all appear on that battlefield. Tony and the governments of various countries were very interested in this battlefield, and they took the initiative to contact, and they are very happy to fight every day. Within 3 months, the convergence will officially come, and by then, there will be a lot of alien life on the battlefield. Bert said, You have to be prepared. Tony nodded, and he said, No problem, the governments of various countries can't wait for more monsters. Bert thought of something and asked, By the way, how is your research on the Bifrost Bridge with Dr. Reed? Tony said, It's almost done, it successfully teleported objects to the moon last month. Bert sneered, How much is the deviation? Tony laughed and said, Not much, just a few 100 kilometers. This is not too much? There must be no deviation, otherwise, people might get stuck in the ground. Bert said angrily, Continue to study. I will continue to study, even if you didn't tell me. Tony said, By the way, in the past 6 months, we have dug up a lot of deuterium on the moon. New energy can almost be popularized. Bert said, Don't worry, use it as a bargaining chip to get several other countries to agree to establish the Earth Federation. Tony nodded and said, You really should put some pressure on them, or God knows when they will argue. It's not that easy, at least wait a few years. Bert smiled and said, By the way, I'm going to Asgard in a few days to discuss the convergence with Odin. Would you like to come? Meet the King of God? Bert, I feel like you're in a high-end fashion right now. Tony said, I'll come, just to let Ivan see my new battle armor, specially designed for him, but I can't stay for too long, many things on Earth can't be separated from me. He also designed a magic armor to fight you. Bert laughed, Don't worry, I will bring you back then. Magic armor. Tony was stunned and said stubbornly, Who's afraid of who? Don't talk, I'm very busy here. Are you busy modifying the armor? Hearing Tony's words, Bert sneered, Don't put too much pressure, because you will not be able to beat Ivan. Who's under pressure? Bert, I'm telling you, I've leveled up too, just wait and see how I beat Ivan. Tony snorted coldly and put down the phone, then he shouted to Ethan anxiously, Ethan, hurry up and modify the anti-Ivan armor, that bastard uses magic armor. When there is pressure, there is motivation. Bert shook his head, put down the phone, and said to Crystal beside him, Go and bring Korath over. Yes, Blood God. Crystal nodded respectfully. The parasites in her body had been removed by Bert, but she didn't know what went wrong. She became extremely worshipful of Bert, and almost regarded Bert as her god. Bert saw this and simply kept Crystal by his side as a secretary. Anyway, she was good-looking and had superpowers. Soon, Korath was brought over, and Bert asked, Korath, the people from the Kree Empire have never appeared. It seems that Ronan doesn't care about you. Korath said stubbornly, there must be something delayed. Bert asked, perhaps. Korath the hunter, I will ask you one last time, what is the purpose of your coming to Earth? Korath said, I will answer you once again, I will not say. Then there's no other way. Bert flicked his finger, and a drop of blood fell on Korath's forehead and quickly submerged into his skin. Blood god, what are you doing? Korath asked in shock and anger. At this moment, he suddenly felt a long-lost pleasure, as if he suddenly returned to his relatives. His empty heart suddenly became full. Korath said happily, Blood god, what do you want to know? I will tell you all. What is the purpose of your coming to Earth? Bert asked. What he just cast on Korath was the new magic he created after spending more than half a year, the blood puppet technique. The principle of this magic is similar to that of parasites. It uses blood to make the other party feel complete, and then make him follow with all his heart. Although there is some limitation, there is no doubt that the blood puppet technique is god-level magic. It's for an undercover investigation. Korath said without concealing anything, someone in the universe is spreading a rumor that there is space stone on Earth, so Ronan sent me to Earth to investigate secretly to confirm whether there is really space stone, and in whose hands. After we investigate clearly, Ronan will come in person and take the stone. Bert was stunned, and he asked, there is a space stone on Earth? Where did this news come from? It is said to be related to Thanos. Korath said, Ronan secretly suppressed the news to monopolize the space stone, but he can't suppress it for too long. When that time comes, countless greedy people will flock to the Earth. Thanos? Does he want to fish in troubled waters, or does he want to kill Earth's superheroes with a borrowed knife? Bert narrowed his eyes slightly, and he said, I see. In the future, you will be my adjutant and control the blood ship for me. Blood ship. Korath was taken aback, and then said, I am happy to. Bert nodded, opened the portal, and walked through with Korath and Crystal. Opposite the portal was a huge manufacturing workshop. A battleship hundreds of meters long is being transformed. Korath glanced at it and said in amazement, isn't this my main ship? Bert looked at Korath with a smile on his face. Korath immediately changed his words, Blood god, your ship is mighty. Sensible. Bert smiled. At this moment, Anton Vank came over and said excitedly, Mr. Wong, I have transferred the biochemical technology of the Cheetorus to the blood ship. The blood ship will have an endless stream of cannon fodder in the future. Very good. Bert nodded with satisfaction. He asked, Anton, how long will it take for the blood ship to be completed? It will come in handy soon. Give me another month and I'll finish it. Anton said confidently, by the way, when will Yvonne come back? I have a lot of Kree technology and Chidori technology waiting for him to inherit. Howard left a new element. What's so great? It's nothing compared to this big gift. Soon, I'll go to Asgard to bring him back in a few days. Bert smiled. By the way, this is the original captain of Kree's main ship, and he will cooperate with you to transform the main ship. Anton glanced at Korath and asked, wasn't he been refusing to cooperate? I will cooperate obediently in the future. Korath said, Blood god, if you want to control the main ship, I alone am not enough. I need a qualified crew. I know what you mean, the other Krees will return to their places one after another. Bert said. Korath nodded, and he said, please rest assured, I will make them obey your orders obediently. I'm relieved. Bert smiled and said, there is the blood puppet technique, why should he be worried? After solving the blood ship, Bert called Blackbolt. Bert said, Blackbolt, monitor the solar system, and notify me immediately if you find an alien spacecraft. No problem, after getting Kree technology, our detection technology has been greatly improved, it is enough to monitor the entire solar system. Blackbolt typed, Mr. Wong, thank you for your great help during this time. Atalan has been rebuilt, and the people's living standards have greatly improved. Bert smiled and said, you are part of the Earth Federation, and it is right to help you. Speaking of this, Blackbolt was speechless. Mr. Wong, the Earth Federation has not been established at all. Inhuman Kingdom only joined the United Nations. Bert smiled. Don't worry, within 10 years, the Earth Federation will be established, I promise. Mr. Wong, your guarantee is naturally reliable. Blackbolt typed, by the way, Mr. Wong, Atalan is ready to welcome tourists and immigrants. As long as those Inhumans agree, I won't stop it. Bert knew what Blackbolt meant. He said, as for tourists, I have set up a moon tourism company and can start promoting it at any time. Blackbolt was beaming with joy and typed, thank you, Mr. Wong. In terms of Inhumans, it shouldn't be a big problem. Bert hung up the phone and thought to himself that in the Battle of the Moon last year, he got the Kree main ship, the Kree elites, the surrender of the Inhuman Kingdom, and the blood puppet technique. The harvest is quite good. After thinking about it for a while, Bert sensed the projection and said, I'll go to Asgard in a few days, you work hard and don't make any mistakes. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the projection be sent out, and the body should stay on the Earth? The projection said, what if you have trouble outside, what will you do? Are you cursing me? Bert complained, don't worry, Odin can't kill me. Speaking of which, the reality stone should be born soon, right? The projection said, born my ass? Jane hasn't returned to Earth for more than a year. As for that Daisy, she is filming every day. It seems to be true. Bert had a headache. He said, it's okay, there is another way, Dr. Selvig. I will let him go to London to investigate. When that time comes, you should keep an eye on him. Once you find the reality stone, take it immediately. The projection reminded, with the reality stone, the Earth will have 4 infinity stones. At that time, the Earth will become the target of the universe. Even when there were only 3, Earth was the target of the universe. Bert said, if anyone dares to come, then use their corpses to pave the way for me to become the guardian, just like Master did back then. Projection laughed, the guardian of the Earth, how can you not make a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Bert laughed as well, exactly. Asgard, Bifrost Bridge, colorful lights flashed, and a group of people appeared out of thin air. Everyone looked at the fairyland-like scenery around them and couldn't help but wonder, is this Asgard? It's really beautiful. Blood God, welcome to Asgard. I am the gatekeeper of Asgard and the guardian of Bifrost, Heimdall. All-Father is waiting for you. Heimdall saluted, whether it is Bert's strength or status, it is worthy of his serious treatment. Bert returned a salute and then asked, you're welcome, where's Thor? Hasn't he come back yet? Soon, with your help, the suppression of the rebellion went smoothly. Heimdall said, at this moment, he sensed something and looked at someone in the team. Everyone turned their heads in unison and found that Dr. Reed was scanning the surroundings excitedly with an instrument. Everyone couldn't help but cover their faces. Why are you too blatant? Tony quickly grabbed Dr. Reed and said to Heimdall, I'm sorry, there is something wrong with my friend's head. Who has a problem with his head? Don't pull me, I'm about to calculate the transmission frequency of the Bifrost Bridge. Dr. Reed shouted dissatisfiedly. Everyone became more and more embarrassed. You can steal something, but it is too arrogant to steal in front of its own guardian? Bert laughed and said, he has a problem with his head, forgive him. Heimdall said meaningfully, I can see it. Of course I know you can see it. Bert smiled and said, I used to want to have eyes like yours so that I could watch beautiful women bathing every day, ahem. That way, I would be able to see great mountains and rivers and beautiful scenery every day. You were talking about the women's bathhouse just now, right? Everyone secretly complained. Heimdall looked at Bert speechlessly, his all-seeing eye has become a peeping eye in your mouth? Heimdall said expressionlessly, All-Father is waiting for you. I'm going to a meeting. Dr. Reed, don't scan anymore and be careful otherwise Heimdall might throw you down. Bert said. Dr. Reed finally reacted, smiled awkwardly, put away the instrument, and said, I have some brain problems, don't care about me. Heimdall said, the Bifrost Bridge is the crystallization of magic and technology. No matter how much you imitate, you can only get so far. Enough, my goal is only within the solar system. Bert said, Heimdall since you said it, I will no longer be sneaky. What conditions do we need to allow us to study the Bifrost Bridge? Heimdall said, you have to talk to the All-Father about this. Okay. Bert nodded, and then, everyone rode on the war horse prepared by Asgard, and under the leadership of Heimdall, galloped towards Asgard. Tony was very puzzled, why on horseback? Isn't there a spaceship around? Bert said, do as the locals do. Asgardians like to ride horses, just like they have high technology, but they like close combat. A peculiar hobby. Tony shrugged. Asgard is completely different from the high-tech alien country he imagined, more like a medieval country with black technology. Soon, Bert and the others saw Odin, the one-eyed. After some courtesies, Odin said with an unswerving expression, I have something to talk about with the blood god alone. Everyone was a little worried, and Bert smiled, it just so happens that I have something to talk to the All-Father alone, so you all go out first. Okay. Everyone looked at each other and left as they said, leaving only Bert and Odin in the palace. When the door was closed, Odin immediately asked angrily, why are you not teaching my daughter well? Teaching her to play games every day, and teaching her to play everywhere every day, is called good teaching. Why not? Bert said, is she not happy now? Only by being happy can a person love life, and love the world. When Hela followed you, did she ever truly smile? Of course. Odin said with some guilty conscience, at least before the age of 6. Bert sneered, what about after the age of 6? After the age of 6, I started training her so that she could inherit the position of the goddess of death. Odin sighed and said, to make her ruthless, I killed her pet with my own hands, and since then, she has never laughed again. I succeeded, she became the goddess of death, but I also failed because she was no longer my daughter, she was just the goddess of death. Bert sneered, and you are worthy of questioning my educational methods. No matter how much I have a problem, I know that normal children shouldn't play games every day. Odin said angrily, she is now an internet addict girl. Last time she went to the store to buy clothes and asked the boss how much for a silver-scaled breastplate. She only plays games for 3 or 4 hours a day. What internet addict girl? Bert said in dissatisfaction. Also, her homework has not fallen behind, and her historical knowledge is even more first class. Odin said, she was completely ruined by you, blood god. She was ruined by you. Bert said, Hela is fine now. She has completely stopped using death and fear to rule the world. She is no different from a normal girl now. Odin shouted, my daughter, how can she be so ordinary? Even if she doesn't become the goddess of death, she should be the daughter of heaven, the kind who comes out and makes countless people cheer and worship. Like Thor. Bert contemptuously said, what's the use of that fart? What else is there in his head besides muscles? Odin was very annoyed, are you questioning my educational methods? Bert sneered, teaching 3 children like this, don't you have any points in your heart? Blood god, you are courting death. Odin was furious, slammed Gungnir on the ground, and thunder appeared out of nowhere, aiming at Bert, each of which was enough to easily destroy a hill. Good timing. Facing Odin's attack, Bert was not surprised but delighted and cast a spell in an instant. A dense number of portals appeared in the sky, and all the lightning disappeared. Immediately afterward, Bert raised his hand and turned towards Odin, and 10 portals appeared beside Odin, quickly shrinking inwards. Odin snorted coldly, the power of thunder exploded all over his body, and all the space portals were forcibly destroyed. Immediately afterward, Odin pointed Gungnir at Bert, and a thick column of lightning beams shot out, and even the void became a little distorted. Bert drew a circle with one hand, a space portal appeared in front of him, and the lightning beam rushed into it and disappeared. The next moment, a portal appeared out of thin air behind Odin, and the lightning beam roared out. Odin didn't dodge, his mind moved, and the lightning beam quickly dissipated and disappeared soon. You think I'll be hurt by my own attack? Odin snorted coldly. Bert shrugged and said, I thought you were the same as Thor. Odin was speechless, he shouted loudly, and 9 giant thunderbolts appeared out of thin air around him, all slamming at Bert. Bert teleported to the top of the hall and turned into a river of blood, completely covering the roof of the hall. Odin lifted Gungnir towards the blood river, and the lightning beam blasted out again. At the same time, the 9 thunderbolts roared in unison and released lightning wildly toward the top. Bert's thoughts moved, and a gap appeared in the void, and all the attacks disappeared. Immediately afterward, a dense number of blood-colored spears appeared in the blood river. Odin's complexion changed slightly, he held Gungnir high, and endless lightning gushed out from the gun. Odin, take this. Bert shouted, and thousands of blood-colored spears shot down in unison. Odin shouted angrily, lightning shot into the sky, destroying all the blood-colored spears. At this moment, a large portal appeared in front of the blood-colored spears, and all the spears flew into it and disappeared. At the same time, 8 space portals appeared around Odin, and the blood-colored spears shot densely from the portals, completely covering Odin. This space magic is annoying. Odin erupted with amazing lightning, and all the blood-colored spears were destroyed and turned to ashes. The thunders disappeared, and a figure appeared out of thin air. The vibranium spear stabbed Odin's chest accompanied by the sound of dragon roar and raging dragon fire, and the speed was as fast as lightning. Odin took a deep breath, and Gungnir slammed into Bert's vibranium spear accompanied by the thunder in the sky. At this moment, Bert suddenly appeared behind Odin out of thin air, and the vibranium spear stabbed Odin's back with unabated speed. Before Odin could heave a sigh of relief, Bert, who was flying upside down, suddenly appeared on his side, and then, the vibranium spear stabbed Odin's waist fiercely. Odin's complexion changed. He raised Gungnir and smashed against the vibranium spear violently. Boom! An explosion occurred as the Gungnir and the vibranium spear collided. Bert and Odin flew out at the same time, and at the same time, the ground of the gold bricks shattered, and a large pit several meters deep appeared. Odin stepped back more than 10 steps and stopped. He was really surprised that the blood god was much stronger than he thought. Bert also took more than 10 steps back. He looked at Odin and said with a smile on his face, Odin, your divine power is sufficient, but your body can't keep up. So what? Isn't this enough to clean up, you little bastard? Odin said stubbornly. The god king of 9 realms was not actually dying of old age at the end of his lifespan, but his body could not bear the increasing divine power and was forced to death. The gods of Asgard, as long as they are in Asgard, their divine power will continue to increase. This is the ability given to them by the world tree. Then clean up and take a look. Bert grinned, raised his hand, and a blood-colored dragon roared out, charging towards the 9 giant pillars of thunders with flames all over its body. Immediately after, Bert divided into 10 and charged toward Odin like lightning from different directions. Odin snorted coldly, Gungnir waved quickly, and thunder blasted wildly, completely covering the surroundings. The entire hall has become a world of thunder and lightning. Bert's 10 figures disappeared all at once. Odin pierced the void with a shot, and the mirror space where Bert was hiding was directly destroyed. Bert snorted coldly, and the 10 figures teleported to Odin's side at the same time and stabbed him fiercely. Odin burst into thunder again, trying to repel Bert. At this moment, the lightning ring on Bert's left hand lit up, and thunder was directly separated. Odin was stunned and hurriedly waved Gungnir to defend. Bert flickered wildly beside Odin with his extraordinary speed and space magic, and even Odin was beaten in a bad way. Odin, after all, is too old to use his full strength. Outside Asgard, Tony was getting the information from Heimdall. At this moment, a space portal appeared out of thin air, and a large number of thunders roared out, rumbled in the river below, and a large amount of river water was annihilated on the spot. Bert's space portal. Tony was stunned for a moment, and then asked in shock, he is at war with the Alfather. Others took up their weapons when they heard the words. Heimdall signaled everyone to stay calm. He said, the Alfather is confirming whether the blood god is qualified to be a guardian. This is a necessary procedure. Tony asked, required procedure. Yes, a necessary procedure. The Earth is a vassal of Asgard. Back then, the Ancient One proved her strength, so the Earth was free. Heimdall said, now, it's the next guardian's turn to prove himself. Heimdall added, only the strong are entitled to freedom. Tony narrowed his eyes and asked, if Bert fails, do you Asgard plan to rule the Earth again? Heimdall looked at Tony and said, maybe. Tony snorted coldly, Asgard is unreliable, but Earth is not ready yet. I hope Bert will be stronger and not lose. Next, thunderbolts kept flying out of the space portal, and everyone was terrified. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to withstand even one of these thunderbolts. God King Odin really lives up to his reputation. Bert can fight the Alphathor to this extent. Tony sighed secretly, the gap between me and him is not only not shrinking, but keeps expanding. At this time, the Queen of Asgard, Frigga, came over with a few maids, and she asked inexplicably, Heimdall, who is Odin fighting? It's so fierce. Fighting against the blood god, the next guardian of Earth. Heimdall said, please rest assured, this is a normal test, just like the test between Odin and Ancient One. In that match, Odin said he wanted to commit suicide. I hope it will be better this time. Frigga laughed. At this moment, Heimdall heard Thor's voice and hurriedly returned to the Bifrost Bridge to start the teleportation. It didn't take long for Thor to bring Yvonne, Banner, and the others over happily. Obviously, after winning a big battle, he shouted, Mother, why are you here? Hey, Tony, you are here too. Yes, let's talk. Tony nodded. He looked at Yvonne, who was obviously a bit more iron-blooded in the crowd, and snorted coldly, Madman, aren't you dead yet? How could I die before I kill you? Yvonne spat out the toothpick in his mouth and said, even if you didn't come to Asgard, I plan to go back to find you. I haven't beaten you for more than half a year, and I didn't even have a good meal. Me too. Tony snorted coldly. The two stared at each other, wishing they could go out and fight now. Tony, you are not Ivan's opponent now. Thor was talking when suddenly, a huge thunder flew out of the space portal, rumbled and exploded in the air, and the river surface sunk into a big pit. A large amount of river water was annihilated. Thor was stunned. Father's thunder? What's the situation? Frigga said, it's nothing, your father is fighting the blood god. Bert fighting Odin. Thor was stunned for a moment, then muttered to himself, could it be that he came to seek justice from Odin for his apprentice? Frigga was puzzled, what does the apprentice of the blood god has to do with Odin? Thor didn't notice anything wrong, and said to himself, Bert's apprentice is Odin's illegitimate daughter. It doesn't matter if there is an illegitimate daughter, but he doesn't care about them. No wonder Bert will come to the door. Odin's illegitimate daughter. Everyone was stunned. Frigga was stunned for a moment, and then shouted angrily, Thor, tell me clearly, what happened to Odin's illegitimate daughter? Heimdall wanted to cover his face, this guy is really good at finding trouble. Thor finally reacted. He hesitated and didn't want to say anything. Frigga directly drew her sword and shouted, speak. Thor chose to follow his heart. He said, Bert has two apprentices who are Odin's illegitimate daughters. Mother, this is not my nonsense, Odin himself admitted it. Frigga was furious, I thought he hid in the study every day because I wanted too much, but I didn't expect him to have a daughter on Earth while in the study. Odin, you and I are going to have some talk. After finishing speaking, Frigga turned into a light and rushed towards Asgard. Thor. Heimdall patted Thor's shoulder sympathetically, and said, if you want to eat, just go eat now, I'm afraid you won't have a chance in the future. What do you mean? Thor looked puzzled, I just told the truth. Heimdall sneered, truth? To be honest, you were talking nonsense from start to finish. I didn't expect the dignified king to hide in the study. Tony touched his chin and sighed. Everyone looked over and Dr. Banner asked with a half smile, yeah. Tony denied it immediately, I didn't say anything just now. Dr. Reed suddenly realized, it's because of this, no wonder that you work overtime every day and didn't want to go home. Yvonne sneered, Tony, if you can't do it, let Pepper out, don't delay her. When am I going to die? Tony said angrily, I'm just recharging my batteries and preparing to have a daughter with her. Understandable, understandable. Everyone nodded as they understood, Tony was going crazy, these bastards. Dr. Reed said sincerely, in your 40s, it's normal to have problems. Tony, you don't need to hide it. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Tony said angrily, I'm fine, and you will be in your 40s too. Dr. Reed laughed, I'm a rubber man, and Susan has always been very satisfied. Tony gritted his teeth, are you showing off? You must be showing off. Leaving aside Tony who was hiding often in the study, after Frigga rushed into Asgard, she directly transformed into a magical sword and slashed at Odin, who was being beaten by Bert. Odin, die for me. Frigga. Odin was stunned, why would his wife suddenly come to cut him? And at a time like this? Could it be? Odin instantly felt that he was green, he was furious, and the thunder on his body broke out desperately. Even the lightning ring couldn't resist. Bert and Frigga were blasted out at the same time. Odin, who was covered in thunder, held Gungnir and asked angrily, Frigga, what is your relationship with the blood god? Frigga got up from the ground and shouted, what are you talking about? Odin became angry, do you have that kind of relationship? Frigga gritted her teeth and said, if you say there is, then there is. What's wrong, can't I? Hey, wait, it's okay for the two of you to quarrel, don't ruin my reputation. Bert hurriedly shouted, if they continued, he would become an adulterer. While Bert was speaking, his clones walked back to his body one by one, and the fight was over. Odin and Frigga shouted at the same time, shut up. Bert asked, this is not good, Queen, why do you want to kill Odin? You don't need to ask, of course, it's because of his illegitimate daughter, your two apprentices. Frigga gritted her teeth, Odin, your sword is not too old, you made two illegitimate daughters, are you worthy of me? Illegitimate daughter. Odin instantly understood what was going on. He quickly put away Gungnir and explained, Frigga, you misunderstood, I don't have an illegitimate daughter. You thought I would believe it? Thor said you admitted it. Frigga sneered, Odin was stunned, when did I admit it? Call that bastard in, how dare he talk nonsense. Bert smiled and said, Queen of Asgard, my apprentice is indeed not Odin's illegitimate daughter, she is Odin's direct daughter. Frigga became angry. Daughter? Odin, do you want to abolish me? Odin said angrily, God of blood, don't make more trouble. Bert said, I'm not kidding Queen, my apprentice is the eldest princess of Asgard. Isn't the eldest princess of Asgard Hela? Frigga looked puzzled. It is worth mentioning that Hela is not her biological daughter. It's Hela. Odin briefly explained the matter, and continued, although I don't know how little Hela escaped, but she is definitely a part of Hela. I see. Frigga suddenly realized, and she said dissatisfiedly, why didn't you tell me earlier? You still hide in the study every day as a voyeur. Bert said, because he is not normal. If I guess correctly, he probably still giggles every day. Frigga couldn't help but stroke her forehead. It turns out that you are giggling. You are indeed Thor's father. Odin glared at Bert and said, how can I be so embarrassed to say this? I was always sorry for Hela at the beginning. Speaking of this, Odin couldn't help sighing. Frigg shook her head, put away her sword, and said, has little Hela gotten better? Bert said proudly, of course, she's getting better. With a master like me who loves her, she won't be better if she doesn't want to. You bastard who picks up girls every day is not too embarrassed to say that? Besides playing games with little Hela every night, what else do you do? Odin said angrily, Hela has been taught badly by you. You have taught Thor badly. What did you say? Am I wrong? At least Hela wouldn't be stupid enough to think that her father had an illegitimate daughter, or two. Odin was hit by a critical attack and was completely speechless. Blood god. Frigga was a little dissatisfied. No matter how stupid Thor was, he was also her son. Excuse me, Queen. Bert shrugged and said, little Hela is very good now. If you are free, you can come to Earth to see her. She has changed back to a normal girl. A normal girl who likes to listen to stories, play games, and joke with her friends. Really? Frigga asked in surprise. Blood god, you are amazing. Odin said sourly, he is amazing. What the hell? He did one thing in total, and that was to teach Hela how to play. Bert exclaimed, is that not enough? Odin, I am giving her back her missing childhood. Odin was silent. Frigga sighed, walked to Odin, and said, Blood God's method is right. I didn't say he was wrong either. Odin muttered. Frigga smiled, you are just jealous of him. You hope, it is you, not him, who is with little Hela. You said so much before, but it was just to find an excuse to beat him, right? Odin smiled awkwardly. This battle was entirely due to the jealousy of a father. Bert shrugged and said, you can also come to Earth to play with Hela. Hela shouldn't mind multiple white-bearded grandpas. Really? Odin was overjoyed, and then sighed, no, I might irritate her if I go, and I'm her father, not her grandpa. I'll go first, you'll go later. Frigga said, Blood God, thank you. You're welcome, little Hela is my apprentice, this is what I should do. Bert said to Odin, Odin, I don't know what kind of expectations you have for Hela, but I only hope that little Hela grows up healthily. I hope you understand this. Odin wanted to refute but then thought of something, and sighed, do as you said, but you have to find a way to strengthen the consciousness of Hela. She is only a part of Hela. In the future, Hela will take her back. I won't allow it. Bert said decisively, in the future, she will only replace little Hela. I hope so too. Odin shook his head. He stood up straight and said, Blood God, I recognize your status as a guardian. As long as you and Ancient One live, the Earth will enjoy freedom. Thank you, God King. Bert solemnly saluted. Asgard does not interfere in the affairs of the Earth but protects the safety of the Earth, and it is reasonable, and everyone on Earth should respect Asgard. Blood God, you still lack a trump card. Odin reminded, Ancient One has a trump card, which can not only ensure that no demons can kill her but also force those powerful demons to collapse. If you want to be a guardian, you must also have such a trump card. Yes, I have. Bert said, take you for an example. If you want to kill me, I will run away immediately, and then attack your territory, except you. No one in Asgard is my opponent. Odin sneered, you think I'll let you escape? Bert smiled and disappeared immediately. Odin was stunned for a while. He sensed and found that Bert was on Earth. After a while, Bert appeared again, and he said, my trump card is that as long as I want to escape, no one can stop me, so unless the other party wants to live on the edge all the time, he will never dare to attack the Earth. The methods of your camartage are more disgusting than the other. Odin scolded unhappily, there are many demons who are alone, your move is useless to them, you need a more powerful killer. I'm not a guardian yet. Bert smiled, I still have time. That's true. Odin nodded. He thought of one thing and said, Blood God, there are already 3 infinity stones on Earth, and there can be no more. Otherwise, the elders will intervene. They have clearly stipulated that the infinity stones cannot be gathered together. Elders of the universe. Bert narrowed his eyes, like Collector and Grandmaster. Yes, they are the oldest living beings in the universe, each of them is very powerful, and more importantly, they are immortal and have a lot of energy and spare time. Odin said, if you cannot offend, try not to offend. I see. Bert nodded. In the movie, Thanos chose to snatch all the infinity stones in a short period. Was it because he was afraid of the elders of the universe? Odin continued, we will formally discuss about the convergence tomorrow, don't worry, it's nothing major. No big deal. Bert asked with a half smile, my master said that the Dark Elves are not dead. What? The Dark Elves isn't dead, that's impossible. Odin and Frigga exclaimed at the same time, and Bert said, my master said that she saw the Dark Elves when all 9 realms are placed into alignment. If they are not dead, it will be much more troublesome. Odin frowned, and he said, I will discuss this matter with you, but before that, I still have something to do. Bert asked, what's the matter? Clean up that cheating son. Odin gritted his teeth and said, the next moment, he turned into a light and rushed outside, grabbed Thor, and flew towards the arena. Thor shouted, Father, what are you doing? I'm going to drink with Tony and the others. You still have the face to drink? You are the god of thunder, but you can't even release a thunderbolt. Are you the god of thunder or the god of hammers? As a father, I will teach you a lesson today. Unless you can release thunder, you will never leave the arena. Odin said angrily, and everyone laughed. Odin settled accounts in time, and Thor suffered this time. After Odin left, Frigga asked Bert, Blood God, is it true that Loki can't recover? Unless I die. Bert said, Queen, this is the punishment he deserves. By the way, how is he now? You should say her, not him. Frigga said, how can I put it? She still can't accept her gender, but she has become very beautiful, and she is asking for shampoo for her hair care every day. She's just afraid of losing her hair. Bert smiled and said, Queen, you don't seem to mind that much. I actually always wanted a daughter. Frigga smiled and said, I chose a lot of nice clothes for her. She doesn't like it on the surface, but she wears it secretly. That's a good thing. Bert laughed, Loki, when you get used to the identity of a woman, I will change you back. Don't thank me, this is what I should do. At night, Bert, Yvonne, Frank, and others held a bonfire party in the square of Asgard. Thor, as the host, did not come. It is not that he is rude, but that he is receiving teachings called Odin's love. That's right, Odin didn't stop beating Thor even after a day. In addition to drinking and celebrating at the bonfire party, there is also a battle to watch, that is, Yvonne and Tony, the old enemies, fought again. It's a bet. Those who bet on Tony will pay 3 for 1, and those who bet on Yvonne will pay 1 for 3. Bert shouted while drinking. Tony glared at Bert and shouted, Bert, why are my odds so low? Because you often stay in the study. Bert laughed, and everyone burst into laughter. Tony shouted in anger, who told this bastard, don't you know what privacy is? Bert said righteously, Tony, don't worry, we will never publicize the fact that you often hide in the study on Earth. Never. Asshole. Tony gritted his teeth, that guy will definitely hype it up. Thinking of the media resources in his hands, Tony had the urge to die. Yvonne shouted, Sissy, since you can't do it, give Pepper to me. I'll make her happy. Go away, why can't I do it? Tony snorted coldly, let me see what progress you have made in the past 6 months. Don't think that you are the only one fighting. On Earth, I was also fighting every day. Let you see my magic armor, I hope you won't be scared to death. Yvonne smashed his fists, and the 2 black bracelets on his wrists lit up with dazzling black light at the same time, covering his whole body. After a while, the black light disappeared, and a very hard-looking double whip black armor appeared on Yvonne. Cool. The crowd applauded, and Dr. Reed shouted, instant armoring up, Tony, for this alone, the magic armor is much stronger than your armor. Which side are you from? Tony said angrily. He clicked on his watch, and a red battle armor fell from the sky and was put on him instantly. Everyone shook their heads, although it was fast, it was far inferior to the magic armor. Old technology. Yvonne smiled disdainfully and slammed the steel whip in his right hand at Tony. Tony ducked flexibly and raised an energy cannon at Yvonne. Yvonne didn't dodge, the energy light slammed on the battle armor, and it blocked the energy cannon abruptly. Energy shield. Tony was a little surprised, and Yvonne said proudly, yes, Wakanda's energy shield technology and Dwarf's rune technology. Tony had a headache, and he was about to say something when Yvonne swung his whips and launched a fierce attack at him. Tony sneered while dodging, your attack is really advanced, lunatic. Yvonne sneered, and the steel whip in his right hand suddenly turned into an energy electric whip, which quickly became longer and wrapped around Tony's waist. Immediately after, the steel whip in Ivan's left hand also turned into an energy electric whip, and the whip slammed into Tony's chest, directly tearing a large hole in the battle armor. You are insightful. My attack is indeed very advanced. By the way, it can also fire energy cannons. Would you like to try it? Yvonne laughed while raising the electric whip in his left hand. The whip quickly turned into an energy electric cannon, and the muzzle flashed with electric light, which looked amazing. Cool. The crowd applauded again, and Dr. Reed shouted, transforming energy weapon, good defense, Yvonne, your magic armor is really good. I told you, which side are you from? Tony said angrily, for the past 6 months, you have been cooperating with me, remember that. Dr. Reed was a little embarrassed, I'm just telling the truth. Sissy, surrender, your armor performance has indeed improved a lot, but my progress is across the ages. Yvonne said, I'm learning from dwarves to build recently. Since I can't catch up with you in terms of technology, then I will overtake by corners and specialize in developing magic technology. Do you think that you are the only one making progress? Jarvis, inject the extremis and activate the extremis mode. Tony roared. Jarvis received an order to inject the normal version of the extremis virus into Tony's body, and then, the temperature of the red armor rose sharply, and the crack in the chest healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Break it for me. Tony shouted, and 2 red vibranium daggers popped out from the back of his hand. With a forceful slash, the energy electric whip was directly cut off. That's right, Tony finally has a vibranium weapon. The Extremis armor? An armor that can heal itself. Yvonne withdrew the energy whip and asked in surprise, wait, sissy, aren't you afraid of being burned to death? I was injected with the Extremis virus, how could I be burned to death? Tony sneered, my armor is integrated into the core of the flame giant. It can not only issue high-temperature attacks but also heal itself. Madman, you are not the only one who is improving. How can I, Tony Stark, be worse than you? Ha ha ha. Yvonne was not angry, but very happy. Very good, Tony Stark, you did not disappoint me. You are qualified to be defeated by me. As if you can beat me. Tony snorted, he thought of something, turned his head, and said to everyone, I hide in the study every day because of the injection of the Extremis virus, not because I can't. We understand. Everyone looked like they understood. Tony was mad, and he shouted, what I said is true, to minimize the damage of the Extremis virus, I have been adjusting it. Understood. Everyone still nodded. Tony's mentality exploded. Turning his head to shoot a high-temperature beam of light at Yvonne, Yvonne launched a lightning beam to fight back, and the two beams of light collided fiercely in the air. Without giving in, the surrounding void was distorted. Tony Stark and Yvonne Vank did not disappoint. Bert nodded with satisfaction. He asked Dr. Banner, how has the past half a year been? It's okay, I've studied a lot of things and gained a lot. Hulk is also very happy and can fight every day. Banner said with a smile, going out for a stroll will indeed make you feel much better. More than that? I heard you are very popular with Asgardian beauties. Bert smiled, and Banner shook his head and said, Hulk is the popular one, not me. Women in Asgard like muscular men the most. A thin scholar like me will only be disliked by them. Bert touched his chin and asked, if the Hulk and the beauties have anything to do together, will it be considered cheating on Betty? You think too much. Banner said angrily, Hulk has been thinking about Betty, and so am I. Betty returned to Earth half a year ago because of General Ross. Then this time, you come back to Earth with me. Bert said, I'm telling you in advance, don't beg for mercy, General Ross is to blame himself. Trust me, I don't want to intercede at all. Banner shrugged. At this moment, a figure quietly walked over. She was very surprised when she saw Bert, and said excitedly, Blood God, it's great that you are here. Everyone turned their heads and saw that it was Maria Hill. Hill, weren't you learning how to embezzle with Nick Fury? Why did you come back to Asgard? Bert looked at Hill and asked in surprise. Hill didn't answer. She looked at Korath over there vigilantly and asked, Blood God, why are there Krees by your side? Korath said in a deep voice, because the Blood God is my master, is there a problem? Master. Hill was stunned, Blood God is so powerful that he can even subdue the Krees? Bert smiled and said, don't worry, everyone here is my own. If you have anything, just say it. Okay. Hill said, a year ago, a rumor suddenly appeared in the universe that the space stone I.E., one of the Infinity Stones was on Earth. Fortunately, someone secretly suppressed this rumor, so it didn't have a big impact. But for some reason, this rumor came up again during this time. Surprisingly, no one was secretly suppressing it this time. Korath said, last time the rumors were suppressed by Ronan. He wanted to monopolize the space stone. Ronan the accuser. Hill suddenly realized, no wonder the rumors have appeared again. Korath asked, what do you mean? You don't know yet. Hill said, Ronan was expelled by the Kree Empire. He is now unable to protect himself, and naturally, he is not interested in helping Earth suppress rumors. Korath shouted in disbelief, Ronan was expelled by the Kree Empire, how is that possible? Hill said, the Kree Empire intends to cease fighting with the Nova Corps. Ronan, the main war faction, firmly disagreed and was forcibly expelled by the Supreme Intelligence. The Supreme Intelligence is an artificial intelligence and the ruler of the Kree Empire who embodies the Empire's greatest minds. No wonder no one came to Earth to redeem us, it was because of this. Korath smiled wryly, Ronan couldn't even take care of himself, let alone them. Bert asked, that is to say, are there aliens planning to come to Earth for the Space Stone? Yes, bounty hunters and ravagers are all interested in Space Stone. Hill hesitated and asked, Blood God, is the Space Stone really on Earth? Bert stretched out his hand, the Tesseract appeared in his hand, and he said, this is the Space Stone. Everyone was stunned, the cube is the Space Stone. Bert thought for a while, put away the Tesseract, and shouted to Tony and Yvonne who were fighting in front of him, stop for a while, I gotta tell you all about the Infinity Stones. Tony and Yvonne stopped and said, okay, good. Bert nodded, formed 6 Infinity Stones with magic, and said, the 6 Infinity Stones were born during the Big Bang. Among them, the Space Stone is in my hands, the Time Stone is controlled by my Master Ancient One, and another one, if I guess correctly should be the Scepter. As for the remaining 3, Power, Reality, and Soul, no one knows where. 3 of the 6 Infinity Stones are on Earth. Everyone frowned, this is not right. The Infinity Stones are powerful. Bert said, the Power Stone is enough to destroy a planet. In addition, the Mad Titan that is, Thanos, has been collecting the Infinity Stones. Once he collects them, he just has to snap his fingers, and half of the life in the universe will be destroyed. Half-life in the universe. Tony asked hesitantly, Bert, since the Infinity Stone is so dangerous, why don't we destroy it? The Infinity Stones are not so easy to destroy. Bert shook his head and said, besides, if you were Thanos and found out that the Infinity Stones were destroyed by the Earthlings, what would you do? Frank said coldly, destroy the Earth. Bert asked, yes, all life on Earth and half of life in the universe, which one do you choose? Yvonne said without hesitation, of course, it's the former because I'm from the Earth. Everyone nodded. Bert smiled and said, the answer is correct. In addition, the Infinity Stones are an important asset for us to fight against the powerful enemies of the universe. Without the Time Stones, the Earth would not have been stable for so many years. Tony nodded, and he said, what should we do this time? The Infinity Stones are so important, there must be many enemies coming. Bert said, it's not difficult to solve, I'm thinking about which method to use. Tony asked, which method? Let's hear it. The first one, shock and awe. Bert said, simply put, I will take action alone and take care of all the Ravagers and bounty hunters. In this way, other greedy people will be deterred and dare not come back to Earth. Can this kind of thing be done? Hill was stunned. Blood God, that is a spaceship, not a helicarrier without a protective dome. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Hill was the captain of the helicarrier? Small things. Bert smiled and said, what Captain Marvel can do, I can do too, and it's easier. Hill, let's put it this way, my current enemies are only gods and demons and god-level civilization. I didn't expect you to grow up so fast, Blood God. Hill breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that nothing will happen to Earth this time, because Earth has the Blood God. Tony frowned and asked, Bert, is there any other way? Yes. Bert glanced at Tony and said, I won't do anything, it's up to you and the governments of various countries to stop the Ravagers. Of course, I'll be watching from behind. If something goes wrong, I'll help. This method is good. Tony said happily, it can not only solve problems, but also enhance our actual combat experience, and lay the foundation for the future interstellar era. Bert complained, you just want to show off. It's not that. Tony shook his head and said, sooner or later, you will take over the position of Ancient One, and then your attention will be shifted to the gods and demons, and you will no longer have time to pay attention to worldly affairs. I think we should get used to the days without you in advance, so as not to be in a hurry. Makes sense. Everyone nodded, and Bert said, okay, then we'll choose the second method. Tony, inform the governments of various countries. We will stop the Ravagers and bounty hunters on the edge of the solar system, and the Inhuman kingdom will also participate in the war. Tony nodded, okay, governments must be very interested. Wait, this isn't reliable, is it? Hill hurriedly said, don't talk about space wars. With Earth's technology, you can't even go to the edge of the solar system, right? Also, I know you are strong, but it's a space war, not a battle within the planet. We never fought a space battle. Last year, we defeated the Inhuman kingdom and the Kree fleet on the moon. Tony said arrogantly, it's just a group of space pirates, what's there to be afraid of? Defeated the Inhuman kingdom and the Kree fleet on the moon. Hill was stunned, how can Earth technology develop so fast? I just left not long ago, right? Bert smiled, Hill, don't worry, they can deal with the Ravagers, even if they can't, there is me. Hill thought for a while and said, Fury will secretly provide you with information about the Ravagers. Fury was among the Ravagers too. Everyone was a little surprised, and Bert asked, what is Fury responsible for in the Ravagers alliance? Hill smiled, responsible for logistics. Nick Fury in charge of logistics. The crowd was in an uproar, and Banner spit out the wine. Korath was puzzled, why did the group react so much? Bert asked, excuse me, Hill, what's the difference between letting Nick Fury be in charge of logistics and putting mice in the rice jar? At least the mice will only eat a little, but Nick Fury will embezzle the whole tank of rice. Hill smiled and said, the number one corrupted criminal on Earth, how could it be a vain reputation? Everyone laughed, and Bert shook his head and said, let's give a moment of silence for the Ravagers alliance. Hill, if Fury needs our cooperation, just say it. He won't be polite. Hill took out several communicators and said, this is a communicator produced by the Skrull Empire. It can not only communicate across galaxies but is also very secretive. You can carry it with you. Korath took a look at it and said disdainfully, the product of the Skrull Empire has long been cracked by us over 10 years ago. Come, here is the latest encrypted quantum communicator of the Kree Empire. Hill was stunned. She wanted to show off her wealth, how could she be shown off by others instead? The technology of Ravagers is not as good as that of regular empires. Bert smiled, and at this moment, an object fell from the sky and slammed into the bonfire with a bang. Bert raised his head and shouted in dissatisfaction, who is so immoral? Also, throwing objects from high altitudes is against the law. Odin fell from the sky and said with a displeased face, the laws of Asgard are made by me. There is no such thing. If there is, I will remove it tomorrow. Odin. Bert was stunned for a moment, turned his head to look at the mass object, and found that it was Thor who had been beaten into a pig's head. This guy is useless. Even after beating him for a day, he still didn't let out a single lightning bolt. Odin gritted his teeth and said, Thor, are you the god of thunder or the god of hammer? What's the difference between throwing lightning with my hammer and throwing lightning by myself? Thor sat up in dissatisfaction and shouted, Banner, hurry up and bring me some wine, I'm dying of thirst. Banner threw a bottle of liquor over and asked, are you sure you can still drink like this? Thor smiled and said, no problem, this little injury will be gone after a few bottles of wine. Dr. Reed complained, can wine heal wounds? Bert secretly sent a voice transmission to Odin. Odin, if you want Thor to release thunder, you must first get the Mjolnir away from him, otherwise he will always rely on that hammer. Odin thought for a while and said, I'll get that hammer away from him. Bert smiled slightly and said to Thor, Thor, what if you lose Mjolnir one day, what will you do? Thor said arrogantly, I won't lose it, I always carry it, and no one can take it except me. Really? Bert raised his hand, and Mjolnir next to him slowly flew up and landed on his hand. Everyone was stunned, and Thor even spits out the wine. He shouted, that is impossible, how can you take Mjolnir? Ivan is also puzzled. Bert, with your character, you have no reason to be recognized by Thor's hammer. Is the hammer broken? Bert asked dissatisfiedly, is my character bad? Yes. Everyone nodded in unison. Bert rolled his eyes, these guys must be jealous of him. Although he was lazy, covetous, and likes beautiful women, how could he have a bad character as the next guardian of Earth? Odin sneered. Bert didn't pick up Mjolnir at all, he just added space outside the hammer, and then picked up that space. If Mjolnir is placed in an elevator, it will rise with the elevator. Thor thought of something, and asked in shock, are you also Odin's? Bert and Odin took out their weapons at the same time, and looked at Thor coldly. Thor was stunned, and immediately shut up and did not speak. Bert nodded in satisfaction. He asked, Thor, do you remember, last year, you exchanged a carload of walnuts for Mjolnir? Tony complained, is Mjolnir so worthless? Thor, I'll give you 2 carts of walnuts for it. Thor didn't have time to pay attention to Tony, he thought for a while, and said, that's the case, I exchanged it with your apprentice Lena. Bert said angrily, so a year has passed, what about the walnuts? Thor touched his head and said a little embarrassedly, it seems that it was indeed not given to Lena. Thor, you're going too far, you even lied to a little girl. Everyone despised him for a while, and Thor became more embarrassed. He was scared to death at that time, how could he still remember the walnut thing? Those who do not keep their promises are not qualified to own Mjolnir. Thor, on behalf of Lena, I will officially take back your Mjolnir. Bert said, in the future, this hammer is not yours. How does that work? Lena is my sister, I'm her brother, what's wrong with forgetting to keep a promise? Thor was in a hurry. He was just halfway through when a peal of thunder came down from the sky, smashing on his head. Odin withdrew his hand expressionlessly, if you want to die so much, I will fulfill it. Bert laughed dumbly, stretched out his hand to draw a portal, and threw Mjolnir into it. Lena, who was playing a game, heard the sound and turned her head to look, and exclaimed, the hammer of Thor. Lena, you got Mjolnir? I've tried dozens of dungeons and still didn't get it. Little Hella ran over excitedly, but found that it was the real Mjolnir, and said with a look of disgust, it turns out that it is this junk. Lena, you keep it to smash walnuts. By the way, play the Thor game with me again at night. I don't believe that Mjolnir is so hard to get. It's a pity that I can't get Odin's character. I am very interested in the spear in his hand. Odin glared at Bert, is this the result of your education? Very cute and lively. Bert shrugged and closed the portal. Thor reacted and yelled at the shrinking portal, Mjolnir. Bert said angrily, shut up, people who don't know the whole thing, might think your wife has been robbed. I'd rather have my wife robbed. Thor said angrily while reaching out to summon Mjolnir, but the hammer didn't respond at all. Then, he got up and said, I'll go to Earth to buy walnuts and exchange them for the hammer. It's too late unless you master thunder yourself, don't even think about getting the hammer back. Bert said. Odin nodded and said, I agree. Hearing the words of Bert and Odin, Thor asked with an embarrassed expression, can I change the conditions? For example, buying 10 carts of walnuts for Lena. What do you think? Odin snorted coldly, turned around, and left. Bert shrugged and said, Thor, work hard as soon as possible, or your hammer will be used by Lena to smash walnuts. That is not possible. Thor gritted his teeth and said, isn't it just lightning? I'll show you. After finishing speaking, Thor aligned his hands with each other, and desperately tried to release lightning with a constipated look. As a result, everyone only saw a few sparks. This is called lightning, Thor. Everyone looked at him with pity. Hill got up and said, I'll go back and tell Fury about the matter. Don't be careless, the Ravagers are not as weak as you think. Tony said confidently, don't worry, we are definitely stronger than you think. Hope so. Hill nodded, put on the cloak, and turned to leave. Tony glanced at Ivan and said, Madman, there will be more Ravagers, let's see who kills the most. Afraid you won't succeed. Ivan sneered, and the magic armor on his body instantly changed back to 2 bracelets. Tony was a little envious, as Jarvis opened the battle armor and he came out looking sweaty. Tony stretched out his hand and shouted, Jarvis, inject the antidote. Yes, sir. The steel armor raised its hand and injected Tony with an antidote. Tony, this kind of constant injection of viruses and antidote is a great burden on your body. Bert said, I think you should inject the perfect version of the extremis virus directly. Tony shook his head and said, until there is a perfect antidote, I will not inject the perfect version of the extremis virus. Whatever. Bert shrugged and said, Tony, I have to stay for a few more days. The matter of the Convergence and the Bifrost Bridge has not been discussed yet. You and Banner and the others will go back to Earth first and get ready. Tony nodded, and said, don't worry, we won't let you down. Bert smiled and said, I don't doubt you, you're good except that you like to hide in the study. Everyone laughed, and Tony gave Bert a middle finger. I said, it's because of the extremis virus. Bert said, understood, alright, everybody pack up, if you want to go shopping or buy special products, hurry up and keep the account on me. Long live Blood God. The crowd cheered, and Tony asked suspiciously, where did you get the money? You, like me, just came to Asgard for the first time, right? Bert, this is the income from selling the vibranium to the dwarves. Yvonne threw a card to Bert and said, the dwarves like vibranium very much, they hope you can sell more. Let them trade magic items for it. Bert shook the card and said to Tony, vibranium is hard currency anywhere in the universe. That is to say, I am also a local tyrant in the universe, Mr. Poor Ghost, do you understand? Tony couldn't help but give Bert a middle finger again, then grabbed the card and went shopping in Asgard. The money of the dead local tyrants is not spent in vain. It's not good to sell vibranium all the time. I don't want to be the second generation of miners. I want to find a way to make money in the universe. Bert touched his chin, whether it was on the earth or the universe, he wanted to be a god. Thor, who kept his constipated expression, shouted, where are you all going? I'm about to conjure thunderbolts. No one paid any attention to him and continued to end the scene. Bert shook his head, hoping that the invasion of the Dark Elves would wake Thor up in advance and become the real Thor. Are you afraid that Thor will be killed without a hammer? Don't worry, Thor's divine power is still there, and he's not that easy to kill. Moreover, Bert marked him, and if necessary, the hammer will immediately return to his hand. Thanos, what exactly do you want to do? Bert narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't care about Ravagers or bounty hunters, the only thing he cared about was the mastermind behind the scenes, the Mad Titan, Thanos. The Ravagers are an interstellar criminal syndicate that specializes in thievery, trafficking, and piracy. There are nearly 100 factions of Ravagers around the galaxy. Each faction has a captain of its own, leading its operations. It is a very loose organization. Under normal circumstances, space pirates act independently. Only when something major happens, they will get together. Ravagers are governed by 5 leaders, each of whom has a powerful force. If you want to replace them, it is very simple, just defeat them. On this day, one of the elders, Charlie 27, called his logistics officer, Nick Fury, and asked straight to the point, I heard that you are from Asgard. Nick Fury nodded without skipping a heartbeat, yes, I am an Asgardian. Because of some things, I escaped from Asgard and became a Ravager. The logistics officer is the supervisor in charge of selling stolen goods and purchasing materials in the Ravagers Alliance. In addition, Fury has a universal translator on his body, so he can easily talk to Charlie. The huge and sturdy Charlie continued to ask, there is a rumor recently that the Space Stone is on Earth, is it true? Fury nodded again, it's true. Charlie was a little surprised, are you so sure? All of Asgard knows about it. Fury said, more than a year ago, to repair the Bifrost Bridge, Prince Thor went to Earth to borrow Space Stone. I see. Charlie understood, and he asked again, is the Earth as weak as the rumors say? Fury shook his head and said, it's not that weak, although they don't have the strength to step out of the planet, they have superheroes, who have a variety of superpowers. In addition, the Earth is protected by Asgard. Once Earth is invaded, Asgard will send troops to help, which is why Earth can always be safe and sound. Charlie didn't care about superheroes at all, he asked, will Asgard send troops? Fury answered with great certainty, it will definitely because the Earth is a vassal of Asgard. That's troublesome. Charlie frowned and said, how fast is Asgard in sending troops? Asgard has a Bifrost bridge that can connect to Earth in an instant. Fury said, however, it takes a lot of time to deploy troops. Asgard has been fighting the rebellion recently, and there are not many spare troops. Charlie's eyes lit up and asked, in other words, if we can grab the Space Stone in a short time, we can avoid Asgard and escape easily. Should be able to. Fury nodded and said, the premise is that Asgard is unprepared. Charlie was puzzled, not prepared, what do you mean? Fury explained, if Asgard knew that Ravagers are coming, they would mobilize their forces in advance. Charlie understood, that is, we must be the first Ravagers to reach Earth. Fury nodded, yes, I understand. Charlie knew what to do. He asked, by the way, Fury, I heard that you have a very powerful soldier called the Winter Soldier. I want to borrow him, is there any problem? Fury looked reluctant, leader, the Winter Soldier is the #1 general under my command. I am like a brother to him, and I can't leave him for a second. Charlie smiled disdainfully and said, don't pretend, this time if we get the Space Stone, you will be the middleman to sell the stolen goods. Thank you, old man. Fury immediately agreed, I promise to sell the Space Stone for the best price. Charlie waved his hand to signal Fury to leave, and Fury turned to leave. Charlie looked at his back, his eyes narrowed slightly. He was always a little wary of this new Ravager who was rushing up very fast and gained the trust of the legendary Captain Staker. The reason is very simple, he can't see through the other party, which is also the reason why he asked for the Winter Soldier. He wanted to take the opportunity to explore Nick Fury's bottom. Earth, I can only help this much. Nick Fury, who walked out of the main hall, slowly exhaled a sigh of relief, with a dignified expression on his face. Even if he used tricks to make the Ravagers set off in a hurry, with Charlie's power, at least 4 main ships could be dispatched. Can the Earth hold them back? In a small spaceship, a green-skinned woman with long hair urged a little raccoon, quick, the Ravagers have set off, we must notify the Earth as soon as possible and let their superheroes leave with the Space Stone. I think it would be better if we take the space stone so that the Earth will be completely safe. Little raccoon, Rocket said while driving the spaceship, I'm such a good person, Groot, don't you think? The tall tree man beside said in a low voice, I am Groot. Rocket shouted dissatisfiedly, what's wrong with me? I'm thinking of the Earth. The green-skinned woman Gamera shouted, shut up, concentrate on driving, where's the next jump point? Rocket said with flickering eyes, it's just ahead, but, don't you think about it? Space stone is worth at least billions, and one vote is enough for us to eat for a lifetime. Gamera was very dissatisfied, I told you to shut up. Your mission is to send me to Earth in the shortest possible time. To invite you, I have spent several times the remuneration. Don't worry, I'm the best pilot and will definitely get you to Earth. I just think it's more cost-effective to grab the space stone. Rocket shrugged and said, as far as I know, Earth is just a rural aboriginal planet, and it is not difficult at all to grab the stone. Gamera glanced at Rocket and said, Earth is not as weak as you think. The Cheetauris wanted to invade the Earth, but they were wiped out. The Cheetauris are just trash. Rocket looked disdainful, and Gamera didn't bother to talk anymore. She sneered, you can try, then don't blame me, I didn't tell you. Just gonna try it, am I gonna be afraid of a group of natives? Rocket snorted coldly. Soon, the spacecraft reached the next jumping point, which is the space node. The universe is like a honeycomb structure. Through the space node, it can quickly go into the distance. Rocket drove the spaceship into the jumping point, and the surrounding space expanded and changed. When the spaceship stops, it has reached the edge of the solar system. Space Stone, Uncle Rocket is here. Rocket moved forward at full speed, and said proudly, I wonder if those natives of the Earth will be scared to death when they see me. Gamera was too lazy to answer. At this moment, a spaceship with a dragon pattern suddenly appeared in front of it. Then, the communication channel of Rocket's ship was invaded, and a voice sounded, this is the Earth Federation Guards, an unfamiliar spaceship, please stop immediately, or we will destroy you. Earth Federation Guard? Didn't you say that Earth is just an indigenous planet? Also, when did their main search ship suddenly appear? This is unscientific. Rocket screamed, and Gamera was also very surprised. She said, it seems that the Earth is developing very fast. Earth Federation Guards, hello, I am here to inform you of the news, you are in danger now. The opposite side was silent, and after a while, a voice said, let's speak on the main ship. Okay. Gamera nodded, Rocket snorted, and said, I want them to see my piloting skills. Don't cause any trouble. Gamera shook her head, and soon, the small spaceship was docked on the main ship, and a group of unmanned battle armors was waiting for them. Rocket jumped from the spaceship, looked at the unmanned battle armor, and sneered, these toys look good. Tony's voice came from an unmanned armor, which Zoo's little raccoon are you? Who are you calling a raccoon? Rocket was furious and took out his gun directly. Battle armors immediately raised their gun at Rocket and others. Groot opened his hand and assumed a fighting posture. Korath walked over with an Asian male and said, stop, Tony Stark, that's not a raccoon, that's a sad experiment. Korath the pursuer. Seeing Korath, Gamera's expression changed, and she pulled out the dagger and shouted, I thought the style of this battleship was familiar. It turned out to be your Kree battleship. Are you here to grab Space Stone? Thanos and Ronan had some collaborations, so Gamera knew about Korath. This is not a Kree warship, this is my lord's warship. Korath said. Gamera was stunned, you have a new master. Yes. Korath said, I came to receive you, come with me. Hey experimental subject, throw the gun away, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Gamera was more surprised, what kind of existence can make the pursuer Korath surrender this much? I'd like to see, how are you gonna be rude? Rocket said arrogantly, and Joella, the Asian man behind Korath, snorted coldly, raised his hand slightly, and Rocket's weapon flew into his hand uncontrollably. Rocket blinked, and then said, for your sincerity, that weapon is given to you. I'm Groot. Groot said. Rocket angrily said, don't speak foul language. Also, I'm not confessing, I'm polite, do you understand? By the way, Earthlings, remember to give me some specialties as a gift in return. Gamera shook her head speechlessly. She put away her dagger and said, I want to know who your master is. You'll see him soon. Korath smiled and took the three of them to the command room. On the way, Rocket couldn't help but ask, how did you all suddenly appear? This is not scientific. There is someone with the superpower that can hide the main ship and even reduces energy fluctuations. Korath said. Rocket's eyes brightened, and it asked, is this superpower for sale? What do you think? Korath sneered, and Gamera asked, are you planning to ambush someone? Korath did not answer, and soon, everyone arrived at the command room. Bert and others were waiting for them inside. Bert looked at Gamera and asked, Gamera, daughter of Thanos, the deadliest woman in the galaxy, what are you doing in this solar system? Daughter of Thanos. Everyone was very shocked and raised their vigilance. Natasha looked at Gamera with interest, the deadliest woman in the galaxy, she liked this title. Adopted, in fact, the person I hate the most is Thanos. Gamera looked at Bert and asked, are you the blood god? Hearing Gamera's question, Bert asked in amazement, Thanos knows me. He told me that he wants to fulfill his dream, and there are three people who are the biggest obstacles, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, God King Odin, and Blood God Bert. Gamera continued, you are so young, so you must not be the Ancient One or Odin. Should I say I'm honored? Bert sneered and asked, what are you doing here? I'm here for the Space Stone. Gamera briefly explained the impending arrival of the Ravagers, and then said, this matter is actually Thanos' conspiracy. I know it's his conspiracy, but I don't know what he wants to do. Bert said with his expression unchanged, does he think that these mere Ravagers can take the Space Stone from me? Dude, you're really good at bragging. Rocket sneered, a mere Ravagers? The Ravagers don't even know how many planets similar to yours they have destroyed. Bert glanced at Rocket, and turned his finger, a portal appeared under Rocket's feet, and Rocket fell directly. Groot was furious and reached out to attack Bert. Bert waved his hand, and it disappeared. Blood God, forgive them, they are not bad people. Gamera hurriedly interceded, no wonder Thanos valued Blood God so much, he was really powerful. Bert said, don't worry, it's just a small punishment, continue talking. Gamera nodded, the purpose of Thanos is not to grab the Space Stone, but to kill superheroes and destroy the development of Earth. Everyone was shocked. Yes, Thanos said that both the superheroes and the Earth are developing too fast. If this continues, it will affect his plan and must be stopped in advance. Gamera nodded and said, he also said that this is his kindness. If the Earth and its superheroes continue to develop, in the end, he can only blow up the Earth. Tony said mockingly, then should we thank him for his kindness? Yes, that's what he thought. Gamera gritted her teeth and said, in those days, he slaughtered half of my planet and then told me that it was his kindness. At that time, I thought he was showing off, but later I found out that he really thought so. Natasha couldn't help but ask, isn't that crazy? Gamera said, how can someone who wants to slaughter half of the life of the universe not be a lunatic? No wonder he's called the Mad Titan. The faces of everyone were a bit ugly, and it was only at this moment that they really realized how crazy Thanos was. Bert asked again, what else do you have other than telling me about this, Gamera? Gamera said, I think you should leave the Earth with the Space Stone so that you can keep both the Space Stone and the Earth safe. No need, the Earth can keep the Space Stone. Tony said toughly. Everyone nodded. Bert smiled. Gamera, thank you for your report, the war will start soon, you stay and watch the battle with me, after that, let's talk about Thanos carefully. Blood God. Gamera want to say more, but Bert waved his hand. Groot reappeared, and Rocket fell on the deck with a bang from the sky. Bastard, how dare you play me like that? Rocket was furious, got up and took out a grenade from his pocket, and threw it at Bert. Bert waved at it, and the grenade disappeared immediately. Rocket was taken aback for a moment, and then took out a small explosive from its belt, but before it could be activated, the small explosive disappeared out of thin air. Rocket was not reconciled, and reached behind his back to take out the energy bomb. Of course, the energy bomb disappeared again. Rocket put his hand into his waistband, and Tony couldn't help but complain, how many explosives are you carrying? Also, don't you think your behavior is stupid? I am Groot. Groot covered his eyes, looking like he didn't see anything. Rocket said angrily, I'm not stupid. Bert said, Little Raccoon, you also stay to watch the battle and then publicize the results of this battle, and I will let someone write a publicity draft for you. Rocket snorted coldly, why should I help you? You're not helping me, you're just making a deal with me. Bert took out a small piece of vibranium and threw it at Rocket, and said, the hardest metal in the universe, are you interested? Rocket took the vibranium, checked it a few times, and said excitedly, deal. Very good. Bert nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Medusa's voice sounded in the communicator, Blood God, the Ravagers are here, there are 5 main ships, the same as in the report. Report? They were indeed ambushing the Ravagers. Gamera shouted, Blood God, I still think you should leave with the Space Stone. Finally came. Bert ignored Gamera, he said to Steve and Frank, 2 commanders, start now, next, I will not interfere unless the situation gets out of hand. Gamera looked stunned, did you make a mistake? You are not making a move? Without you, how could the Earth stop the Ravagers? Leave it to us. Steve and Frank nodded at the same time, and then, Steve ordered, Medusa, pass the picture of the Ravagers ship over. Okay. Medusa nodded, and soon, 5 main ships appeared on the screen. Is the Ravagers playing the tattered mashup style? Tony complained, the 5 ships were not only different but also looked all tattered. At first glance, it could be seen that they were the miscellaneous army. That's what Ravagers are, and they're not regular troops. Rocket said, however, don't underestimate them, there are a lot of fighters in those main ships, and more importantly, Ravagers are notoriously deadly when they fight. To be honest, you are not necessarily opponents one-on-one, let alone 5-on-1. Little Raccoon, thank you for your reminder. Steve smiled and then said, Blackbolt, you are in charge of the main ship on the left, I want it to be destroyed, can you do it? Blackbolt typed, no problem, leave it to me. Destroy the main ship alone? Is bragging a special talent of your Earthlings? Rocket laughed, Gamera frowned, not to mention the Blackbolt, even the Blood God might not be able to do this. Steve continued, Tony, you lead the superhero group, Unmanned Armors, and Gordon into the second main ship. The goal is to capture this main ship. Is there any problem? No problem, leave it to me. Tony nodded with certainty. He thought of something, and said to Yvonne, Madman, remember to obey orders, this is not the time to be joking. Yvonne sneered, do you think I'm like you? Breaking the rules every day. Just follow the rules. Tony snorted, and it was rare that there was no quarrel between them. How are you going to get in? Fly in. Rocket laughed, indescribably mocking. Even Groot shook his head again. Steve said, Korath, you will command the blood ship to deal with the third main ship, and Frank and I will monitor by the side. Korath said confidently, no problem, with Kree, with the power of the blood ship, it is more than enough to deal with the Ravagers. Steve nodded and continued, Queen Medusa, Sky, you lead the Inhumans group, and Lockjaw to the fourth main ship, is there any problem? No problem. Sky and Medusa nodded at the same time, they were confident in completing this task. Steve continued to ask, the last main ship is handed over to the military, is there a problem? No problem, leave it to us. The Wakanda warriors and the representatives of the 5 permanent members nodded in unison. They had been looking forward to the real space battle for a long time. Steve clapped his hands and said, okay, that's the arrangement. Blackbolt, after you destroy the first main ship, recover as quickly as possible, and then help fill in the gaps. Yes. Everyone agreed and quickly prepared for battle. Gamera, Rocket, and Groot shook their heads. The Earthlings were planning to die. They didn't understand the difference between space wars and interplanetary wars. Rocket whispered, Gamera, let's get ready to run. Gamera said, let's observe, at least, they have the blood god. Rocket sneered, he's just a man, not a real god. Bert naturally didn't know what Rocket was thinking. He looked at the orderly crowd and nodded with satisfaction. His years of hard work were not in vain. The current strength of the Earth far exceeds the Avengers in the movie. Outside the solar system, 5 main ships are heading toward the Earth at full speed. Charlie said with satisfaction, at our speed, no one can be faster than us. The space stone is ours. Long live the captain. The crowd cheered. One Ravager smiled and said, when we appear above the Earth, will those natives kneel in fear? 80% of the time, after all, it's just a group of natives. Another one said, as long as Asgard's reinforcements don't come, we can easily get the space stone. I think we can figure out where to celebrate. Everyone laughed as if they had already obtained the space stone, and the Winter Soldier watched all this with a cold eye. Just you bunch of trashes, want to take over the Earth. The monsters on Earth are not ordinary. Charlie glanced at the Winter Soldier and asked tentatively, Winter Soldier, can Asgard's Bifrost Bridge be teleported at will? Within the 9 realms, they can teleport at will. The reason why Asgard can become the ruler of the 9 realms is because of the Bifrost Bridge. Winter Soldier nodded. Seeing that Charlie was interested, he simply introduced it in detail. Charlie's eyes flickered. It seems that the Winter Soldier was indeed an Asgardian. At this moment, a Ravager suddenly shouted, a huge energy wave is coming to the left. What? Charlie was startled, and before he could react, the main ship on the left started from the armor and quickly exploded and shattered with terrifying shock waves. A few seconds later, the main ship of the Ravagers turned into a pile of space junk, and the stumps and arms of a large number of Ravagers floated in space and quickly froze. How can this be? Not only were Charlie and other Ravagers stunned, but in Bloodship, another 3 were also stunned, and even their jaws were about to drop. With just a shout, the main ship was destroyed? Am I seeing that right, or am I dreaming? Rocket muttered to himself, and Groot slapped it very kindly, making it understand that it was not dreaming. Groot. Rocket was furious, if not all weapons were confiscated, it must have given this bastard a shot. Blackbolt is too terrifying, isn't it? Gamera couldn't help but swallow her saliva. It's not that she has never seen a strong man. Thanos is a god-level strong man, but she has never seen a strong man who can destroy a spaceship with a single shout. Tony and the others were also a little surprised. After all, it was the first time they saw Blackbolt's shout. However, they didn't talk nonsense and started to act according to plan. Gordon entered the second main ship with superheroes like Tony, along with unmanned armors. Lockjaw brought Sky and other Inhumans into the fourth main ship. At the same time, the Wakandian ship along with 5 countries' ships, all fired energy cannons at the remaining 2 main ships. Except for the Wakandian ship, the rest are all the battleships of our Kree Empire. Korath looked at the warships with national flags outside, and said secretly, this is true, there are no ships, no guns, and the Kree helped them build all of it. Teleporting directly inside the enemy's battleship? What kind of high-end fighting method is this? Gamera was stunned again. Who said the Earth was indigenous? Stand up quickly, I promise not to kill you. Boom, boom. The energy cannons bombed the 3rd and 5th main ships one after another. They were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses as they did not open the defense shield in time. Raise the defensive shield, release the fighters, I want them to die. Charlie roared. He was confused and furious. Who was ambushing him? Also, why couldn't he find them at all before? Hearing Charlie's roar, the Ravagers in the 3rd and 5th main ships immediately ran toward the warplane area at the fastest speed. As for the 2nd and 4th warships, it was not that they did not want to obey the order, but that they had intentions. Powerlessness, their interior, was invaded. The 2nd main ship, Tony, and others appeared out of thin air in the warehouse area with the help of Gordon. When the surrounding Ravagers saw them, they were stunned at first, and then shouted in horror, enemy attack, enemy attack. Tony shouted, form the position and kill all Ravagers in sight. Yes. Everyone nodded. Dr. Banner turned into Hulk on the spot and rushed towards the surrounding Ravagers along with the Human Torch and War Abomination. The Ravagers saw this and immediately took out their energy guns and shot at everyone. Human Torch turned into a fireman and flew past several Ravagers, and several Ravagers directly burned. Not to be outdone, the Hulk jumped into the middle of a group of Ravagers, grabbed one of the Ravagers as a weapon, and smashed them around. After more than 10 seconds, all the Ravagers were twisted to death. War Abomination was slashing around with a big axe, and there is no one left alive under his axe. The Ravagers are nothing more than that. Tony laughed, and together with other superheroes and unmanned armors, they shot at the Ravagers who came to support them. Under their powerful firepower, a large number of Ravagers died on the spot. The thing used an energy shield to resist the energy attack for everyone, and asked unhappily, "Why am I the meat shield again?" "Because you look safe." Dr. Reed laughed while shooting, and the thing rolled his eyes. He accepted his fate and acted as a meat shield. It feels no different from the previous battle. Electro fired the coins in front of him, and with a bang, a group of Ravagers was blown away. Most of them died tragically on the spot, and the remaining few wailed on the ground. Tony shouted, "Electro, you prioritize attacking those large weapons." "Clear." Electro nodded, and Yvonne shouted, "Sissy, let's see who kills more Ravagers." "Afraid you won't succeed." Tony snorted coldly, turned on the laser, and swept sideways, and more than a dozen Ravagers were cut off. Not to be outdone, Yvonne turned the two whips into energy cannons and bombarded them one after another. The Ravagers suffered heavy casualties. The captain of the second main ship looked at the slaughter on the screen and roared, "Damn, send heavy weapons to kill them. Bomb them to death." Ravagers roared. They have been in the galaxy for so many years, and they have never suffered such a big loss. They have sent high-level equipment such as power armor and small combat robots. Superheroes sneered. Human Torch was raging. Hulk and War Abomination were invincible. Tony, Yvonne, Electro, and others were powerful. Whether it was power armor or small combat robots, they were all blown up by them. The Ravagers were all beaten up. Where did these guys come from? So terrifying. The overall strength of Earth is indeed not as good as that of aliens, but the superheroes on Earth, even if they get into the universe, can still be considered strong. If it was a battleship against each other, then the superheroes had nothing to do, but in this kind of hand-to-hand combat, the superheroes were not afraid of anyone. While Tony and the others were attracting the attention of the Ravagers, the invisible Natasha, Susan, and the absorbing man, touching the invisible material, were quietly sneaking toward the command room. Natasha instructed, "Susan, after entering the command room, you close the door, and I will deal with the captain and force them to surrender." Susan said, "No problem. Speaking of which, this is no different from a normal battle, right?" "It's really not different. Gordon's teleportation, no matter where it is a magical skill." Natasha smiled. She thought of Gamera's title of the deadliest woman in the galaxy, and her heart burst into flames. She wanted this title. At the same time, in the spacecraft area of the fourth main ship, Lockjaw appeared out of thin air with Sky and other Inhumans. "Enemy attack." The Ravagers immediately shouted, and pointed their energy guns at the Inhumans. As soon as Giala raised her hand, a dozen or so gun-wielding Ravagers flew up and slammed into the ceiling. At the same time, the laser-eyed Inhuman took off his glasses, shook his head, and the laser swept across, and the three Ravagers were divided into two at the same time. So bloody. An Inhuman wearing glasses took it off and glared at the Ravagers. All the Ravagers he glared at fell to the ground uncontrollably. Their bodies were paralyzed. "It's good, but they won't die." Laser-eyed Inhuman snorted disdainfully, and Alicia said, "Focus, we can't be slower than those superheroes." Bubble Inhuman, while blowing bubbles, complained, "Aren't you a superhero too?" "Yes, and I'm very popular. Blood God is planning to make a movie about me." Alicia smiled triumphantly, raised the flame energy gun, and shot around. The source of energy was herself. "Then you have to repay the Blood God." Crystal raised her both hands, flames, thunder, and lightning roared out, and a large number of Ravagers died tragically. At this time, other Ravagers came to support and also brought a lot of heavy weapons and robots. "I wish I could be a superhero like you." Inhuman Joey gave a wry smile and raised his hand to activate his ability against those heavy weapons and robots. In just an instant, those metal products were all melted, and the Ravagers fled in fright. "You better forget it, Joey, it's too dangerous for you to walk down the street." Queen Medusa smiled bitterly while controlling her hair to attack the Ravagers. "Yeah, cars, steel bars, if you're not careful, it will cause a catastrophe." "Oh, when I was awakened, hundreds of SWORD agents came to my house and surrounded me. I almost died of fright." Joey pointed his finger to the steel stairs ahead. The stairs melted directly, and a group of Ravagers fell screaming. Everyone laughed. Sky, who put her hands on the ground, said, "You are better than me. I just awakened and caused an earthquake." "Okay, it's going to shake. Everyone, get ready." Everyone hurriedly grabbed the things around them. The next moment, the entire main ship shook violently, countless machines rumbled and exploded, and countless Ravagers hit the wall and fell to the ground. At this time, the combat effectiveness of the fourth battleship was reduced by at least half. Joey clicked his tongue. "You are indeed much more dangerous than me. I heard that you have the title of Earth Destroyer. For now, it's just Destroyer of Italan. Many Inhumans who have studied law are planning to claim compensation from her." Queen Medusa said with a smile. After spending more than half a year together, her relationship with Sky has improved a lot. "Really? Please don't scare me. I'm so poor that I'm dying. Recently, I've been working part-time as a tutor at Mr. Wong's house to make money." Sky was stunned. Medusa smiled and said, "Don't worry, they were all rejected by Blackbolt. Besides, what you call being a tutor is actually just going to play games with them, right? Education is entertaining, teaching is entertaining." Sky smiled and pointed her hand at a few Ravagers. A shockwave was sent out, and all the Ravagers exploded from the inside. "Failed again, I actually wanted to break their hearts." Sky sighed and said, "Mr. Wang is very good. He can play table tennis with eggs. I want to be able to control my powers like him." Alicia flew up, punched a Ravager more than 3 meters high, and said, "Don't you think it's too easy? We even have time to joke. It's easier than expected, and aliens are nothing more than that." Inhumans nodded, and the glassed Inhuman said, "It turns out that we are so strong, no wonder Blood God has been promoting the Interstellar era, and we are fully qualified to gain a firm foothold in the universe." Exactly. Everyone agreed, and at this moment, a voice sounded in Medusa's ear, "Queen, I have brought the girl to the door of the command room." "Very good, take her in, control the captain and turn him into a puppet." Medusa nodded and said, "Look after her, don't let her turn into a demon. This Inhuman girl is the same girl who tried to control Tony at the beginning. She can absorb the emotions of others and control them." As for the conversation with Medusa, it was an Inhuman who can walk through walls. She's gotten better. Invisible Inhuman said through the wall. The Inhuman laughed, and soon, the clear voice of the little girl came from the command room, "Give your pain to me. Let's turn our attention back to the Blood God." Under the command of Korath, the energy cannons of the Blood ship hit the third main ship one after another, while the enemy ship counterattacked with the energy cannons, opened their hatches, and sent a large number of Ravagers. "Destroy all their energy cannons." Korath looked disdainful. "It looks like they have never been to an army academy or had any training." Steve couldn't help laughing. It seems that, on any planet, the regular army despises the miscellaneous army. It is worth mentioning that Steve, Frank, and Barton have been monitoring everything silently next to Korath, and they will be in charge of commanding the battleships in the future. Korath ordered, "Send the Fearless Legion." Following Korath's order, the hatch of the Blood ship was opened one after another, and a large number of fully wrapped space motorcycles flew out, rushing towards the Ravager fighters at full speed while attacking. Gamera was stunned. "Cheetorus." Korath corrected, "No, this is the Blood ship's Fearless Legion." Rocket sneered, "This kind of small mobile ships are okay for a war inside the planet. In space war, it is no different from cannon fodder, it is too fragile." Bert smiled, "It doesn't matter, all I want is their mobility. These rookies are here to die, let them do it." Seeing the Fearless Legion, the Ravagers laughed in disdain and activated their energy guns and machine guns to shoot frantically at the Fearless Legion. Although the Legion tried their best to evade, many of them were shot and exploded in the air. The Ravagers became more excited and kept shooting. Soon, the Fearless Legion rushed to the area of the Ravager fighters. All of them glowed red and crashed into the fighters desperately. Then, they exploded and perished along with the fighters. In just a few minutes, the Ravagers' fighter planes were empty. "These lunatics." Rocket and the Ravagers shouted in horror at the same time. "They have never seen this kind of army, this kind of tactics." Gamera said, "Don't be so shocked, those are just cyborgs, not real life. Accurately speaking, it is a biochemical clone of Extremis Soldier." Bert said, "With the space mobile ships, the cost is about several $100,000, which is not very valuable. For disposable items, naturally, he won't use good materials." While Bert was speaking, another batch of mobile ships flew out and rushed towards the Ravager fighter jets. The Ravagers were frightened and avoided one after another. It's not that the Ravagers are cowardly, but that the other party is too cruel. Charlie smashed the console hard. "Who are these guys, so powerful?" "That's right, poor Charlie still doesn't know that the Earth Federation was the one who's fighting him." Looking at the spoiled Ravager fighters being beaten outside, Gamera couldn't help but sigh, "It seems that I underestimated the strength of your Earth." Rocket asked Bert, "Are these biochemical Extremis soldiers for sale?" Bert pointed to the fighter plane over Wakanda and smiled at Rocket, "The technology over there is more suitable for you. Let's turn the time back a little." By surprise, the 6 countries' ships attacked the 5th main ship and succeeded. The 5th main ship was about to explode. The captain of the 5th main ship was very angry, and while fighting back, he sent a large number of Ravager fighters like the 3rd main ship. "I've been waiting for this for a long time, Shuri, don't let your skills fall off the chain." Black Panther said. Shuri snorted and said, "Look at me, I am a talented girl who surpasses Tony Stark." Panther Legion attack. "Yes, Her Highness." A group of Wakanda warriors nodded in unison, and then put on their helmets and lay down in the operating compartment. Immediately afterward, a large number of unmanned aircraft flew out of the ship to meet the Ravager fighters. Panther Legion, Remote Control Legion. With Shuri's technology, she can guarantee there will be no delay, same as the real operation. The only problem is that the distance is too short. Shuri is conquering the quantum transmission technology. Once successful, the Panther Legion will become the killer of the Earth Federation. Soon, the Panther Legion and the Ravager fighters were facing each other. The two sides came and went, constantly firing energy attacks, and a large number of fighters were destroyed in a short period. In general, the Panther Legion suffered greater losses. After all, the Wakanda warriors had no experience in space combat before. Fortunately, they were all remotely controlled. One fighter was destroyed and immediately connected to another to attack again. At the same time, the other 5 countries also sent their special fighter planes and weapons, and the United States even dispatched unmanned combat armors and war lizards, remote-controlled legions. Rocket heard Bert's voice and looked towards the Wakanda's ship. His eyes suddenly lit up. This is indeed more suitable for him than the biochemical extremist soldiers. Rocket couldn't help but ask, how much? Bert smiled at him. At this time, the communicator rang. Call the director, the superhero team has taken control of the situation, and the battle is expected to end in 5 minutes. Call the director, the Inhumans have taken control of the captain, it is over. Tony and Medusa's reports sounded one after another, and Tony shouted dissatisfiedly, the Inhumans are almost done, let's speed up. All the best. Bert nodded in satisfaction. Gamera's jaw would drop. This Earth Federation is too strong, right? How long did it take to get the 2 main ships? No, it's 3. The Ravagers' first main ship was destroyed by a high-pitched sound at the very beginning. Is this still the indigenous Earth they imagined? Steve commanded. Korath, Black Panther, we are also speeding up the progress here, and we can't fall behind them too much. Clear. Korath and Black Panther both nodded. Korath pressed the button, and the 3 Leviathan biochemical giants flew out of the battleship and charged toward the Ravager fighter ships with a large number of biochemical cannon fodder. The Ravager fighters, who were already at a disadvantage, saw the Leviathan biochemical beast, completely collapsed, and fled back one after another. Korath sneered, this is the difference between the rogue army and the regular army. The rogue army can only fight against the wind. Once it is at a disadvantage, it is easy to collapse. Although Rocket was unhappy, he had to admit that what Korath said was right. The rogue army was just a rogue army after all. Bert reported all these battles to the headquarters of the SWORD Bureau on Earth, and then asked, with the strength of Earth, it is enough to gain a firm foothold in the universe. Do you really want to continue to stay on Earth and fight for a little profit? President Ellis added meaningfully, the universe is big, Earth is small. Hearing the words of Blood God and President Ellis, the representatives of all the countries were silent. They looked at the battle situation on the screen and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It turns out that our Earth is already so strong. Bert continued, civilization, country, race, these are not problems. The big deal is that in the future, each country will be divided into a planet, the Earth Federation, which must be established as soon as possible, and then the world will move forward to the Interstellar era together. The representative of Russia said, Blood God, the high-end power of Earth is indeed very powerful, but the mid-range and low-end are far from each other, right? Everyone nodded. The current technology of the Earth is very deformed. Bert said, I will help make up for it. The key is, do you have the will to enter the Interstellar era? As long as you have the will, everything can be solved. The representatives looked at each other and nodded. President Ellis said happily, there will be a formal meeting at the UN headquarters next month for discussion. Okay. The representatives agreed, and Bert nodded with satisfaction. Although there will be a lot of questions in the future, at least it has started. Within 5 years, the Earth Federation will definitely be established. Leaving aside these for a while, seeing the overall defeat of the Ravager fighters, Charlie gritted his teeth for a while. He knew that he was defeated, completely defeated. Charlie couldn't help but enter the public channel and asked loudly, who are you? Steve replied solemnly, Earth Federation guards. Earth? How is this possible? Charlie looked incredulous. Didn't they say that people on Earth can't even get out of the planet? The other Ravagers were also dumbfounded, knowing that the Earth was so strong, they would not dare to come. Steve said coldly, Ravagers, surrender, or die. Charlie roared, a Ravager will never surrender. Really? Then why did your captain drop? Tony's frivolous voice came from the radio. He said, report, the second main ship has surrendered, and all the surviving Ravagers have surrendered. What? Charlie was taken aback. Just at this moment, another voice sounded, report, the fourth main ship is taken, and all the high-level Ravagers surrendered. How can this be? Charlie roared in anger. No wonder the second and fourth battleships have been silent. It turned out that they were invaded by Earthlings. The question is, how did they invade? Steve asked again, one last time, surrender. No surrender, all Ravagers, breakthrough. Charlie shouted. It was not uncommon for Ravagers to surrender, but Charlie, as a leader, must not surrender, because he represented the face of the Ravagers. Breakthrough. The Ravagers heard the order and fled in all directions, and Steve immediately ordered the pursuit. We will escape by the fighter plane. Let the main ship start the countdown for self-destruction. I want them to die. Charlie gritted his teeth. Everyone nodded, and soon, the Ravagers fled the third main ship through various fighter planes. It is worth mentioning that Charlie's fighter jets are relatively large. In addition to himself, there are a group of Ravagers such as the Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier's eyes flickered, and he quietly activated the signal device in the metal arm. Steve received the signal and was about to let Tony and the others take action. Bert said, let me do it. I'm a little interested in these Ravagers. I'll trouble you then. Steve hesitated and asked, Bert, can you take me with you? I haven't seen Bucky in a long time. Carter will be jealous if she heard what you just said. Bert smiled, put his hand on Steve, and the next second, the two disappeared at the same time. Is this ability also for sale? I can buy it with all my wealth. Rocket shouted excitedly, this teleportation ability is really cool and useful. Korath glanced at Rocket and said disdainfully, I'm sorry, you can't afford to buy it even if you go bankrupt. If I can't buy it, I'll steal it. Rocket snorted, but unfortunately, it didn't know. Everything it did, Bert would already know, because, in its body, there was a drop of Bert's blood, quietly infiltrated when he fell. Leaving aside Rocket, for the time being, Bert and Steve appeared on Charlie's fighter plane out of thin air. The Ravagers were stunned for a moment, then startled, and immediately drew their guns and shot at them. Bert raised his hand, the blood of all the Ravagers stopped flowing, and they fell to the ground with a face full of horror. At this moment, Charlie's heart suddenly beat violently, as if the drums of war were beating, and the sound of thump could be heard clearly even outside, and Bert's blood control technique failed immediately. Die. Charlie got up and roared, ready to pounce on Bert, when his feet suddenly froze and fell to the ground with a thud. It was Winter Soldier who shot. When he saw Charlie look over, he shrugged and said, I'm sorry, I'm from Earth. So it is, no wonder people on Earth know everything. Charlie smashed the ice with a reflexive punch, then got up and charged toward the Winter Soldier like a ferocious monster. Even in death, he would kill this traitor. Bert waved, and Charlie disappeared immediately. Then, he said to Winter Soldier and Steve, I won't disturb you two-in-laws. By the way, don't kill the Ravagers on the ground. They're still useful. Get out. Steve laughed and scolded, but Winter Soldier was a little cautious. He said, Blood God, be careful, that Charlie is very strong, probably only a little worse than the Hulk. You should be talking about the Hulk a year ago. The Hulk now is much stronger. Bert smiled and disappeared. Steve walked over to the Winter Soldier, hammered his chest, and said with a smile, how's it going? How many alien beauties have you soaked in? Winter Soldier laughed, I think it should be 3 digits. You have such a good appetite. Steve laughed. The two old friends who reunited after a long absence chatted happily. In mirror space, Bert enjoyed the battle below while eating popcorn. Elektra vs Charlie. Elektra has been hiding in the shadow of Bert, and Bert will take her with him when he teleports. Charlie is very strong. After he activated his ability, he can break a hill with one punch. Unfortunately, Elektra is stronger than him. He saw Elektra flickering around Charlie like a ghost, and the sword in her hand slashed again, leaving a wound on Charlie every time. Charlie was furious and kept roaring, but no matter how he attacked, he couldn't hit Elektra and became a complete target. The soul of the extraordinary dragon has improved Elektra's strength a lot. Bert nodded with satisfaction, as he knew, Elektra hasn't transformed yet. At this moment, Charlie found Bert. He directly abandoned Elektra, and rushed over like a giant beast. Elektra was about to give Charlie a fatal blow from behind when Bert put down the popcorn and said, no, he's still useful for me, so keep him alive. Yes, Blood God. Elektra withdrew, and Bert stretched out his hand, and the blood on Charlie's body gushed out from his wound, turning into a blood ball in the air. Although Charlie was hit hard, he didn't fall. Instead, his aura became stronger. He roared and rushed forward desperately, fully explaining what a berserker is. Bert pushed his hand, and the space in front of Charlie quickly retreated. No matter how much he ran, he couldn't get close to Bert and even got further and further away, which made Charlie almost explode with anger. Bert opened his mouth, and the blood in the sky turned into a drop of blood and flew into his mouth. He closed his eyes to analyze for a while, and a drop of blood popped out toward Charlie. Seeing the blood flying, Charlie instinctively wanted to avoid it, but the blood suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it dripped onto his forehead and quickly penetrated his skin. No matter what method you use, I will not surrender. Charlie stopped and roared angrily. The next moment, he suddenly felt a long-lost consummation and almost burst into tears. Charlie got down on his knees and shouted, I finally found you. I've been looking for so long, I finally found you. The feelings are a little rich. Bert blinked and said, get up. Charlie stood up and said respectfully, thank you, master. Although it's not the first time she has seen such a scene, Elektra still felt it was amazing. It is not difficult to kill a person, but it is much more difficult to get the other party to surrender sincerely, and Blood God can do it with a drop of blood. Bert asked, I want to control the Ravager Alliance, is it difficult? Charlie replied, it's very difficult because the Starhawk will stop you. Bert asked, Starhawk? It seems that there is no such person among the 5 leaders, right? When Staker and Aletta merge they become the Starhawk. Charlie said, he is very powerful, can manipulate photon energy, and is a real master. Master. Bert narrowed his eyes, thought about it and asked Charlie to project the appearance of Staker and Aletta. Charlie did as he told. Bert looked at the 2 familiar faces, and was a little speechless, Sylvester Stallone and Michelle Yeoh, the 2 from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. It turns out that these 2 cameo roles are so good. Bert said, well, you and Fury join forces to expand your strength first, and the matter of the Ravager Alliance will be discussed later. Charlie nodded, yes, master. Bert thought of something and explained, you are working with Fury. Don't let him take care of logistics. That guy is a super corrupt criminal. Charlie was puzzled. Corruption? He did a good job. Many people praised him. That is why he's scary. He will sell you and make you count the money for him. Bert said, okay, wait a minute, I will turn those Ravagers outside into my own. Charlie said sincerely, it's their honor. Bert waved and took Charlie back to the fighter plane. Bucky and Steve were still chatting hotly. Seeing Charlie coming out, both of them were a little wary. Don't worry. Bert made a move, and a drop of blood flew out from the Ravagers. After he swallowed it, he returned a drop of blood to the Ravagers. Steve, we should go back. After doing this, Bert said, Bucky, tell Fury that Charlie is my subordinate, and also, tell him not to be greedy for Charlie's money because Charlie's money is my money. It's useless to say, that guy's obsession with corruption is carved into his bones. Bucky shrugged and asked, you really have Charlie under control? Charlie said frantically, Master is everything to me. It seems to be completely under control. Bucky sighed, Blood God, you are getting more and more terrifying. It should be said, getting stronger and stronger. Bert smiled slightly, opened the portal, and walked in with Steve. Charlie respectfully watched Bert leave. Then, he woke the Ravagers and said, continue to escape. After returning, we will work hard to strengthen the pirate group for the Master. Everything is for the Master. The Ravagers shouted frantically, and the Winter Soldier was dumbfounded. Blood God was more than scary, it is frightening. In Bloodship, Bert asked Steve to finish, while he stood in front of the window and watched the battle outside. I finally understand why Thanos is so worried about the Earth. You are progressing too fast. Gamera walked to Bert and sighed, the plan of Thanos was made a year ago. At that time, you were not the opponents of the Ravagers. As a result, in just 1 year, the Ravagers were beaten by you. After a pause, Gamera said, if this goes on like this, Thanos really can only destroy the Earth. With me here, he can't destroy it. Bert said, Gamera, what are your plans next? Thanos asked me to assist Ronan. Gamera hesitated and said, they seem to have discovered another Infinity Stone. Power Stone. Bert's eyes flickered slightly, and he asked, will Thanos find out about your tipping off? No, I'm prepared. As long as I go back on time, no one will find anything. Gamera said solemnly, Blood God, please keep the Space Stone safe, it is related to the life and death of half of the life in the universe. Bert smiled confidently, don't worry, no one can take the Space Stone from me unless I die. I was not at all relieved before I met you, but now, I am very relieved. Gamera nodded and said, Blood God, I'm leaving, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm also very happy to meet you, but don't rush away, I want to know more about Thanos. Bert laughed, Gamera is a good woman, she does things quickly and without any hesitation, but unfortunately, her skin is green. Bert found that he didn't seem to have the same appetite as Star-Lord and Tony. In the comics, Tony had an affair with Gamera. I will tell you all the information about Thanos. Gamera nodded and told Bert all the information she knew one by one. Bert carefully listened, as he knew that the world's tyrant must be stronger than in the movie. At the same time as Gamera introduced Thanos, the battle was coming to an end, and there was no doubt that the Earth Federation won a significant victory. Destroyed 2 main ships and captured 3 main ships, 2 intact and 1 broken. At the same time, countless Ravagers were annihilated and captured, and only a few Ravagers escaped under the leadership of Charlie. Looking at the debris and corpses in space, Steve took a deep breath and shouted, we won. The communication channel resounded with cheers from everyone, long live the Earth Federation. Bert smiled and said, quickly clean up the battlefield, maybe other Ravagers and bounty hunters will come. During this time, we can't be careless. Okay, Steve nodded. At this time, he seemed to have received several secret communications, smiled bitterly, and asked Bert, Bert, how should the spoils be distributed? This time I didn't make any move, so the spoils will be all yours. Bert smiled and said, as he had already got the best trophy, and that was Charlie's power. In time, the entire League of Ravagers will be his. If you don't want it, there will be some wrangling. Steve smiled bitterly and said, 3 main ships, a lot of fighters, those countries will break their heads. Then let them grab it, it's none of my business anyway. Bert laughed. Gamera couldn't help but glance at Bert. This blood god seems to be a little unscrupulous. At the edge of the solar system, Rocket and the party had already left. At the same time, the battlefield is cleaned up. However, the battle for the spoils is not over yet. Earth is about to have another fight. A complete main ship, which country doesn't want? Compared to my blood ship, those main ships are rubbish. Bert shook his head, sensed his projection on Camartage, and asked, is there any discovery over there in London? The projection replied, no, it should be because the time has not yet come. Bert asked again, when will the convergence begin? I can't tell exactly what day it will be, but it will be about 2.5 months later, in June. The projection said, if you want to go to Xandar, just go, you can come back at any time anyway, and I will help you watch over. I don't want Ravagers and bounty hunters to get involved in the convergence thing. Bert said, 2.5 months should be enough time, you should keep an eye on it. Projection nodded, okay. After contacting the projection, Bert called Tony and Steve over and said, there is a very powerful planet in the galaxy called Xandar, and I plan to go there with the Space Stone. Tony was puzzled, the Ravagers have been defeated by us, why are you leaving? On the one hand, it's to avoid a steady stream of trouble. Bert said, on the other hand, it's for business. Tony and Steve were stunned, doing business. Yes, business, I want to make enough money to buy the low and medium level technologies that the Earth lacks. Bert nodded and said, in this way, Earth can enter the interstellar age at the fastest speed. Tony and Steve's eyes lit up, and Tony said, Bert, I have to say, you are a genius, but what have you planned about business? Aliens don't like the things from our Earth, right? Don't worry, I have already thought of a profitable business. Bert continued, in short, I'll leave first, you guys keep an eye on the edge of the solar system, and when there are fewer Ravagers, you will transfer most of your troops back to Earth. If nothing else happens, the convergence will start in June. No wonder you're in such a hurry to settle this, Bert. Tony suddenly realized, he said, no problem, we have enough strength to take care of both sides after capturing so much loot. Steve sighed, don't mention the spoils, Carlson lost most of his hair to distribute those spoils. Aren't you embarrassed to say that? Isn't that your job? Tony complained. Bert smiled, and said, by the way, I want to take the blood ship to do business, but I can't go alone, it has to be imposing. Of course. Tony agreed with it, he thought about it, and said, how about letting some countries and major companies send some professionals to go with you? On the one hand, it can enhance the style, on the other hand, to better understand the universe. Bert said, yes, but I only want beautiful women, and they can't be too old. Damn it. Tony and Steve cursed at the same time, you actually want to take the opportunity to pick up girls. The starport of Xandar is the most prosperous in the galaxy. There are a large number of spaceships coming and going every day. However, on this day, the starport was under martial law, and a large number of shuttle fighters surrounded the main fleet hundreds of meters long. Inside the main ship, Bert was sitting in the command room, with a row of human beauties behind him, and opposite to him, on the screen was Lindy, a Xandarian of the Nova Corps. This spaceship is the Kree spaceship, not the Earth spaceship you registered. Wearing a Nova uniform and looking like a human, Lindy, the Xandarian who looked quite arrogant, asked Bert, as far as I know, the people on Earth cannot manufacture spaceships. You're correct, Xandarian. Bert nodded first, and then said, Earthlings can't make spaceships, but they can capture spaceships. This is the spaceship I grabbed from the pursuer, Korath. You defeated, Korath the pursuer. Lindy sneered, you know, I fought against him, and the result was a draw. He doesn't know because I haven't told him yet. Korath walked out and said, Xandarian Lindy, this is my master, blood god Bert from Earth. Korath. Lindy was amazed, aren't you a follower of Ronan? Ronan is not worthy. Korath said frantically, blood god is my master. Korath, you are a wanted criminal, how do I know if you are acting? Lindy said coldly, I don't believe that an Earthling is qualified to be your master. First of all, he's not a wanted criminal. Bert said, according to the truce agreement between your Nova Corps and the Kree Empire, all previous wars will be ignored, so he is not a wanted criminal. Korath added, yes, I am innocent. We didn't pardon Ronan, he is a war lunatic, Lindy said. Bert said, Korath is no longer Ronan's man. Lindy naturally wouldn't believe it easily, she said, this needs to be investigated. You can check slowly. Bert smiled and then said, secondly, the people on Earth are not as weak as you think. I can not only subdue Korath but I can also follow the network signal to your office. Lindy snorted coldly, if you have the ability, then I welcome you to my office as a guest. Then it's better to be respectful than to obey. Bert smiled slightly and appeared directly in Lindy's office, and then both of them were stunned. Bert looked at the table full of snacks and the pair of feet without shoes, couldn't help but touch his nose. Lindy's proud image instantly collapsed in his heart. Lindy was stunned for a moment, then turned off the communication in shame and then put on her shoes as quickly as possible. Then, she said with a straight face, in an office where there are no outsiders, it's normal not to wear shoes, isn't it? Bert nodded and said, yes. Lindy asked again, it's normal to have some snacks in the office to satisfy your hunger while doing heavy work, right? Bert nodded again, that's right, except for being a little sloppy, everything else is fine. In the case of an unknown person who broke into my office rashly, I should kill him on the spot, which is also normal, right? Lindy asked again, her eyes rather dangerous. Bert sat on the sofa, waved a bag of snacks, and said with a smile, yes, the problem is, I didn't break in rashly, I was invited by you. Lindy was speechless because she really invited him, she snorted coldly, who allowed you to eat my snacks? I allowed it. Bert smiled, and before Lindy could get angry, he asked, do you want to know why I can suddenly appear here? Lindy was immediately distracted, why? Bert said, because the space stone is on me. Lindy stood up abruptly and asked in shock, is that rumor true? Is the space stone really on Earth? Bert said, yes, the space stone was indeed on Earth before. Lindy glanced at Bert and asked, do you want to contribute the space stone to our Nova Corps? Or do you want to transfer the disaster to Xandar? Earth can protect the space stone, and it does not need to be contributed to anyone. Bert said, in addition, I came to Xandar to do business, not to divert any misfortune. Lindy sneered, as far as I know, you people on Earth can't even get out of the planet. Bert released a holographic projection and said, when the Ravagers came, they had the same idea as you, and then they all turned into corpses. Looking at the wreckage of the main ship in the holographic projection, Lindy asked incredulously, you defeated the Ravagers? Yes, destroyed 2 ships and captured 3 ships. Bert nodded, swallowed the pastry-like snack, and said, Xandarian Lindy, I'm here to do business, there is no malice, I will solve the trouble of the space stone myself. Lindy was silent for a moment and asked, what business are you going to do in Xandar? Express delivery business. Bert smiled and said, Earth Express. Express delivery business. Lindy made a face like, are you making fun of me? A group of Earthlings, coming to Xandar for express delivery? Lindy said, I'm sorry, but we use drones to deliver couriers in Xandar. I meant a cross-planet express. Bert drew a portal with one hand, and the opposite was his warehouse. He took out a box of top-quality chocolates from it and said, this is our Earth specialty chocolate, you can try it. Lindy asked in shock, chocolate, a specialty of the Earth? Don't tell me, the opposite of that is Earth. Yes, it is Earth, my hometown. Bert closed the portal and said with a smile, as long as I have been to a certain place, I can open the portal to that place, even if it is a cross-planet. It is no problem. Xandarian, what do you think of my business? Is there a future? This business will make you the richest man in Xandar. Lindy said, the premise is that you can keep the space stone on your body. Bert smiled and said plainly but confidently, of course, I can keep it, not to mention the mere Ravagers, even if your Nova Corps wants to snatch it, I can still keep it. Lindy looked at Bert without speaking. Bert looked at her without giving up, and after a while, Lindy said, I will open a pass for you. Your safety in Xandar will be guaranteed by Nova Corps, but when you leave Xandar, you are responsible for everything. No problem. By the way, are there any preferential policies? Bert smiled and said, my Earth Express will soon become your Xandar's leading company and a big taxpayer. Let's see if you live until then we'll talk about it. Lindy snorted coldly and said, okay, this gentleman, you can leave now. Bert stood up and asked, the last question, can I invite you to dinner? Take me out to eat. Lindy was stunned, and then said, wait until I survive, no problem, I'll wait for you at the restaurant. Bert nodded and said, by the way, your shoes are on the wrong foot. Lindy became angry, grabbed a package of snacks, and threw it at Bert. After Bert caught it, he smiled at her and disappeared instantly. Fuck. Lindy gritted her teeth, and after a while, she reacted with a look of astonishment. When did she agree to eat with him? On Blood Ship, Bert, who just returned, said to Korath, Korath, go through the formalities. Yes, Blood God. Korath nodded and took a few people to go through the formalities. Bert thought for a while and said to Crystal, Crystal, you take a group of people with the identity certificate opened by Nova Corps to go to the major planets. Crystal puzzled, go shopping. Yes, I will lodge blood on you. If you have been there, it means that I have been there. Bert said, you rent a warehouse on those planets, the area should be large, and all the express delivery will be sent to those warehouses in the future. Crystal nodded, I understand, we will set off as soon as we get the identification. Be careful, if something happens, call the Blood Ship directly for help, and I'll come over to help right away. Bert said. Crystal gratefully said, thank you Blood God. After finalizing this matter, Bert picked up the communicator and contacted Lilith. Have you purchased the copyright of the movies I wanted you to buy? I've got about 50% of the classic movie rights. Lilith said, I'm dealing with the rest, so it shouldn't be a problem. Bert was a little surprised, so fast. I bought several of those companies. Lilith said blankly, it's a pity that there is an anti-monopoly law, otherwise I would have bought it all. Bert nodded with satisfaction, well done. Lilith asked, Blood God, are you going to show these classic movies to aliens? Well, let them know the information about the Earth and prepare for the future interstellar age. Bert smiled and said, maybe I can make a little money. Of course, it's not that simple. Many movies have to be remade. Lilith asked, then you can take the opportunity to pick up girls, right? Bert asked angrily, am I that kind of person? Yes. Lilith answered with great certainty, and Bert laughed, you know me very well, remember to find some directors for me. Lilith nodded, okay. I wonder if Earth's movies will sell well in Xandar. Bert thought to himself. Hello, we are Earth Express, if you need anything, please come to us. In the capital of Xandar, a group of earthly models wearing miniskirts distributed flyers to passersby. The people of Xandar were very surprised. Do people still use such a backward advertising method these days? Express? Let me see. A Xandar man took the flyer and glanced at it, almost scared to death. Send a courier with 500,000 units to start? Why don't you go rob it? $500,000 is enough to buy a small spaceship. Our boss said that robbery does not make more money than express delivery. A model from the Earth said with a smile, Sir, our Earth Express can guarantee delivery across planets within 10 seconds. The Xandars sneered, delivery across planets in 10 seconds? How is that possible? You guys are falsely advertising. I want to expose you to Nova Corps. It's possible because our boss has Space Stone. Don't you know what a Space Stone is? It's okay, I'll give you a detailed introduction. After listening to the detailed introduction of the beauty of Earth, the Xandar man was stunned. He shook his head and said, even if it is true, I can't afford it. Model answered, it doesn't matter, I believe that you will be able to send it in the future. The service attitude is really good. The Xandar man sighed and then left without looking back. The model didn't care, she said so much was just to promote the Space Stone. As for the real customers of Earth Express, those are rich people, big companies, and the military. The Space Stone is in Xandar, is it true or not? In the main ship of the Thunder Pirates, the Thunder Captain who was planning to go to Earth asked in astonishment, didn't you say it was on Earth? Boss, you are out of date, all the advertisements have been published, and the whole galaxy knows about it. The adjutant opened a tablet, and an Earth beauty appeared on it, and said in the language of Xandar, Earth Express, delivery across planets within 10 seconds. Thunder was stunned, which genius came up with the idea of using Space Stone to deliver couriers? Is Space Stones used like this? One delivery starts at 500,000 units, which is much faster than what we can earn from robbery. One of his subordinates sighed, and everyone nodded. It is indeed faster than a robbery. 500,000 in 10 seconds. How much can you earn that day? I'm afraid it will only take a few years to become the richest man in Xandar, right? Someone shouted to Thunder, boss, after we grab the space stone, can we also deliver couriers? Can it be a bit promising? Although it is indeed very profitable to express delivery, although this can make me the richest man, the richest man. Thunder gritted his teeth and said, change the course, let's go to Xandar to grab the space stone, and then deliver couriers. The Ravagers cheered, grab the stones and deliver couriers. The adjutant hurriedly said, boss, calm down, be calm, we can't beat Nova Corps. That's true. Thunder frowned, thought for a while, and said, collect the money and let the Earth Express deliver something to Rainbow Star. Then, we will kill the Earthman who delivered the Express and grab the space stone. The Ravagers cheered again, good idea, long live the boss. Is he not afraid of death? Lindy frowned as she looked at the advertisement. With such a high profile, not only would the Ravagers attack him, but Xandar's executives would also have some idea. It's a dead end. Lindy's adjutant whispered, Xandarian, instead of taking advantage of those Ravagers. What are you talking about? How could we Nova Corps do such a thing? Lindy drank, then said, keep an eye on him, if his space stone is stolen, we will immediately help him get it back. The adjutant was stunned, help him get it back. Then forcefully buy the space stone on the grounds that he could not protect it. Lindy said, I will apply to Nova Supreme for 1 billion as a purchase fee. The Xandarian is wise. The adjutant said with admiration, in this way they could get the space stone without damaging the reputation of Nova Corps. After all, it came from a small place, just like the nouveau richer. Lindy shook her head, it seems that she has no chance to have dinner with him. Lindy asked again, by the way, what else did that Earthman do besides deliver couriers? Go shopping with a beautiful woman. The adjutant said, besides, the women he goes out with are different every time. Asshole. Lindy gritted her teeth, she didn't expect this kind of person. You deserved your space gem being taken away. Lindy sighed secretly, it's a pity, those chocolates are delicious. At the door of Earth Express, the adjutant of the Ravager angrily shouted at the staff, didn't you say 500,000? Why did it become 800,000? 500,000 is the minimum price. You want to send it to Rainbow Star, and you also set a time, so you must add money. The staff said with a smile on his face, sir, if you want to send express, please place an order as soon as possible. We will increase the price soon. 800,000 is actually the price during the preferential period. The adjutant scolded, what's the difference between this and robbing? The staff said, yes, this is more efficient and faster than robbing money, and there is no risk at all. The adjutant was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, okay, 800,000 is 800,000, I'll send it. The staff said, a wise choice, please come here to complete the formalities. The adjutant snorted and followed the staff into the shop. His eyes were full of greed. In a few days, the space stone would belong to us. At that time, he would also earn 800,000 units from one order. That person seems to be the adjutant of the Crazy Thunder Pirates. Outside the express delivery point, a passerby pretending to be watching the news flashed his eyes and thought to himself, it seems that the Crazy Thunder Pirates are ready to attack, we must notify the head of the group immediately. In addition to this passerby, there are several spies around. There is no way they are going to give up on the stone. Ravagers, bounty hunters, and even some forces of Xandar, all have the idea of space stone. Although these spies didn't know the adjutant, they all noticed that there was something wrong with the adjutant. Unlike some good people, they secretly took his photo and sent it back to the headquarters. As a result, the plans of the Crazy Thunder Pirates were known one after another. Crazy Thunder Pirates. Bert, who was shopping, also received the news. He said coldly, spread this news through the channels of the dark world. I want to watch a good show. Yes, master. The person who notified him said respectfully he was the leader of a gang in Xandar and wanted to blackmail Bert, but he was controlled by Bert. Even a highly secured planet like Xandar still has a dark side. After explaining this matter, Bert hugged the beauty and continued shopping. He instructed the beauty, don't be too ambitious, try to buy basic technology, and lay a solid foundation first. Thank you, Mr. Wong. She said respectfully, it will cost you money. It's okay, money is easy to come by anyway, spend a few million and get it. Bert smiled indifferently. He is not picking up girls these days, but buying technology for various countries. The promise he made will definitely be fulfilled. Mr. Wong, you are really amazing. These millions are not the currency of the earth, but the universal currency of the universe. There's no way, I'm a man born with great destiny. Bert hugged the beauty and laughed, and the beauty was leaning against Bert's arms. Tomorrow, Rainbow Star. Lindy also got the news, and she immediately said to the adjutant, go to Rainbow Star to set up an ambush immediately, and you will lead the team yourself. In addition, try to save the life of that Earthman, lest others say that we kill people and steal treasures. Clear. The adjutant nodded, but he was very disapproving of it. It would be better for the upstart Earthman to die, and it would save a lot of money. The next day, Lindy was waiting for news from Rainbow Star, but unexpectedly received news that Bert was visiting. Lindy asked, the richest man in the future, why is he so free today? Bert put a box of chocolates on the table and said straight to the point, I'm here today mainly to show you a good show. By the way, let you know that although I am rich, I am not a nouveau riche. Lindy frowned and asked suspiciously, what do you mean? Bert didn't say much. He drew a circle with one hand, the circle flashed with light, and the picture of the Rainbow Star appeared like a TV. In the Rainbow Star warehouse, members of the Crazy Thunder Pirates asked the holographic projection of the courier staff on Earth, why hasn't the courier arrived yet? The staff replied, because the time has not yet come, our boss likes to be on time. After all, he adds hundreds of thousands of units per second. Dead tyrant. The members gritted their teeth secretly and waited for him for a while. Anyway, he will be dead soon. Lindy walked to Bert, looked at the aperture, and asked in astonishment, did you know they set up an ambush in Rainbow Star? Of course I know, Xandarian, the ambush on the Rainbow Star is much more than you think. Bert controlled the magic mirror to look outside, and soon discovered more than a dozen hidden forces. They all had invisible devices, but they couldn't hide from magic. So many. Lindy shouted incredulously. She thought there was only the Crazy Thunder Pirates. Bert said, the Ravagers, Bounty Hunters, some of your forces from Xandar, plus the Nova Corps, today's Rainbow Star, will be very lively. Lindy said, Mr. Wong, Nova Corps is there to help you. I know, so I came to visit you with a present. Bert looked at Lindy with a smile on his face. Lindy felt that he had seen through her. I have a clear conscience. Lindy snorted and asked, what are you going to do with these guys? Nova Corps can cooperate with you. Bert shook his head and said, no, you let them stay outside and don't let others approach. Lindy looked at Bert and said, I know you must have arranged, but don't underestimate them. Ravagers and bounty hunters are not easy to match. Xandarian Lindy, don't underestimate me. Bert smiled. Lindy wanted to say something. In the aperture, the portal appeared out of thin air, getting bigger and bigger. Apart from you, who else can use the portal? Lindy was stunned, and at the same time hurriedly contacted the adjutant, telling them not to do anything and act on the spot. Perhaps. Bert didn't say much and watched the big play quietly. In the Rainbow Star warehouse, another Bert came out. He handed the package to the other party and said, welcome to our Earth Express, we look forward to your next visit. There is no next time, you can stay with me. The members of the Crazy Thunder Pirates gave a grim smile and threw two triangular gravitational devices at Bert's feet. A gravitational field appeared out of nowhere, and Bert was trapped in place. Immediately afterward, dozens of pirates appeared around, and at the same time, they shot at Bert. Before Bert had time to say anything, he was bumped to pieces, and there was only a radiant stone floating in place. At the same time, the portal behind Bert disappeared. Don't you think it's a bit fake? Also, how can the space stone be so bright? Is it a light bulb? Lindy complained, and Bert smiled and said, on Earth, there is an idiom called lust for profit. Space stone. In the warehouse, the breathing of all the pirates became rapid, and they stared at the space stone, eager to grab it in their hands immediately. This stone is worth the wealthiest man. Guard your surroundings. The captain shouted and rushed towards the space stone impatiently. Although the pirates were unwilling, they did not dare to do much. The captain was not a good person. The stone is mine now. Captain excitedly grabbed the space stone. At this moment, the guards outside suddenly screamed. Then, a large number of energy attacks came from outside the warehouse. The pirates were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Damn. Captain Thunder scolded, grabbed the space stone, and wanted to teleport it out. But the space stone didn't respond at all. How does this thing work? Captain was a little mad. As he ran towards the robot, he shouted, counterattack, as long as we get the space stone, we can do whatever we want in the future. Sorry, that's not your space stone, it's mine. With this sound, the warehouse door was blasted open, and a tall figure walked in, which was an exoskeleton war mech. Captain Thunder hid behind the robot and asked angrily, Black Fox pirates? Do you want to rob me? Captain Black Fox smiled disdainfully, and raised his gun to shoot wildly at Captain Thunder. At the same time, the members of the Black Fox pirates rushed in and fought fiercely with the Crazy Thunder. The Crazy Thunder pirates quickly fell behind because of the losses before. Captain Black Fox was complacent when a large number of missiles and explosives were suddenly fired from outside. The two groups of people were startled at the same time and hurriedly fled. The next moment, the warehouse rumbled violently and exploded. The sky shook, and there were flames, air waves, and black smoke everywhere. When the black smoke cleared, the warehouse was razed to the ground, and a large number of Ravagers died tragically. Only Captain Thunder and Captain Black Fox escaped. Who was it? Captain Black Fox opened his tattered mecha and shouted angrily. The next moment, an energy ray fell from the sky. Captain Black Fox widened his eyes and fell to the ground. Captain Quanglei got up and looked around. Feeling extremely hopeless, there were people all around, and there were more than a dozen armed spaceships floating in the sky. These people are not the same force, they are very vigilant against each other, and their expressions are also very puzzled. Why are there so many people? I didn't expect that my Crazy Thunder pirates would be delisted today. Don't you want space stones? Here you go. Captain Thunder laughed miserably and threw the space stone, which had been regarded as a treasure, into the sky, and the flying troops of all forces rushed over immediately. At the same time, the forces of all parties shot at other troops at the same time, and a big melee of thousands of people broke out. The adjutant was stunned. Xandarian, what's the situation? Let them fight. Lindy snorted coldly, and she asked Bert, where are your people? You'll know in a while. Bert said, now, sit down and watch the play together. Okay. Lindy hesitated but did not refuse. She sat next to Bert and watched the battle together. She asked, this surveillance technique is also the ability of the space stone. Bert shook his head, no, this is magic. How can there be magic in this world? Lindy sneered. The smart translator automatically translated magic into the mysterious power that Xandar had ever seen. Just because you haven't seen magic doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Bert raised Lindy's hand in the air and swept it lightly. Lindy's hand had a heart-shaped mark, and he said, within 3 days if you can wash off this magic mark, I will donate 100 million units to your Nova Corps. Magic imprint. Lindy looked contemptuous when she heard the words, and she said, I don't know what kind of technology you have, but with Nova Corps' technology, it's easier to erase this. Just wait and prepare the 100 million units to donate. If you fail, Bert said, how about you accompany me for 7 days? 7 days with you. Lindy frowned, and then sneered, you are proud to use 100 million units to pick up girls. Bert smiled and said, in my heart, you are not comparable to a mere 100 million. You should keep that words for other women. Lindy snorted coldly on the surface. Bert said, I will only say this to a woman who doesn't like to wear shoes. What did you say? Lindy was embarrassed and angry. Bert laughed, opened the box, took out the chocolates and handed it to Lindy, and said, okay, this big show, it's time to end. Lindy took the chocolate and asked in amazement, you don't plan to make a move now? Anyone with a brain knows that we should let them finish fighting before fighting. That way, the deterrent effect will not be enough. Bert snapped his fingers, and the space stone that the Ravagers were fighting for suddenly turned red, reflecting the surroundings full of blood. The Ravagers were stunned. What's the situation? At this moment, the space stone suddenly shot out countless blood-colored threads as thin as hair. Although these threads are thin, their powers were terrifying. Whether they are Ravagers, mechas, or even spaceships in the sky, they are all destroyed. Shot through. That's right, all of them were shot through by the blood-colored threads, and then, their bodies began to shrivel, which was the thread-sucking blood. How can this be? Lindy's mouth was wide open, with a look of disbelief, and her adjutant was also stunned. In an instant, thousands of villains and a dozen spaceships were all eliminated. Bert did not kill these people. He controlled the power of the threads, and the space stone gradually returned to its original state, which was a human little finger. Lindy thought of something, looked at Bert's hand, and found that Bert's left hand was missing a little finger. Lindy swallowed and asked, is that your finger? Congratulations, you're right. Bert raised his left hand and teleported his little finger back. Immediately afterward, a flash of blood flashed, and his palm returned to its original state. Lindy looked at Bert in disbelief. No wonder he has always been so high profile. It turns out that he is qualified to be high profile. Lindy couldn't help but ask, Mr. Wong, how strong are you? Bert smiled, I already told you when we first met. When we first met. Lindy was stunned for a moment, then reacted and asked in shock, can you really fight against the Nova Corps? At the very least, you can't take away my space stone. Bert stood up and said, okay, let your people clean up the battlefield. 3 days later, I will come to invite you to dinner. In addition, please help me to arrange an appointment with Irani Rail. I want to talk to her about Xandar's preferential policies. Okay. Lindy nodded subconsciously, and waited until Bert left before she realized that she was not his secretary, so why should she help him? That bastard. Lindy gritted her teeth, thought for a while, and went to the desk to contact Irani Rail. This matter must be reported to Irani Rail. 3 days later, Bert officially met with Irani Rail. She welcomed Bert personally. She not only specially approved many preferential policies for him but also placed a large number of express orders. Space Stone is too advantageous in transporting troops. At the same time, the ambush battle 3 days ago spread all over the galaxy, and everyone knows that the person from Earth, who has the Space Stone, can become the richest man in Xandar within a few years is very powerful. He is qualified to own the Space Stone. Earth Express officially established a firm foothold in Xandar. A month later, Tanelir Tivan, the collector who knows no realm, placed an order on Earth Express. Bert knew this was an invitation from the other party and readily agreed. Thanos' lair, Sanctuary 2. Thanos asked displeasedly, that is to say, my plan has failed. Yes. Ebony Maw, a member of the Black Order, said respectfully, Blood God is too powerful, and the Ravagers no longer dare to take action. Even if there are those who are not afraid of death, they will only go to Xandar, not Earth. Blood God is growing too fast. Thanos sighed, he had no such strength a year ago. Ebony said, great Thanos, we should get rid of the Blood God as soon as possible. Right now Ronan wants to attack Xandar. I think we can help him. It's not yet time for me to meet him. Thanos shook his head. At this moment, he seemed to hear something, turned his head, and asked, the Dark Elves are about to wake up? Will the Reality Stone appear? Seeing Thanos talking to the air around him, all the people below lowered their heads. In fact, talking to the air is nothing. Thanos occasionally makes some unbearable movements against the air. It's just air. Ebony Maw and the others have secretly checked it many times, and there is no one around Thanos at all. I understand. Thanos stopped after talking for a long time. He thought for a while and said to Ebony, "Ma, the Dark Elves are about to wake up. You go to them, help them attack Earth, and destroy superheroes. In addition, the Reality Stone will appear on the Dark Elves' side. When it's done, bring the Reality Stone back to me." "Yes, great Thanos." Ebony said, "I will never let you down." "Great Thanos." Chitaurus will also join the fight. The leader of the Chitauri hurriedly stepped forward to fight. Only some of the Chitaurus attacked Earth before. Thanos waved his hand and said, "Go, if you fail again this time, don't come back." "Yes, great Thanos." Ebony and the Chitauri resigned at the same time with respectful looks on their faces. Thanos looked at the void, his eyes were extremely hot. The Infinity Stones appeared one after another. He would soon be able to fulfill his dream and restore the balance of the universe to his satisfaction. On Hell, Mephisto was sitting in the dilapidated palace, heaving a sigh of relief. The 9 realms are about to align, and the Lords of Hells had withdrawn their troops and stopped attacking his territory. Damn, such a good opportunity, but I can't think of any way. Mephisto thought of something, clutching his head with a look of pain. If it was him in the past, he would definitely use this opportunity to destroy Blackheart, and maybe, add a little block to the Ancient One. The problem is that he is not the one he used to be, and can't think of any conspiracy. I still have to restore my IQ first. The IQ of Blackheart is too low, what a fool. Mephisto sighed. He was destined to be absent this time when the 9 realms aligned. Earth, United Nations headquarters? Today's topic is the Earth Federation and the Convergence. In the beginning, it went well. Most countries agreed to form the Earth Federation, but when the discussion of specific matters began, the representatives naturally quarreled. They're arguing again, splitting the spoils, and arguing about the formation of the Earth Federation. Steve sighed. He came back specifically for the meeting, but all he heard were quarrels. It's not bad if it doesn't fight. The Earth Federation is impossible to do in a few years. President Ellis was in a good mood. When everyone was arguing, he said, "Mr. Wong originally planned to establish diplomatic relations with Xandar, but he said that if we want to establish diplomatic relations, the planet must be unified, and then we can have the ability to set foot on an alien planet. I suggest that we first form an organization to deal with the aliens. As for the specific matters of the Federation, we will discuss and fill it slowly in the future. There are more and more alien incidents, and it is indeed time to form an organization first." The representatives agreed, and a representative from England asked, "How is this organization to be formed?" President Ellis said, "It's very simple. Find a person of high moral character to represent Earth, and then the World Security Council manages the specific matters." A person of high moral character. All the representatives looked at President Ellis. There is only one person on Earth who can convince all countries. That's right, I'm talking about Mr. Wong. President Ellis didn't talk nonsense, and said bluntly, "I nominate him to be the ambassador of the Earth Federation, with full responsibility for the Earth and extraterrestrial affairs. Earth Federation's ambassador." The representatives thought about it, and after a while, the Russian ambassador said, "Mr. Wong has guarded the world many times and provided a lot of technology for free. We Russia support him. The question is, does Mr. Wong agree to it? He always likes to keep a low profile, and how should this matter be explained to the public? Mr. Wong will agree. What he is doing now is no different from an ambassador." President Ellis said, "In addition, we cannot publish his name so that it will not affect his low profile." The representatives couldn't help laughing. "What do you want to say is to pick up girls?" The representative of France said, "This is okay, let's vote." Okay. The representatives began to vote, and finally, unanimously voted, Bert officially became the ambassador of the Earth Federation. Eric watched with a cold eye. This ambassador had no real power, just a false title so that Bert could handle alien affairs justifiably. The issue of the Earth Federation has come to an end temporarily. Next, Steve will introduce convergence. According to Mr. Wong and Camartage's calculations, there will be a month or so before the convergence begins. At that time, there will be many alien monsters randomly appearing on Earth. A representative asked, "Can't the space be locked?" "Too many, the space can't be locked." Steve replied, "In addition, this time there may be an alien army taking the opportunity to invade." Alien army. Although the representatives were a little surprised, they were not too shocked. After all, this is not the first time that aliens have invaded. More importantly, they have defeated aliens more than once. President Ellis, this time, you have to work hard for the United States. The representative of England chuckled, "If you need help, speak up at any time." All the representatives nodded. Needless to say, the location of the alien invasion must be the United States. President Ellis smiled and said nothing. The next moment, Steve said, "According to calculations, the location of the alien invasion is very likely to be London, England." What? The representative of England was dumbfounded. He hurriedly asked, wait, did you miscalculate? Why is it London? It's not scientific. There is no mistake. According to the calculations of Camartage and the astronomers, the center of the 9 realms alignment is in London. If the alien army wants to use the convergence to make trouble, they will go to London. Steve said sympathetically, "Please prepare for war." The representative of England wanted to swear, did those aliens make a mistake? Why are they not invading the good old United States? What did England do to make them invade here? President Ellis gloated over the misfortune. You all watched with excitement when America was invaded every day. Now it's finally your turn. The representative of England hurriedly said, we need help. Steve comforted, don't worry, the space fleet has gradually withdrawn, and we will deal with this war together. The representative of England was not at ease, and he asked again, will Mr. Wong come back to preside over the overall situation? Steve laughed, of course. That's good. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. With Mr. Wong there, everything was no problem. The representative of England asked, does London need to be evacuated earlier? It's not that far yet, but prepare to evacuate in advance. Steve said, in addition, I suggest announcing the details about the convergence in advance. This time, monsters may appear anywhere, and it will be very dangerous if the public does not know about it. A representative asked, will it cause panic? Steve said, the monster hasn't come yet, so probably not. The representatives asked a lot of questions, Steve answered them one by one, and finally, the countries voted to open up about the convergence to the public. Convergence, once every 5,000 years. There will be alien monsters randomly appearing. Maybe there will be an alien invasion. Invasion on London? Are the aliens lost? America is on the other side. The popularity of the convergence completely overwhelmed the news of the initial establishment of the Earth Federation, and the people were yelling, give a break to the world, so many disasters? In the past, it was okay as it only harmed the United States, but now it is harming the whole world? London citizens even expressed that aliens are not welcome at all, and hoped that they will continue to invade the United States. Earth Federation ambassador has a good reputation. But the question is it too much to ask for a decent salary? Crystal, call the United Nations and ask them to set a salary for me. Bert complained, and Crystal asked inexplicably, Blood God, with your wealth, you don't need such a salary, right? It's not about money, it's just that you can't work for free. If you keep working for free, people will take your contribution for granted. Bert said. At this moment, a red-skinned maid came over and said, hello, Mr. Wong, the master is waiting for you. Lead the way. Bert said, as he is now in no here, and at his feet is the severed head of a celestial. No one knows the origin of this celestial's head. Hundreds of years ago, Collector discovered it and regarded it as his own nest, and sent a large number of miners to dig out the brains, bone marrow, of the celestial's head, and made a lot of money. In Guardians of the Galaxy, this old guy spent 4 billion units to buy the Power Stone. One can imagine how rich he is. At the same time, it is also a paradise for criminals, because there are no rules here. Blood God, I have been meaning to meet you for a long time, and I finally see you. The white-haired collector Tennelier Tavan warmly greeted Bert with peculiar glasses. Bert smiled, and at the same time glanced at the glass jar on the left. There, a former Soviet space dog was locked. The space dog was very excited when he saw Bert, and his eyes were full of hope. Tavan noticed Bert's gaze and said with a smile, this is my proud collection, an earth dog that understands psychic abilities. Bert asked, is it for sale? My collection is not for sale, each of them is unique. Tavan smiled and said, I want to buy good things from you, for example, Space Stone. I can offer you an incredible price. Fortune tellers say that I am born with a great destiny, and I will never be short of money in my life. Bert asked with a smile, is it really not for sale? Tavan answered with great certainty, collectors don't sell their collections. Forget it, Mr. Tavan, why did you invite me to the no here? Bert smiled, the space dog fell on the ground disappointed when Bert gave up, this guy must be from America. I want to see you and give you a piece of advice. Tavan said, Infinity Stones cannot be gathered together. Bert asked with a half smile, is it advice or a warning? It's a warning and advice. The gathering of the Infinity Stones will bring terrifying disasters. Tavan said, 3 Infinity Stones are already the limit of what our elders of the universe can endure. If there are more, we will intervene. Bert didn't answer. He looked at the collection around him and asked, what kind of disaster will the gathering of Infinity Stones bring? Cosmic destruction level catastrophe. Tavan said, we, the elders of the universe, do not want to get involved in the matter of Earth, but we cannot ignore the safety of the universe. Is that so? I took note. Bert said, by the way, I heard that the elders of the universe are immortal, is it true? It's true, immortality is boring, so we elders of the universe will find some special interests. Tavan said, for example, collecting, gambling. I found it too, that's beauty. Bert smiled. He pointed to the duck in the glass jar and asked, what is that? Howard the Duck, a visitor from a different universe, unique in this universe. Tavan smiled and said, Blood God, if you find Infinity Stones again, you can sell them to me, and I will give you a good price. Let's see. Bert smiled and said, Mr. Tavan, thank you for your hospitality, and I am leaving. Tavan said, please walk slowly. Leaving the collection hall, Bert's expression turned cold. Tavan was enthusiastic on the surface, but his words always contained threats. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they might think I'm afraid of him. The elders are immortal, and so am I, Blood God. Then, Bert returned to Xandar. He thought about it, called Natasha, and said, I have a task for you, are you free? Of course. Natasha said excitedly, fighting every day annoys me, I'm not a thug, I'm a secret agent. Okay, let's meet. Bert opened the portal, Natasha came out, and asked, what do you want me to do? It's better to be exciting. I can't touch men recently, I'm bored to death. What kind of bullshit is this? Bert was speechless. He briefly introduced the Nohir, and then said, I want you to join the realm of Nohir and find out information about Tavan and those criminals. Nohir? I like this kind of place. Natasha smiled and said, no problem, leave it to me, I'll make sure it's done properly. Okay. Bert nodded with satisfaction. He asked, I will help you to set up a new identity, what more do you need? A universal translator is needed. Natasha said, in addition, I also need a few Ravager partners. I have never been in the universe before, so it is easy to fall into traps. Bert said, no problem, I caught a lot of Ravagers last time, I will pick out a few for you. Natasha smiled and said, besides, I also need some money, which is certainly not difficult for you. Bert laughed, of course, it's not difficult, I earn tens of millions of units a day. The mighty blood god. Natasha smiled and asked, by the way, can I bring the battle armor? Yes, but unless it is necessary, it cannot be used. The battle armor is a special product of our Earth and is easy to recognize. Bert said, you summon the battle armor. Natasha nodded and summoned the Black Widow armor from the space gate. Bert took out a platinum bracelet and poured space energy into it, and the bracelet glowed faintly. Then, Bert pointed the bracelet at the Black Widow's battle armor, the light flashed, the battle armor disappeared, and at the same time, the light of the bracelet dimmed. Bert handed the bracelet to Natasha and said, Natasha, your battle armor is in this bracelet. As long as you shout the command, the bracelet will release the battle armor. So easy to use. Natasha's eyes lit up and asked, can it be reused? Bert shook his head, no, after using it, I need to recharge it. What a pity, anyway I'll go prepare. Natasha said regretfully. Bert nodded and said, well, when you are in danger, call my name, and I will save you, thanks. Natasha blew a kiss to Bert, turned around, and left with Crystal. She was going to get familiar with the target. Bert smiled, remembering what Natasha had said before, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. In addition to his space magic, there is one thing that is very armorable for superheroes to carry equipment, and that is PIM particles. PIM particles can be used in many fields, such as the space field, or the medical field, which can be described as black technology of black technology. The problem is that the PIM particles in Bert's hands are not obtained in good ways. With Dr. Pym's character, he will not hand over the PIM particles. Hey, wait, in Ant-Man, Dr. Pym's bald apprentice seems to have also researched the PIM particle. Maybe I can do something in this regard. Bert thought silently. At this moment, Crystal came back and said, Blood God, I have arranged everything for Natasha. Very good. Bert nodded, and he said, Crystal, there are many things on Earth, I can't stay in Xandar all the time. After I leave, you will take over the Earth Express. Me. Crystal was stunned, she asked, Blood God, I can't open a portal, how can I take over? Don't worry. Bert raised his hand towards Crystal, and a cloud of blood flew out from the palm and submerged into the crystal's body. Bert said, that blood is a clone of me, but it has no self-awareness and needs you to tell him to do things. Blood God is in my body, will he obey all my orders? Crystal's eyes brightened, and Bert said angrily, don't think wildly, and don't use my avatar to do strange things. Crystal bowed her head a little embarrassedly, and she said, don't worry, Blood God, I will take charge of Earth Express. Well, I'll be back when the convergence matter is resolved. Bert nodded, the 9 realms are about to be aligned, and it is not far away. 2 weeks later, in Nohir, the door of a bar opened, and a hot beauty walked in. A Ravager was about to whistle, but his partner tightly covered his mouth. The partner reminded fearfully, don't, she is the fire spider. The Ravager was shocked, that is the legendary fire spider? A bunch of useless men. Fire spider, that is, Natasha after the disguise, smiled disdainfully. She ordered a glass of wine and collected information while drinking. At this moment, she saw a green figure in a cloak walking into the bar. Gamera. Natasha recognized the other party on first look and suddenly laughed. She had never forgotten the title of the deadliest woman in the galaxy. Natasha thought with great excitement, Gamera, last time I let you escape, this time, let's have a good fight. I want your title. Gamera, who was about to drink, suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She hurriedly looked around but found nothing. Her eyes suddenly froze, and it seemed that she had encountered a top killer. Just in time to have some fun. Gamera sneered secretly. She is never afraid of challenges, because she is the most dangerous woman in the universe. June. In a tavern in Asgard, Darcy, the Earth star who came to Asgard to film the scenes, asked Jane, her long-lost friend, Jane, why do you look unhappy? We haven't seen each other for almost 2 years. I'm very happy to see you. Jane sighed and said, I'm bothered by other things. Darcy asked Gossip, what's the matter? Could it be that Odin, the God King, bullied you again? God King Odin has always disliked Jane, the prospective daughter-in-law. Jane once wrote to Darcy to complain. Jane shook his head, no, Odin is very busy right now. He deploys troops during the day and plays games at night, so he doesn't have time to talk to me at all. Darcy was stunned. Playing games? Dignified God King playing games. Yes, it's the superhero game produced by Oscorp. Jane said with some amusement, he and a group of little girls are fighting Thor dungeons every day, wanting to explode the rare artifact Thor's hammer. Darcy was stunned. He's fighting his son's copy? What the fuck is going on here? I didn't expect that the King of God was like this. I wonder if he will fight his own copy in the future. Darcy shook her head and asked, since Odin didn't bully you, what's bothering you? Jane said weakly, Thor, he has been calling a name in his dreams. What? Did he cheat on you? I knew that macho is unreliable. Darcy said angrily, who did he call? I'll accompany you to beat her. I learned a lot of kung fu for acting. Jane replied, her name is Mjolnir. Mjolnir, what an ugly name, Darcy cursed at first, then reacted with a stunned expression, Mjolnir, his hammer. Yes, his hammer was snatched away, and he sighed every day. I asked him whether I was more important or the hammer. Guess how he answered. Jane gritted her teeth and said, he said, two are equally important. I am a renowned scientist, but it is as important as a broken hammer? To make matters worse, I suspect he was just comforting me. At least he never called me by my name in my dreams. Darcy said, that is to say, you are not as important as a broken hammer. Jane glared at Darcy, what nonsense. All right. Darcy smiled and said, Jane, come back to Earth with me. You are too nice to men, but men don't know how to cherish you. Back to Earth. Jane's eyes lit up and said, that is a good idea. I've been out for a long time. I want to go back and receive a few Nobel Prizes. Darcy complained, is it possible to win the Nobel Prize as you want? With my research results, won't it be easy to win the Nobel Prize? Let's go back to Earth. Jane said excitedly, as for that Thor, let him go with the hammer. Yay, let's go back to Earth. Darcy laughed and stopped filming, taking Jane to escape Asgard. Heimdall didn't stop them. He didn't bother to take care of Odin's housework. Besides, Thor did need some stimulation. After practicing for a few months, it was still electric sparks. Even he couldn't stand it. After returning to Earth, Darcy and Jane wandered the streets of Paris for a few days and then went to London to meet Dr. Selvig to catch up. Dr. Selvig was overjoyed when he saw the two girls. He ignored Darcy and said to Jane, Jane, hurry up and help me calculate the data. I have analyzed it many times, but it is not correct. What data? Data gathered by 9 realms. Jane asked excitedly. Darcy patted her forehead speechlessly. She is really a working woman. I didn't see you so excited when we went shopping the other day. Yes, London is the central point of the convergence. Now it is getting closer and closer to the time of convergence. According to my calculations, there will be a spatial singularity in London. Dr. Selvig nodded and said, once we find this singularity, we can calculate the specific time when the 9 realms converged. Having said this, Dr. Selvig couldn't help but sigh and said, unfortunately, I haven't been able to figure out where it is, and I have gone to several places. That's because you got it wrong. Jane pointed to the data and said, Dr. Selvig suddenly realized, and reanalyzed with Jane. It didn't take long for the two to calculate a new location. It's probably there, we'll investigate right away. Dr. Selvig immediately took Jane to drive. Darcy shook her head and helplessly followed. In the car, Darcy looked out and asked in surprise, why are there so many people in London? Didn't the SWORD Bureau ask them to evacuate as soon as possible? Many people are reluctant to leave. After all, the aliens haven't appeared yet. Dr. Savig said, there are still people who don't believe the inference of the SWORD. They say that aliens will only invade America, not England. Darcy shook her head. SWORD Bureau is Mr. Wong's company. How could it be possible to publish fake news? That's right. Dr. Selvig smiled, and soon, the three of them came to an abandoned building. There are strong spatial fluctuations here. Jane looked at the instrument in her hand and said impatiently, let's go in and have a look. Dr. Selvig hurriedly grabbed Jane and said, wait, there is still something to do. Jane asked in astonishment, what's the matter? Dr. Selvig raised his hand, clicked on the red button on his watch, and said, Mr. Wong explained that before exploring, we must press the red switch on the watch. Jane was puzzled. Why? I do not know either. Dr. Selvig shrugged. He was about to say something, but at this moment, the surrounding space suddenly became very chaotic. A group of birds that were flying in the sky suddenly came out from behind the three of them, startling them. This is the spatial singularity. Dr. Selvig turned his head excitedly and shouted at Jane, only to find that Jane was gone. Simple. Discovering that he had lost Jane, Dr. Selvig was in a hurry. He was about to call Bert when Bert suddenly appeared beside him. Dr. Selvig was not paying attention after pressing the button on the watch. Jane came back and entered the sealed land. What is this, destiny? It hasn't changed even after I interfered? Bert narrowed his eyes to sense the fluctuations in space. During this time, he had been helping Tony and Dr. Reed make a replica of the Bifrost Bridge, so he didn't notice Jane's return. This is his real body, and the projection is on Camartage. Mr. Wong. Seeing Bert appearing, Darcy and Dr. Selvig shouted hurriedly. Bert waved his hand and said, you wait outside, don't act rashly, I'll go in and take a look. After finishing speaking, Bert turned into a streak of blood and flew into the abandoned apartment, then rushed straight towards the corner. The corner contains a space node. As soon as Bert flew there, he was teleported to the dark and sealed land, just in time to see Jane reaching out to the red-lighted strange vault. Bert immediately raised his hand and made a pulling gesture. Jane flew towards him uncontrollably and was caught by him. Jane was startled at first, then recognized Bert and shouted in surprise, Mr. Wong, it's great that you are here. Where is this place? Not a good place. You stay here, I'll explain everything later. Bert said and strode to the front of the vault. Then, he put his hand on it. The vault glowed red, and a red liquid-like substance slowly flew out. Ether. Bert thought that the ether would rush into his body, but contrary to his expectations, ether did not choose him but flew towards Jane's position. What the hell, this thing chooses its master. Bert snorted coldly, pushed through the air, and separated Jane from the ether with a space wall. Ether seemed to be a little angry and hovered in the air. Bert put his hands together, and a small space appeared out of thin air, squeezed towards the ether. The ether turned into an arrow, penetrated the space wall, and escaped. Immediately afterward, the ether started to disappear gradually. Bert took out the tesseract, turned it into a space cage, and locked it towards the remaining ether. The tesseract is locked, and the remaining half of the ether will not continue to disappear immediately. It seems to know the power of the space stone, and it stays in it quietly without resisting. What happened? Why didn't the ether choose me? Also, why did it suddenly disappear? Bert frowned. He thought for a while, put away the tesseract, and said to Jane, who looked puzzled, "Let's go out first." Okay. Jane nodded. This place was too depressing. She didn't want to stay there any longer. Then, Bert took Jane out of the sealed land and returned to the outside world. Dr. Selvig and Darcy were relieved to see that they were safe and sound. The two were about to ask something when a colorful beam of light fell from the sky, and then Thor rushed out and shouted nervously, "Bert, what happened? Why can't Heimdall see Jane?" Before Bert spoke, Jane asked angrily, "Why are you so nervous now? I've been back on Earth for so many days, why are you coming to me now? You didn't even know that I left." Thor looked confused. He asked, "Why should I look for you before? Didn't you come back to Earth for a few days to have fun? Do you think I came back to Earth to play for a few days?" Jane collapsed, and Thor didn't even know that she was angry, let alone that she ran away from Asgard. Jane wanted to say something else. Bert said, "You children can talk about your matters after a while. Thor, let's go back to Asgard. I want to see Odin." Thor immediately asked, "Bert, what happened?" "A major event." Bert didn't say much. He called Steve and told him what happened just now. Then, he opened the portal and the people from the SWORD Bureau came out. Bert ordered, "Block this place, and no one is allowed to approach." Dr. Selvig, Jane, you immediately calculate the specific time when the 9 realms will converge. Okay. Dr. Selvig and Jane nodded at the same time. Although Jane was a little temperamental, she still knew the importance of the matter. Heimdall. After dealing with this, Bert shouted to the sky, and a colorful light fell, bringing him and Thor back to Asgard. Bifrost Bridge, Bert said to Heimdall, "Heimdall, the Dark Elves have awakened, beware of all those who enter Asgard, the Dark Elves may send cursed soldiers to infiltrate." Heimdall's golden pupils flashed, and he said confidently, "No enemy can enter Asgard under my eyes." "I hope so." Bert did not talk much and went to see Odin with Thor. In the splendid palace, Odin asked in shock, "Ether reappeared? How is that possible?" Bert summoned the tesseract, pointed at the ether inside and said, "Nothing is impossible, the ether has really reappeared. Half of them were intercepted by me, and the other half disappeared suddenly. I doubt it is related to the Dark Elves." Dark Elves got half of ether. Odin's face was very solemn, and he shouted, "Pass the order and enter the state of combat immediately." "Yes, Alfather." The guards immediately went out to give orders. During this time, Odin transferred a lot of troops back. Thor said enthusiastically, "What about the Dark Elves?" "Father, return the hammer to me, and I will lead the army to destroy them." "You just want your hammer, right?" Odin snorted coldly, "Unless you can summon lightning, I will never give you the hammer. Now go out and settle the army, the god of sparks." Bert couldn't help laughing. Thor said angrily, "God of sparks? Odin, you despise me so much. I'm your father, what's wrong with despising you? Go out." Odin said impatiently. Thor turned and left angrily. Bert smiled and said, "God King, I feel that you are much younger and more lively. After hanging out with a group of little girls for a long time, I naturally became young." Odin chuckled, and he said, "By the way, can you change the drop rate? Little Hela and I have finished the Thor dungeon hundreds of times, and it hasn't dropped the hammer." Bert was speechless. This old guy wants to cheat? He said, "It won't be fun if you cheat. Let's get back to the point. God King, why does ether resist me?" "The ether resists you." Odin thought for a while and said, "It may be that the ether is afraid that you will swallow it." Bert puzzled, "What? You are devouring the space stone." Odin looked at Bert and said, "When you finish swallowing, the space stone will disappear from this world forever. I'm just absorbing its energy. It's no different from devouring it." Bert shook his head and asked, "That is to say, apart from space stone, I can't have other infinity stones?" "It is already a great blessing for a person to own an infinity stone." Odin said, "Take the ether and follow me to the treasure house." Bert complained, "That treasure trove full of fake items." Odin glared at Bert, and he said, "I haven't settled this matter with you? It is stated in the game that most of my treasures are fake and useless items." "I didn't say that." Bert shrugged and followed Odin to the treasure trove. Odin's goal was the Infinity Gauntlet, the fake Infinity Gauntlet. Facing Bert's teasing eyes, Odin said, "I once wanted to collect the Infinity Stones to unify the universe, so I asked the Dwarf King to build the Infinity Gauntlet. Later, I gave up and the Infinity Gauntlet was shelved. To be precise, this is not a fake Infinity Gauntlet, but an unfinished Infinity Gauntlet." Bert asked, "What's the difference with the finished version?" "The full version of Infinity Gauntlet can control all Infinity Stones. This one, it is estimated that it can only control 1 or 2 infinity stones. Odin put on the gauntlet on his left hand, motioning to Bert to let go of the ether, but Bert did not do so. He said, Odin, this ether is mine. Odin asked with a dark face, what do you want? Bert said without hesitation, eternal flame. Odin hesitated and said, half of it. Deal. Bert nodded and released the ether. Odin activated the fake infinity gauntlet, and the ether was automatically absorbed into the hole where the ring finger was and turned into a half-stone. Only half, barely usable. Odin said, the ether can modify reality, and in a sense, it is the most powerful infinity stone. Bert asked, is there a price to pay? Yes, every use requires sacrifice, that is the reality stone. Odin nodded, and he said decisively, this stone came at the right time, I will use my life to protect Asgard and those stupid children. I think you aliens have stiff heads and don't know how to use reality stone at all. Bert couldn't help shaking his head. When he watched Thor 2, he complained, that featherless chicken. No, Malekith attacked with ether directly. What do you mean? Odin said fiercely, do you want to fight? If you're not little Hela's biological father, I wouldn't bother to care about you. Bert snorted and said, don't you have excess divine power? Wouldn't it be better to use your divine power as a sacrifice? This will not only stimulate the reality stone, but also allow you to live a few more years, and even restore most of your combat power. Can it be used like this? Odin was stunned, he thought for a while, and said, in exchange for some of my divine power, little Hela's attack on Thor's dungeon tonight will drop the hammer. Reality stone flashed, and the modification of reality was completed. Bert was speechless, you used your divine power to modify that. It doesn't matter. Odin laughed, getting along with those little girls made him a lot happier. He said, it feels a lot easier, this way is easy to use, but unfortunately the reality stone is not complete. The price for each sacrifice is doubled, and your game is as black-hearted as you. Hey, you are familiar with me, if you talk nonsense again, I will sue you for slander. Bert said angrily, prepare for war, the Dark Elves are probably coming soon. It's just a group of idiots, what's there to be afraid of? Odin said arrogantly, holding the infinity gauntlet, and Bert rolled his eyes and said, you are indeed Thor's father. Let's not talk about this, I want to talk to you about Loki. Loki. Odin frowned and asked, what do you want to do? Bert said, just in case. Let's move backward a little bit. At the same moment when the ether appeared, somewhere hidden in the universe, the remnants of the Dark Elves woke up inside their ship, Ark. 5,000 years ago, the Dark Elves were going to use ether to turn the universe into a dark world without light when the 9 realms converged. But they were defeated by the Asgardian army led by Odin's father, Bor, and the ether was taken away and sealed. The Dark Elves' leader Malekith led the remnants to escape. They hid on the edge of the universe, waiting for the next convergence, which is now. Malekith said slowly to his lieutenant Algrim, the convergence is about to begin, and the ether has awakened us. Algrim clenched his fists and said with hatred, it's time for Asgard to pay the price. That's right. Malekith nodded. He was about to say something when his face suddenly brightened and he said, ether is calling me, and it wants me to sacrifice my life to summon it. Algrim shouted very excitedly, we are destined. I sacrifice the lives of 100 Dark Elves in exchange for the presence of ether before me. Malekith did not hesitate and immediately offered sacrifices. The 100 Dark Elf soldiers who had just woken up on the spaceship were turned into ashes. Immediately afterward, ether appeared in front of Malekith out of thin air. Malekith was overjoyed at first, then frowned and asked, why only half? Algrim was stunned, half. Yes, half, something's not right. Malekith absorbed the ether into his body, he sensed it for a while, and said, I can't sense where the other half is. Asgard must have done something. Algrim said, Malekith, we have to get the rest of the ether back. Of course. Malekith thought for a while, turned to look at Algrim, and said, Algrim, I want to sacrifice you. Algrim was stunned for a moment, then knelt on one knee and said, I am willing to become the cursed. Okay, you infiltrate Asgard and destroy the shield. Malekith nodded and said, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, it's useless, Asgard is prepared, you can't hide from them. Who? Malekith and Algrim were startled at the same time, and at this moment, a figure shriveled like a corpse came out of the shadows and said, I am Ebony Maw, under the command of the Great Titan. Malekith asked the soldiers in a deep voice, how do you know we are here and what do you want? Ebony said, I am here to cooperate with you to destroy Earth and destroy Asgard. Algrim stood up and said disdainfully, what qualifications do you have to cooperate with us? Have an army of Chitaurus. Ebony glanced at Algrim and said lightly, in addition, I also recruited frost giants and fire giants, and they will send their troops to attack Asgard with us. Malekith and Algrim were both surprised when they heard the words. Malekith said, very good, let's work together to destroy Asgard. Ebony reminded, and Earth, that is my main goal. Earthlings are just a group of natives, not worth mentioning at all. Malekith was very disdainful of Earth. He asked, Ebony, tell me about Asgard's current situation. Okay. Ebony briefly explained the situation in Asgard. Asgard is heavily fortified. Malekith frowned, and he said, this is not good news. Asgard's defense is strong, plus their army, even if we join forces, we can't defeat it. Rest assured. Ebony smiled and said, I know a traitor in Asgard, and she'll help us break the shield. Malekith asked, is your traitor reliable? Ebony said confidently, very reliable. By the way, she lacks weapons. I want to borrow something from you? Convergence is about to begin. In a desolate subsidiary space of Camartage, Ancient One sensed something and said slowly, I've been waiting for this a long time. Bert, who was standing beside Ancient One, smiled and said, we have made a lot of preparations for it. In this subsidiary space, Camartage not only arranged a large number of magic circles but also built a long magic wall, which is covered with magic weapons and high-tech energy weapons, which can be described as fully armed. Ancient One concentrated all the loopholes of the Earth in this subsidiary space. If the Hell Demons want to enter Earth, they must break through this place. In other words, this is gonna be the battlefield between Camartage and Hell. It was indeed a long wait. Doom came over and said, I will take this war as my graduation exam. Bert turned his head and asked, have you decided where to go after? Doom said with dangerous eyes, to find Reed, settle some accounts first, and then go back to my hometown. Bert couldn't help but say, actually, if you had gone to Susan earlier, there might have been a chance to have her. Susan never really loved me. Doom shook his head, he said coldly, more importantly, the life of the strong does not need women. Bert complained, are you sure this is not the howling of a single dog? Doom glared at Bert, if it wasn't for his good friendship, he would have blasted him with electricity long ago. Bert shrugged and said, when the Lord of Hell comes, show off your explosion magic. Doom said proudly, do you still need to say this? I will let them know that besides you and Master, as the guardians of the Earth, there is also Dr. Doom. Caecilius snorted coldly on the side but didn't dare to come over. The reason was very simple, he was beaten by Doom some time ago. That's right, Caecilius is no longer Doom's opponent, which made his mentality collapse. I just wanted to fix my hands, why did I come to such a dangerous place? Strange looked at the desolate ground with a dazed expression. In this battle, all formal mages of Camartage had to come, and Strange, under Doom's strict teaching, became an official mage a year ago, because with great power comes great responsibility. Bert's voice came into Strange's ears. Strange smiled wryly, what ability does he have? He is ravaged by Doom every time? Strange didn't know that he was very famous in Camartage. On the one hand, his training speed was super fast, only inferior to Doom. On the other hand, he was the only one who dared to fight against Doom every day. Wait for Doom to go down the mountain, then it'll be the era of Doctor Strange. Bert shook his head. He looked at Dracula who was hiding in the corner looking for something, and shouted angrily, Dracula, what are you looking for? Come and prepare for battle. I'm looking for a place to dig a hole. Dracula said without looking back, I'm going to bury myself. Everyone was speechless, and Bert asked, have you found peace when you buried yourself last time? No, I was dug up by Ancient One the next day and continued to be cannon fodder. Dracula was frustrated, he turned his head and shouted at Bert, Blood God, I am your father-in-law, how can you do this to me? I finally got rid of my identity as cannon fodder, and you brought me back here again. To be cannon fodder again. This is what Lilith meant, she said, let you stand up. Bert said, no idea, what she'll do if you didn't listen. Ancient One laughed but didn't say a word. Dracula was so frightened that he shivered all over, and hurried to Ancient One's side. He said flatteringly, Sorcerer Supreme, to protect the human world, I, Dracula, taking the initiative to come here. As cannon fodder, please use me as much as you want, you're welcome. Everyone was speechless again, this Dracula didn't want to save his face at all. Ancient One smiled and said, don't worry, I won't be polite. Dracula looked sad, I was just being polite, why did you take it seriously? At the same time, in hell, Lucifer looked at the dense army of monsters below, and his heart was surging. This time, they will definitely be able to fulfill their dreams and enter Earth. I can finally destroy humanity. Lucifer clenched his fists fiercely, he waited for this day for too long. At the SWORD headquarters, Steve contacted Bert, Tony, Yvonne, and other important people into the same channel through Kree technology, and then said, Jane and Dr. Selvig have calculated that the 9 realms will converge tomorrow. The core outbreak point will be Greenwich. Forcibly evacuate people from Greenwich and several surrounding areas. Bert in Asgard ordered, Dark Elves have got half of the ether, and they will go to Greenwich. They're already evacuating. In addition, the Lunatic and I will be stationed in Greenwich with the Space Fleet. Tony said, Steve, those monsters that are randomly teleported will be handled by your SWORD. Leave it to us. Steve nodded, and he asked, Bert, is there any problem with Camartage? Sorcerer Supreme has never disappointed people, you don't need to worry at all. Bert said confidently, if there is no accident, Asgard will fight first. Tony, Steve, each of you can come and face the Dark Elves. Okay. Tony and Steve nodded at the same time, as long as the superheroes are here, no one can destroy the Earth. At night, Asgard prison. The third princess of Asgard, Loki, who was lying on the luxurious golden wool carpet, suddenly sensed something, and suddenly smiled evilly, and muttered finally started. Loki got up and walked to the mirror. At this moment, she reacted and smashed the mirror angrily, I am not a woman. Loki took a deep breath and quietly left the prison using the power imparted to her by Ebony. No one noticed because she was invisible. Loki did not escape the prison immediately, she went to the deepest part and looked at another prisoner inside, the charming beauty Lorelei. Sorceress Lorelei, her beauty alone is enough to make men who are not determined to submit to her, and once she speaks, even a determined male will become her servant under her powers. Lorelei has two hobbies, one is to enjoy, and the other is to let men fight for her. The former is nothing, the latter is terrifying, and even a kingdom can be destroyed, so Odin arrested her and locked her here. What a pity, Lorelei, they have even gagged your mouth. Loki walked into the prison and said mockingly. The peerless beauty Lorelei was angry at first, and then looked at Loki in astonishment. How did this guy become a woman? Loki was a little embarrassed and angry. She asked, do you want to take revenge on Asgard, Thor, and Odin with me? Lorelei hesitated, but Loki smiled and said, Lorelei, you can't miss this opportunity. It won't come again. Do you plan to be locked up here for the rest of your life, unable to speak for the rest of your life? Lorelei gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. Loki smiled in satisfaction, and reached out and took off Lorelei's seal mask. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, Loki suddenly felt a little jealous. She is really beautiful and has a super good figure. God is unfair, why am I so flat? I am not a woman. Loki was a little crazy. She found that she was becoming more and more like a woman, and she had to change back as soon as possible, otherwise, she would become a real woman sooner or later. Finally I can talk. Lorelei looked excited. She looked at Loki and said with a smile, this seems to be the first time you have been so close to me. Your perseverance is much worse than Thor's. He's just plain stupid. Loki said, it's not too late, you start to act immediately, I will magnify your ability, and Asgard will soon kneel before you. Loki, you really can talk. Lorelei couldn't help laughing. Loki smiled slightly and cast magic on Lorelei. Lorelei nodded to Loki and couldn't wait to step out of the prison where she had been locked for years. Looking at Lorelei's back, Loki smiled coldly, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Lorelei, how dare you escape from prison? Seeing Lorelei walking out of the prison, the guards were startled and immediately surrounded her with weapons. Are you going to hurt me? Lorelei asked with a sweet smile. The guards' eyes immediately became confused, and after a while, they said in unison, I don't want to. Lorelei asked, then if someone wants to hurt me, will you protect me? The guards said, of course, you are our goddess. Lorelei smiled proudly and said, very good, open all the prisons, and we will attack Asgard. Yes, my goddess. The guards didn't say a word, and immediately opened the energy door of the prison. The prisoners came out one after another and gathered around Lorelei. Asgard has imprisoned us for so long, we must make them pay. Lorelei shouted, and the prisoners waved their fists and roared, let Asgard pay the price. Go. Lorelei nodded in satisfaction and rushed out of the prison with the prisoners and guards, and a riot officially began. What? Prisoner riot. Odin and Bert soon received the news. Bert was stunned, and he shouted to the void, Heimdall, didn't you say you can see everything? It's not the Dark Elves, it's the rebellion that Loki and Lorelei started. Heimdall said, Alfathor be careful, there are a large number of guards who have defected and are attacking the palace. Who is Lorelei? Bert frowned, while Odin's expression changed. As he ran towards the palace gate, he shouted, she is a sorceress who can charm men. A sorceress? I want to see how charming she is. Bert followed with great interest. Soon, the two came to the door and saw the projection of a peerless beauty in the sky. She shouted to the guards, are you going to hurt me? Not willing. The male guard who just rushed out immediately defected and attacked the palace with the rebel army. Loki, Lorelei. Odin's complexion was quite ugly, and 1 + 1 is often not equal to 2. For example, with Lorelei's charm magic and Loki's phantom magic, the two of them have joined forces to bring destruction far beyond imagination. Damn Lorelei. Sif gritted her teeth and hurriedly led a group of female soldiers to resist the attack of the male soldiers. When she saw Odin coming out, she hurriedly shouted, Your Majesty Odin, you can't let the male guards come over, it will only increase the strength of Lorelei. Odin thought of something and hurriedly turned his head to look at Bert. If this man is charmed, the fun will be great. Odin has no confidence in Bert at all, after all, his virtue is well known. At this moment, Bert suddenly shouted in the distance, Beauty, you should shout, do you want to see what I'm wearing under this dress? Is he already under control? Odin was a little wary, and Bert noticed. He said angrily, just kidding, don't be so serious, I'm not Tony. Wait, Tony shouldn't be here, right? Bert asked with a terrified look. Everyone in the channel laughed. Tony said with a dark face, am I that bad? No way. You've been controlled too many times. Well, no kidding, there may be a danger on Asgard's side. Steve, Tony, are you ready to support? Bert shook his head and instructed. Tony and Steve nodded at the same time. Tony said, Space Fleet can leave at any time. Then, Bert said to Odin, Odin, I'll deal with Lorelei, you go to stop Loki. If I guessed correctly, he should go to the control room. You stop Loki, I don't trust you to deal with Lorelei. Odin said, you are not reliable at all when it comes to women. Odin, I can deal with Lorelei in a few minutes, and you, in a few hours. Bert said, don't worry, I won't joke about this kind of thing. Odin glanced at Bert and said, okay, I'll stop Loki. Heimdall, Thor, you both guard the Bifrost Bridge. The Dark Elves may attack any time. Heimdall said with a blank expression, understood, and by the way, Thor has already gone to find Loki. That idiot. Heimdall's words made Odin very impatient. He was just about to leave when Bert waved his hand, and a space portal shrouded him. Odin didn't dodge. The next moment, he and the space portal disappeared at the same time. What age are you from? Still flying over places? Bert sneered and said to Ivan and Barton who were on the Bifrost Bridge, dark elves will appear at any time. You two help Heimdall guard Bifrost Bridge. Clear. Ivan and Barton nodded, and at this moment, Heimdall sensed something, and suddenly jumped high, lying on a large transparent object. The dark elves are here, activate the turret, take off the ships, and shoot them all down. Heimdall shouted while firing against a harrow. The defense forces below immediately did the same. Dozens of artillery turrets fired energy bullets toward the void frantically, and the dark elf harrow was forced to appear one after another. Seeing Asgardians discover them, the Dark Elves' leader Malekith took the initiative to control the main ship to appear, and he shouted, Asgard, it's time for you to pay off your debts, attack, and destroy Asgard. Destroy Asgard. The Dark Elves roared, and harrows rushed forward while shooting violently at the fort and buildings below. Your stealth technology is good, I kinda want it. Ivan put on the magic battle armor, raised the energy cannon, and fired at a harrow. With a bang, the battleship was directly blown out. Other harrows kept shooting at Ivan, who flew into the sky and fought with it. The enemy is getting more advanced. Fortunately, I finally have battle armor. Hawkeye, Barton sighed and put on the Hawkeye battle armor specially made for him. Then, he pulled the longbow on the battle armor, and an energy flame arrow appeared out of thin air. Barton aimed at a harrow battleship, loosened the bowstring, and the energy flame arrow hit the engine of the battleship with great accuracy. Then, the flame arrow rumbled and exploded, and the battleship fell into the river with black smoke coming out. It's the same as before. Hawkeye nodded with satisfaction and continued to shoot arrows. Every arrow hit the target accurately, and the efficiency was extremely high. At this time, Heimdall, who shot down a battleship, returned to the Bifrost Bridge. He held the Guardian's sword on the platform and turned it hard. A golden defensive dome slowly rose from the edge of the city. Malekith turned his head to Ebony and asked, Is your traitor reliable? If the defensive dome is completely raised, we came here for nothing. Ebony said confidently, Don't worry, she will be able to complete the task. The energy core. Loki looked at Thor who fell to the ground and said with a sneer, My brother, in the past 2 years, it seems that you have not only not progressed, but also regressed. By the way, where is your hammer? You won't be abandoned by it again, right? Thor clutched his bleeding abdomen and said angrily, Loki, it's a shame that I pleaded with my father. I didn't expect you to would not change at all. Not only did you collude with the Dark Elves, but you also deceived me with lies and attacked me. You and that bastard blood god turned me into a woman, and you still want me to be better. Loki gritted his teeth and shouted, I'm telling you, if I can't get Asgard, I'd rather destroy it. After finishing speaking, Loki walked towards the energy core, and at this moment, a flash of light, Odin appeared here. He looked at Loki and Thor on the ground, couldn't help sighing, and persuaded, Loki, stop it. Stop? Odin, shouldn't you be yelling at me at this time? Loki mocked in surprise, could it be that you were also turned into a woman by the blood god? Odin said, Loki, is our father-son relationship for thousands of years a fake? I have never regarded you as an outsider. I know you blame me for keeping you hidden from the truth, but that's because I treat you as family and couldn't bear to tell you the truth. Loki was silent for a while, and she said, Odin, you have changed. Unfortunately, I can't turn back. You shouldn't have brought me back to Asgard. Odin said, Loki, surrender, I don't want to fight you. As long as you are willing to change your ways, I will forgive everything. I said, I can't turn back. I don't want to turn back. I am Loki, born to be the king. Loki shook his head. Thor shouted, Loki, you are not our father's opponent. Surrender. My stupid brother, don't you realize that I have been stalling for time? Loki sneered, I've been waiting for you to take the bait, ha ha ha. What? Odin and Thor's expressions changed, and they all looked toward the energy core and found a dark object looming in the orange-yellow energy. Father and brother, please die. Loki bowed to the two of them gracefully and then disappeared. The next moment, the object in the energy core exploded, turning into a black hole and devouring everything around them frantically. The energy in the core collided violently with the black hole, the void became unstable, Odin's complexion changed drastically, and he immediately summoned the Infinity Gauntlet. Boom, the palace where the energy core was located had a violent explosion, the entire Asgard was shaking, and at the same time, the defensive dome that had just been raised quickly dissipated. She made it. Malekith laughed, and he shouted, Attack with all your might and raise Asgard. Raise Asgard. Dark elves roared excitedly, and Ebony smiled slightly and said, You can also go in. Accompanied by the voice of Ebony, the battleship of the Cheetahs slowly emerged, and then, a large number of fire giants and frost giants jumped from the battleship and landed on the land of Asgard. Asgard, here I come. Fire demon, Surtur, wielding a huge twilight sword, roared in the sky, Raise Asgard. The fire giants and the frost giants roared at the same time. They waited too long for this day. Let's move the time back a little bit. After sending Odin away, Bert teleported to the front of Lorelei's real body. Lorelei, who was protected by a group of guards, saw Bert and pulled her clothes. Charmingly smiled and said, Do you want to see what I'm wearing under this dress? Yes, take it off quickly, you will be rewarded. Bert nodded, and at the same time threw a bunch of money at Lorelei. These are not US dollars, but universal currency units, also known as credits. Lorelai frowned. What is this? When did she become a dancer who stripped for money? Hurry up and take it off, isn't this enough? I'll reward you more, I have lots of money. Bert threw a handful of units again. Lorelai finally found out that she had been tricked, and she angrily said, "Why are you not under my control? You are indeed beautiful, but not enough to make me lose my mind." Bert laughed. "Kill him for me." Lorelai pointed at Bert and shouted. The guards immediately rushed towards Bert. Bert smiled and appeared in front of Lorelai in an instant, then raised his hand and touched her face lightly. Without waiting for Lorelai to react, Bert already returned to the position where he came from. Lorelai felt something was wrong and asked angrily, "What did you do? Everyone, hurry up and look at your goddess." Bert ignored Lorelai and shouted to the guards, who subconsciously looked back at Lorelai, and then they all vomited. Not only the guards vomited, but the guards who were attacking the palace vomited too. Ha ha ha, Lorelai. Sif and the other female guards couldn't help laughing when they saw Lorelai's appearance, indescribably happy. "What did you do?" Lorelai shouted in horror, and Bert kindly conjured a mirror and said, "I just used my unrecognizable hands to change your face for you. One of the 10 rings, matter rearranger ring, aka remaker." Lorelai hurriedly looked at the mirror, and when she saw her reflection, she almost fainted on the spot in the mirror. There was a colorful pig head. The pig head is scary enough and colorful, no wonder they all vomited. "What?" Lorelai shouted and covered her face. "It's useless, only I can help you get back to the way you were." Bert shrugged, and then he shouted at the guards, "What are you all still looking at? Why don't you hurry up and protect Asgard?" "Yes." The guards woke up, bowed gratefully to Bert, and headed to the front line to fight under the leadership of Sif. Bert walked up to Lorelai and said, "It's not difficult at all to break your charm. I beg you, help me get back to the way I am." Lorelai begged Bert with a crying voice. Her face is her life. Without this face, she might as well die. Lorelai was born in Asgard and grew up with the magical ability to control the minds of men, bending them to her thrall. Reveling in her powers, Lorelai grew megalomaniacal and caused havoc throughout the 9 realms. "It seems that I am not suitable for educating people. If so, let's make it simple." Bert shook his head and said, "Kneel and submit to me, otherwise, I will never take off that mask, but will also turn you into a man." Lorelai asked in horror, "Turn me into a man? Was it you who turned Loki into a woman?" "Right." Bert said, "Submit or become a man, you decide." "I surrender." Lorelai immediately knelt, and she sneered in her heart, "After all, you are still interested in me. Humph, as long as you are interested in me, you will become my slave sooner or later. No man can escape from my palm." "Very good." Bert put his finger on Lorelai's eyebrows to absorb the blood. Lorelai sensed it but did not dare to resist. Blood with divine power. Bert narrowed his eyes. Yes, Lorelai also has the divine power of the world tree. Many people in Asgard have them, such as Sif, the 3 warriors, and so on. Bert analyzed Lorelai's blood for a while and sent his blood into Lorelai. "What's this?" Lorelai instinctively used divine power to resist. Bert looked at her with a half smile but did not speak. Lorelai felt a chill in her heart. She hesitated, let go of resistance, and Bert's blood melted into her body smoothly. It seems that divine power can resist the blood puppet technique. This magic needs to be upgraded. Bert thought to himself. At this moment, Lorelai suddenly hugged his leg and cried and shouted, "I finally found you. You are my only love. My heart is finally complete." Lorelai's heart has always been very empty because the people around her either coveted her beauty or envied her appearance. Bert almost kicked Lorelai. There was no way. This pig head was disgusting to look at. "Did I self-inflict this?" Bert secretly complained. At this moment, there was a rumbling explosion from the energy core. Then, the spaceship of the Chitauri appeared, and a large number of frost giants and fire giants fell from the sky, and the battle escalated. "Chitauri?" Thanos also got involved. Bert narrowed his eyes, thought for a while, and asked Lorelai, "Does your charm ability work on frost giants and fire giants? How can it be effective if the species difference is so large?" Lorelai lifted the pear and rainy pig-headed face and said helplessly, "The premise of the charm is that the other party will think that I am beautiful. The aesthetics of the frost giant and the flame giant are completely different from those of Asgard." Hesitating for a while, Lorelai continued, "It's a bit possible on the dark elves side. They're not much different from the Asgardians. Then try, just as Loki's magic hasn't disappeared." Bert restored Lorelai's face and said, "Sorceress, go and turn those dark elves into your puppets." "Yes, master." Lorelai agreed without hesitation. Then, she stood up, controlled the projections to the location of the Bifrost Bridge, and shouted, "Dark elves, are you going to hurt me?" The dark elves driving the battleship were stunned for a moment. Some were indifferent, while the others looked at Lorelai obsessively, and shouted, "Goddess, we are willing to do anything for you. After all, these are 2 races, and it is impossible for them all to find her charming. Go, destroy Asgard's enemies." Lorelai shouted. The charmed dark elves did not say a word, and immediately drove the battleship back to the main ship. A large number of heroes were destroyed. Ebony frowned and asked, "Malekith, what's going on? My people are charmed, damn it." Malekith turned his head and shouted at Loki who had just walked in, "Hurry up and put away your broken magic. That's called phantom magic." Loki snorted and cancelled the phantom magic on Lorelai, and all those projections disappeared. Although the projection disappeared, the dark elves did not return to normal. Malekith could only reluctantly destroy them. He hated Lorelei to the extreme. Algrim, I sensed the remaining half of the ether inside the palace, go and bring it back to me. Malekith quietly ordered Algrim, who had already used the Curse Stone to become the Cursed. Algrim silently nodded, jumped off the battleship, and ran quickly towards the palace. Although there is Lorelei setting things right, the situation in Asgard is still not optimistic. After all, there are too many enemies, dark elves, frost giants, fire giants, Chidorus, and their troops that far exceed Asgard. Especially the fire demon Surtur, it is too strong, the 3 warriors of Asgard can't stop it at all, and it led the fire giants to break through. Surtur's destination is Asgard's treasure trove. Once he gets the eternal fire in the treasure trove, Asgard will usher in its end. In the palace, with a flash of light, Odin fled with Thor to the place where Odin slept. As soon as they passed, Odin fell, and Gungnir dropped to the ground with a bang. Father. Thor was shocked and hurriedly picked up Odin and put him in the life capsule. Odin touched Thor's face weakly and said, Thor, Asgard is handed over to you. Remember, you are not the god of hammer, you are Thor, god of thunder. After saying that, Odin tilted his head and fell into a coma. Father. Thor knelt in front of Odin with a thud. He raised his head and roared, hating his incompetence, hating his own stupidity. In the roar, Thor's eyes and hands flashed with lightning and the surrounding area was red and white. Thor looked at the lightning and cried to Odin, Father, I succeeded, I now know how to release lightning. Unfortunately, Odin could no longer answer Thor. Thor wiped his tears, stood up slowly, and said, Father, don't worry, I will never let you down again, and I will definitely protect Asgard. After finishing speaking, Thor turned and left with resolute eyes. At this moment, he finally grew up. After Thor left, Odin suddenly opened his one eye and sat up. He laughed and said, This trick I learned in the TV series was useful. Frigga came over and said dissatisfiedly, You are so proud after pitting your son. It is only right and proper for a father to pit his son. Odin smiled and said, When the 9 realms gather together, I will retire entirely. In the future, Asgard will be handed over to those 2 children. I don't care. I used to manage too much. 2 children. Frigga was taken aback for a moment, and then she asked happily, Have you forgiven Loki? She has always been my child, and I am no longer king. Odin took Frigga's hand and said, I've missed too many things before. For example, I haven't watched the sunrise with you for a long time. Frigga, we won't care about Asgard in the future. While there is still time, let's go and take a good stroll around the universe. Frigga's eyes lit up and she asked, I've been waiting for this day for a long time, but, Odin, can you really let Asgard go? Its current situation is not good. Trust the 2 children, they are not bad, and they have a group of good friends. Odin said, A child will never grow up if he is not trained. I used to protect Thor so well that he was just like Urha. By the way, Urha is a dog on the earth. Frigga patted Odin angrily, What did you say about our son? This is what little Hela said. Odin smiled and said, Let Thor go and hone his powers. If something happens, we'll come back and help him. Okay. Frigga nodded. She thought of something and asked, Odin, what exactly are you planning with Blood God this time? There is no planning, everything is improvised. Odin smiled bitterly and said, During the day, Blood God went to talk to Loki, and he told Loki that as long as Loki stood on Asgard's side next, he would help Loki change back to a man. Frigga asked, Wait, Blood God knew about Loki's plan during the day. He didn't know, he was just in case, maybe Ancient One noticed something. Odin said, Before at the energy core, Loki suddenly asked me with a magic voice transmission, Can I stop the black hole grenade and the big explosion of the energy core? I replied yes. After that, she continued acting as if nothing had happened and then detonated the grenade. If I guessed correctly, she should have gone undercover, that is to say, the blood god persuaded her. Frigga asked, Odin, aren't you afraid that Loki will lie to you? You know, she lies a lot. I believe my child, if she was really mean, Thor would be dead. Odin said, I just took this opportunity to hide. This time it is not only the dark elves but also the crazy titan Thanos. We must leave a few trump cards. Thanos. Frigga was taken aback, then nodded and said, facing him, you really should leave some trump cards. Odin, will Loki be an undercover agent? Will it be dangerous? Don't worry, Blood God gave her a teleporting ring. Besides, Loki is not such an easy person to die, and her survivability far exceeds Thor. Odin smiled and said, Frigga, let's watch the play quietly. Okay. Frigga nodded happily. If Loki could really get better, then she would be completely relieved. Leaving aside the plans of Odin and Frigga for the time being, Thor walked out of the palace and happened to see the fire demon Surtur rushing over with a group of fire giants. Go to hell. Thor jumped high with lightning flashing in his eyes, and then he pressed his hands down, and a huge thunder fell from the sky and slammed into Surtur and the fire giants. Odin. Surtur was shocked and hurriedly avoided it. Thunder bombarded down. Except for him, all the other fire giants were bombarded and killed on the spot. Thor. Seeing Thor appear, Asgard's morale was shaken. Heimdall, Sif, and others were also greatly relieved. Thor finally came, and more importantly, he finally became the real Thor. Damn it, Odin's little brat, die for me. The lightning hit Surtur's chest smoothly but only caused a little damage. Surtur laughed disdainfully, you are much worse than Odin. Mjolnir. Thor opened his hand and shouted. In the blood god manner, Lena, who was about to smash walnuts, found that Thor's hammer was vibrating. She was stunned and let go. A portal appeared out of thin air. This is the magic that Bert added to Mjolnir earlier. Immediately afterward, Mjolnir flew into the portal and landed firmly in Thor's hands. Buddy, you are back, let's fight together. Thor laughed loudly and smashed the Twilight sword with Mjolnir full of thunder. With a bang, lightning and fire sputtered wildly, and even the floor was burned through. Come again. Thor shouted and fought fiercely with Surtur at the gate of the palace. Hammer flew away. Little Hela, who happened to be beside Lena, couldn't help but glance inside the portal. At this sight, she was stunned. The palace opposite looked familiar. Because of the connection of the portal, the power of Asgard spread to Little Hela. Little Hela felt a little cold and shivered. At the same time, a black light flashed in her eyes. That is the power of death. In the sealed land, Hela, who had been in a coma, gradually became stable. Her eyelashes moved, and it seemed that she was about to wake up, but after a while, she fell asleep again. It's not that she can't wake up, it's that she doesn't want to wake up. She is having a beautiful dream, a dream of having a master, friends, sisters, and a perfect childhood. Soon, the portal closed, and Little Hela suddenly woke up. She shook her head and said, it seems that there are no walnuts to eat. Lena, let's go online. I don't believe that Thor's hammer can't be dropped. Roasted duck as a treat, after it drops. Lena asked with blinking eyes, this is why she has been following Little Hela to fight Thor's dungeon. Don't worry, I'll treat you 100 roast ducks. Little Hela laughed and took Lena to the dungeon. Recently, Master was not at home, so she and Mindy were playing like crazy. Leaving aside Little Hela for the time being, while Thor was entangled with Surtur, the cursed Algrim was about to sneak into the palace. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him and said with a smile, I'm sorry, the road ahead is blocked. Algrim looked at him vigilantly, and asked in a deep voice, who are you? He is the next guardian of Earth, Blood God. A voice rang out, and Bert turned his head and found that Ebony was floating in the air. Bert asked, Ebony Ma, it seems that you have also collected a lot of information. Ebony slowly fell, and said to Algrim, go and do your business, leave the Blood God to me. Algrim glanced at Ebony and was about to leave. At this moment, a figure emerged from the shadow behind him out of thin air, and a sword stabbed his back fiercely. Korst reacted immediately, turned around, and threw a fist at Elektra. Elektra did not dodge, and the sword continued to stab the opponent. The next moment, Korst was stabbed, and Elektra was smashed into the air, rolling on the ground for more than 10 meters before stopping. Elektra slowly got up from the ground and looked at Korst with a defiant expression. At the same time, her injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Korst narrowed his eyes and showed his strong self-healing ability. Ebony looked at Elektra in astonishment and asked, what kind of creature is this? A murderous creature. Bert waved his hand and disappeared along with Ebony, and he entered the mirror space. After the two disappeared, Elektra said to the Korst with a grim expression, Blood God told me to kill you. Just you? Korst smiled disdainfully, and the wounds on his body healed quickly. As long as his life did not end, Korst was immortal. I'm enough. Elektra's body quickly swelled and deformed. After a while, a green half-dragon with a height of more than 3 meters and full of power appeared in front of the Korst. Elektra's half-dragon form. Korst was a little surprised, but not afraid. He roared, smashed the ground, and rushed towards Elektra. Elektra grinned and greeted him brazenly. Boom, the two fists collided heavily, and a gust of wind suddenly blew around, and the stone statue around couldn't resist being blown to the ground. The guards secretly swallowed their saliva and quickly retreated. Seeing that the other party was on par with themselves, Half-Dragon and Korst became excited. They shouted, completely ignoring the defense, and attacked each other frantically. In the mirror space, Ebony looked around and said coldly, no wonder your strength has improved so fast, it turns out that Ancient One is helping you. For the strong, use honorific titles. Bert drew a circle with one hand, and 10 space portals appeared out of nowhere, squeezing towards the Ebony Maw. Ebony flew into the sky, and then, he raised and pushed with both hands, and a large amount of the floor flew up and shot towards Bert. Bert circled again, a portal appeared in front of him, and all the floors flew into it and disappeared. Immediately afterward, the floor flew out of the portal behind Ebony and smashed him fiercely. Ebony hurriedly dodged but was hit by a block and fell to the ground with a bang. Because he used the power of his mind to protect his body, Ebony was not injured. He stood up and said with a gloomy face, Blood God, you angered me. What are you? You deserve to say such things. Bert smiled disdainfully and said, Ebony Maw, you will die here today. You think you can kill me? Ebony seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing loudly, and then he flew up, raised his hands, and the surrounding stone statues, decorations, and various sundries all flew into the sky. Why not? Bert sneered. He slashed in the air, turned into a huge long knife, and slashed toward Ebony. Ebony moved sideways to avoid, then, with a wave of his hand, countless debris fell from the sky, attacking Bert like rain. Bert flicked his hands to both sides, the space was directly opened, and all the attacks of the Ebony Maw were invalid. Then, he grabbed his right hand in the air, and the space where the Ebony Maw was quickly approached him. Die. Bert stretched out his left hand, and his 5 fingers shot out like 5 blood-colored spears, piercing the void and Ebony together. I hate space magic. Ebony raised his hand, and the black hole grenade on his waist flew up and exploded in front of him. A small black hole suddenly appeared, and everything around was sucked in. Black holes can be made casually. Isn't this black technology too dark? Bert quickly retracted his 5 fingers. At the same time, a dragon appeared out of thin air behind Ebony, and smashed his claws on Ebony, causing him to fly uncontrollably toward the black hole. Ebony was startled, and without thinking about anything else, he hurriedly summoned the power of the devil. Bert snorted coldly, "You are a believer of a certain devil. It's an elder god, not those low-level demons." Ebony smiled disdainfully. He said, "Blood god, I underestimated you, but today, you will die." Ebony raised his hands toward Bert and the dragon. Both Bert and the dragon felt a huge force restraining them at the same time, unable to move. "Die." Ebony gave a wicked smile, and 4 black hole grenades flew from his waist, shooting toward Bert. Bert and the dragon turned into space phantoms at the same time and rushed out of the mind block of Ebony. Then, Bert pointed at the 4 black hole grenades. The 4 grenades disappeared out of thin air, and when they reappeared, they were already in front of Ebony, about to explode. Ebony hurriedly sealed the 4 black hole grenades with the power of thought, and then he fled to the side at the fastest speed. The next moment, 4 black hole grenades exploded at the same time. A large black hole appeared in the air, and the surrounding things flew toward the black hole crazily. Bert put on his battle armor, teleported to Ebony, and stabbed his spear fiercely. Ebony wanted to control the spear with the power of his mind, but he couldn't because it was just a phantom. At the same time, Bert's real body appeared behind Ebony, and the spear pierced his back. Ebony Maw sensed the huge threat coming from behind and used his telekinetic abilities to block everything behind him, whether it was Bert or the vibranium spear. At that moment, a dragon appeared out of nowhere in front of Ebony. Its eyes were fixed on Ebony. Ebony couldn't help but start to recall his life. He realized something was wrong and shouted in his mind, "Elder God, help me. Ebony, including this time, half of your soul already belongs to me." The Elder God's voice echoed in his mind. The evil voice of the Elder God echoed in Ebony's mind, and then Ebony's memories stopped. The dragon was counterattacked by the Elder God and fell to the ground with a howl. What's going on? Bert was shocked. The penance stare, which had never failed before, had failed this time. "You can judge me, but you cannot judge a god," Ebony shouted angrily as he flew out. Bert snorted coldly, took back the dragon, and moved around Ebony like lightning. His shadow seemed to be everywhere. Ebony's complexion was a bit ugly. Even with his reflexes, he couldn't keep up with Bert's speed. It was too fast. Ebony had no choice but to use his powerful telekinetic abilities to cover the surrounding area. He then raised his hands and caused the surrounding buildings to fly up one by one. "This guy is much stronger than I imagined," Bert said as he narrowed his eyes. Ebony was already very strong in his normal state, but with the power of the Elder God, he was touching the edge of godly and demonic power. Of course, there is a price to pay for borrowing the power of the Elder God. The more Ebony used it, the faster his soul would sink. "Blood God, go to hell," Ebony roared as he smashed buildings towards Bert's phantom one by one. "Ebony Maw, you are lucky because you get to see my true strength," Bert sneered. A dazzling blue-red flame lit up on his body, revealing the power of space, blood, and chi. Immediately afterwards, Bert's spear rushed towards Ebony like a blue-red meteor, easily smashing all the buildings in its path. Ebony was shocked, and hurriedly used telekinesis to form a shield in front of him to protect himself, but still, even such a powerful telekinesis shield was destroyed by Bert in an instant, and he couldn't even delay it for a moment. God level? This guy's strength has actually reached the god level. Ebony's liver and gallbladder were torn, and he hurriedly asked for help again. "Elder God, help me. 1/5 of the soul." He agreed immediately, and a vast force gushed out from the body of Ebony, rushing towards Bert like a furious sea. "There is no end, isn't it just an Elder God?" Bert roared. The tesseract appeared in his hand, and then, a huge beam of light shot out from the tesseract, slamming against the Elder God's power like a raging wave. 2 energies collided, without any sound, just endless darkness and destruction. That's right, it was pitch black and destroyed. The mirror space was directly destroyed. Bert and Ebony returned to the real world. Nothing happened to Bert, but Ebony was miserable. He was too close, and one arm was directly annihilated. At the same time, 2 forces penetrated his body, causing him to vomit blood. In the void, a roar of the Elder God sounded. Obviously, he was provoked. Bert didn't care, because no matter how angry the other party was, he couldn't enter the main universe. "Ebony Maw, the Elder God can't save your life." Bert was about to kill Ebony. At this moment, a red liquid fell from the sky. Bert sensed the majestic energy in the red liquid and immediately put away the tesseract to avoid it. Bert looked up and saw Malekith floating in the air. Malekith saw that the situation was not good and rushed over to support Ebony. Harrow ships also rushed over, which dropped a ray of light and quickly retracted Ebony. Ebony vomited blood, and roared fiercely, "Blood God, I will definitely seek revenge for this. Sorry, you don't have a future." Bert held the vibranium spear and threw it forcefully. Seeing this, Malekith immediately controlled the ether to block the vibranium spear. At this moment, the vibranium spear disappeared out of thin air, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of Ebony Maw, and then, in the terrified eyes of Ebony's, the vibranium spear penetrated his body like lightning. Ebony let out a shrill scream, and the whole person quickly disappeared in the blue-red flame. "Ebony Maw, Malekith was furious and controlled the ether to blast toward Bert. Bert instantly appeared in front of Malekith, and his 5 fingers turned into 5 spears and stabbed Malekith fiercely. Malekith pulled out his dark matter dagger and swung it quickly. All of Bert's spears were split open by him. Bert was a little surprised. After thinking about it carefully, Bert thought it was very reasonable. How could the leader of the Dark Elves be weak? Asgard, Frost Giants, and Fire Giants are all respected as the strong, and the Dark Elves are no exception. Meanwhile, Ether reappeared and transformed into more than a dozen arrows, which he shot at Bert. Bert teleported away and then formed a circle with one hand, causing a huge portal to appear in the sky. The blood ship emerged from the portal and slowly approached. Tony flew out of the blood ship accompanied by a group of unmanned battle armors and shouted, "Asgard, Earth is here to support you." At the same time, under the command of Korath, a large number of biochemical clones of extremist soldiers flew out of the blood ship, shooting and ramming toward the Chitauri army frantically. "Damn it, the Earthlings have stolen our technology." The Chitauris were furious, and immediately sent Leviathans and a large number of biochemical soldiers to fight back. The two sides fought frantically in the air, and there were explosive flames everywhere. Damn it! Seeing Asgard's reinforcements, Malekith was furious and hurriedly sent the main ship to support them. At this moment, Bert's hands were stacked together, and the blue-red flames turned into a huge beam of light and blasted toward Malekith. Malekith controlled the ether to rise into the sky. The two sides clashed fiercely in the sky, and the majestic energy shook the surrounding. How did Bert become so strong? I can't fall behind. Thor glanced at Bert and swung his hammer to attack the fire demon Surtur. Despite Surtur's size, he was gradually being overpowered by the enhanced version of Thor. "No, I am going to be the end of Asgard." Surtur roared unwillingly as Thor shouted, "Asgard will not end. I, Thor, god of thunder, will always protect Asgard." While shouting, Thor swung his hammer into the sky and then swooped down, unleashing thousands of thunderbolts. The attack was so powerful that it completely killed Surtur, causing only his crown to fall to the ground with a loud bang. Surtur wouldn't stand a chance against the normal version of Thor, let alone this enhanced version. "Kurs, weren't you arrogant just a moment ago? Why are you now cowering like a shriveled turtle? You are nothing but trash." Elektra, in her half-dragon form, swung her claws and attacked Kurs frantically while cursing. Kurs was so suffocated, but he didn't fight back, because his vitality was running out. Previously, Kurs relied on the power of the Kurs stone to fight against Elektra's frenzied attacks. However, he never anticipated that in addition to being able to quickly heal herself, Elektra also had an immortal body. Even after being injured several times, Elektra remained alive and well. However, Kurs gradually drained his own vitality in the process. As a last resort, he was forced to focus on defense in order to conserve his remaining vitality. Elektra's relentless offense was too fierce, and if the battle continued at this pace, it wouldn't be long before Kurs was completely drained of vitality. Ebony Maw, both Surtur and Kurs have suffered defeats one after another. "It seems that this battle is lost," Loki said as he sat on the main ship, his eyes flickering slightly. Suddenly, a dark elf beside him fell to the ground with a painful expression, writhing and moaning in agony. Everyone was shocked and pointed their weapons at him. After a while, the dark elf stopped howling, and then, his body quickly withered. Looking at it, it looked a bit like ebony. "Damn you, blood god. I will never let you get away with this." The shriveled dark elf roared furiously, his face contorted in an ugly expression. Loki was shocked and tentatively asked, "Ebony Maw, it's me. I have been blessed by an elder god. As long as my soul doesn't die, I won't die," Ebony Maw replied coldly, but inwardly he was bleeding. The elder god had indeed blessed him, but at a steep cost. If he used this power 1 or 2 more times, he would become the puppet of the elder god. "You are very clever," Loki said, a little surprised. "In that case, hurry up and help Malekith. Ether is too burdensome for him to handle any longer." "No, I still need a little time to regain my strength," Ebony Maw said as he glanced at Bert, who was in his blue-red form, with resentment and fear in his eyes. "Bert in that form is really too strong." Loki said, "If you can't take action, then we should retreat. If we wait any longer, we won't be able to retreat even if we want to." Ebony Maw hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "All right, we'll retreat. Let's first save Kurs. We can't afford to lose any more people." "Okay." Loki nodded and ordered the main ship to shoot toward Elektra below. A beam of light enveloped Kurs and lifted him up. Damn it, although Malekith was unwilling, he knew that he had truly lost this time. He shouted loudly as the ether swelled wildly and then exploded with a bang, causing Bert and everyone nearby to be thrown out and the buildings below to collapse one after another. Malekith took the opportunity to return to the main ship and shouted, "Retreat." The Dark Elves immediately retreated, and the Frost Giants and Fire Giants quickly retreated to the Chitauri spaceship. Bert shouted, "Don't let them escape, chase them. Kill." Everyone shouted and, under the leadership of Tony, Heimdall, and others, they struggled to pursue the Dark Elf coalition. Thor waved his hammer and chased after the main ship. He roared, "Loki, come out and let's end this once and for all." Loki's phantom appeared in the air and sneered. It seems that this time was not a complete failure. "You're not dead, so Odin must be the one who died." Thor shouted angrily, "Loki, from today on, we are no longer brothers." Loki snorted coldly, "We were never brothers, to begin with." Malekith was a little puzzled. "But aren't you brother and sister?" Thor and Loki were a little speechless. Thor was too lazy to say anything and controlled lightning to attack the main ship. Malekith snorted coldly and waved a red light, which knocked Thor flying. Bert did not participate in the pursuit. He fell to the ground as the blue and red flames on his body quickly dissipated. This form was indeed very powerful, but it consumed too much energy and he couldn't support it for long, which is why he rarely used it. It's difficult to control the power of gods with a mortal body, Bert sighed secretly. At that moment, Elektra returned to her human form and walked over, bowing her head and saying, "Blood God, I'm sorry. I failed to kill Kurz." "It's okay, there's always next time," Bert said, waving his hand dismissively. In the movie, even Thor was not a match for the Kurz. It was easy to imagine how strong Kurz was. Lorelei also came over and gave Elektra a contemptuous look before asking Bert, "Master, is Odin really dead? How could that old guy die so easily?" Bert sneered and said, "Put away your pretenses. Remember that you will be my slave in the future." Lorelei wasn't angry but nodded happily. "Yes, Master." Elektra gave Lorelei a disdainful look and merged into Bert's shadow, becoming the person closest to the blood god. It didn't take long for the Dark Elves to escape to another world under the leadership of Loki. Everyone felt that it was too risky to chase after them, so they chose to stop the pursuit. The war has come to an end, and the Asgardian side has won a great victory. In the palace, Thor said to Bert and the others, "Bert, Tony, Yvonne, Barton, thank you for your help." "You're welcome. Earth and Asgard are allies, so we should help each other," Bert said with a laugh. Thor laughed loudly and said, "Yes, we should help each other." Heimdall couldn't help shaking his head. Although Thor had grown somewhat, he still had a lot of room for improvement. Earth was nominally a vassal of Asgard, not an ally. It was clear that the blood god was secretly trying to improve the status of Earth. Bert asked, "Is Odin all right?" "He has fallen into Odin's sleep. Mother is taking care of him. No one knows when he will wake up." "It's all my fault," Thor said angrily. Bert's eyes flickered as he used his space abilities to look into the depths of the palace and saw that Odin was playing with Thor's dungeon. Heimdall also saw this and said solemnly, "Thor, Asgard will depend on you in the future." "I will take responsibility and protect the people of Asgard," Thor said, nodding seriously. He then turned to Bert and said, "The convergence is about to begin, and the Dark Elves will definitely go to Earth. When we finish cleaning up the battlefield, we'll go to Earth to help you." Bert said, "When the Dark Elves appear on Earth, we won't be too late. The ether is still in Asgard. We must prevent the Dark Elves from getting their hands on it." "That's right," Thor nodded in agreement. He then said to Bert, "There's also Lorelei." Bert said, "She is already mine, and I hope you can forgive her for her past mistakes." Thor hesitated before agreeing, "Yes, but you have to take care of her. She is very dangerous." Seeing Thor nod, Bert smiled and said, "Don't worry, she will obey me in the future. I plan to make her a big star in the universe." "Bert, you really can't go wrong when it comes to fighting and picking up girls," Tony said as he whistled beside him. Bert turned to him and said with a smile, "Let's make a bet. If Lorelei asks you to kneel, you will kneel. Do you believe it or not?" "What kind of person do you think I am, Tony Stark?" Tony snorted coldly, but he had also learned his lesson and was not fooled. He said, "We should go back. Soon there will be danger on the other side of Earth at any time." Bert nodded and opened a portal to send Tony and the others back. The convergence was about to begin. The homeland of the Dark Elves, Svartalfheim. Malekith stood in the dim ruins, roaring unwillingly, "Asgard." Loki touched the bracelet and said coldly, "It's useless to shout. We still need to think about what to do next." Malekith glanced at Loki, frustrated, but also knew that the other party was right. He thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. "Even if I didn't grab the remaining half of the ether, the half I have is enough to destroy the world and turn it into a dark world." Loki said bitterly, "I don't care about darkness or light. I only care about whether Asgard can be destroyed. The same is true for me. No matter what, I will destroy Earth and destroy the blood god." Ebony gritted his teeth and said, "It was a public affair before, but now it is a personal vendetta. It seems that we can continue to cooperate." Malekith nodded with satisfaction. "As long as our Dark Elves' plan is successful, both Earth and Asgard will be a thing of the past. The question is, how do we succeed?" Loki said, "We are no match for them now. It's uncertain." Ebony shook his head and said, "This time, because of the limited space in the spaceship, the Frost Giants and the Fire Giants didn't dispatch too many troops. That is to say, we didn't do our best. But the convergence is about to begin. As long as we prepare in advance, the armies of Frost Giants and Fire Giants will all appear on Earth. In addition, we can send people to harass Asgard, so that their army doesn't dare to leave. That way, our troops will far outnumber the humans." Loki asked, "Will the Fire Giants still listen to us? Surtur has been killed by Thor." "Yes, because they want revenge," Ebony laughed. At that moment, a group of Frost Giants approached. They knelt down in front of Loki and said, "Prince, please return to Jotunheim to inherit the throne." Malekith couldn't help but glance at Loki. Although her expression was flat, it was obvious that she was a princess. Why did the Frost Giant call her a prince? Loki sensed Malekith's gaze and gave him a stern look. Then she snorted at the Frost Giant, "Inherit the throne? Have you forgotten whose hands Laufey died in? The strong are respected, and since the death of His Majesty Laufey, Jotunheim has been in chaos. We need a king," the Frost Giant said. You are the most suitable person. The king. A complicated look flashed in Loki's eyes. After a moment, she made a decision and said, "Okay, I am Loki, the king of frost giants from now on." Several frost giants saluted at the same time. "Your Majesty. Return to Jotunheim and prepare to attack Earth," Loki gave the order. The frost giants nodded and returned to Jotunheim in the spaceship. Malekith happily said, "It seems that the frost giants and the fire giants are settled." Loki shook her head. "That's not enough. In terms of high-end power, we are far inferior to Earth. You have all seen how strong the blood god is." Everyone was silent, even the mighty Kurs didn't say anything. After all, he couldn't even beat one of his subordinates. If quality is not enough, then quantity will make up for it. Malekith gritted his teeth and said, "We'll make more Kurs." Ebony Maw and Loki were a little surprised. Can such a powerful unit as the Kursed soldier be produced in large quantities? "As long as we have Kurs stones, we can make as many Kursed as we want," Malekith said. "I'll make 5, no, 10 Kursed warriors. I don't believe there are so many strong people on Earth." 10 Kursed warriors. Ebony was overjoyed, and he said, "That's enough, now the Earth will be destroyed." 10 Kursed warriors? It's worth it. Loki's eyes flashed. She said, "If that's the case, then we do have a chance of winning." "Ebony, can Lord Thanos himself make a move?" "With Lord Thanos' strength, the Earth can't stop him at all. In this battle, it's enough to have me," Ebony said bitterly. "Even if I sacrifice all my soul, I will make the blood god fall." "Very well, everyone, get ready for a decisive battle on Earth at noon tomorrow," Malekith shouted. Everyone nodded. Everything depends on tomorrow at noon. Earth, blood god over Greenwich. The eternal flame burned in Bert's left hand, and Surtur's crown is in his right hand. If these two things come into contact, a demon-level powerhouse will be born. The problem is, it won't listen to me. After it is resurrected, it will only attack me with its sword. Bert sighed and put the eternal flame into his body. Then, he tapped Surtur's crown with his finger, and the crown disappeared immediately. This crown was requested by Bert from Thor. Thor didn't know the value of the crown and thought it was just an ordinary trophy, so he gave it to Bert. Let's think about it later, how to control Surtur and absorb the eternal flame. Even Hela was able to defeat it. Bert was in deep thought when he suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze to Svartalfheim, which was far away. Loki activated the bracelet? "It seems that she chose to be on our side," Bert said, knowing that the bracelet had his blood on it. As long as Loki didn't cover it up, he would know everything that happened around the bracelet, provided that he sensed the drop of blood. Ebony Maw isn't dead. An army of frost giants and fire giants, 11 Kursed warriors. Bert squinted his eyes. 11 Kursed warriors, that is, 11 enhanced Thors. This lineup is quite terrifying. After thinking about it, Bert called Tony and Steve over and told them the information that had just been obtained. 11 Kursed warriors. Steve and Tony both took a deep breath. They had seen the previous battle videos and knew exactly how strong Kurs was. Steve said with a headache, "Bert, is there any way to keep the Dark Alliance away from Earth? With so many troops, the losses will be very large. If my master can spare her hands, then there is still a chance. The problem is, she has to deal with the allied forces of Hell." Bert shook his head and said, "Steve, evacuate everyone in London. The scale of this battle is much larger than we predicted before. The Prime Minister of England is going to cry. This convergence is too troublesome." Steve sighed and called Coulson to find the Prime Minister of England. After the arrangement, Steve put down the phone and said, "I think we must make a defensive dome similar to Wakanda and Asgard to protect the city." "We'll talk about this later," Bert said. "What should we consider now? How to deal with the Dark Elves coalition? Fortunately, we know other well, but the other party doesn't know much about us." Tony asked, "Bert, it's not that I'm biased against Loki, but is that guy trustworthy?" Steve nodded. "It's inevitable that Loki is not only the god of mischief but also has a deep hatred towards us. Loki isn't really trustworthy, but we need an undercover agent," Bert said. "In short, believe him half." "I'll keep an eye on him," Tony said. Bert nodded and said, "That's fine. Okay, let's discuss tactics against the Dark Elves." "Okay." Steve and Tony nodded at the same time, and then the three discussed in detail on the main ship. This battle was not going to be so easy to fight. They discussed it for more than an hour before they settled on a general framework. It is just a frame, and the specific details can only be filled in after consultation with others. That's about it. Bert thought of something and asked Steve, "Steve, how many people in London haven't been evacuated?" Steve smiled bitterly. "There are still several million. England is very resistant to evacuation from above to below, but this is normal. After all, it is the capital of a country." "Is that so?" Bert thought for a while and said, "Let me help. With a portal, it will be much more convenient." Steve was overjoyed and nodded hurriedly. "I'll trouble you then." England's citizens were very reluctant to evacuate the city, but all other countries supported it. President Ellis laughed. "Everyone is evacuated. If there is any problem, we can directly throw the nuclear bomb." Nuclear bomb again. Everyone was speechless. How much does the United States like to throw nuclear bombs? Drop a nuclear bomb on London. The Prime Minister of England was stunned. He wanted to oppose it, but in the face of the United 5 permanent members, he could only sigh and mobilize everyone to evacuate as soon as possible. England is no longer the England it used to be. On the second day, all major cities around the world were under martial law. The government asked everyone to stay in buildings and not to go to the streets. Many people looked outside curiously. Will there really be monsters? Until now, many people still don't believe this. There were even demonstrations a few days ago, which almost didn't make the government mad. Leaving aside these, when the time in Greenwich came to noon, a large number of monsters suddenly appeared out of thin air all over the world: ice monsters, fire monsters, dark monsters, stone monsters, etc. The convergence officially began. At the same time, some people and objects on Earth also traveled to other worlds. Compared with other worlds, there are many monsters on Earth. The reason is very simple. The Earth is the atrium, which is the middle of the 9 realms. This is also the reason why the Dark Elves are coming to Earth to initiate rituals. There are monsters. In a certain building in New York, residents took pictures of the ice beasts on the street with their mobile phones. Because they were well prepared, they were not so panicked. Besides, New York has the most superheroes. In addition, they took pictures not only for souvenirs but also to provide the government and SWORD Bureau with monster information, so that they can rush over to solve the monsters as quickly as possible. To process these data, the SWORD Bureau specially hired Jarvis, Tony's smart AI. The people in the building were not panicking, but the 2 thieves in the alley were scared to death. They looked at the giant ice beast nervously, not daring to make a sound. That's right, thieves. On the one hand, they don't believe in the so-called 9 realms, and on the other hand, they want to take advantage of the opportunity, so they ran out to shop and steal at this time. As a result, when they turned around, they saw the ferocious ice giant beast. I will be obedient in the future, please don't let me be eaten by monsters. A thief kept praying in his heart. At this moment, because he kept shaking, the wrench on his waist fell to the ground with a bang, and the ice giant immediately turned his eyes. The 2 thieves screamed and fled back in panic. The ice behemoth saw this and immediately chased after them. The thief was quickly overtaken by the giant ice beast, and they were about to be eaten. At this moment, the light flashed, and Lockjaw appeared out of thin air with the 3 Inhumans. There are unruly people everywhere. Medusa shook her head, controlled her hair, and pulled the 2 thieves over. At the same time, Sky rushed forward, and stumped her foot hard. A shockwave appeared, and the ice behemoth was knocked to the ground. Another Inhuman flew up and threw blasts toward the ice giant beast. A bloody hole appeared directly in the ice giant beast's head, and it died tragically on the spot. It's an Inhuman. It's Lockjaw. There was a burst of cheers in the surrounding buildings, and many people shouted the name of Lockjaw. On Earth, the popularity of Lockjaw is quite high. Lockjaw waved his claws around, and without stopping, he led the crowd to the next place. Gordon, who has the same ability as Lockjaw, did not participate in the slaughter of monsters. He swiped through posts on Twitter praising Lockjaw on the blood ship, and his face was unhappy. Compared to Lockjaw, his popularity is not very good. After all, he was a wanted man before. Gordon shook his head. Alyssa looked at him and couldn't help asking, Gordon, I wanted to ask you for a long time, how do you look at the screen? You don't even have eyes. Look carefully. Gordon shrugged. His world was different from others. At the same time, under the command of the governments of various countries and the SWORD, monsters are being cleaned up in an orderly manner around the world. Although some casualties are inevitable, generally speaking, there are not many. This time the crisis of convergence, the Earth can solve. A certain area of Africa was originally full of chaos, disease, war, and starvation, but half a year ago, for some unknown reason, those warlords disappeared one after another, and the people's life gradually improved, and even a school was established. Mordo, the principal of that school, said to the students with a friendly face, you don't have to worry, the principal will protect you. With the principal here, we're not worried. The students said in unison, in this school, Mordo's reputation was extremely high, this school was built by him, and he also taught for free and provided free room and boarding. Mordo thought, these little angels are the hope of the future, and I have to protect them no matter what. At this moment, a group of frost giants suddenly broke through the wall and broke into the school. The students screamed in horror. Mordo H scaring my lovely students, are you ready to pay the price? After comforting the students, Mordo walked to the playground and said coldly to the frost giants. Unfortunately, the frost giants can't understand the language of humans at all. They roared and rushed towards Mordo, thinking that all the people of Earth should be damned. Mordo snorted coldly and cast spells with both hands, bringing all the frost giants into the mirror space. In the mirror space, there are thousands of voodoo corpses glowing green. When they saw the frost giants coming in, they immediately rushed over. After a while, the frost giants were torn apart into pieces. Mordo nodded with satisfaction. How did those warlords and armies disappear? It's very simple, it was made into voodoo corpses by Mordo. Mordo returned to the real world. Spider-Man, Harry, and the mercenary Wade had rushed over. Wade laughed and said, it seems that our Lord Baron has solved the monster. Baron is what the surrounding warlords and dark forces call Mordo. They are extremely afraid of Mordo, so they donate food and medicine every month. That's why the school can afford so many students. In front of the students, Mordo was an angel. In front of the warlords, Mordo was a demon. Spider-Man couldn't help but persuade, Mr. Mordo, I still think that refining poisonous corpses from corpses is too evil. Even if they are bad people, they shouldn't be treated this way. What's the problem? As long as the purpose is right, it doesn't matter what the method is. Wade retorted loudly, without Lord Baron's thunderous means, how can the surrounding area be so peaceful? This is wrong, evil means do not achieve justice, Spider-Man said. Who said that? I once chopped off a scumbag's head and threw it in the toilet. Then, his children grew up healthy and happy, and they even sent me postcards a few years ago, Wade said. There was no accident. Spider-Man and Wade quarreled again. Although Mordo had listened to it for more than half a year, it was still unbearable, and even blue veins appeared on his forehead. Harry shook his head beside him. The reason why Mordo degenerated into what he is now is because of these two super talkers. Mordo picked up the staff that represented the power of the devil and said coldly, okay, you guys are guarding the school. I'm going to support Camartage. That is my responsibility. This staff, Mordo picked up a long time ago. Otherwise, there would be no voodoo corpses. Before taking it, he was hesitant, and after taking it, he was relieved. As long as the purpose is right, the means are not important. Master, this is what you asked me to understand, right? I have understood. In the future, I will protect the world and Camartage in the dark. Mordo didn't talk nonsense. He opened the portal and walked in. Spider-Man looked at Mordo's back, scratched his head irritably, and always felt that he had messed up something. On the other hand, Wade was complacent. He said proudly, I let that buddy get enlightened. After the vampire finds out, they will definitely reward me greatly, right? Camartage's next space was already in the midst of war when Mordo arrived. The magic weapons and high-tech weapons on the wall were shooting frantically, and the charging monsters died in large numbers, unable to even get close to the wall. But the monsters did not stop. They rushed forward frantically, their eyes full of greed. As long as the wall was broken, they could enter Earth and enjoy the delicious life and soul. Behind the monsters are the projections of the Hell Lords. Sorcerer Supreme and Bert are standing on the wall, facing them head-on. Both sides are brewing momentum and preparing for a decisive battle. Brother Mordo is back. At this time, the mages found Mordo and they were all overjoyed. Mordo smiled and nodded to everyone. Then, he walked to Ancient One and said respectfully, Master, I'm back. Your lesson, I can understand now. Ancient One looked at Mordo with a complicated look. You did understand, but you have gone to the other extreme end. Deadpool. Ancient One gritted her teeth a bit. She had calculated everything, but she didn't expect that guy to appear beside Mordo. That guy should never appear in this world. Bert didn't know that much. He was very satisfied with Mordo's transformation. This hidden danger was solved. Now is not the time to persuade, Ancient One secretly sighed and said, just come back, let's fight. Yes, Master, Mordo replied. I understand, Doom said, handing Mordo a vial of the virus. Be cautious. This virus is highly unstable and can be deadly if handled improperly. I will be careful, Mordo said, taking the vial and carefully placing it in his pocket. He knew the destructive potential of the extremis virus and would not take it lightly. Everyone, let's fight, the Ancient One called out to the other masters. They launched their attacks against the monsters and Hell Lords and the battle was intense, with both sides evenly matched. But with Mordo's help, the masters were able to gain the upper hand. Together, they drove back the monsters and defeated the Hell Lords, restoring peace to the annexed space. Doom asked in surprise, are you sure you want to use something like this? Mordo laughed, as long as the result is right, the process doesn't matter. Doom was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, you've finally become enlightened. How many do you want? Mordo glanced at the voodoo corpses in the mirror space and said, more than 1,000. More than 1,000. Doom asked, stunned. I'm not Blood God, how could I have that many? After a pause, Doom said coldly, if you don't care about the user's lifespan, then I have something that might work. They have no lifespan, Mordo replied. Mordo opened the mirror space for Doom to see. When Doom looked at it, he was honestly a little surprised. Mordo was more than just enlightened, he had become completely corrupted. Doom couldn't help laughing again. I like you a little bit, brother Mordo. I also find you quite likable, Mordo replied, laughing. Everyone looked at them, chatting happily, and were puzzled. Weren't they supposed to be mortal enemies? In London, the main ship of the Dark Elves arrived as soon as the time came. It was invisible, of course. Malekith looked at the blood ship and the 6 frigates above Greenwich and sneered with disdain. It is foolish to park the battleship so openly in the air. They are courting death. The people of Earth have no experience in space warfare, Ebony sneered. Let's give the blood god a taste of his own medicine. Let him know that he is just a buffoon. Good idea, Malekith nodded and ordered the Dark Elves, approach the space fleet stealthily from below. Charge the cannons and be ready to launch at any time. They're coming, Yvonne said, looking at the screen on the blood ship. Although I couldn't fully crack the Dark Elves' stealth technology, it was not a problem to find them. Let them come, Bert snorted coldly. Tony, Reed, shoot. Dr. Reed said with a bitter face, Mr. Wong, do you really want to launch it? I admire your creativity, but the Bifrost Bridge is not meant to be used like this. Dr. Reed, it's wartime now, Bert shouted coldly. I don't have time to argue with you. Launch it immediately. Yes, coordinate lock, Bifrost Bridge, launch, Tony said, pulling Dr. Reed and activating the Bifrost Bridge at the space station. In the next second, a colorful beam of light fell from the sky and hit the invisible enemy ship. The main ship was hit hard and the hull was almost blown in half. It lost power and crashed into the playground below, causing flames and black smoke to fill the sky and dust to obscure the view. Dr. Reed couldn't help shaking his head. It was a waste to use the Bifrost Bridge as a weapon of attack. Bloodship, frigate, attack, Bert ordered again. Korath and the others immediately activated the energy cannon and more than a dozen huge energy columns hit the main ship of the Dark Elves on the ground. Malekith was completely blindsided. He never thought that he would be attacked by the Earthlings while trying to attack them. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't be on this broken spaceship, Malekith cursed. Damn blood god. Loki was frightened and angry. The people of Earth are too cruel, he thought. They even managed to imitate the Bifrost Bridge. At that moment, the 5 main ships of the Cheetauros appeared in the sky. Seeing that the Dark Elves were in a bad situation, they attacked the space fleet, causing the fleet to turn their guns to counterattack. With the help of the Chitauri, the Dark Elves were able to catch their breath, but their main ship had been scrapped after repeated attacks. Abandon the main ship and use the Harrow ships to fight back, Malekith gritted his teeth and shouted. At that moment, except for him and Kurs, the blood in the other Dark Elves stopped flowing and they fell to the ground in pain. This was blood magic and blood control, tactics formulated by Bert and Tony to attack head-on and defeat the Dark Alliance as quickly as possible. Ebony sensed something and shouted loudly, "This is a special kind of blood magic, Malekith. Use the ether quickly or all your people will die. I will sacrifice 10 years of my life to give all Dark Elves immunity to this blood magic for a month," Malekith said, not daring to neglect. He immediately activated the ether particles, which flashed and modified reality. All the Dark Elves returned to normal, gasping for breath on the ground. Malekith roared, "Abominable blood god, the rest of you take Harrow ships and fight back. Kurs, Ebony, Loki, come with me to kill the powerful humans." "Kill," everyone shouted, following Malekith out of the main ship and standing on the grass, provoking the spaceship in the sky. "You actually broke my blood magic," Bert asked, withdrawing his hand. "I'll take some people to deal with them below, and you handle the Cheetauros and the next army of ice and fire." Tony and the others nodded. "No problem. Leave it to us, we are ready." "Good," Bert said, no longer wasting time on words. He teleported down with Hulk, Elektra, Ghost Rider, Electro, Human Torch, The Thing, Absorbing Man, Alyssa, War Abomination, and War Lizards. Ebony clenched his teeth and shouted, "Blood god." Bert pretended to be surprised and asked, "Ebony, you're still not dead. You are the one who will die," Ebony roared. "Defeated generals are brave enough to speak up," Bert said. "Since I can kill you the first time, I can kill you the second time." Bert turned to look at Malekith and said coldly, "Dark Elves, retreat, or the Dark Elves will be wiped out today." "The Dark Elves will not retreat," Malekith said, surrounded by ether particles. "We have a mission to save this disgusting world. There should be no light in this world. Those who have seen the light will not continue to stay in the dark. Let's fight." Bert waved his right hand and brought Ebony and Malekith into the mirror space. Seeing this, the others rushed towards the Cursed Warriors. Algrim shouted to the Cursed Warriors, "Kill them! Kill!" The Cursed Warriors roared. The Cursed Warriors rushed forward frantically, causing the ground to tremble in front of them. The first to encounter a Cursed Warrior was Damon, Ghost Rider in the Sinbuster battle armor. Without saying a word, he swung his flame chain around a Cursed Warrior and threw him into the building beside him. "Why do we have to fight during the day?" Damon sighed as he rushed into the building and punched the Cursed Warrior who had gotten up. The Cursed Warrior roared and caught Damon's fist with one hand. At that moment, Damon opened his visor, revealing a burning skull in front of the Cursed Warrior. The Cursed Warrior was stunned for a moment. Then Damon whispered, "You are guilty." As Damon spoke, the Cursed Warrior began to recall his life, and a moment later, his soul burned to ashes. "It seems that your sin is not light," Damon snorted, closing his upper armor and going to find other Cursed Warriors. Unfortunately, the penance stare could not be used continuously, otherwise, the battle would be easy. At the same time, the others were also fighting against the Cursed Warriors and the battle was fierce, especially Hulk. He loved fighting opponents who were all flesh and punched them with excitement. He kept throwing punches and even beat the Cursed Warrior back and forth. Where did this monster come from? The Cursed Warriors were shocked. The Earthlings were too terrifying to keep such monsters? "You are indeed strong, but sorry, I am stronger," Electro sneered and tossed a vibranium coin. An orange light flashed and the Cursed Warrior's chest was shot through. The Cursed Warrior wailed and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Electro snorted coldly and continued attacking. The Cursed Warrior didn't dare to take any more direct attacks and kept dodging. When Electro saw this, he threw a pile of coins and bombed wildly. His task today was to destroy the Cursed Warriors. The upgraded War Abomination and War Lizards each faced a Cursed Warrior and, armed with vibranium weapons, they were not at a disadvantage. The Thing, Absorbing Man, Alyssa, and Human Torch was also fighting hard. Although they couldn't beat the Cursed Warrior, they could hold out for a while. Elektra confronted Algrim again. Elektra had turned into a half-dragon and sneered, "This time, I won't give you another chance to escape. This time, I won't run away, because you will die," Algrim roared, with several black hole grenades hanging on his waist. He didn't believe that the other party could survive a black hole. When did humans become so strong? Loki thought, stunned at the strength of the humans. He had thought that the 11 Cursed Warriors could sweep the superheroes, but they were all held back. What was even more terrifying was that the Earth had not even used its full strength yet. "It seems that my choice was not wrong," Loki thought to himself. Just then, a colorful light fell and Thor, the god of thunder with a hammer, appeared in front of Loki, roaring, "Loki!" Loki sneered, "Just you? Are the others afraid?" "I'm here to kill you," Thor replied, jumping high with lightning all over his body and smashing Loki with his hammer. Loki didn't dodge but looked at Thor with a mocking expression. Thor looked at him and couldn't help recalling the past years. Despite this, he couldn't bring himself to attack. The hammer deflected and struck the ground next to him, causing a loud noise and kicking up dirt and weeds. Loki disappeared, revealing that it had just been a phantom. The real Loki then appeared behind Thor and kicked him away. "My brother, you know that I may be fake, but you still can't do it. What kind of revenge and what kind of king are you like?" Loki said to Thor with a look of disdain. "The king needs to be cold-blooded and ruthless, just like Odin," he added. "The king needs kindness and mercy," Thor countered. Thor got up, turned, and shouted at Loki, "I won't kill you, I will lock you up until you die of old age." "Then try it," Loki replied, waving his hand and summoning a group of frost giants who had been lurking beside him. They roared and rushed towards Thor. "Loki, I won't let you go," Thor declared, wielding Mjolnir and fighting against the frost giants. He was not what he used to be and easily defeated the frost giants one by one. Jane, who was setting up the void stabilizer on the spaceship, couldn't help sighing as she watched Thor's battle. She had always thought that she was first in Thor's heart, but now she realized that she was only third. The hammer was first, Loki was second, and she was third. Jane was speechless at this revelation. What kind of love was she even talking about? Maybe it was time for them to just split up. Thor was handsome and physically strong, but he had nothing else going for him. Meanwhile, in the sky, the space fleet was fighting against the Chitaurus. In addition to the bombing, the two sides also sent a large number of biochemical soldiers to fight fiercely in the air. Many biochemical soldiers and giant beasts fell from the sky in a short period. Fortunately, the area below had been cleared, so there was no risk of hitting anyone on the ground. Steve said, "Chitaurus has more troops than us, Blackbolt. It's time for you to play." Waiting for a long time, Blackbolt replied through his communicator. Blackbolt, dressed in black, stood imposingly at the door of the spacecraft that appeared above out of thin air. "A little cold," he said loudly, and with that, the void shook as a Chitauri main ship in front of them exploded, shattering into pieces and falling to the ground in a rain of fire. "How can this be?" the Chitaurus exclaimed, almost scared to pee. They immediately turned their weapons to bombard the Avengers ship. Blackbolt touched his throat and walked back into the spaceship as it flew into the sky, propping up its defensive shield. At the same time, Gordon teleported to the main control room of a Chitauri main ship with a group of Inhumans, sneering, "The layout of each main ship is the same. You're too unimaginative." The Chitauri ship's captain was startled and called for support as he raised his gun to shoot at Gordon and the others. Ely immediately put up a defensive shield, and Yiren took off his glasses and glared at the Chitauri people one by one. After a few seconds, all the high-level Chitauri had fallen to the ground. The pain girl stepped forward and grabbed the Chitauri's hand, saying with a smile, "Give me your pain." Seeing that the overall situation had been settled, Gordon said, "Leave it to you. I'll take the others to the next boat." "No problem, this main ship will soon be ours," Yiren nodded and said with a smile. "Very good," Gordon nodded. He took Sky and the others to the engine room of the next main ship. They knew that the command room would be heavily guarded, so they targeted the engine room instead. When they arrived, they saw many soldiers protecting the engine room. The soldiers raised their guns to shoot as soon as Gordon and the others appeared. Inhuman Giella raised her hand with a cold snort, causing all the energy guns to fly up. Joey stepped forward and waved his hand, causing all the armor on the soldiers to melt and scalding the soldiers, who screamed in pain. Joey looked contemptuous and said, "What age are you still wearing metal armor?" Sky put her hand on the wall and said with a smile, "It's fortunate that the Asgardians aren't here, otherwise you'd be beaten." The Asgardians are also weird. They have high technology, but when they fight, they charge forward with weapons like medieval soldiers, Gordon complained. At that moment, a large number of biochemical soldiers came to support. Everyone was preparing to start fighting when Sky shouted, "Gordon, the engine is about to burst." Without saying a word, Gordon teleported everyone away. The next moment, the Chitauri's engine room exploded with a loud rumbling, fires rushing out and engulfing all the soldiers who had come to support. Without the engine room, the main ship naturally fell to the ground with black smoke, and the Chitaurians fled in panic on space capsules and Leviathan monsters. Moments later, the main ship of the Chitauri crashed to the ground, causing all the surrounding buildings to collapse. At the same time, the Pain Girl easily controlled the ship, and the Chitauri ship began firing wildly at its own people, causing the situation to quickly reverse. The Earthlings are too powerful, aren't they? Loki was stunned. In a short period of time, 5 Chitauri main ships had been destroyed or captured. This was not the Earth he knew, the one that couldn't even get off the planet. "Loki!" Thor roared beside him, but Loki didn't pay attention. He activated the magic instrument in his hand, causing a large number of frost giants and fire giants to appear around him. These were the regular armies of the frost giants and the fire giants. The leaders of the frost giants and the fire giants roared, "Destroy the Asgardians, destroy the Earthlings. Destroy them!" Steve shouted coldly, and the army hidden in the surrounding buildings launched missiles at the frost giants and fire giants. Hundreds of missiles roared out, falling like meteors on the positions of the frost giants and the fire giants, exploding and turning the surrounding area into a sea of fire. Many frost giants and fire giants were wiped out on the spot, with more frost giants dying since fire giants were not afraid of fire. This was not the end, however. After a while, the second wave of missiles struck again, accompanied by a large number of bombers taking off and the sea fleet firing medium-range missiles one after another. It was a missile bombardment. Seeing the tragic situation of the frost giants and fire giants, the human executives in the command room shouted, and President Ellis even sneered, "A group of primitive people dare to invade our Earth. That's right, they don't even have decent weapons. Do they think we Earthlings are easy to bully?" Everyone nodded in agreement. One-on-one, humans might not be a match for frost giants and fire giants, but humans had technology on their side. The Prime Minister of England looked at the sea of fire with a bitter expression. Why did the war have to happen in London? How much would it cost to rebuild? Don't worry, Mr. Wong said he will give you some extraterrestrial technology as compensation, President Ellis said with a smile. Mr. Wong won't let us suffer. Alien technology, the Prime Minister of England's eyes lit up. He immediately declared, the missile barrage should continue without stopping. Even if the entire city of London is blown up, we can't allow a single alien to live. Everyone looked at the Prime Minister of England silently, as if to say, do you want more compensation? 5 minutes later, the missile scrubbing ended, and the area where the frost giants and fire giants had been was now a ruin. All the invaders except for a few fire giants had died. Elite squads hidden in the city had emerged, using high-tech weapons to eliminate the remaining fire giants. See that, aliens? We, Earthlings, are not weak, they declared. How could this be? The Chitaurians and Dark Elves exclaimed, falling into the ice cellar. They never thought the frost giants and fire giants would die so quickly and so miserably. Thor laughed. Loki, do you see? You are about to lose. Idiot, Loki looked disdainful. The complete annihilation of the frost giants didn't make her feel distressed or angry at all. If these guys aren't dead, how could she be the queen of the frost giants? No, the king? Loki doesn't want to be a puppet. Everyone, hold on. It won't be long before Malekith and Ebony kill the blood god and support us, Algrim roared. The Dark Elves, Chitaurians, and other alliance forces were completely defeated, and now their only hope for victory was Malekith and Ebony Maw. Hold on, the forces shouted in unison. They couldn't lose this battle because they had no other options left. Sucker punch, Steve said disdainfully, full of confidence in Bert because he had never let the Earth down. For many people, Bert was already the guardian of the Earth, and it was because of him that the Earth had such strong strength. Let's rewind a bit. In the mirror space, Bert faced off against Malekith and Ebony Maw. Ebony looked around and sneered, Blood God, today this place will be your burial ground. Aren't you tired of it? You said the same thing last time, and look what happened, Bert sneered. I don't know how you were resurrected, but today you will definitely die. It will never be me who dies today, Ebony Maw said confidently. Malekith also declared, yes, the ones who will die today will never be us. Blood God, we have full confidence in killing you, since we dared to come here. Then let's fight and see, Bert said, not wasting any more time on words. He equipped himself with battle armor, and a dazzling blue-red fire burned on his body, making him look like a god. Seeing the blue and red fire, Ebony Maw and Malekith was a little apprehensive. Malekith controlled the ether and asked, do you know how the cursed warrior was born? Bert replied, I don't know, and I don't want to know. Malekith explained, the cursed warrior is born through the use of ether, which transforms life and soul into extraordinary combat power. In simple terms, it's a trade-off of a lifetime for a short period of brilliance. Because it's only fragmented, the effect is not as good as using ether directly to transform and obtain invincible strength. While speaking, Malekith absorbed the ether along with Kur's stone into his body and rapidly swelled, his body emanating a strange red light. Malekith had transformed himself into a cursed warrior using the ether. Blood God, no matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than the ultimate cursed warrior of the Dark Elves? Malekith roared in a dull voice. He stumped his foot hard, causing a huge crack to open in the ground. He laughed, his power now seemingly invincible. Bert was surprised. You turned yourself into a cursed warrior? Are you planning on dying? As long as the great cause of the Dark Elves can be completed, who cares if I die? Malekith shouted. Blood God, you are dead today. Yes, Blood God, you are dead today. Ebony Maw also laughed, shouting loudly, Elder God, I will sacrifice all of my soul to you in exchange for the death of the Blood God. If he does not die, the agreement will be invalid. I would never accept such an agreement, but since the target is the Blood God, I agree, the evil voice of the Elder God replied. He was not fooled by Ebony Maw's words, he simply wanted to take revenge on the Blood God. Who gave Ebony Maw the guts to speak such words? In the next moment, the aura around Ebony Maw soared, and a strange rune representing the Elder God appeared on his face. He raised his hand and activated his ability, causing the entire earth to shake. Blood God, we are enough to kill you one-on-one, let alone two-on-one now. Today, you are dead, Malekith and Ebony Maw yelled at the same time, determined to kill the Blood God no matter the cost. You guys really impress me a bit. Bert couldn't help raising his eyebrows as he said, since that's the case, I can't hold back anymore. As he spoke, the blue-red flames on Bert's body burned fiercely, emanating an aura of burning through the void. Malekith and Ebony Maw both raised their vigilance, knowing that even though they had the upper hand in numbers, their opponent was the Blood God and they couldn't afford to be careless. Just as the two of them were fully focused on Bert, Tesseract appeared above Malekith's head before disappearing instantly. Malekith. Ebony Maw froze for a moment before frantically trying to sense Malekith, but he couldn't sense him at all. Ebony was shocked. With his current strength, he should be able to sense Malekith's presence no matter how far away Malekith is, as long as he is still in the main universe. But now he can't sense anything. There are only two possibilities, either Malekith is dead, or he is no longer in the main universe. What did you do? Ebony asked. Bert took back the Tesseract and said lightly, I chatted with Odin some time ago and he said that, as a guardian, you must have a killer trump card to keep the demons and gods from daring to invade Earth. I thought it made sense, so I secretly researched a killer tool, but I didn't expect it to be available so quickly. Ebony asked, what is this killer tool? Bert smiled and said, it's a secret. I wouldn't want to reveal my trump card to the enemy. The name of this killer trump card is called Dimensional Banishment. In short, it uses Space Stone to banish enemies to other planes. If someone is exiled from Earth, they will never be able to return unless they break the Elder God's Guardian Circle. Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, watches the live broadcast of the battlefield in midair with a smug smirk. Both the Elder Gods and the Lord of Hells are enemies of Mephisto, so he is naturally very happy to see them fighting each other. At that moment, a beam of light fell from the sky, destroying the roof of the palace and landing on the ground. Again? Wait, why did I say it again? Mephisto exclaimed as he quickly got up and looked at the light ahead with vigilance. Soon, the light disappeared and the huge Malekith appeared in front of him. Blood God, Malekith growled as he clenched his fists and looked around. He asked Mephisto, how do I get back to Earth? Mephisto looked contemptuous and asked, you want to go back to Earth? Do you have a grudge against the Blood God? Mephisto asked. Mephisto, this guy has the reality stone on him. Kill him and the reality stone will be yours. Bert's voice suddenly sounded. The reality gem can fulfill all wishes, for example, restore your IQ. Reality stone? Restore IQ. Bert's words made Mephisto look at Malekith greedily, and Malekith became vigilant. After a while, Mephisto spoke, sneering, Blood God, do you think you can fool me like that? I don't know who you are, but if you have the reality stone, take me back to Earth quickly. I'll help you kill that bastard of Blood God, and while you're at it, restore my IQ. Malekith glanced at Mephisto and shook his head. No, the reality stone needs to be sacrificed in order to be used, and I have nothing to sacrifice right now. Why not sacrifice Mephisto? Bert's voice sounded again. He's the devil of hell. Malekith, the time for the convergence is running out, Bert added. This time, it was Mephisto's turn to be vigilant, and he asked Malekith, you're not going to be tricked, are you? Malekith said, of course not. Do you have anything to sacrifice? If you want to enter Earth, you'll have to break the defense line arranged by the Ancient One. Except for me, cough cough cough. Mephisto stopped speaking halfway through and shut up, wanting to slap himself. How could he have said such a thing? Damn IQ, Mephisto looked up at the sky and sighed. The Blood God is really too poisonous. Then there's no way. I have to go back to Earth. I have no other choice, Malekith said, his eyes flashing fiercely. He didn't have much time left to live and had to succeed this time. Mephisto hurriedly waved his hand and said, don't fall for the trick. Let's go kill the Black Heart together. He's my son and also half a lord. That should be enough for you to return to Earth. It's too late. For the great cause of the Dark Elves, die, Malekith shouted and appeared in front of Mephisto, his fists shining red as he slammed them into Mephisto like a shooting star. What do you think you're doing? Mephisto was furious and changed back into the form of a devil to meet him. With a loud bang, the two flew out at the same time and knocked down the wall behind them. Malekith stood up from the ground and found himself surrounded by an army of demons. He said coldly, it seems that you don't have good intentions. Of course, I want the reality stone. I wanted to use you, but I didn't expect your IQ to be lower than mine. Mephisto flew over from the opposite side, his face grim. Malekith sneered, lower than mine? So you know that you're an idiot. Die. Mephisto became angry and led a group of demons to besiege Malekith. Malekith was not afraid and fought against the demons. With his current strength and the help of Ether, he even had the power to fight against Mephisto. Sure enough, the fight has started, Bert said, smiling slightly. Neither Malekith nor Mephisto were too stupid. The reason for their fight was simple, Malekith was running out of time and needed to return to Earth as quickly as possible. To return to Earth, Malekith had to kill Mephisto and sacrifice him. Ordinary sacrifices cannot penetrate the defense line of the Sorcerer Supreme. If it were easy to enter Earth, how could those Hell Lords have been kept out for hundreds of years? Of course, Bert's plan was not perfect. For example, they could call other Hell Lords to help, but with Mephisto's current IQ, he couldn't think of it, and Malekith didn't understand Hell, so he couldn't think of it either. So, they went to war. In addition, Bert had also prepared a backup plan. If something went wrong, he could bring Malekith back to Earth in an instant, so there wouldn't be a situation where cleverness is mistaken by cleverness. Leaving that aside for now, in the mirror space, Ebony Maw heard Bert's words and gritted his teeth. Blood God, what if Malekith is missing? I can still kill you. A dying man, where does all this nonsense come from? Bert said with a disdainful smile, his body rushing towards Ebony's like lightning. Ebony pushed forward with both hands, and the air hit Bert like a wall. Bert immediately teleported, but the space suddenly became chaotic, forcing him to reappear in his original location. When telekinesis is strong enough, it can even interfere with space. Blood God, your teleportation is useless, Ebony Maw laughed out loud, controlling the air around Bert into a ball and pressing him hard. Bert's body was covered in blue and red flames, which forcibly blocked the pressing air. He lifted the vibranium spear with some difficulty, shouted loudly, and the spear shot violently toward Ebony like a sharp arrow released from a bowstring. You can't kill me, Ebony Maw roared, and a translucent giant phantom appeared out of thin air outside his body. The vibranium spear hit the phantom as if it had fallen into a quagmire, its speed becoming slower and slower. In the end, the vibranium spear ran out of strength and fell to the ground with a bang. This eruption made Ebony's nose, eyes, ears, and mouth all bleed, but he didn't care. He laughed loudly. Blood God, the Elder God will not let you kill me. In order to complete the agreement, it will do anything to project power on me. My previous agreement was not to cheat, but to kill you for sure. In the laughter of Ebony, the phantom on his body gradually solidified, turning into a crimson Elder God with stalwart to the extreme. When he appeared, even the void was a little frozen. Blood God, who gave you the courage to despise an Elder God? The Elder God roared furiously. His huge arms raised high, like a falling meteor, and slammed into Bert, who was blocked by the air. Inspired by such terrifying power, Ebony Maw's body couldn't bear it and he kept vomiting blood. But his face was full of happiness because that bastard Blood God was finally going to die. At this moment, the vibranium spear that had fallen to the ground suddenly emerged from the foot of Ebony Maw and pierced through Ebony Maw's body from bottom to top. Ebony opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, with an unbelievable look on his face. How could this be? At that moment, the flame on the vibranium spear evolved into Bert's face, and he sneered, "You're very proud, right? It's a pity that you were too proud and forgot to defend yourself. Humph, what about the Elder Gods? I want to kill you. Can they stop it?" The ghost of the Elder God, who had disappeared quickly, roared at Bert, "Blood God, I won't let you go." Bert's figure emerged from the vibranium spear, and said with a sneer, "My dear, wait until you can enter the earth." At the same time, Bert, who had been blocked by the air, slowly disappeared. In fact, he was just a force. Bert's body was inside the vibranium spear. After a while, Ebony Maw's body was burned to the ground, and his soul gave Bert a hateful look, intending to escape. At that moment, Bert took out a scroll and made a move towards the void. Ebony's soul flew towards the scroll uncontrollably. Ebony shouted in horror, "What is this? You think the same method can be used a second time in front of me?" Bert sneered. "This is the soul scroll drawn by the Sorcerer Supreme herself. It can seal all souls. I can't kill you, but I can seal you forever." "No, you can't do that." Ebony shouted, "Elder God, I will sacrifice all of myself to you, take me away." A ripple appeared in the void. The power of the Elder God wanted to come, but Bert summoned the Tesseract to suppress the space and shouted at the same time, "I'm sorry, this road is dead." The next moment, the soul of Ebony was sealed into the magic scroll. The Elder God roared, "That soul belongs to me? Blood God, you will pay for your actions." This sentence, you have said it many times. The problem is, you have not realized it once, Bert sneered. "Does your face hurt? Blood God." The Elder God roared, but there was nothing he could do with Bert, so he could only dissipate in the air. Bert snorted, put away the magic scroll, and then turned his eyes to Mephisto again. Mephisto was covered in injuries, and even the horn on his head was broken in half. He laughed, "I won, after all. I still won, the reality stone is mine." Opposite Mephisto, Malekith was lying on the ground covered in bruises. His vitality was almost exhausted, and now he couldn't even lift his fingers. Around the two of them, the corpses of demons were piled up like mountains. In order to kill Malekith, Mephisto paid a lot. I curse you with my soul not to die," Malekith shouted in a weak voice, gnashing his teeth. Mephisto smiled disdainfully and said, "Do you think you still have a soul? You sacrificed yourself with the reality stone, not only your life but also your soul. Humph, die for me." As he spoke, Mephisto slapped Malekith with his claw. Malekith was about to cast the final curse, but at that moment, a flash of light made him disappear from Mephisto. At this moment, Bert's voice sounded, "Mephisto, thank you." Mephisto was stunned when he heard Bert say thank you. Then, he realized that he had been made into a tool demon by the Blood God. Mephisto was filled with anger and roared in frustration, "Blood God." At that moment, a loud laugh came from outside. "Mephisto, your time of death has arrived," said the Black Heart. Mephisto was shocked to realize that the Black Heart was planning to take the opportunity to kill him while he was already weakened. "This idiot is here again," he thought to himself. Mephisto knew that he couldn't defeat the Black Heart in his current state, so he turned and ran. "Mephisto, you will pay for this," the Black Heart laughed as he chased after Mephisto. If he killed Mephisto, he would be the real Lord of Hell. Malekith was brought back to the mirror space by the space stone. When he saw Bert, he was about to speak, but Bert controlled the blue and red flames and violently attacked Malekith. When the flames disappeared, Malekith was completely destroyed, leaving only the ether floating in place. Bert summoned the space stone to seal the remaining half of the ether. The ether seemed to accept its fate and remained motionless within the space stone. Bert did not return to the real world immediately. Instead, he announced on the channel, "I won. Everyone was stunned for a moment before erupting into cheers. They were glad to see that the blood god had not let them down. Bert, let's hurry and clear the scene together, Tony said. None of these intruders can be spared. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, none of them can be spared, they said. Bert replied, if you want to wipe them all out, I can't show up. As soon as I appear, they'll flee? Tony nodded and said, then don't show up. Leave them a glimmer of hope, let them fight to the death and fight to the last man. That's how it should be. Yvonne added, Bert, you don't need to come. Leave it to us here. Others also chimed in, saying, leave it to us. We can handle it. The current situation was not just good, but very good. Alright, I'll leave it to you here. I'm going to Kamartaj's side. The Hell Lords have deployed more troops than expected this time, so there may be variables, Bert said. He then turned to Loki and asked, the overall situation has been decided. Will you return to the team or continue as an undercover agent? Loki was silent for a moment before asking, are both Ebony Maw and Malekith dead? Bert replied, Malekith is destroyed, and the soul of Ebony Maw is sealed by me. You're really cruel, Loki said. He then asked again, are you really going to turn me back into a man? I am not the god of deception. I promise you, I will do it, Bert replied with a smile. It's a pity, I originally wanted to wait until you became a woman completely before turning you back into a man. Loki was speechless. Are you really not a devil? He thought to himself. Loki glanced at Thor, who was roaring nearby and said, I'll continue as an undercover agent. It's boring to return to the team now, but I have one condition. What condition? Bert asked. I want Malekith's half-reality stone, Loki replied. Also, I'll run away with the Dark Elves to win Thanos' trust. We want to wipe out the Dark Elves, Bert said, frowning slightly. Loki sneered in response, what's the difference between killing more or less? The Dark Elves have been abandoned, they can only be my puppets in the future. Bert hesitated before saying, okay, I'll give you the ether. He then asked, Loki, I'm curious. Why are you on my side this time? Loki snorted, stop being smug. Who is on your side? I'm only helping you because of Odin. Since he really regards me as a son, then I will also regard him as a father, Loki explained. Originally, Loki had no intention of standing on Bert's side. In fact, she had even planned to blow up Odin and Thor. However, after Odin said a few bitter words, she changed her mind. Loki has always wanted to gain Odin's approval and has always looked up to him as a father figure. In Thor, everything she did was motivated by this desire. Because of this, she even killed her own father. As time passed, Loki became increasingly dark and ruthless, which was in part due to Odin's tough attitude towards him. The more ruthless Odin was to him, the more ruthless Loki became in return. However, in this world, Odin's temperament has gradually softened due to the matter with Hela. As a result, he is no longer as tough on Loki and tries to persuade him instead. Loki sees that Odin still cares about her and decides to turn back. In a sense, Loki is just a rebellious child. Odin, the old guy, occasionally does good things, Loki said. Bert smiled and replied, alright, that's it. I'll let Tony and the others cooperate with you. Loki warned, don't cooperate too much. I don't care how many frost giants the Dark Elves kill. Besides, don't tell Thor that I'm an undercover agent. He's an idiot and might leak it, Loki added. You just want Thor to hunt you down in a fit of rage. Bert asked, complaining. He shook his head and then told Tony and Steve about the situation individually. After discussing it, they both agreed. Bert looked at the ether in the Tesseract, his eyes flashing. Loki couldn't be trusted completely, so he still had to leave behind something. Ether, I want to make a wish, Bert said to the ether. I won't devour you if you agree to 2 conditions. The ether particles shook violently and flew around inside the Tesseract as if they were very angry. Are you threatening me? They seemed to say. Bert smiled lightly and replied, yes, I am threatening you. And I think my threat is very valuable. After the ether bared its teeth and claws at Bert, it fell still again. Bert knew that it had agreed to his terms. The first condition is that I can call you back at any time, as long as I want, Bert said. The second condition is that I want to incorporate a mass of blood into your particles. You must ensure that the mass of blood is not discovered, and you must send me information at any time. The ether flashed with light, accepting Bert's conditions. Bert nodded in satisfaction and merged a cloud of blood into the ether. He then thought for a moment and changed positions with his projection. More than 10 minutes later, the ether suddenly flew out of the void and Malekith's sad and angry voice sounded, Algrim, complete the great cause of our Dark Elves. Algrim didn't answer because his head had been chopped off by Electra, and the cursed warriors had been wiped out. Malekith and Ebony Maw are also lost, the Dark Elves asked in desperation, their last hope gone. Loki suddenly appeared in the air and the ether flew straight into her body. She turned to Thor and smiled, saying, stupid brother, let's fight again next time. Thor smashed his hammer towards Loki and said, Loki, don't run away. Loki disdainfully smiled and a ray of light fell from the sky, taking her away in a Harrow battleship. Loki instructed, Dark Elves and Chitaurus, withdraw to the clock tower over there. I'll launch a formation to take you off the earth. However, a Dark Elf yelled, no, we can't run away. We have to complete the plan. Loki threw an ice spear against the elf and coldly shouted, we have already lost. The most important thing now is to preserve our strength. What are you waiting for? Do you want the Dark Elves to be exterminated? The remaining dark elves looked at each other before choosing to follow Loki's orders and flee to the clock tower. Seeing the dark elves escape, the treachery immediately followed, while the frost giants and fire giants had already been wiped out. Stop them, don't let them escape, Tony and Steve said, leading the army in pursuit. Soon, more than a dozen Harrow battleships fled to the clock tower, where Loki launched a magic circle and made all the battleships disappear. The treachery who had followed closely was furious that Loki had used them as cannon fodder. However, they didn't know magic and had no way to escape. Steve, Tony, and the others sneered and surrounded the treachery. Half an hour later, the treachery were wiped out, and the humans cheered in unison. They had won the battle, but the war was far from over. Let's move backward in time, to Camartage. They're trying to drain our mana, Bert said to the Ancient One as they fought against the demons in the Camartage's affiliated space. Blood flowed like a river as the mages fought against the endless waves of demons. Our biggest weakness is that there are so few of us and no backup, Bert added. The Ancient One nodded and replied, they are very determined this time. It seems they have a special move. Bert asked, Master, why don't you use the time stone to look into the future and see what's happening? The Ancient One sighed and said, time has begun to exclude me. I won't use the time stone until the critical moment. Bert was puzzled and asked, the time stone repels you? Master, the infinity stones are just objects, why do they have to be treated with such caution? Bert expressed that he was very puzzled, as his space stone was very well behaved. It's not the time stone that repels me, it's time itself that repels me, the Ancient One explained. Time doesn't like being watched, and no one can have the time stone all the time. Bert said, that sounds a bit mysterious. Each infinity stone is extraordinary, Bert. You don't have to think about the other infinity stones and focus on absorbing the space stone, the Ancient One said. A chance like yours is something that other people dream of. Once you completely absorb the space stone, you will become part of the universe. As long as the universe is alive, you will not die. Bert nodded and said, okay, I'll focus on absorbing the space stone in the future. Ancient One nodded in satisfaction and instructed, you can't fight like this anymore. Doom, Mordo, you two go. Okay, Doom and Mordo both nodded. Mordo pointed to the front and sent thousands of monsters into his mirror space. This mirror space had been specially modified by Mordo so that no one else could enter or see it. As soon as the monsters entered the mirror space, they were surrounded by thousands of voodoo corpses. Mordo thought to himself, as long as the purpose is right, the process is not important. Unfortunately, the world is too ignorant, so no one can know about it. It's worth mentioning that the monsters killed by the voodoo corpse become new voodoo corpses, like zombies, which is why Mordo doesn't mind injecting the voodoo corpse with the deadly version of the extremis virus. Seeing Mordo send thousands of monsters into the mirror space, Doom smiled and said, I'll let you see my graduation work, the perfect crystallization of biotechnology and magic. All the mages looked over in curiosity when they heard Doom's words. They wanted to know what exactly his graduation work was. Doom didn't waste any time talking. He quickly cast spells with both hands, and a space magic circle appeared in front of him. Then, a large number of cockroaches the size of baby fists emerged from the magic circle and quickly crawled towards the monsters. Cockroaches. The mages were shocked, and Caecilius sneered, Doom, your graduation project is just making cockroaches bigger. Idiot, Doom replied with a disdainful smile. He didn't bother to explain further, and Caecilius gritted his teeth in anger. This guy was really hateful. Soon, the army of cockroaches and the army of monsters met. The monsters were very disdainful of the cockroaches and raised their feet to step on them. The cockroaches flapped their wings, nimbly avoiding the big feet of the monsters, and then slammed into them. Boom, boom, boom. Intensive explosions sounded one after another. Despite their small size, those cockroaches were far more powerful than grenades, and a large number of monsters were blown to pieces. The Hell Commanders were shocked when they saw this and immediately ordered, Balrog, destroy these cockroaches. Yes, the Balrogs replied, before stepping forward and releasing flames to burn the army of cockroaches. But to the horror of the monsters, the cockroaches were not afraid of fire, and their vitality was extremely tenacious. Even when beaten to death, they could still rush over and slam into the monsters. Why do you think I use cockroaches as a carrier for explosions? Their vitality is beyond imagination. Doom sneered. As for fire resistance, it was simpler, a modified version of the extremis virus. As more and more cockroaches rushed out, the monsters suffered heavy losses. The monster commanders finally couldn't help themselves and used magic to kill a large number of the exploding cockroaches. Doom smiled disdainfully, raised his hand, and an overwhelming explosion of cockroaches suddenly appeared from the pile of monster corpses, flying towards the monsters frantically. These cockroaches could actually feed on the corpses of monsters and multiply rapidly. Even the bravest of the monsters were frightened by the seemingly endless horde of exploding cockroaches and fled in terror. The insects covered the sky like a plague, and no matter how the commanders ordered their troops to stand their ground, they were eventually blown to pieces by the overwhelming numbers of the enemy. Don't retreat, kill them, several commanders shouted at the front line. But as the army of cockroaches arrived, the commanders were quickly blown to pieces. The expressions of the Hell Lords were extremely ugly. Doom actually made so many cockroaches under their noses, which was like hitting them in the face. My exploding cockroaches have been working hard since the beginning, and the more you die, the more cockroaches I have. Doom laughed. Lords of Hell, with me Doom, you will never want to step into the earth. The Hell Lords grit their teeth, and the earth has another guardian. Doom, well done. Bert applauded loudly. Doom is Doom, and he did not let him down. This explosive cockroach is definitely a tool of war against the sky. Different from Bert, the mage's expressions are quite complicated, with joy, doubt, and disgust. The explosion cockroach obviously used black magic, otherwise, it would not be possible to grow so fast. At Camartage, the use of black magic is taboo. Strange didn't care whether he used black magic or not. He looked at the exploding cockroaches, his scalp tingling. Isn't this bastard too strong? Can I really take revenge? Or, if nothing happened? Caecilius shouted righteously, Mordo, Doom uses black magic, don't you care? Mordo looked contemptuously at Caecilius. He couldn't believe he hadn't realized how stupid Caecilius was before. That's right, he thought to himself. I used to be just as stupid as him, so I didn't notice it. But now, I've become smarter, and Caecilius remains the same. Caecilius was almost not angry with Mordo, but rather puzzled. Given Mordo's hatred of evil, why was he so calm? Caecilius sighed to himself, Camartage is becoming more and more unfamiliar to me. Doom glared coldly at Caecilius and said slowly, this battle is my graduation exam. When it's over, I'll leave Camartage. The mages let out a sigh of relief at these words. They didn't want to stay with the great demon Doom at all. The Ancient One said, okay, let's talk about it later. Let's deal with these monsters first. Yes, Sorcerer Supreme, all the mages nodded in agreement. While the army of monsters was distracted by the explosive cockroaches, they frantically released magic to kill the enemy. The monsters of hell were beaten to the ground. If it hadn't been for the lords personally taking charge, it's likely they would have fled. Ancient One sighed. Doom's talent is indeed extraordinary. If it weren't for his dark heart, he would be the most suitable candidate for Sorcerer Supreme. People who are not dark-hearted cannot create something like this, Bert said. He smiled and continued, it's worth my support for him. Ancient One asked, you supported him? Bert replied, of course. The funds alone cost billions, and I also gave him the dragon heart of the extraordinary dragon. Ancient One asked, you don't seem like someone who would engage in a loss-making business. Bert replied, no loss. Billions of dollars plus a dragon heart in exchange for Doom's shot is a big profit. Eventually, he will become a demon. It's really worth it, the Ancient One said, nodding in agreement. At this time, the Hell Lords on the opposite side finally couldn't help but take action. One of them, a demon dragon leader, opened its mouth and sprayed dragon breath that burned everything towards the army of explosive cockroaches. Bert held out one of his hands and a huge space door suddenly appeared in front of the dragon breath. The dragon's breath flew into it and disappeared. The next moment, the dragon breath appeared from above the monsters, instantly destroying a large number of them. Master, it's our turn, Bert said. Immediately afterwards, Bert raised his hand and pointed to the sky. The previously dark sky suddenly became filled with bolts of lightning roaming around. Then, thousands of thunderbolts bombarded down at the same time, like a catastrophe. Bert had secretly brewed the lightning in the mirror space, waiting for an opportunity to use the lightning ring, one of the 10 rings. The Hell Lords were shocked and hurried to intercept the thunderbolts, but because they were a step slower, many of them slipped through the net and fell below, killing a large number of monsters. Bert sneered, Lords of Hell, is that all you've got? The Hell Lords were furious and one of them shouted, a mere vampire's projection dares to speak to us like this. Bert looked provocative and replied, aren't you also just a projection? If you have the ability, bring your real body over. Although the Hell Lords kept cursing, none of them sent their real bodies over. What a joke, the Hell Lords thought. The opposite is the Ancient One. Who dares to use their real body? Aren't you afraid of falling down? Stop talking nonsense. Let's get this show on the road, one of the Hell Lords said. The Ancient One flew into the sky. Bert immediately followed, and the Hell Lords looked at each other before flying up one after another. We can only do this once. In any case, we must defeat the Ancient One and enter Earth, the Hell Lords thought to themselves. They only cared about defeating the Ancient One and paid no attention to the Blood God. The Blood God may be strong in the future, but for now, he was still far from it. Ancient One waved her hand to cut off the space and shouted, who will die first? Lucifer snorted coldly with a group of Hell Lords. Ancient One, you've been arrogant for too many years. It's time to pay the price. Bert touched his nose and thought to himself, Master, this group really knows how to ridicule. The Hell Lords were not unexpectedly provoked and Lucifer said angrily, Ancient One, do you think you are still the same as before? Your current strength is not even half of what it used to be. Ancient One replied, to clean up you, half of my strength is enough. She quickly cast a spell and figures emerged from her body, looking at the Hell Lords coldly. This was not the power of the Time Stone, but rather a magic that the Ancient One had mastered. With her level of accomplishment, she could create 12 clones with the same strength as her. In Avengers, Infinity War, Doctor Strange used a similar magic, but those clones would dissipate as soon as they were touched. Without further ado, the 13 Ancient Ones all moved against the Hell Lords. Even as one and with only half of her strength remaining, she still dared to take the initiative to attack. This was the Ancient One, the one who guarded the earth for hundreds of years, causing the demons to grit their teeth with hatred but remain helpless against her.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note.
I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.